Subscribe for more videos.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to have me asking, when is a friend not a friend? Answer, when he's tickling your ribs with a gun.
Well, here he is, Commissioner.
Thanks, Ruth. Morning, Steve.
Commissioner?
I suppose I fooled you right out of a big deal as usual.
No, this time it was strictly business. I was getting caught up on my paperwork.
What?
Honest, I was bringing my files up to date.
Yeah? How many telephone numbers make up a file?
That's what I thought.
I have your papers at my desk when you're ready, Steve.
Thanks, Rose. Well, what's the deal, Commissioner?
Take a look at this map of Eastern Europe, Steve. This country right here.
What about it?
Politically, it's being torn apart. There are two major parties at odds with each other and a well-organized minority who'd like to keep them at odds.
Pretty familiar pattern.
Yes, it is. But right now, it's vital to Western Europe and to us that this particular country be united into a democratic form of government. And there's only one man who can unite that country.
Don't tell me it's me.
No. Dr. Corvell.
Dr. Corvell, but he's no politician.
That's the point, Steve. Dr. Corvell has no political affiliations. He's that country's leading citizen, a scholar, a scientist, a man of stature.
Yeah, he could be just the man for the job.
As you know, he's been living in this country since the war, but now he feels it's time to return to his own country. There's to be a vital meeting of the legislature over there in 3 days, a meeting that could determine which way the country goes. If Corvell could pop up at that meeting, it might turn the trick.
So what do you want me to do, escort the good doctor over there?
He's already left.
What?
Yeah, the day before yesterday.
Well, then I don't get it. Why call me on the deal? What more is to be done?
I'm coming to that, Steve. Dr. Corvell realized that the organized minority would try at all costs to prevent him from reaching his destination. So he's traveling incognito. Plans to reach and enter his country secretly.
But I still don't see...
His plan was to go directly to the house of a friend in the capital of his country. This morning, we found out that this so-called friend is actually a member of the minority.
What?
Yes, it's a death trap for Dr. Corvell. Now, Steve, you've got to intercept Corvell before he reaches that man's house.
Brother, have you any idea where Corvell is now?
We know only that he was planning to contact a person named Dravik in the town of Rizma, across the border from his country. Now, Steve, get over to Rizma. Try to find Dravik. And above all, get to Corvell before the opposition does. And remember, from now on, every minute counts double. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of getting to Dr. Corvell before the opposition does, and incidentally trying to keep the opposition from getting to me. A real cinch. Well, it's Tuesday when I get to Rizma. I've got to find Dravik in a hurry, but I haven't any idea where he is. There's only one hotel in town, so I check in, and then I ask the desk clerk about Dravik. He says he's never even heard the name, but he does remember a distinguished-looking man with white hair staying at the hotel overnight a couple of days ago. Probably Dr. Corvell. I turn away from the desk and start across the lobby, and then I spot a very familiar face. It's a foreign agent named Marzak. I've tangled with him plenty in the past, and I've no desire to renew the acquaintance now, so I start to duck into the bar, but he sidles in front of me.
Well, my old and dear friend, Mr. Mitchell.
Hello, Marzak.
My, such a cold greeting to give to a man who possesses such admiration for you. After all the times we have been together in the past, Mitchell, even though on opposite sides of the fence, I should think that you might be a little more cordial.
Look, you mind getting out of my way?
But the man is in a hurry. Such a pity, such a pity. I thought perhaps we might find a quiet corner and talk over old times together.
I said get out of my way.
But what destination could possibly be so important that you could not spare a few minutes for an old, let us say, colleague?
I'm going into the bar, if that's okay with you, Marzak.
Splendid. Thank you for your invitation. I accept with pleasure. Some drinks, much talk, a perfect way to spend an evening.
Look, for the last time, I didn't invite you. I'm drinking alone, and if you don't...
Drinking alone? What a barbarous custom. But then I suppose it is to a certain extent fitting that a man should have a farewell drink in solitude.
Farewell drink?
Yes. I understand you do not like this town of Rizma. I cannot say that I blame you.
Oh?
I understand further that there is a train leaving here in half an hour and that you plan to be on it. So I decided to help you by reserving a compartment for you.
Now, that's real sweet of you, Marzak.
Ah.
But what if I decide I like it here?
In that case, I understand it is quite possible you may remain here permanently.
You're quite an understanding guy, aren't you?
Yes. And I believe you are also. Goodbye, Mr. Mitchell. Come again when you cannot stay so long. And please extend my very best regards to your commissioner.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon, sir.
What?
I overheard you ask the desk clerk a few minutes ago about a distinguished-looking man with white hair.
What about it?
I believe you are referring to Dr. Corvell.
Was I? Who are you?
Bisco, a friend of the doctor's. And I am worried about him.
What do you mean?
His return is the one thing which can unite our country. But I feel he is in great danger. You see, he plans to go to the house of a friend of his in our capital. I now have reason to believe that friend intends to betray the doctor.
I see. Yeah, Bisco, you're right.
That is why I crossed the border to Rizma here, to try to intercept the doctor and warn him, but I was too late. He has already left.
Yeah. You ever hear of a guy named Dravik?
Dravik, no. Mitchell, the situation is very serious. We must find Dr. Corvell.
First, I've got to find Dravik. I can't get very far doing that with that character Marzak on my tail.
Yes, I saw Marzak talking to you. I know all about Marzak. He is a dangerous man.
He just invited me to leave town. If there were only some way I could shake him, might give me time enough to locate this Dravik.
Wait. I think I have an idea.
What is it, Bisco?
See, Marzak is across the lobby watching us. He undoubtedly knows you have orders to find Corvell. And also, undoubtedly, Marzak has orders to stop you.
So?
So if we were to conclude our conversation and I were to slip furtively out the side door and get into my car, Marzak might assume I had information concerning Dr. Corvell.
Yeah, he'd probably follow you, all right.
I will make sure he follows me a long way. Long enough to take him off your trail for an hour or two.
Okay, Bisco, it's worth a try. Go ahead. Bisco slips out the side door and Marzak starts after him. So far, so good, but I still don't have any leads on Dravik. I head for the bar to figure it out and where to start, and pretty soon a girl eases over to my table.
Hello.
Hi.
I am sorry. Are you lonely?
No, I'm Steve, but sit down anyway.
Oh, thank you.
You want me to buy you a drink, I suppose?
Oh, a cigarette will do for the moment.
Well, that's a switch. Here.
Thank you.
Waiter, the rice pudding.
Oh, very good.
Look, Sarah, this is all very pleasant, but as far as making an evening of it, I've unfortunately got something else on my mind right now.
I know.
Huh?
You are looking for Dravik.
What? Yeah, I am. Do you know him?
Oh, yes, I'm quite a good friend of Dravik's.
Where is he?
First, let me ask you, why do you wish to see Dravik?
Well, that's something I'll talk to Dravik about.
I see. Well, Dravik is not interested so much in people's motives. Dravik is most of all interested in knowing whether there is money in it.
Okay, you can tell him there's dough in it for him.
How much?
Plenty.
Very well.
You'll take me to him?
No, that is not possible.
What? You mean we've just been making idle conversation?
I would not call it that.
Why can't you take me to him?
Because Dravik is not a him.
Not a... You're Dravik?
Yes. Sorry, Dravik.
Well, what do you know? So I break my back trying to find you, and it ends up with you finding me.
Yes, and I would say it is quite a find.
Oh?
But I still would like to know why you wish to find me.
Well, first, let me ask you, how do you fit in this deal with Dr. Corvell?
Deal? Dr. Corvell? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, unless it has something to do with my rat line?
Your what?
Oh, that is what they call it, the rat line. You see, Stephen, there are many people in countries behind this, what you call iron curtain, who wish to be elsewhere. So, for a considerable price, I smuggle them out.
I see. Does your rat line ever run in reverse, Sari?
You too.
What do you mean, me too?
Most people are breaking their backs trying to escape to the west these days. And now twice in 2 days I find men who wish to go east. I think everybody's suddenly crazy.
Wait a minute. This other man who wanted to go east, was he a tall fellow, distinguished looking, with white hair?
Oh, that is the man.
Dr. Corvell, all right.
He told me he wanted to go to the capital city of the country to the east of here, and he was willing to pay a great amount of money. So I, as you say, reversed my rat line. I took him across the border just before dawn.
Look, Sari, I've got to catch up to him. He's going to collect a bullet if I don't.
I see. Well, there is always the chance you will collect a bullet along the way. But for you...
And for money.
The two most convincing arguments I can think of. Very well, we will try to catch up with this Dr. Corvell. Here's an address. You meet me on the corner in front of this place in 2 hours. We will start then.
I head back to my hotel. Then, as I open the door to my room, I see I've got company. There's a local cop on one side of my room, and on the other is a woman I've never seen before. But right now, she's acting like we were long-lost enemies.
There he is, officer.
Huh?
That is the one. I insist you arrest him at once.
Hey, what is this?
This woman claims you stole her jewels.
Stole her jewels now.
I am
Look.
positive of it, officer. This man is Hugo Brisac, the notorious gem thief.
Hugo Schmoogo. I'm Steve Mitchell from the United States, officer, and if you'd care to look at my credentials...
You see, officer, as I told you, this thief frequently poses as an American agent.
I'm afraid you'll have to come with me.
But this woman's mistaken.
Unfortunately, I found her jewels in your suitcase.
What?
So you must come with me.
Wait, I get it now. Anything to delay me, huh? Look, lady, I don't know who you are, but I sure know whom you're working for.
Arrest this man.
You will come quietly.
Sure, officer. Real quiet. Sorry, Buster, but I haven't got any time to waste right now. Oh, drop dead. I run downstairs and dug out the side door. The opposition's gag had almost worked. By the time I could have talked my way out of the frame, it had been too late to catch up with Dr. Corvell, of course. Well, now there'll be the little matter of the cops on my tail. Great. I roost behind a few assorted ash cans in an alley for a couple of hours, and then I go to the address Sari gave me. She's waiting for me in the shadows.
What? The notorious jewel thief.
Yeah. I see the news travels fast, Sari.
I believe the police are quite anxious to find him.
I don't doubt it.
So, I understand now why you wish to escape from this country.
Look, I'm trying to find Corvell. That jewel business was a frame.
Oh, too bad.
What's too bad?
You would make such a nice jewel thief. It gives you color.
Oh, color yet.
I like you, Stephen.
I think you're peachy, too. Now let's get going, huh?
Oh, very well. Come on. Here is my car. We will drive as far as the border.
Okay. What happens then?
Well, when I get you across the border, one of my men will take you the rest of the way.
Hey,
What's the matter?
a guy running across the street at us. Get going. It's Marzak.
Oh? Who is Marzak?
The guy who rigged the jewel frame on me. Hey, he's trying for the running board.
You will not get away, Mitchell!
Oh, yes, Marzak.
Oh, very neat, Stephen.
Listen, sirens. Marzak must have tipped the cops I'd be around this neck of the woods. This is just wonderful.
Oh, are you always in trouble?
Look, I'm to trouble what honey is to a bear. Now, come on, keep that gas pedal down to the floor. It's no good, Sari. 3 miles out of the city and they're still on our tail.
They are not gaining any, Stephen.
Neither are we, Optimist. And a half a mile's not enough lead. The cops behind me, ahead of me, the border, and who knows what. Lucky Mitchell right in the middle again.
The river is just around the bend, Stephen. Then our troubles will be over.
What do you mean? Hey! The turn!
Hang on, Stephen.
Huh?
Oh.
Hey, what are you stopping for? You crazy?
Get out.
Look, what's the big idea?
See the river below the road?
Huh?
I place the car in first gear, and then I pull the hand throttle out a little, turn the wheel, and get out. Goodbye, car. Quick. Now, into the bushes. This is fine. Now, we just wait while they go by.
Hey, pretty neat. Looks like you're an old hand at this, Sari.
Oh, it is not hard to learn.
But isn't running a car into the river sort of expensive?
It will go on your bill.
Oh, I see.
Here they come. So now we go across country to the border. It's only a kilometer or two.
Lead the way. Once we get across the border, how far is it to the capital?
Oh, about 30 kilometers. Just across the border, we will meet a farmer with a horse-drawn wagon. He will take you to the next village. There, a man will be waiting for you in an automobile to take you the rest of the way.
I just hope we get there in time to keep Dr. Corvell from walking into that trap at his friend's house. Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
Quiet. Somebody heading this way.
Probably the border patrol. Get down.
Yeah, I see them.
Perhaps we had better get closer together.
Yeah, Like I said, you seem to be an old hand at this.
Like I said, it is not hard to learn.
Hey, quiet. Here they come. Okay. I guess we can go now.
Do you really want to?
Oh,
Is it not much nicer here?
much nicer, believe me, but I still have a job to do.
Oh, too bad.
Why?
Oh, I was just thinking we could run such a beautiful rat line together, Stephen.
I don't doubt it. But right now,
Oh, very well, if you insist. The border patrol will not be back for half an hour, so plenty of time for us to slip across. Come along. There's the farm and his wagon, Stephen, waiting in the shadows.
Yeah, I see them.
Dimitri!
Yes, Holly.
Well, this is goodbye, Stephen. I wish you were not leaving.
I'll be back.
I wonder.
What do you mean?
I have the strangest feeling I will not be seeing you again.
Well, that's a cheerful thing to say.
You had better hurry.
Yeah.
Wait.
Hmm?
Now go.
After that, you think you won't be seeing me again? Oh, you can count on it.
Goodbye, Stephen.
Okay, Dimitri, shove up.
Get up. Get up.
Hey, where's this village we're heading for, Dimitri?
Oh, 5 kilometers.
Hey, why are you turning off the road?
This is a shorter way.
Oh. Many patrols in this area?
Not for another hour or two. That will be plenty of time.
Whoa! Hey, how come we're stopping?
Very simple. We're stopping because for you it is the end of the trip.
Look, Well, a machine gun.
Quite right. Now get out of the wagon.
Okay. Well, now I know why Sari figured she wouldn't be seeing me again. She was working with the opposition right from the start.
It's a bad time for you to be talking about the stars, Mitchell.
What do you mean?
As soon as I press this trigger, for you it will be the finish.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell,
Eh?
turn around.
Oh, in the back, huh?
In the back. And right now.
Hello, Stephen.
What? Sari!
In trouble again, I see.
I sure was until you knocked off Dmitri here.
Oh, this man is not Dimitri.
What?
I thought there was something strange about his voice. Then right after you started in the wagon, I found the real Dimitri's body in the ditch. So I followed.
Well, you just got elected the girl I'd most like to have following me.
Ah, thank you, darling.
So, what happens now?
Well, I seem to remember that
I
you...
mean, how do I go about getting to the capital?
Business, always business. All right. I think I better take charge of you myself the rest of the way. Come along, we will go into the village and get a car.
Hey, look. Where is this car, anyway?
In the garage, just a few doors farther.
Good. I've got no desire to be wandering around these streets any more than I can help. Marzak's boys might spot me.
Stephen, wait.
What?
Some men in front of the garage.
Quick, into the alley.
Did they see us?
I don't think so. Who are they?
I don't know.
That's the garage where you keep the car, huh?
Yes.
They must have gotten tipped somehow. Great. What do we do now? It's too far to walk to the Capitol.
Stephen, look. They've started this way.
Must have seen us. Come on, down the alley.
Wait, Stephen, stop.
Stop. Are you kidding?
That door, an empty warehouse.
Okay. Hurry it up. Brother, dark in here.
We should be safe here.
Yeah, but it's not getting us any closer to Dr. Corvell.
Steve.
Yeah, steps outside in the alley. Quiet.
Good. They have passed by.
Yeah. Hey, if they're away from the garage, maybe we can get to the car after all. Wait a minute.
What?
Listen.
One of them is coming back.
Just one of them. Good. Stay down behind the crate. Now!
Steve, he must not call out.
He can't call on a stranglehold on him. A little more. A little more. There.
Speaking of being an old hand at this sort of thing.
Look, his buddies will be back looking for him any minute. We gotta hurry.
All right, go around to the back of the warehouse. I will get the car and pick you up there. Hop in, Stephen.
Okay. You sure didn't waste any time.
No, of course not. We must get the business over with fast, no?
Well...
Stephen, I have good news for you.
I could use some right now. What is it?
I learned from my man in the garage this Dr. Corvell was delayed getting across the border. He is now less than an hour ahead of us, and he's riding in a truck.
Think we can overtake him before he gets to the city?
It will be fun trying, Stephen.
Hey, there's a car coming up at us fast.
Oh, I see it.
It's Marzak. Brother, what a tough guy to shake. Watch out. Watch out. He's pulling alongside.
This is for you, Mitchell!
Get down, Sari.
Let us make Marzak get down instead.
Huh? Hey!
Just giving him a friendly little nudge.
Oh, brother. Right into the ditch. A friendly little nudge yet. Remind me never to get you mad at me. Now, let's see if we can catch up with that truck. Sari jams the throttle to the floor and holds it there. The minutes tick off. This is the last lap of the race and the lap that pays off. Up ahead of us somewhere, Dr. Corvell in the truck riding innocently into a death trap, and Sari and I in the car trying to catch up with him before the trap is sprung. But at least we've whittled down the opposition. Marzak's out of commission. Also the fake wagon driver who tried to machine gun me. That should leave just the friend whose house Dr. Corvell is heading for. Finally, we get to the outskirts of the city. Then Sari points up ahead.
There's the truck, Stephen.
Yeah. You sure that's the one Dr. Corvell's riding in?
Yes, I recognize it. It is my truck.
Wait a minute. How about the driver?
Oh, he's one of my men. He can be trusted.
Okay. As soon as we get up to the truck, pull alongside it and tell the driver
Stephen,
to...
look coming out of the side street.
Eh? A hay wagon.
Oh, it has stopped in the center of the road.
Oh, brother, the other team's throwing everything at us but the water boy.
I think I can get around it.
Hey, now look, don't try to nudge that hay wagon into the ditch.
No, we will turn here.
Oh, brother, another inch and we'd have lined up with the rest of those tomatoes on that vegetable
No,
stand.
down the alley.
Hey, watch out, that cart!
Are you still with me?
Yep, I got enough feathers on me to pass for Sitting Bull.
There. We should be around the hay wagon. Now we will turn back onto the road and catch the truck.
Hey, the truck's nowhere in sight.
Oh, but it could not have gotten far.
Oh, great, to get this close and then...
There, look. There it goes, down the side street.
Yeah.
Oh, it's only a block ahead of us now.
Wait, it's stopping in front of that house up ahead. Dr. Corvell's getting out.
He's going up the stairs. Stephen, we are too late.
If I don't catch him now, this race is going to turn into a dead heat. Jam on the brakes. Dr. Corvell! Dr. Corvell, wait!
Who are you?
Steve Mitchell, government agent from the States. Get away from that door.
No, this is a trick. Let go of me.
Now, look.
My friend Miklos is inside. Let go.
Your friend Miklos has a bullet for you.
Take your hands off me.
Get down!
Miklos!
I've got him. Oh, boy. One more second would have been too many. I hope I never have to cut it that close again.
I cannot believe it. I thought Miklos was my friend. Yet all the while he was planning to betray me.
Well, it's all over now anyway. Come on, Dr. Corvell. Let's get you over to the legislature. We pile into Sari's car and head for the Capitol building. On the front steps are two men. One of them looks like an American. The other is Bisco, the guy who tried to shake Marzak for me earlier.
Mitchell?
Yeah?
Thompson from the legation. We just about given you up.
Me, too. Looks like you didn't have much luck in shaking Marzak for me, Bisco.
I tried, but he was too clever for me. So I thought the best thing to do was come back here to the Capitol.
There's been an all-night session of the legislature inside, Mitchell. The whole thing's hanging in the balance. Could go either way.
Then I had better go inside immediately.
Yeah. Good thing you weren't delayed any longer, Dr. Corvell. Might have been too late to do any good.
Dr. Corvell, as an old friend, you must allow me the honor of escorting you inside personally.
But I do
come,
not...
I will take your arm.
Very well.
I'll bet you're glad this deal's over, Mitchell.
You can say that again.
Rough go, hmm?
Well, if it'll give you a clue, I was framed for a jewel thief, shot at 3 times, and given a ride that would put any self-respecting roller coaster to shame.
Sounds like a real picnic.
Well, it's all over now. Hey.
What's the matter?
Funny. Dr. Corvell and Bisco walked right by the door to the assembly hall.
What?
Hey, looks like I spoke too soon, Thompson. I slipped down the stairs and around into the alley beside the building. There's a car parked by the side door. I hugged the wall. A moment later, the door opens, and out comes Dr. Corvell, followed by Bisco.
Into the car, Corvell, and remember, I'm holding a gun on you in my pocket.
Guess Corvell's got no friends at all, Bisco, huh?
Mitchell!
Yeah, Mitchell.
Get your hands off me, I will kill you!
I've got your wrist. You pull that trigger now and you'll... What a hard guy to convince.
He shot himself.
Yeah, trying to do likewise to us.
Who is he? I have never seen him before.
That's what I figured. Come on.
When he took my arm, I could feel the gun in my side.
Didn't leave you much choice but to go with him.
Mitchell, you okay?
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Corvell. Better get in the assembly hall.
Yes, Thank you, Mitchell. Thank you.
I hope he's in time.
Hey, listen. I guess that's your answer, Thompson.
Yeah, I guess it is all right. Well, I suppose you'll be wanting to get back right away, Mitchell. I can get you a plane reservation.
Well, as a matter of fact, Thompson, I already have my transportation all lined up.
Oh? Oh, you mean over there in the car?
Yeah.
Ah, I see your point.
Oh, no, you misunderstand.
Are you sure?
Nope, I'm just thinking of my own safety.
Safety? Look, air travel's pretty safe these days.
That's not what I mean. I've already seen what she does to guys she gets mad at. After all, you can't blame a guy for thinking of his own neck, can you?
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Now it's The Man Called X. Tomorrow, hear the big show on NBC.
The Cavalcade of America. Many listeners have written letters of approval on the Cavalcade of America presented by DuPont. FPK of Chicago writes, "Such splendid work in behalf of American education is most commendable. We look forward to more programs of such sterling character." End of quotation. And from Baltimore comes this word from Mr. H.M. "Last night, I had the pleasure of listening to the Cavalcade of America. This program reaches a new high in dignified, interesting entertainment." End of quotation. Perhaps the most adequate way of expressing DuPont's appreciation for such letters is to say that we are sincerely trying to produce a high type of radio entertainment. We should appreciate your comments, because that's the only way we have of knowing whether we are pleasing you and your family. Address your letter or postcard to DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware, or to your radio station. Our Cavalcade Orchestra sets the stage for this evening's first story with an overture composed especially for the occasion. It makes use of some of the original musical themes which our conductor, Harold Levy, has composed for the Cavalcade of America.
Primitive man feared the power of nature,
civilized man utilizes that same power to his advantage through engineering. In our own country, more than any other, nature has been harnessed to improve our living conditions. And this evening, we pay tribute to our American engineers. It is the year 1810 as our story opens. The scene is a farm in western New York.
Pa, Ma.
Now look at all that mud you're attracting in, Peter.
What do you suppose I've just seen? Beyond the clearing. Surveyors, a whole gang of them. With rods and lines and levelers, they've called them, I think.
Oh, what are surveyors doing on our land?
You'll never guess, Pa. Not in 1,000 years. They're marking out a route for a canal.
What? A canal?
It's going to connect Lake Erie with the Hudson River. What are you laughing at, Pa?
Do you know where Lake Erie is, son?
Well, sure I do. At the western end of New York State.
And the Hudson is at the opposite end. And between them...
There's going to be a canal. The longest canal in the world. Well, that's what the man in charge told me.
Well, when you get to be my age, Peter, you'll know enough to take these stories with a grain of salt.
If you don't believe it, you can ask him yourself, because he's on his way over here to see you. Said he wanted to talk to you. Well, that's why I run on ahead to let you know. Oh, there he is now.
Goodness, my floor all cracked up. Looking like it hadn't been scrubbed in a week.
Come in, mister.
Thank you.
Oh, this is the gentleman I was talking to, Father.
Yeah.
How to do, sir? I'm Charles Broadhead.
I'm glad to meet you.
I'm in charge of a survey.
Peter told us. Is it really true that they're going to build a canal through here?
Well, they hope to.
There, what to tell you. It's still just an idea. And a fool one, too, if you ask me.
Robert Fulton doesn't think it's a fool idea, or DeWitt Clinton, or Gouverneur Morris. They say it'll do more than anything else to open up this country of ours, encourage folks to move west, help the farmers.
Help the farmers? How?
Well, by giving them a better way to get their produce to market. Stands to reason if it can be shipped to Albany by boat instead of being hauled 200 miles overland, it'll pay you to clear more land, hire help, raise double what you do now.
Mister, do you know how far it is across New York State from Buffalo to Albany?
About 300 miles is the coastline.
Only canals don't fly. They got to pick their way along the ground, through rock and around marshes and between hills. Near 375 miles it'll be.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's a long ways to dig, mister. Have they figured who's going to pay for it? It'll cost a tidy little sum, this ditch. And if they think we're going to pay taxes on it...
I'd be willing to be taxed to have a canal here. Oh, think what it would mean seeing boats go by regular, with folks on them, near enough to wave to. Here, where we don't see nobody for weeks and weeks on end.
Now, don't get your hopes up, Ma. The canal ain't started yet.
It will be, though, someday.
Which brings me to my real purpose in coming here to see you. I'm wondering if you can put me and my men up while we're working around here.
I'd be mighty glad to. Anything that'll be of help.
Thank you very much. Now I must be getting back.
Oh, Mr. Broadhead, just a minute.
Yes?
Could I, you think, would it...
What is it, boy?
Could you give me a job?
Doing what?
Well, anything, sir. I wouldn't care. Just so long as it was something.
I've got some college boys working for me, holding markers for the experience they get. They don't get paid anything.
Oh, I wouldn't expect to be paid. I just want to help.
Well, I'll be glad to take you on this.
Thank you, sir.
Holding markers at nothing a week.
Well, it's something just the same. A part in helping to build the canal.
Seven years went by. 7 years of battling against argument and opposition and ridicule. But those with the vision carried on. And finally, in Albany, on the 15th day of April, 1817, the Senate passed Clinton's Canal Bill. On the 4th of July of that same year, 1817, a little group of people, including our friend the farmer and his family, are gathered at Rome, New York. It is just before sunrise.
It's a funny place to start digging, if you ask me. Right in the middle. Why don't they start at one end or the other?
Albany and Buffalo are both going to be tough places to dig. They want to start where they make a good showing. You know, to encourage folks. Right here, there's a long, level stretch.
Who's that man standing next to Governor Clinton? Do you know?
Oh, he's an engineer. Candace White.
Canvas. Well, what a funny name.
He's just back from England. Clinton sent him over there to study canal systems.
I think it's wonderful you're going to have a part in it, Peter.
Yucks, Ma, it ain't much. Just helping with the timber work.
No, why don't they hurry up and get this ceremony going?
They're waiting for the sun to come up.
Queerest notion I ever heard of, holding it at this hour.
I think it's mighty fitting. The dawn of a new day.
The sun's pretty well up now.
The governor's stepping forward. See, he's got a shovel in his hand.
For the first and only time in his life, I'll warrant.
Oh, now, Paul.
My friends, we have assembled here to commence the excavation of the Erie Canal. The countries which this canal will connect, the consequences it will produce, are without a parallel in the history of mankind. Over 300 miles of wilderness will be transformed into country.
8 years went by. 8 years of heartbreaking, back-breaking work, of problems and obstacles. Woods to be cleared, rock to be drilled through, swamps where the muck ran back as fast as it was shoveled out, where crew after crew of men were laid low with chills and fever. A year sometimes with only a mile to show, but still they kept on. Mile by mile, month by month, year by year, till finally one day in the autumn of 1825...
You're sure we'll be able to hear the signals?
Why, we can't miss it, Ma. They've got cannon all along the line, 10 to 15 miles apart. When they let the water in, they'll fire a first one at Buffalo, a big 32-pounder. And the next one will pick up the sound and carry it on.
Till at last the signal reaches New York?
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of trouble, if you ask me, just to make some noise.
I notice you're hanging round just as eager as the rest of us, waiting to hear it.
Well, of course I am. That signal's going to mean $1 a bushel wheat to me.
It's going to mean the beginning of a whole new life for me. A chance to see folks and things happening. Take a trip myself, maybe. When will the water reach here, do you suppose, Peter? Erie water, I mean.
Very soon now.
The water of Lake Erie flowing to the Hudson. Think of it.
I can't, Ma. To me, it's not water, it's sweat. The sweat of the poor fellows who have dug this canal, who've pulled stumps and pushed barrows and wrestled with rocks, who've shook with chills and fever. It's sweat and blood. The lifeblood of the men who planned it and carried it through.
Hark!
That's it.
That's it again.
It's finished. The Erie Canal is ready.
Over 100 years have passed since the Erie Canal was built. Great as it was in its day, it seems small in comparison with our modern engineering triumphs. Yet it was this early undertaking, with its problems and its difficulties, that laid the foundation for constructive engineering in America. Our second story in DuPont's Cavalcade of America this evening begins in 1920. That was the year when everyone started humming the songs from Jerome Kern's new musical play, Sally, in which Marilyn Miller played her first big star part. Our Cavalcade Orchestra takes us back to 1920 with melodies from Sally. American cavalcade moves onward. It is Columbus Day, 1920, 100 years after the building of the Erie Canal. Holiday traffic jams the highways. On the Jersey shore of the Hudson, automobiles by the hundreds and thousands are waiting in line for a chance to board its ferries that shuttle back and forth to New York. In one of them sits a newspaper reporter with his wife and young son.
Oh, dear. This is the worst of going anywhere on a holiday. There's still about a mile of cars ahead of us, and it gets worse every year, too.
And will for a few more years. And there'll be no more of this waiting in line for ferries.
You mean we'll fly across the river? No, dear. He means we'll stay at home.
Wrong, both of you. We'll drive right under the river.
Under it? Gee. But, Bob, what in the world are you talking about?
The new vehicular tunnel. They've started work on it today.
What's a vehicular tunnel, Dad?
A tunnel for all kinds of vehicles, Johnny. Automobiles and trucks. This will be the largest tunnel of its kind in the world.
Oh, but Bob...
When it's finished, folks will be able to drive from Jersey City to downtown New York in just a few minutes.
But how are they ever going to build a tunnel like that, Dad?
Don't ask me, Johnny. I'm not an engineer. I'm only a newspaper reporter.
You could get a pass then, couldn't you? Get down and watch them while they're building it.
Oh, sure, I suppose I could.
And take me with you?
Well, maybe.
When?
It'll be a long time before there's anything to see.
But when there is something to see... Oh, the line's moving, dear.
Yeah, at last. Let's hope we get aboard the ferry soon.
2 years have passed. It is October 1922. Work on the Great Hudson Tunnel that is to connect New York with New Jersey is well underway. And Johnny is granted his wish to visit the vast undertaking. After a thorough physical examination, he and his father don overalls and galoshes and are escorted by an engineer down to where the construction work is in progress.
Work goes on day and night, does it?
And 7 days a week. With an investment of some $48 million in this undertaking, we can't afford to lose any time.
How much traffic will this tunnel carry?
1,900 vehicles an hour in each direction, or 46,000 a day.
How long is this tunnel, sir?
Total length will be 9,250 feet. The part actually under the river will be 5,480.
More than a mile.
Yes.
And how far along are they now?
About halfway.
They're right in the middle of the river.
No. See, we're working from both ends.
Oh, and you meet in the middle?
We hope.
Well, aren't you sure?
We can't be till the time comes.
But, Steve, just supposing...
There's no supposing in an engineering job like this, son. We have to make absolutely certain. Every time the keel moves forward that it's on the right course and the proper grade. That's the worst of tunnel building. You can't go back and undo what you've done. Once a mistake's made, it's just too bad.
Oh, gee, why did you ever start working from both ends at once, then?
Yeah, that's just what I was wondering.
Well, I guess the answer to that is that engineers are optimists.
You have to be, the job you tackle.
Now, here we are at the shield itself.
Do we go inside?
Sure.
Out to the very front where it cuts through the mud?
Oh, I'm afraid not.
Well, I like to be there when they give a push ahead and open up the little holes for the mud and all to come in. Must be awful exciting.
Yeah, very awful.
How do you mean?
After each push, the men wait, not knowing what may happen. It's a moment full of terrible possibilities.
I don't see what you
The
mean.
air pressure is reduced too much, the whole riverbed may start caving in on them. If there's too much pressure, there's the danger of a blow-up.
It's amazing to me that you can get men for such hazardous jobs.
Do you ever stop to think what it must be like to be responsible for them?
I know I wouldn't sleep nights if I were.
I don't believe he does.
Who?
Clifford Holland, the chief engineer. Terrific the strain he lives under. He never goes anywhere, even for an hour, without leaving word where he can be reached in case of emergency.
How much longer will it be before the tunnel's finished?
We hope to have the tubes completed and joined in another 2 years.
You still haven't told us how they're going to be ventilated.
We don't know yet.
But again, you're optimistic.
Yes.
So am I. I think American engineers can do anything.
Foot by foot, thrust by thrust, the great steel shields bored and burrowed their way through the darkness and dangers of the under-river world to make a passageway for human beings. 4 years have passed since first they started on their way. As they approach one another, excitement mounts. Closer, closer, until only a few feet of riverbed separates them.
Engineers and sandhogs alike wait breathlessly.
They're about to fire the breaking through shot. You're telling me? What you think I got eyes and ears? You got any money on it? I ain't, but why not? You've been saying all along they'd meet within a couple of inches of each other. I know, but I ain't, but why not? I'm afraid. Why? On account of Mr. Holland dying. Just 3 days before the job's done. A bad sign. I don't look on it that way, Joe. No? The way I look on it, everything must be okay, or Mr. Holland would never pass on. You think he knew he was leaving things, Jake? Sure he did. I wish they'd hurry up and get it over with. There she goes. Listen, that's him. What did I tell you? Here comes the foreman, Lawrence. I'm going to ask. You don't have to. Can't you see the way they grin? I beg your pardon, sir, but could you tell us the two tubes met within a fraction of an inch?
Three more years pass. It is the 12th day of November, 1927, and the tunnel is ready to be opened. A great, shining white highway, ingeniously lighted, miraculously ventilated, connecting New York and New Jersey beneath the waters of the mighty Hudson. The ceremony is attended by thousands of people, by an imposing list of notables, by the governors of both states. Governor Moore of New Jersey is speaking.
Even to those who are unfamiliar with the many grave difficulties encountered in the course of construction, the tunnel stands out as an engineering achievement of the highest order. Much could be said of the eminent engineer in whose memory and honor the tunnel is named, his successor, who also died while the task was still underway. Let us pay tribute today to the memories of Clifford Milburn Holland and Milton H. Freeman, as well as to the skill of Ole Singstad, who completed the task they started. Now, President Calvin Coolidge, aboard the Mayflower, will press a key, the same key which President Woodrow Wilson used in opening the Panama Canal. Then the flags at each end of the tunnel will part, and the Holland Tunnel will be open for traffic.
What heights will these builders reach? No longer does nature stand in the way of man's progress. We fling bridges across rivers and harbors, bore tunnels through mountains, harness wild streams, divide continents, and seize the very lightning from the sky. Our engineers take their places among the leaders of the world as they march onward in the cavalcade of America. No description of the ways in which man defies nature would be complete without mention of the tools he has used. We live in an age of wonders, but we never cease to marvel at such engineering feats as the Holland Tunnel, New York City's water supply and subway system, the Cascades and Moffat Railroad tunnels in Washington and Colorado, and the giant dams of the far west, all made possible through the help of explosives. Think how much we owe to the chemists who discovered this useful energy and taught us how to put it to work. I wonder how many of our listeners realize that the discovery of dynamite is relatively recent. It didn't make its appearance until 1867, and much of the credit for America's great industrial expansion since that time must be attributed to this method of overcoming the obstacles of nature. Dynamite made it possible to construct railroads over and through mountains and to clean out channels in rivers and harbors. It's responsible for the large-scale mining of nearly all the coal we use and of the many metals so important to countless industries. Smooth roads, great irrigation projects, the draining of mosquito-breeding swamps, forest fire prevention through the clearing of fire lanes, and water power development. All are possible through the aid of dynamite. DuPont chemists have made many improvements in industrial explosives and have developed entirely new ones. All of these advances have contributed to improved quality, greater economy, and increased safety. One interesting product recently created by DuPont chemists is called Nitramon. This new blasting agent cannot be exploded by influences that will readily set off dynamite. Nitramon is therefore far safer than anything previously used for the same purposes. In spite of its unusual safety, Nitramon is extremely powerful and economical to use. Such a development in safety is a good illustration of the purpose of DuPont's chemical research. Better things for better living through chemistry. Wednesday at this same time, DuPont will again present the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
Countdown for blastoff. X minus 5, minus 4, minus 3, minus 2, X minus 1. Fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company presents X minus 1. Tonight's story, No Contact. It was in the year of 1982 that spacemen first discovered the Great Galactic Barrier. In the past 10 years, rocket travel to the moon and the nearer planets had become commonplace. And then men fixed their sights on a more distant star, the remote planet known as Volta. 5 exploratory ships went out, and none came back, each in turn disappearing mysteriously at the same vanishing point, at an invisible wall somewhere in the vast outer reaches that became known as the wrecker of spaceships, the Galactic Reef. And yet, the explorers refused to admit defeat. It was on June the 2nd, 1987, that the rocket Star Cloud made ready for takeoff, the 6th to attempt to crack the barrier and win through to Volta.
Now hear this. Condition green, 2 minutes to blast off. Condition green, 2 minutes to blast off.
Well, Lewis, this is it. I don't suppose you'll be needing the ship's doctor up here on the bridge during blastoff.
I think not, Smitty. There's little chance of acceleration bends in these new overdrive ships.
I'll be in my office then, counting vitamin pills if you need me. It's only a few steps. Good luck, Lewis.
Thank you, Smitty. Lieutenant Collier.
Yes, sir?
You're relieved. You'd better get down to navigation control and take over.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant.
Yes, sir?
We've never flown together before. This is your first flight in a space vessel as big as the Star Cloud.
Yes, sir, but I was trained in oversized jobs at the Naval Academy.
Well, if you're half as good a navigator as your father was, you'll do fine.
Thank you, sir. Did you ship out with my father?
I served under him on one of the first rocket runs to the moon.
I see.
I almost went along on his last trip to the barrier. Too bad about that.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Collier.
Lieutenant Paulson.
Get me the ground control tower on the field. I want to talk to Colonel Harrison.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir. I've patched in the bridge speaker.
Colonel Harrison,
Yes, Captain?
we're standing by for takeoff in 30 seconds.
Good. The field's cleared of all personnel. We'll try to reestablish radio contact immediately after takeoff. In any event, there'll be a 24-hour ground monitor.
Fine.
Good luck. Hope you make it.
Thank you. Bridge to navigation control.
Nav control, Collier.
Ready, Lieutenant?
We're ready, Captain. The course is in the integrator for takeoff at 1200 hours.
All right. Stand by for blastoff. Bridge to engine room. Fire up your rocket chambers. Take off at exactly 1200 hours. I'll read you off. 20 seconds. 19, 18, 17, 16. Hold it. Revoke all orders. Who turned in that alarm?
Paulson, sir, we've uncovered a stowaway.
Stowaway, where?
Hiding in sickbay. Dr. Smithson found him.
Have him brought up to the bridge. Engine room, kill your rockets and stand by.
Thorson, this is Colonel Harrison in ground control. What's holding you up?
Trouble.
What's the matter with you?
What's the matter with you? There's a stowaway aboard.
Stowaway?
Yes, I thought your men were supposed to police this base. What's the matter with you?
Captain, take it easy.
You know what this delay can do to us, don't you? 1 minute later, takeoff can throw us a million miles off course. We'll have to reintegrate the whole works.
Well, look, how long do you think it'll take
Don't bother for me for a while. I'm busy. Stupid idiot.
Captain Paulson?
Yes, come in, Smitty.
Here's your stowaway.
Now, court-martial. Oh, Charlie.
Can you use a good radio man, Skipper?
Well, I see you two have met.
Met. Skipper and me made 50 trips to the moon together. Didn't we, Skipper?
Charlie, if you wanted to come along, why didn't you volunteer?
I did, Skipper. They turned me down.
Oh, what's wrong with you?
Acceleration bends. They said my arteries wouldn't stand another trip.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
But they're wrong, Skipper. I got one more good trip in me. Listen, Skipper, you know that these green kids, they don't know the first thing about space radio operation. Now, you put a man like me on, and I'll be getting you bedtime stories from Mars.
Charlie, you know the regulations as well as I do. I can't take you much as I'd like to.
Colonel Harrison will murder me for this.
Well, I'm sorry, Charlie. I'll have you put aground. I'll tell you what, I'll ask Harrison to put you on as ground radio contact, and it'll seem as if you're right here with us.
He won't do it, sir.
Well, he'd better. I'll have him busted to corporal for letting you sneak aboard. Look, Charlie, you better be off. Paulson.
Yes, sir.
I'm sending this man aground. Give him time to clear the launching platform.
Yes, sir.
So long, Charlie. I'm sorry.
Good luck, Skipper.
I thought you were going to have him drawn and quartered.
If it had been anyone else, I would have, Smitty. But Charlie, well, he's kind of special. Been with me since my first command when we began the regular run to the moon. And if he wanted to come along this time, well, it's only through loyalty to me.
You know, Lewis, I didn't realize it before, but you're almost human.
Captain Dawson, nav control, Collier.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. How badly are we fouled up? Can you recalculate the course, or shall I cancel the takeoff?
I've already plotted a new course on the integrator, sir. If we take off in exactly 30 seconds, we'll need to correct for only a 1-degree deflection. I can do that before we reach the stratosphere.
That's quick work. Are you sure?
Yes, sir. Positive, sir.
All right, Collier. I'm putting it in your hands. We'll blast off on your signal. Bridge to engine room. Prepare to blast off on navigator's signal. How are we doing, Collier?
Coming on the bearing, sir. That's 4, 3, 2, 0. We've intersected the course vector.
Good work, Collier.
Course is corrected, sir. We're ready to go into atomic overdrive anytime you say.
All right. Stand by.
Yes, sir.
Now hear this. Now hear this. Prepare for maximum acceleration. Bridge to engine room. Kill your rockets.
Rockets out.
Fire up number 1 cyclotron.
Number 1 ready.
Fire up number 2.
Number 2 ready.
Withdraw your dampening rods.
Fission chamber ready.
Blast tubes cleared. All generators operating at capacity. Take it over, sir.
Go into overdrive at the count of 0. 3 seconds, Mr. Collier.
3,
2,
2,
1,
1,
0.
0.
How are we doing, Collier?
On course, sir. She's running hot and true.
My compliments, Lieutenant. This job would have done your father credit, and he was the best navigation officer I ever saw.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Start your gyros. Put her on robot control. All right, the bridge is yours, Mr. Collier. If you need me, I'll be in Dr. Smithson's office.
Yes, sir.
Well, Lewis, I see you got us off the ground.
You can thank young Collier for that. Chip off the old block.
You knew his father?
As a matter of fact, I knew him very well. First-rate spaceman.
Oh, is he the one
Yes,
who...
yes. He was lost in the galactic barrier on the second ship we sent out to Volta.
Lewis, just what do you think this galactic barrier is?
Oh, your guess is as good as mine, Doc. All I know is that 5 ships have gone into it, and none of them have come back out.
You think it's a nit? How about Mestrovic's theory that it's a time warp in space? That the ships reach it and slip into another dimension?
I think that's a lot of rubbish. My theory is that the galactic barrier is nothing more than a radioactive layer of some kind.
Why do you say that?
Well, we know that radar signals bounce off it like they were hitting an invisible glass wall. And we know that it destroys our ships and crews in some way. There's no other logical explanation.
What makes you think we can get through it, Lewis?
Because we're ready for it. The others weren't. The entire hull of this ship is completely shielded with lead. We can crack through any radioactive cloud ever detected. Besides, we're equipped with some new UHF radio devices that should enable us to maintain radio contact with Earth. Nothing can happen. Absolutely nothing.
Now, who are you trying to convince?
Myself, I suppose.
Lewis, you've had your share of glory. First skipper to reach the moon back in 1962. You could have retired. Why are you risking this trip?
5 ships are missing. Men like Prentice, Margetson, young Collier's father. I'm tired of seeing good men fed into that meat chopper.
Then why are we going to Volta?
We haven't any choice, Smitty. We're in a race, the kind of race where men and ships are expendable. According to the Interspace Code, the first nation to reach Volta can claim it.
Well, personally, I want no part
Now,
of it.
Doc.
I'll have to play physician, morale builder, and mother substitute for 112 slightly nervous men.
And your morale doesn't sound too good, Doc.
As morale officer, I can state without fear of contradiction, it is terrible. And something tells me as we approach that galactic barrier, I'm not going to be alone.
Hello, Earth. Hello, Earth. Captain Thorson of the Star Cloud calling Earth.
Hello, Star Cloud. Hi, Captain.
Charlie. Well, I see they haven't court-martialed you yet.
No, sir, thanks to you.
Well, it's good to hear you. You can read us the funny papers on Sunday morning.
Right.
How's our signal?
Strong. Clear as a bell.
Here's our log report for Colonel Harrison. You ready?
Shoot.
June 2nd, 1987. 4 weeks out from Earth. Running true. No radiation. Operation normal. Still making our approach to the galactic barrier. That's all, Charlie. See you later.
Good luck, Captain. I sure wish I was with you.
How's the morale, Smitty?
The men know we're getting closer to the barrier. They're beginning to show a little tension, Lewis.
Oh, how's their physical condition? Any sickness?
About half the crew has come down with space blues.
I was afraid of that. Are they bad?
Same as usual. Lips and hands with a bluish cast. Eyes are sensitive to infrared.
I don't know. When I first started flying these tin cans, nobody ever heard of space blues.
Well, now there's a theory it's caused by the terrific acceleration of atomic overdrive. Change in gravity affects the circulation.
What do you think?
I think it's psychosomatic. I've noticed that the same men who get space blues under tension on a ship tend to get blue coloration back on Earth when they're upset. I guess it's just an occupational disease of space navigators.
You think it's just nerves, then?
Well, young Collier's got a bad case. I think it's tension from overwork.
Maybe he needs some vitamins.
Lewis, when will you realize that vitamins are not a panacea for all the troubles of mankind?
Sir, I understand that you've relieved me from duty.
Well, Dr. Smithson says you aren't looking very well, Collier. I'm giving you a rest.
Sir, I feel perfectly able to continue.
Your lips are as blue as Minnetonka.
Captain, I'd like to remain at my post.
Don't be foolhardy, Lieutenant.
I'm not being foolhardy, sir. I have a special, personal reason for wanting this expedition to reach Volta.
Your father?
Yes, sir.
You think he might still be alive?
I have to find out what happened, sir.
I think I understand. Very well, Collier. Report back to duty. What's the reading, Paulison?
We're getting a +5 radar bounce now. Coming off the barrier almost as fast as we sent it out.
What's the interval?
2 seconds. Shortening steadily. This rate, we'll hit the wall in the next few minutes.
All right. Alert the crew. Sound general quarters.
Now, hear this. Condition red. We are now approaching the galactic barrier. All hands to stations. All radiation detectors to be fully manned. Full security will prevail until further notice. That is all.
Paulison.
Yes, sir?
The radar bounce is up to +6. We'd better try to make final contact with Earth. Is Sparks still trying to raise the base?
Yes, sir, but he's not having much luck.
Oh?
Seems to be some interference. That's the radio room now.
Yes? You got him? Well, cut in on the bridge speaker. Captain will take it from here.
Hello? Star Cloud to Earth. Can you hear me, Earth?
Hello, Skipper. I can barely read you. We're getting heavy static from sunspots.
That's not sunspots, Charlie. We're right on top of the galactic barrier. Getting a +7 radar bounce. Expect to hit the barrier almost any second now.
Good luck, Skipper.
If we crack the barrier and come through still in one piece, I'll try to get back to you on the high-frequency band.
Gotcha, Skipper. Don't worry. I'll be waiting.
So long, Charlie.
So long, Star Cloud.
Must be getting awfully close now, Captain. Echo's bouncing back so fast it's almost beating the signal.
Well, when they go inside, hold on to your hat. That's when we run into the wall.
Any second.
Hold on.
Oh, here goes nothing.
Here it comes.
Captain.
Nothing happened.
We made it. We made it, Captain. No radiation, no time warp, no nothing. Now, the crew's gone crazy, sir.
Let them. They've earned it. Doc, can you break out a few bottles of snakebite serum for medicinal purposes?
I sure can, Lewis.
This calls for a celebration. How's your morale now?
It couldn't be better. How's yours?
Couldn't be better. What the...
Condition red. Condition red. Radiation detectors. Condition red. Radiation detectors.
Holy mackerel. Look at the needle on that indicator.
Paulison.
Yes, I see it, Captain. Picking radiation like crazy.
What's it like?
Well, it's a strong impulse.
What kind?
I don't know. It's too long for a cosmic ray, too short for UHF. Whatever it is, sir, the ship is lousy.
Well, track it down, triangulate it, and make it fast. I want a directional fix.
Yes, sir.
Engine room.
Yes, sir.
We're picking up radioactivity. Is the fission chambers?
No leak here, sir.
Check your gauges.
Nothing here, Captain. Must be coming from outside.
Damage control. Is our lead shield leaking radiation? Well, keep at it. Paulison, how are you doing?
I've got it fixed, Captain.
Well, what is it?
Well, I'll have to recheck my figures.
Well, hurry it up.
Angle is correct, but
now, come on, man, for Pete's sake. Where's the radiation coming from?
Sir, it's coming from inside the ship.
That's impossible.
No, sir, I've checked it twice.
Well, it's got to be the engines, then.
If it is, sir, we're finished.
Engine room.
Yes, sir.
That radiation must be in the overdrive pile.
No, sir, it isn't here, sir.
Are you certain?
Yes, sir.
All right, keep checking. Well, there's only one thing left to do. Paulison, get a Geiger counter. We're going to start combing this ship inch by inch.
Yes, sir.
All right, turn it on.
Yes, sir. All right. Ready, Captain.
We'll check the atomic guns first. Come on. We'll cut through the officers' quarters here to ordnance. Now turn here.
Wait a minute, sir.
Huh? What is it?
The signal's weaker now.
Yeah. Let's go back. Hold it. Seems strongest right about here.
Doesn't make sense.
Whose cabin is this?
Lieutenant Collier's.
Collier?
Oh, he's down on nav control, sir.
Oh, try the door.
It's not locked, sir. Oh, it's in here, all right. Listen to that counter. Strongest over here.
Open that wall cabinet.
It's locked,
Oh,
sir.
smash it. Shut off that Geiger counter. Now, what do you make of this, Paulson?
Well, it looks like some sort of portable transmitter, sir. Must be foreign manufacture. I don't recognize the calibration symbols at all. I've never seen anything like it.
Which raises a small question. What is Lieutenant Collier doing with a transmitter in his cabin?
I don't know, sir.
Well, I intend to find out, Paulson. Get down to nav control and bring Collier up to the bridge on the double.
Well, hadn't we better find some way to shut this thing off first?
I know a way. Lieutenant Collier, I'm going to ask a few simple questions, and I want a few simple answers.
Yes, sir.
What were you doing with a transmitter in your cabin?
Transmitter, Captain?
Oh, you know nothing about it.
Oh, no, sir, I don't.
Do you recognize these calibration symbols?
No, sir.
Can you think of how it might have been placed in your cabin without your knowing it?
No, sir, unless someone came in while I was on duty.
Would that have been possible?
I suppose so, if someone had a key.
I found your cabin door unlocked.
Well, I meant a key to the wall cabinet.
I didn't say the wall cabinet.
Well,
You what, Lieutenant? How could you have known it was in the wall cabinet?
Well, I just assumed, sir.
Lieutenant Collier, I find it hard to believe you would lie. Having known and respected your father, having observed the way you handle your job. However, I intend to get to the root of this thing. May I have your wristwatch, Lieutenant?
Sir?
Your wristwatch.
Yes, sir.
Paulson, turn on that Geiger counter.
Yes, sir.
Hold this watch next to it.
Yes, sir.
That's all. Lieutenant, if you hadn't any close contact with that transmitter, how do you explain the radioactivity of this watch?
Well, I don't, sir.
I think you'd better. To whom were you sending those signals?
Condition red. Condition red.
There's your answer, Captain.
What is this, Collier?
Alien spaceship approaching. Alien spaceship approaching.
Collier, who's aboard that ship? All right, now talk!
Very well, Captain. My mission seems completed.
Your mission? Are you admitting that you're an agent of a foreign power?
I am stating it.
What nation?
No nation, Captain.
What?
I am an agent of the Voltan government.
Oh, what?
The government of the planet of Volta.
You're crazy.
Are you so stupid, Captain? Did you think your people are the only ones who can invade another planet?
What do you mean?
We've had agents operating on Earth since 1945.
I don't believe you.
What do you think happened to those 5 ships, Captain? Where do you suppose we got our information? Your language, your culture, family background.
Your appearance, you look like...
Like Commander Collier? Well, is that so surprising, Captain? You see, Captain, we had a living model.
I ought to kill you.
That would be very foolish, Captain. I would advise you to surrender without delay.
Alien ship now coming into ordnance range.
I'll deal with you later, Collier. Paulson?
Yes, sir.
Put this man in irons, take him away.
Don't worry, sir. We'll take good care of him.
Carpenter, Robinson.
Gunnery.
Gunnery Richardson.
What's the range?
10,000 meters. They're closing fast.
Put your guns on radar tracking.
Tracking. Coming on the bearing.
Fire. Fire, Richardson. Richardson, did you hear me? Fire! What's the matter down there? Did you hear me? Richardson, answer me.
It's no use to shout, Captain.
Collier, how did you get loose? Where's Paulson?
Lieutenant Paulson is dead.
All stations! Lieutenant Collier has escaped. Seize him, men.
Don't waste your breath. Your men can't hear you, Captain.
What?
Those still alive are my men.
You're lying.
No, Captain. Every ship that has ever left Earth was controlled by a Voltan crew.
That's impossible. Those were hand-picked men.
Hand-picked by us.
I don't believe you.
No? Then why not call for help?
Carpenter, Robinson, Haley, report.
You see, Captain?
Carpenter, Robinson, Haley.
It's quite useless, Captain. I would advise you to sit very quietly and do nothing.
Very well, Collier. You've beaten us. What now?
The ship will be taken to Volta for, shall we say, further experimentation.
I see. Of course, there's one thing you hadn't counted on.
Just what is that, Captain?
Carpenter! Are you in there, Lieutenant Carpenter? They can't all be dead. There must be one alive. Smitty, Dr. Smithson! Smitty! Smitty, what have they done to him?
Louis,
Dirty. Don't talk.
I must lean closer. There's not much time. Louis, space blues.
Space blues? What is it, Smitty? What are you trying to tell me?
All men with space blues. Voltans.
Let me help you.
No, Louis. Get message back to Earth. Voltan, 5th column. Watch out for space blues.
Smitty. Oh, Smitty.
Captain Thorson, you can't hide from us now. Come back to the bridge and surrender, or my men will come and get you.
Hello. Star Cloud calling Earth. Oh, please, God, let me get through before it's too late. Hello. Star Cloud to Earth. Come in, please. Come in, please. Hello. Star Cloud to Earth. Captain Thorson calling. Charlie, come in, please. Hurry.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me, Charlie?
Skipper, is that you?
Are you getting my signal?
It's coming in a little louder now, Skip. Keep sending.
God, now look, Charlie, listen to me. Not much time. Get word to Colonel Harrison. Crew mutinied. Most of crew members, Voltans.
What?
Voltans.
Spell that.
V-O-L...
Voltans.
That's right. They're from the planet Volta.
Skipper, are you all right?
Now, Charlie, this is serious. They'll be here any second. Now, listen, they have a 5th column on Earth. They're planning to invade you.
You mean it?
Of course I mean it. Tell Harrison, posing as humans, you can detect them by space blues. You got that? Only Voltans get space blue. Charlie, did you hear me?
Space blue. I get you.
They're breaking in, Charlie. I'm depending on you. Warn everybody.
Captain.
They're opened the door. So long, Charlie. Tell Harrison.
Captain Thorson. Hello, Star Cloud.
What's the trouble, Sergeant?
I was just trying to raise a Star Cloud, Colonel.
I had any luck?
No, sir. No contact.
No contact, eh?
No, sir.
Nearly an hour since they hit the galactic barrier. I don't understand why they haven't tried to get a message back.
No, sir. Neither do I.
Oh, all right. I'll take over for a while.
Yes, you do that, sir. It's all yours.
Right. Oh, and Charlie, you better go out and get yourself some coffee. You look a little blue around the gills.
Tonight, X-1 has brought you No Contact, written by George Lefferts from an original story of Lefferts and Ernest Kinoy. Featured in the cast were Louis Van Ruten as Captain, Donald Buca as Collier, Wendell Holmes as Charlie, and Bill Griffiths, Bill Smith, Matt Crowley, and Ken Williams. Your announcer, Don Pardo. X-1 was directed by Fred Way and is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production. And now, next week. When you want to take over a world, you naturally look for its weak point, some way to catch its people off guard. We live in a world where everybody loves a parade, a world of press agents and publicity stunts. But who would ever dream that invaders from outer space would take advantage of that weakness and actually hire a press agent to advertise their coming? Who would believe it was anything but just another publicity gag? At least, not until the terrible moment when it was already too late. The moment of X-1.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come on in. One prankish little fellow, whom we shall call Maniac, for lack of a stronger word, just set fire to the walls. He said a closed room made him feel confined. As a result, 4 other characters are slightly burned up now.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Corpse for Halloween, was written by John Robert and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Jimmy with Barry Kroger as Kavanaugh.
And now, let's unhinge our minds a little. After all, what's a little insanity among friends? Tonight's story dramatizes the fanatical hold of memory. The one scene, the one fragment that plays and replays over and over again in your mind. The one terror that's with you when you dine and when you walk and when you sleep.
Sleep. Who can sleep? I'm here in the 35-cent flop, but I'm in the Burma jungle. Watching a scene that never gets stale, even though it's 5 years old. I can hear sounds travel across the brush. I pick them up as if I'm a receiving set. Animal sounds. And I see, as if my eyes are in the sky, I see 2 grim figures standing with their rifles aimed at a pair of jungle beasts. A tiger and its mate in a crouch, ready to jump. They fire point blank together as if by signal. No good. They miss. The beasts roar and leap. I hear them scream out, Kavanaugh and Boxer Dolan. Just before they die. 5 years. And you've been everywhere trying to forget. And you almost do forget. But it edges right back into your mind by itself. Like when a guy suddenly sneaks up on you in the night.
Do you have a match?
What?
Do you have a match?
Oh, yeah, sure. You popped up on me so suddenly.
You're a nervous man. Thank you. I have a parcel with me. For you.
For me? What are you kidding?
No. I have a parcel for you. Here, take it.
Wait a minute. Hey, wait! But he's gone. Just the way he came. As if he's a chip off my sanity. As if there'd been nobody. But there is a package left with me. The mind doesn't dream up a package. A cardboard box, heavy kind of. And tissue, lots of tissue around, something that had the feel of a head. It is a head. The stuffed head of a jungle tiger. Its mouth fixed in the snarl that sends the blood hammering to my head. Doesn't make sense. No good figuring it out. Toss it into the river, box and all, and get away. Get among people. Yeah, Rocco's. Go to Rocco's. Get the jukebox going and slip into a fog. Coffee, Rocco.
Jimmy, I got something for you.
For me, Rocco?
A package. A guy come in before and leaves a package for you. See? For Jimmy Fox. Your name on it.
My name? My name's Jimmy Scott. You know that.
Scott, yes, but the man says your name is also Jimmy Fox. He says he knows.
He knows? I took the package outside into the night, into an alleyway. Another cardboard box, heavy. And tissue, lots of tissue around. Something that had the feel of a head. It was a head. But not a tiger's this time. It was a human skull. It shone with a hard white light where the moon touched it. And then it seemed to speak.
You have a mask?
What?
You're being an idiot. It isn't the skull talking to you, it's me.
You? Where are you?
I'm behind you.
I don't see you.
Because you're afraid to. See me now?
Yeah. A black suit and a face grinning at me like a laughing mask.
It is a laughing mask.
Well, why are you wearing a mask?
Why not? Tonight's Halloween.
Halloween? Sure, Halloween, and not everybody plays jokes. Oh, yeah, I should have remembered it was Halloween.
Can you identify the skull?
Look, what kind of a gag are you trying to...
Suppose I give you an hour to identify the skull. It's 8 now. Until 9 o'clock then, Jimmy.
Wait! Hey, wait! It was gone again. As if there'd been nobody. Just another big chip off my sanity. I really had to get away from myself now. I hit the back streets, and then somewhere a big neon sign across a tenement pulled me off the sidewalk. It read, Artillery Street Boys Neighborhood Association. Halloween costume ball. Public invited. A girl in a booth, masked like a witch, stopped me at the door.
Mask, mister?
Mask. Oh, sure. Give me one.
Black, green, yellow, or purple? What's your favorite color?
Yellow.
Here you are. 50 cents.
Yeah?
Oh.
Oh, what?
Just a description left with me. I'd almost forgotten. Are you Jimmy Fox?
Suppose I was Jimmy Fox. What about it?
This grocery bag was left here for you. A man told me to tell you. You forgot it somewhere. And he said that he'd meet you one place or another later. Here, take it. By the shape of it, I'd say you had a Halloween pumpkin inside.
What if I told you there was a human skull inside that grocery bag? He'd meet me one place or another. He did. He was under a street lamp, waiting for me to happen along.
Hello, Jimmy. Have you dared to call the skull by name yet? Or must I?
Look, that gag isn't paying off, mister. All right, go ahead. You call it by name.
Dolan. Boxer Dolan, remember him?
I never knew the guy. You no doubt got me confused.
Have I, Jimmy?
You've changed your appearance cleverly, except for one thing disguise could never conceal.
One thing?
Your guilt. You wear it like a badge of shame.
Oh, what am I guilty of?
Murder. 2 men left an encampment in the Burma jungle just before dawn. 2 men. Boxer Dolan and Kavanaugh. The 3rd man remained behind. He played sick, pretended to have fever. The 3rd man was you, Jimmy. Must I tell you the rest?
Tell me the rest.
Dolan and Kavanaugh carried rifles in the event of a jungle encounter. There was a jungle encounter, a tiger and its mate. An emergency, but an easy one to resolve for 2 expert hunters. Just 1 shot apiece, and there'd be 2 more dead tigers. Just 1 shot apiece. They had their 1 shot apiece. But the tigers didn't drop dead in their tracks. Instead, Boxer Dolan and Kavanaugh dropped. Ask me what happened, Jimmy.
What happened?
During the night, someone had emptied their rifle loads and substituted blank bullets. You did that, Jimmy. You engineered the murder of 2 men. You murdered your 2 partners in crime. Just 1 day's push from the Hindu temple you'd all teamed up to loot. They got within 24 hours of treasure, and then you murdered them. 1 more day to the temple, so why split 3 ways, huh?
You know about the temple. But I never pushed on to that temple. No loot, no nothing. How about that?
You lost your nerve. You just hadn't counted on losing your nerve.
What are you, a detective?
No. I'm your 2nd victim. I'm Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh? Kavanaugh was killed.
Unfortunately for you, he wasn't. I'll show you what I had to survive. Feel my sleeve.
Feel it. It's empty.
Torn out of the socket. Now, the face behind this laughing gargoyle I wear. See the left profile. It isn't pretty, is it? The eye's gone, too. I spent 5 years finding you, Jimmy. I've waited a long time to let you see my face.
You came after me to kill me?
After you've had the same 24 hours you arranged that Dolan and I would have.
What do you mean, the same 24 hours?
Unarmed, in the jungle, and helpless. I'm gonna hunt you for 24 hours. In this jungle, the jungle of the city, with every beast of prey I can buy. I'm gonna hunt you, Jimmy. And in the end, when I've wrung every suffering from you, I'm going to kill you.
What do you mean? Every beast of prey you can buy.
The denizens of the city jungle, the riffraff, the murderers, the men and women who buy and sell murder. I can afford them, Jimmy. See this, Ruby?
Is it real?
And I have dozens, Jimmy, dozens. I didn't lose my nerve. It's 10 o'clock. You can go now. Go and see if you can escape me and my pack.
You're going through with this?
Get along, Jimmy. Hurry. The beasts will be coming at you from the sewers and the cellars, ambushing you from the shadows, into the dawn and through the day for 24 hours, until 10 tomorrow night. Or you win. You live. Hurry, Jimmy. See how painful death can be. That Kavanaugh's one fella I never want to hunt me up. No, sir. That guy slays for creeps. 24 hours. Kavanaugh's got 24 hours to kill, and Jimmy has just enough time to die. Yes, you know, Jimmy might win out over Kavanaugh. Now that he's got an extra skull to go with the one he's stuck with. After all, 2 heads are better than one. Let's live out the terror now, shall we?
An animal game of murder for 24 hours. I was to be hunted down in a jungle where human beasts came at you from the sewers and cellars, where killers in the hire of a homicidal lunatic lay in ambush. Well, I had to win. I had to save myself. I had to. Hide. The thing to do was to hide, fade into an alleyway and find a cellar and stay put for 24 hours. Just stay put. With the sickening reek of garbage cans until 10 tomorrow night. Was I alone? Movement. There was a whispering movement somewhere in the cellar. A faint rattle of ash cans, as if the wind was rattling them. Wind in an airtight cellar. Hello? Anybody there? No answer. I've been imagining. But then something winged at me, goring into my shoulder, sharp and deadly like a knife. I came to, bleeding from a shoulder gash. I got out of there and back into the streets, into a jungle of faces. It was Halloween night like I'd never seen it. Masks and costumes on kids of 6 and old crones of 60. A crazy jungle of witches and snarling sea captains and lunatics. They couldn't all be in the hire of Kavanaugh. And then, where a fence was plastered with circus posters of jungle animals, a zany-looking guy was shooting from the hip of the poster while making menacing faces like a bad man. I caught a whiff of powder in the night air. The shot had burned into the poster. I crept up behind him. Faking a gun with my fist in my coat pocket, I rammed against his back. Get him up, pal.
I got nothing to understand, mister.
Your gun, I want your gun. Hand it over.
Oh, sure, here.
Now walk. Walk up the block and don't turn back to look. I had a gun now, and the tables were turned. I was the hunter now. I drifted to the docks and took up a position with my back to the river.
Thinking of suicide, Jimmy?
Not anymore, Kavanaugh.
You sound as if your morale had suddenly improved.
My morale's going great, Kavanaugh. Your animal hunt's about to boomerang, blow right up in your face like this. Who's hunting who, Kavanaugh? Who's hunting who? Kavanaugh kept standing up. 3 bullets, point blank, enough to blow his head off, but Kavanaugh kept standing up unharmed.
How does it feel to hunt game with blank cartridges like Boxer Dolan and I did once?
Blank cartridges? But that crazy-looking guy, I saw him burn a hole in the circus poster.
Only 1 bullet. The first one was real. Simple.
Yeah, simple. I get it. Dead-Eye Dick was another one of your beasts.
Who's hunting who, Jimmy? Who's hunting who?
Kavanaugh! Kavanaugh, wait! Kavanaugh, kill me! Get it over with and kill me now, will you? Kavanaugh, you gotta kill me! I had to get out of there. The subway. Get the subway. Fade into the subway. Get on a train and ride to the end of the line. Ride out of the jungle. An empty station. No one in it. No someone. 2 people. A dapper little guy buried behind a newspaper. And an old lady in ragged clothes carrying a pet half hidden under a coat. A pet that looked like a cat. She came up to me, close, like to ask me something.
This side goes to Lefferts Avenue Station?
Lefferts, I don't know. I'm a stranger here.
Oh, hush, Genevieve. Oh, Genevieve is hungry.
That's not a cat.
No, son. A cub. A tiger cub.
A tiger cub?
Would you like to stroke Genevieve?
No.
Don't run away, son. Genevieve won't hurt.
I ran away with the old crone after me, hobbling in her skirts, and the little dapper guy behind the newspaper circling at me from the opposite direction, cornering me. I jumped to the tracks, my only out, and I ran. I ran deep into the bowels of the subway, deep, very deep, with the little dapper guy after me, as if he meant business. And then the train, it had a Halloween look to it, bearing down on me, an iron face with banjo eyes. I ran against the wall and flattened out. The train flashed past, and the dapper little guy screamed. Kavanaugh was shy, one beast in this jungle. The little guy had been hit glancingly and hurled against the subway wall, pulverized. I got to him quickly and frisked him. I had a gun now. A gun with bullets that killed. I ran a half mile underground to another station, and then back on the streets. Back in the animal game. It was 3 a.m. A neon sign read Tillery Street Boys Neighborhood Association. Halloween costume party. People were straggling out. The fun was over. What?
You remember me?
No.
I'm the witch who gave you a free mask and a grocery bag that you forgot somewhere. And you're Jimmy Fox.
Jimmy Scott. I used to be Jimmy Fox. Sister, are you all right?
Am I all right?
I mean, are you just what you look? A sweet kid with brown eyes and a heart.
Are you drunk?
No, beat. I'm dead beat. I've got to hole up somewhere, get some shut-eye. I've got to or I'll die.
You're sick?
Yeah, I'm sick. If I could just sleep around the clock until 10 tomorrow night. If an angel came along and said, come home with me, I'll put you up.
Come home with me, Jimmy. I'll put you up.
I fell asleep on the sofa with the gun under my pillow and the girl on a chair watching me anxiously. I had a friend. I could drop off and live in dreamland until 10 that night. At 10, I could wake up and live. Coming awake, I heard the alarm we'd set go off. The alarm stopped. And there was a sound. An animal sound. And then a claw scratching at me, tearing at my cheek, and I jumped up. The girl was gone. A guy was sitting watching me now. A skinny kid with a heavy shock of hair, not a day over 21.
Oh, that's a lousy way to have to wake up from a sleep, pal.
Lousy way. There was an animal clawing at me. My cheek's bleeding.
Genevieve, she isn't housebroken. Still a little wild. You should have seen her dash for the kitchen when you let out a scream just now.
Genevieve. Who are you?
You're Jimmy Fox, huh?
Yeah.
I got something for you.
For me?
Yeah, it was given to me to give to you. Here.
A ruby. Hey, wait a minute, look. It's 10 o'clock. I set the alarm for 10, and it's 10.
Well, it's only a quarter of. That clock's always 15 minutes ahead.
Now the game's over. It's 10, and you can't cheat. I've won, Kavanaugh. You can't go back on your promise, Kavanaugh. You can't.
What are you trying to get over, pal? I don't...
I've won. You can't cheat. I won't be tricked.
A gun. Pal, you're crazy. Here, wait, look. Oh. Crazy.
It's 10, and I won't be tricked, Kavanaugh. I've won. I'm still on the sofa. My arms are rigid, and my legs rigid. Like something exploded inside me and paralyzed my nerves. I can just look and hear. She's in the room now. A girl with a sweet face and brown eyes. Only her eyes are red, swollen from crying. I hear her talking to a cop. He's taking down what she says.
He was a stray. He was like a sick dog in the street. So I picked him up and brought him home.
Yes, why did he kill your brother, Buddy?
I don't know. I was taking a shower, and I heard him scream like a crazy man. I heard him talk all mixed up. I was taking a shower, and I couldn't get here in time.
There must be something you can tell me, miss.
Oh, officer, everything is so mixed up. At the Tillery Street costume ball, a man gave me a cat with tiger stripes, and he begged me to keep it for him for a while until he found a new home for it. He'd been evicted, he said.
Yes?
Well, then, in the all-night restaurant my brother works in, a man gave Buddy a ruby to give to Jimmy Fox. When he woke up, he told my brother the ruby belonged to Jimmy Fox.
This piece of glass?
Yes.
That's something off the Woolworth Time counter. What else?
That's all. Really, that's all.
I watch and I hear. I see through Kavanaugh's trick. Get me crazy, so I'll murder a stranger who called himself Buddy. The brother of a girl with brown eyes and a heart. Frame me, so I'll just want to die. Through weeks of a murder trial and months in the death house and 4 minutes in the death chair. I kept listening to them talk. The girl and the cop.
Okay. We'll have to get the rest from Jimmy Fox there. Look at him. He's paralyzed with fright. I wonder what kind of a crazy Halloween story he's going to try to palm off on us when we get him talking. Captain Devereux speaking. McAvoy, send a police ambulance to 445 10th Street, apartment 3 rear. And McAvoy, see that a straitjacket's on that ambulance.
Quite a chase. It got so poor Jim didn't know whether he was coming or going. Nuts. What got his goat most was the way he kept seeing animals everywhere. Very confusing to a guy on the lam. Yeah, it got so he couldn't tell who's zoo. Moral? Oh, sure. I read this Halloween notice on a tree somewhere. Never hunt out of reason. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Suspense, which is usually heard at this hour on Thursday nights, is taking its customary summer holiday. Suspense returns to the air 4 weeks from tonight on Thursday, September 1st.
You are isolated on a remote plantation in the crawling Amazon jungle, and an immense army of ravenous ants is closing in on you, swarming in to eat you alive. A deadly black army from which there is no escape.
We offer you Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Tonight, we escape to the Amazon jungle and to a creeping, crawling terror, as Carl Stevenson told it in his famous story, Leiningen versus the Ants.
I first met Leiningen while performing my duties as district commissioner. As my boat neared his plantation landing, I saw him upon the riverbank, regarding me with mild interest. A great hulk of a man with bristling gray hair, bulky nose, and pale eyes. His entire appearance somehow suggested an aging and shabby eagle. He escorted me to the terrace and had a drink brought. I came quickly to the point of my visit and issued my warning. Leiningen puffed placidly at a huge cigar as he listened, and then said,
"Exactly what are you trying to tell me?"
"I'm trying to tell you that unless they alter their course, and there's no reason why they should, they'll reach your plantation in 2 days at the latest."
Well, Commissioner, it was decent of you paddling all this way just to give me the tip. But
tip?
You're pulling my leg, of course, when you say I've got to get out.
Now, look, I assure you I'm not...
Commissioner, even a herd of crocodiles couldn't drive me from this plantation of mine.
Oh, you don't understand. These aren't creatures you can fight. They're an elemental force, a gigantic catastrophe. 10 miles long, 2 miles wide. Ants, nothing but ants. And each one as big as your thumb, and each of them a fiend from hell. Unless you clear out at once, there'll be nothing left of you but a skeleton, picked as clean as your own plantation will be.
I'm not going to run for it, Commissioner, just because trouble's on the way.
But it isn't trouble, it's...
And don't think I'm the kind of fathead who tries to beat off lightning with my fists either. I've got a better weapon, Commissioner. Intelligence. With me, the brain isn't just a second appendix. I know what it's there for.
Can't I make you understand the hideousness...
I think it is you who do not understand. In the 3 years I've been here, I've met and defeated more than one catastrophe. Flood and drought, a plague. Events which caused many of my neighbors to flee for their lives. No, Commissioner, all my life I've lived by one motto. The human brain needs only to become fully aware of its power to conquer even the elements.
Leiningen, your obstinacy is endangering not only your own life, but the lives of your 400 workers and their families. You don't know these ants. I tell you, you don't know these ants. But Leiningen merely sat there, puffing at his cigar and regarding me with a sardonic grin. And I knew it was hopeless. As I boarded my launch and cast off, I turned to look once more at this man who calmly intended to defy one of the world's greatest scourges. I felt a sudden resentment toward him, and yet, with it was something else. I had never met a man like that, and I couldn't help wondering what combination of elements made up such a creature.
I stood on the bank of the river watching the commissioner's launch until it rounded a bend and was lost to sight. There was a strange look in the commissioner's eyes as he stood on deck staring back at me. Clearly, he thought me, the very least unreasonable. Well, he wouldn't have been the first to think so. But I, Leiningen, knew my own powers. I was sure of myself. I knew that intelligence, directed right, always makes man the master of his fate. That night I called my Indian workers together in front of the plantation house. I saw their faces go ashen with terror as I told them the ants were coming. Watched them as they milled around, muttering. I said nothing more to them. Finally, one of the men stepped forward, Blas, the foreman.
Patron, we have worked hard here for these 3 years, all of us. We have built the finest plantation in this district. We all share in it. It has been a home for all of us and our families. Now the ants come.
So?
Those ditches we dug last year, the pipe we put in the ground, that was for the ants?
That was for the ants.
If we moved our families across the river, the ants could not reach them.
That's right. And you?
The ants are mighty. We know what they can do. All of us think that you are mighty.
Yes, Patron.
Patron, we will stay and fight against the ants with you.
I knew the men would give me that answer. I'd counted on it. Suddenly I thought of the commissioner and wondered what he'd say at such unquestioning confidence. Would he still think I was, unreasonable?
All that night, I could not get Leiningen out of my mind. One man who calmly evaluated his chances against a deadly menace, coolly decided that he could win, and was willing to stake his life on it, to risk a horrible death for it. It was terrifying, and yet it was fascinating. When dawn came, I sent for my assistant. Together we went to the huge map of the district which hung from a wall of my office.
The last reported position of the ants came in last night. They were, here, about 70 miles above this fork in the river.
Traveling southeast?
Yes, sir.
Directly toward Leiningen.
Toward whom, sir?
Oh, that plantation at the bend in the river. Belongs to a man named Leiningen.
Oh.
When would you say the ants will reach there?
Why, I don't know, sir. I imagine about tomorrow noon.
Tomorrow noon, huh? Still time.
Still time? What do you mean, sir?
Oh, nothing. Never mind. What did I mean? Still time for what? For Leiningen to flee, or still time for me to... Even as I rejected the thought with horror, I knew that the fascination of that man was more than I could resist. That Leiningen's fight was drawing my mind, drawing me back toward that plantation and death. I knew past all doubt that I was going back to Leiningen's plantation. I had to. It was 10 o'clock in the morning when I rounded the bend and saw Leiningen's plantation before me. I put in at the dock and tied up the launch, and then I saw him standing on the bank above me. Arms folded, stubby cigar in his mouth, and that same sardonic grin on his face. I made my way up to him.
Back for another warning, Commissioner?
No.
Oh, back to stay a while?
Yes. You don't seem very surprised.
I'm not.
You expected me?
I knew you'd be back. Come along, we'll get some horses. You'll want to ride around the plantation and take a look at the defenses I've rigged up.
Yes. I'll want to see the defenses.
And the ants. We'll be getting a glimpse of them before long, I should think.
Yes, and the ants.
Come along, then.
The defenses Leiningen had devised were quite impressive. Surrounding three sides of the plantation like a huge horseshoe was a ditch 12 feet wide. The ends of this horseshoe-shaped ditch ran into the river, which formed the fourth side of the plantation. And at the upriver entrance to the ditch, Leiningen had constructed a dam by which river water could be diverted into the ditch. A large handwheel controlled the floodgate of the dam, and apparently Leiningen had ordered it opened immediately after my arrival. For as we now approached the ditch and rode along it, I could see that it was nearly full.
Well, how do you like my first line of defense, Commissioner?
Well, it's reassuring. Like a moat around a castle.
Unless the ants know how to build rafts, they won't reach the plantation. But this is only the outer moat. There's a better one than this. Come along. We'll go up to the high ground where the buildings are. We can get a view from there.
Leiningen!
Huh?
I didn't see any women or children around the plantation, or any animals.
That's right. Moved them across the river.
Oh, and you think there is danger?
Oh, not because of danger, Commissioner. A matter of efficiency.
Efficiency?
Cuts down the efficiency of the men if they're worried about their families. Critical situations only become crises when oxen or women get excited.
I might have known.
Huh?
Nothing.
Here we are. See the ditch?
It's much smaller than the other.
You've noticed how all the buildings are on this piece of high ground. This inner ditch surrounds them, and it's lined with concrete.
But even filled with water, this is no barrier. It's not big enough. Why, if the ants get this far,
They'll get no farther. This ditch wasn't built for water, Commissioner. See the pipes leading into it? See those storage tanks on the hill? Petrol. We can throw up a wall of flame. You care to bet they won't like that?
Leiningen, look! Over at the edge of the jungle, all those animals.
Running like the wind. Everything from jaguars to monkeys.
Good heavens.
Remember, they don't have any ditches.
And there's no escape.
They'll be all right as long as they don't get caught between the river and the ants. They can outrun the crawlers. But if they get trapped, it's either the ants or the crocodiles. Look. Look over there on the horizon. There are your ants. Look at them.
It was a sight I'll never forget. Over the range of hills, as far as I could see, crept a darkening hem, ever longer and broader, until the shadows spread across the entire slope and then downward, uncannily swift. And all the green herbage on the entire slope was being mown as by a giant sickle, leaving only the vast moving shadow extending, deepening, and always moving nearer.
Oh, they're a hideous lot.
Leiningen, we can't last against that. Look at them. Why, they could fill your ditches with their corpses and still have enough to destroy every one of us. We've got to run.
Well, No, they haven't reached us yet, and they never will.
The hostile army was approaching in perfect formation. No human battalions, however well drilled, could ever hope to rival the precision of that advance. Along a front that moved forward as uniformly as a straight line, the ants drew nearer and nearer to the water ditch. As they approached, two outlying wings of the army detached themselves from the main body and started marching along the sides of the ditch, no doubt expecting at some point to find a crossing. And during this hour-long flanking movement, the main army remained still. Across the scant 12 feet of ditch, I stared at them. And they stared back at me. A solid mass, every one as big as my thumb, with a reddish-black body and long legs. Suddenly, a sound so unearthly as to freeze our blood jerked our heads in the direction of the jungle on the far side of the ditch. Coming toward the ditch at a stumbling gallop was a singular being, a writhing, animal-like, blackened statue with a shapeless head and 4 quivering feet. It was a stag, covered over and over with ants. Leiningen threw up his rifle, and the stag fell lifeless to the ground, its agonies at an end. Horrified as I was, my curiosity impelled me to glance at my watch. I had to know how long the ants would take. After 6 minutes, only the white, polished bones of the stag remained. Now I could see a change in Leiningen. Gone was the sporting zest of the novel contest. In its place was a cold, violent purpose to send these vermin back to the hell where they belonged. If he did not, we were both only too sure of the alternative. And now we even knew how long it would take the ants once they got to us. Around 4 in the afternoon, the ant scouts, having found no crossing, there was a stirring among the main army. And then an immense flood of ants, about 100 yards in width, commenced pouring in a glimmering black cataract down the far slope into the water-filled ditch. Thousands drowned instantly, but the rest began using the bodies as bridges. Leiningen immediately swung into action.
Tanayo! Get to the dam. Open the floodgate more to get the water in the ditch moving faster.
Si, senor.
Oh, look at them drowned by the thousands.
Yes, but they keep coming. Even though the current carries many of them away, they're advancing.
We'll fix them. Blas! Senor! How about those shovels and petrol sprinklers? Have you passed them out to the men?
It has been done.
Then get all hands here in a hurry. This looks like the spot for action. Commissioner.
Yes?
Beginning to see what I was talking about?
What do you mean?
About intelligence being more than a match for anything it tackles. Take the ants. They've got no intelligence. If they had, they'd have attacked along the whole length of the ditch instead of a narrow front like this. They'd have been across by now. Too bad for them I'm not running their campaign.
You can joke about it like that with the ants halfway across the ditch?
All right, men. Busy with the shovels now. Dump some sand and clods on them. See how they like that. And you with the petrol sprinkler, start pumping. They don't like it, Commissioner. They don't like it a bit. Look at them.
Yes, but look at the ones on the far side of the ditch. Whole clumps of them rolling into the water. The rest are using them for bridges.
What's keeping Teneo? He should be at the dam by now.
They're getting across. More of them.
Oh, grab a shovel then, Commissioner. Make him regret it. What's the matter?
They rolled up my shovel. They're on my arm.
Into the petrol, idiot. Douse your paws in the petrol. Keep at it. Keep at it. You're lost if you stop now. The water's moving faster.
Teneo got the floodgates open.
Yes. Look at the ants. They can't hold their own against the current now. They're being washed away. Look at them, Commissioner. The water's carrying them away. We beat them. We've won out.
It was true. Leiningen had won the opening round. The floodgates were left open to forestall any night crossing. When dawn came, the dark blanket was still there, motionless across the ditch. Then we noticed the feverish activity on the other side of the plantation. Here, a grove of tamarind trees lined the far end of the ditch, and every tree swarmed with the crawling insects. But instead of eating the leaves, they were merely gnawing through the stems, so that a thick green shower fell steadily to the ground.
Glass, have all the petrol pumps brought. Get everyone over here except the lookouts on the other side, then pass out the shovels.
Si, senor.
Looks like I underestimated them when I said they didn't have intelligence.
What do you mean?
I said if they wanted to get across, they'd have to have rafts. And that's just what they've got. Those leaves are their rafts.
Even as he spoke, the leaves went tumbling down the far bank by the thousands. The current drew them away from the bank, and each leaf was crawling with ants.
Don't worry, Commissioner. I've still got a trick up my sleeve for him.
The water!
The ditch is drying up.
Of course it's drying up. That's the plan. Those are the orders I sent to the dam.
Are you mad? As soon as it's empty, what's to prevent the ants from... Look, the water's way down. It's almost dry. They'll be able to come across the bottom.
They'll not make it if the man at the dam carries out his orders. He should have opened the gates again by now.
To flood the ants?
Right.
What a chance to take. If anything should happen, don't you...
Here it comes. Here comes the water. Now we'll give the crawlers in the ditch a good ride out into the river. There. Look at them go.
Leiningen's tactics were successful. At first. The violent flow of water at the original depth raced through the ditch, overwhelming leaves and ants and sweeping them along. 3 times the ditch was emptied. 3 times the ants raced across its bottom. And 3 times the rushing water, arriving just in time, carried them away. But the 4th time, as the level dropped nearly to the bottom of the ditch, we waited in vain for the rushing waters, and then...
Senor! What's the matter? What's gone wrong at the dam?
The ants, senor. Just as the man at the dam lowered the water almost to the bottom, the ants attacked. Before he could open the floodgate, he was almost surrounded. He ran. The ants kept coming. They are across the ditch, senor.
Leiningen stood, motionless, absorbing the news of his defeat without a word. Then, simply, he raised his pistol and fired 3 shots into the air. The prearranged signal for all men to retreat, instantly to the second line of defense. The concrete ditches more than a mile from the point of invasion. Soon after we arrived there, the natives commenced straggling in, silently. Leiningen waited until all of them had gathered. Then he spoke to them.
Well, lads, we won the first round and lost the second. But we'll smash the crawlers yet. Anyone who thinks otherwise can draw his pay and push off. There are rafts enough on the river and plenty of time still to reach them.
I stay, patron. We are with you.
You stay then?
I see, senor.
Good. Thank you, lads. And you, Commissioner?
I, can't persuade you to give up the fight, huh?
You cannot.
Then I stay, too.
I knew you would.
Senor, a few of the ants have reached the ditch.
They're trying to get across?
No.
I didn't think they would. There's plenty of food over there for them. My fields, my orchards, my work of 3 years. Ought to last them until morning, anyway.
Yes, we were safe for the moment. But the next morning, the black swarm was solid around us. Their shock troops were hard at work. They were dropping shreds of bark and twigs and leaves into the petrol-filled ditches, forming a floating bridge across the surface of the liquid. Leiningen stood silently watching this operation, and I could see a grudging admiration in his face. Then, after several hours, the attack came. Down the ditch they poured, millions of them, and across the bridge of twigs, rapidly approached the inner side. Leiningen sat motionless, watching them. Leiningen, for the love of God, don't sit there like a statue. They'll be on us in a moment.
Let them fill the ditch first. Now, all right, everyone back from the ditch. Blas, hand me the torch. Our friends like a little heat around them.
The flames from the ditch shot into the air, devouring ants by the millions. It was some time before the petrol burned down to the bed of the ditch, and when it did, the devils came back for more. Again and again, Leiningen fired the ditch to destroy them. But as they returned to the assault time after time, a slow, sickening horror crept into my mind. I looked quickly at Leiningen and then at the petrol tanks. He read my gaze, nodded slowly.
That's right, Commissioner. We could hold them off forever if our supply of petrol was unlimited, but it isn't. We've only got enough to fill the ditch once more.
Leiningen, isn't there a way? Any way at all?
There must be. Yes, there must be a way. Yes.
What is it?
We'll flood the whole plantation.
Flood? But how?
The river's higher than any point except this high ground we're on now. If the river was dammed all the way, it'd overflow that stone breakwater and flood the whole plantation. We've got to close the floodgate at the dam. That'll do it.
You're mad. The dam is more than a mile away, a mile of ants. It's impossible. You'll never get there, let alone get back.
That's where you're wrong, Commissioner. I'll get there and I'll get back. Ha! Take care of things while I'm gone, eh?
I watched him as he calmly pulled on high leather boots, drew gauntlets over his hands, and stuffed the spaces between breeches and boots, gauntlets and arms, with petrol-soaked rags. He shielded his eyes with close-fitting mosquito goggles and plugged his nostrils and ears with cotton. Then the natives drenched his clothes with petrol. Blas, who acted as doctor to the men, smeared a salve over him. And finally, Leiningen was ready. And he stood surveying the course he must take to the dam. I sensed a sudden calm.
As I stood near the ditch ready for the run, I realized this was as it should be. I, Leiningen, would meet the ants and defeat them, or be defeated by them. Leiningen versus the ants. Yes, it was right that it should be like this. But now there was no more time for thought, only action. I took a deep breath, then bounded across the ditch and among the ants. I ran in long, equal strides with one thought, one sensation in my being. I must get through. I dodged all trees and shrubs. Except for the split seconds my soles touched the ground, the ants would have no opportunity to light on me. I ran on. I was halfway to the dam before I felt ants under my clothes and a few on my face. I struck at them mechanically, scarcely conscious of their bites. The dam drew toward me slowly. The distance grew less. Finally, only 100 yards away. 50. Then I was there. I gripped the ant-covered wheel, but hardly had I seized it when a horde of ants flowed over my hands and arms. I strained, but slowly the wheel turned more. Floodgate was swinging slowly shut, and then it was shut. And the water was rising behind the breakwater, closer to the top. Closer. Then it was spilling over. The flooding of the plantation had begun. I let go of the wheel. Started back through the ants. For the first time I realized I was coated from head to foot with the fiends. Tongues of fire stabbed me as they bit into my flesh. I almost lost my head with the pain as I ran, knocking ants from my body, brushing them from my bloody face, and then one bit me just below the rim of my goggles. Managed to tear it away, but the agony of the bite and its venom drilled into the eye nerves. I saw now through circles of fire into a milky mist. I was almost blinded, but I knew that if I tripped and fell, I ran on, my heart pounding as if it would burst, blood roaring in my ears.
a giant's fist battering my lungs. Then I could see dimly that wall of flame at the ditch. Oh, but it was too far away. I couldn't last half that distance. I stumbled. I fell. Felt myself being swarmed over, devoured. Tried to rise. A great weight. Then suddenly the vision of the half-devoured stag in my brain. 6 minutes, then nothing but bones. I couldn't let that happen to me. I couldn't die like that. To my feet. My feet. I dragged myself forward. Toward the flame. The ditch. Ring of flame. Closer now. Only a little farther. 10 steps. 8. 5.
It seemed we had waited for hours, when all at once, through the blazing ring around us, an apparition hurtled and fell full length on the ground. It was Leiningen, alive with ants, unconscious with glazing eyes and lacerated face. We rushed to him, stripped off his clothes, and tore at the ants that covered him. His body seemed almost one open wound. In one place, I could see a white bone. Later, as the curtain of flame lowered, I looked out where that blanket of ants had been and saw only a vast expanse of water covering the entire plantation and working its way to within a few feet of the concrete ditch. The ants were gone, drowned, and Leiningen had won. He lay on his bed, his body swathed from head to foot with bandages, but alive and still in command.
Everything in order?
Everything's in order.
I told you I'd come back. Even if I am a bit streamlined.
He grinned, shut his eyes. He slept.
Escape was directed this week by Richard Sandville, and tonight brought you Leiningen versus the Ants by Carl Stevenson, adapted for radio by Robert Reif, with Tudor Owen as Leiningen and Gerald Moore as the Commissioner. Music conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Next week,
you are standing at the doorway of a cabin on Cashier Creek. Up on the ridge, the bloodhounds have caught your scent. And between you and a fortune, between you and escape, yawn the white jaws of a deadly snake, a cottonmouth moccasin.
Next week, we escape with Irvin S. Cobb's ironic story, Snake Doctor. Be with us next week at this same time when once again we offer you Escape. Ethelbert, Ann, and Casey will be along in a few moments with tonight's crime photographer drama entitled Sellout. All year long, Casey, crime photographer, has been one of radio's top rating shows. You're sure to enjoy the proceedings coming up over most of these same CBS stations. Tip Corning speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, January 4th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Spencer Tracy, Virginia Bruce, and Francis Farmer in Men in White with Frank Riker and Paul Guilfoyle. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Spencer Tracy, Virginia Bruce, Francis Farmer, Frank Riker, and Paul Guilfoyle. Our guests, Dr. Frank G. Heiser, distinguished physician and author of An American Doctor's Odyssey, and Miss Edith Head, motion picture dress designer. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille, whose picture, The Plainsman, is playing this week in principal cities throughout the country. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. the makers of Lux Flakes greet you with best wishes for the new year and a cordial invitation to be with us each Monday night through 1937. Welcome, everyone. How many times have you asked yourself this question? How can I dress smartly on a limited budget? Well, here's an answer in just 2 words. Lux Flakes. These gentle, effective soap flakes, free of harmful alkali, keep your washables looking fresh and just like new so much longer. Don't forget, anything safe in water alone is safe in Lux, the economical way of dressing smartly. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Milwaukee, founded by the Indians, was discovered by the French and is noted for its Germans. But one of the natives of which the city is most proud is an Irish-American named Spencer Tracy. 6 years ago, while Spencer was playing the lead in The Last Mile on the New York stage, Clark Gable, then not as well known as Tracy, was playing it on the road. For both men, The Last Mile was the last lap in a race for Hollywood. But it wasn't until about a year ago that Spencer gained full recognition. And now, while hard at work in the MGM production Captains Courageous, he is being mentioned as an outstanding candidate for the 1936 award of the Motion Picture Academy. Virginia Bruce and Frances Farmer are both renowned for their loveliness and their voices. Virginia was about to enroll in the University of California at Los Angeles when director William Bodine enrolled her instead at Fox Studios. Broadway then reversed the usual order, took Virginia from films, and made her a showgirl in 2 Ziegfeld productions. Returning as an MGM star, her latest picture is Born to Dance. Frances Farmer is that handsome young lady from Seattle who is probably the screen's outstanding find of 1936. Not long ago, this Paramount discovery returned to Seattle to see herself in her recent picture, Come and Get It. It was shown at the same theater in which she once worked as an usher, earning part of the money which put her through the University of Washington. Tonight she is heard as Barbara Denon, Virginia Bruce as Laura Hudson, and Spencer Tracy as Dr. George Ferguson. Frank Riker plays Dr. Hochberg, and Paul Guilfoyle, Dr. Levine. And the Lux Radio Theater bills all 5 in Sidney Kingsley's Pulitzer Prize play, Men in White. We're in the softly lighted chapel of a medical school in New York. It's near the finish of the graduation ceremony, in which a score of hopeful young physicians are to receive the reward of their years of study. Among the graduates is George Ferguson, high in his class and higher in the estimation of his instructors. He stands with his fellow students as they recite the words of the Hippocratic Oath, an oath to which physicians have bound themselves since the days of ancient Greece.
I do solemnly swear by what I hold most sacred in my life, to be forever loyal to the profession of medicine, and just and generous to its members, to lead my life and practice my art in uprightness and honor, to hold myself aloof from all voluntary wrong and corruption. I do swear that I will give no deadly drug, even if solicited, that whatsoever I shall see or hear of the lives of men, which is not fitting to be spoken, I will keep inviolably secret. These things do I swear.
And now, if you be true to this, your oath, may prosperity and good repute be ever yours. The opposite, if you shall prove yourselves forsworn. Gentlemen, doctors, I greet you in the name of medicine. Ferguson. Oh, Ferguson.
Yes, Dr. Huckberg.
Congratulations, my boy.
Thank you, Doctor. I don't mind telling you it feels pretty good.
I know. Well, you're going into St. George's Hospital for your internship.
You mean you fixed it for me?
It didn't take any fixing, my boy. They want you there. So do I. Now, you'll work for me for a year if you want to.
If I want to. I'm the luckiest man in the world.
Thanks. Well, then a year or so in Vienna with von Eiselberg. You haven't changed your mind about that?
Oh, no. I'm still going to go if I can manage it.
Good. Good. Well, what about Laura? Does she know George?
Oh, sure. Why, Dr. Huckberg?
Oh, nothing. I just wondered.
Oh, yes, I know what you mean. No, Laura's all right. She understands.
It'll be a long time yet before you're ready to practice.
I've told her that. We've been over the whole thing a dozen times.
I'm glad. Laura's a fine girl, George, but, well, I wouldn't want anything to interfere with your studies.
I know. I've plenty to learn yet. Plenty to read. Whole libraries full. I'm looking forward to it, and so is she.
Fine. I like to hear you talk like that. It leads me to expect big things of you.
Hello, St. George's Hospital. One moment, please. St. George's Hospital? Who? One moment, please. I'll see if I can reach him. Hello, Miss Sharp. Will you try to reach Dr. Ferguson on the call system, please? On the call system. He's not in his office. Thank you. Hello? One moment, please. St. George's Hospital.
Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson.
Hello? Ferguson talking? Hello? Ferguson talking? Yes. Who? Oh, I see. Why, ask him to come in sometime this afternoon. Hello, switchboard. I'm in the library. Be here for about 10 minutes. Right.
Oh, George.
Yes, Dr. Hochberg?
George, I want you to meet Dr. Levine, Dr. Ferguson.
How do you do, Doctor?
How do you do? Dr. Levine has brought some X-ray plates, both lungs. Will you take a look, George?
That shadow there. The right apex.
Yes, I was afraid of that.
Oh, don't be an alarm, Miss Levine. Have you examined the sputum?
I brought a specimen. My microscope is broken.
Well, we'll look at it here. You take it, George.
Certainly. I'll have the path lab check up on this. Is it anything important?
My wife.
Oh. I'll attend to it at once, Doctor.
Thanks. Do you think if I came back this evening...
Oh, sure, yes. The report will be ready then. Drop into my room, 106.
106? That's my old room.
You interned here? Are you the Levine? Why, of course, sure. Bellevue, aren't you?
Yes, 23.
Yes. Professor Dury mentions you quite often.
Dury? He still remembers me?
Oh, he thinks a great deal of you.
George here is one of his prize pupils, too. Been here 9 months. Our house surgeon.
House surgeon? Oh, that's fine. I was house surgeon, too.
Yes, I heard.
You're going to study abroad, Dr. Ferguson?
I hope so.
I planned to study with Sauerbruck in Germany, but I couldn't get there. Where are you going?
To Vienna. I'm going with von Eiselberg.
And a wife along to keep him company.
Oh, you're going to be married?
Yes, it'll be a honeymoon trip.
You'll find it difficult mixing the two. I know von Eiselberg.
It's going to be very difficult. You don't know Laura.
And after a year in Vienna, I'm working with Dr. Hochberg. So you see, the real labor won't begin till I come back from Europe.
Oh, I'll drive you, George, with a whip, huh? What?
Lucky. Yes, I once looked forward to all that.
Well, come on, Levine. We'll go down to X-ray and read these pictures properly.
Right.
And don't worry about the specimen, Doctor.
Thanks. Remember, there's only one Hochberg. Every minute with him is precious.
I know that.
Goodbye, Doctor.
See you tonight.
Dr. Ramsey. Dr. Ramsey.
Hey, George.
Dr. Ramsey.
Yes, Shorty?
Who was that, Max Levine?
Yeah.
I heard of him. He was headed to be a big shot around here.
Yes.
Looks like he doesn't own a dime right now. Whatever happened to him, do you know?
Oh, what's the difference?
Ferguson.
Yes, Doctor.
I just saw 401. It's a mighty sick boy. May need another transfusion.
We'll have to go pretty deep to find a good vein, Dr. Gordon.
That's just what I'm worried about. If it comes up tonight, I want you to be here to do it.
Tonight?
Yes, there are 3 donors on call.
Well, this is my night out, and my fiancée has made arrangements. I'm afraid I won't be here.
I'm sorry, Ferguson. When the house needs
Well,
you...
I'd like to, Doctor, but the same thing happened last week. I can't disappoint my fiancée again, or I won't have any.
Dr. Gordon, couldn't I do that transfusion?
I'm afraid not. Ferguson has followed the case from the start. He knows the veins we've used. Well, what do you say, Ferguson?
All right, I'll stay.
Thanks. See me in my office about 8.
One night a week off, and it's...
It's tough, George. Sorry I couldn't help you out.
Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Laura. No. It's all right. Where are you, upstairs? How's your father? All right. I'll be right up, yeah.
Dr. Ferguson. Where's Dr. Ferguson?
See you later. Here, what is it?
Dr. Ferguson, a woman just came in on emergency with a lacerated throat. She's bleeding terribly. Dr. Crane told me to tell you that he can't stop it.
Get her up the operating room, quick.
Yes, sir.
On your toes, Shorty. Get everything ready.
Right.
Mac, McDonald.
Right here.
Locate the staff anesthetist. Operating room B and on the run. It's emergency. Come on, now go on.
I tell you, I'm all right. Never felt better in my life.
Sure, you feel fine. That's why I want you in here for another week. Rest that heart of yours.
Hockey's right, Dad. You ought to stay.
Now, don't you start, Laura.
Oh, but it's so foolish.
I have an important deal on, honey. Biggest deal in years.
A lot of money, John.
Yes, a lot of money.
And what good will it do you if you don't live to enjoy it?
Well, it can still buy my little girl a honeymoon.
I could spend my honeymoon right here and have a swell time, as long as it's with George. By the way, where is that man, Hockey?
Upstairs, busy.
Oh, well, can I get him on the phone again?
Better wait. He's in the operating room.
Yeah, they make a slave of that boy, and he doesn't get a dime. I can't see it.
Well, he's not here for the money. He's here to learn. If he wanted to make money, he wouldn't have chosen medicine in the first place. You know, when he comes with me, his pay is only going to be $20 a week. But there's a chance to work. The next 5 years are crucial years in that boy's life. They're going to tell whether he becomes an important man or not.
George is an important man right now, Hockey. To me.
To you,
Well, don't I count?
Of course you do, dear.
Hello.
George.
How are you, darling? Hello, Mr. Hudson.
How are you, George? Come to take my temperature, I suppose, huh?
No, not this time.
Why so glum, dear? Toothache?
Oh, just tired, I guess.
Excuse me, please.
What is it, Miss Jamison?
Time for Mr. Hudson's sunbath.
Oh, go away.
Come along now. Come along.
Let go. I got some phone calls.
See you later, Laura.
All right, Hockey. Bye, Dad.
Goodbye.
Darling,
Oh, Laura, you're lovely today.
kiss me, darling. Oh, how I've missed you these last few weeks.
I've been busy, dear.
I know. And there'll be 3 more months of it, won't there? 3 months. I don't know how I can live till then.
There'll be long months for me, too.
You know, George, you've spoiled everything for me.
What?
Oh, I don't seem to get a kick out of life anymore unless you're around. That's not very often, is it?
Darling, we'll make up for it all later on, honestly.
I don't know if we can. You see, dearest, the way I feel, if I had you every minute from now on, it wouldn't be enough. I wish I'd lived all my life with you. I wish I'd been born in the same room with you and played in the same streets.
I'm glad you missed them. They were ordinary and gloomy. They might have touched you, changed you. Look at me, Laura. About 7 months ago, there was a boy here who had been blind from birth. We operated on him successfully. One night, I showed him the stars for the first time. He looked at them a moment and began to cry like a baby because he said they were so beautiful. And he might never have seen them. And when I look at you, Laura, I get something of that feeling. I can't tell you how large a part of me you've become, Laura.
Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson.
Oh.
Dr. Ferguson.
It's no use, Laura. That's my call. I've got to answer. No. Let me go, please, darling.
Oh, you spoiled it.
Ferguson.
Dr. Ferguson. Yes. Oh, yes, Doctor. I'll be ready. I'll tend to all that. Right.
All right. Go on. Go to work.
I won't be needed for half an hour yet.
Well, I have to go to my hairdresser's and make myself beautiful for tonight anyway.
Laura, dear,
What a night we're going to have. Doris asked us over there, but I want you to myself.
Laura, I've got some bad news. Now, you won't be upset, will you?
What is it?
I can't make it tonight. I have to stay in.
Again?
Don, I'm so sorry. I tried to duck out of it, but I couldn't. There's a transfusion I have to do.
What time is it? I'll wait.
No, you better not. It depends on the patient. I've just got to be around and ready.
Are you the only one here who can do that transfusion?
Well, Dr. Gordon seems to think so.
George, they're overworking you, and it's not fair.
Oh, I don't mind it so much for myself, only...
No. Well, I do. I was planning so much on tonight.
Well, don't you think I was, Laura? All week I've been looking forward to it.
Yes, I know. George, I'm so low. What's our life going to be like?
Well, pretty grand, I should say.
How can it be? How can it?
Oh, dear. Now, we'll go out tomorrow instead. Saturday's more fun anyway.
Well, it's not just tonight, it's all the night.
Darling, you're exaggerating.
No, I'm not.
Well, what do you expect me to do? I want to get out. I want to enjoy myself, but I can't. That's all. I can't.
George, I know this is important to you, and if it's going to help you, I can go on like this for another 3 months, for another year and 3 months. But when we come back to New York, let's arrange our lives like human beings. Well, you can open up an office and have regular hours, special hours.
Well, if I work with Hochberg, darling, I won't have the time to go into practice.
That's just it. I know hockey. I'll never see you then.
But, Laura... Oh, darling, I've plugged all my life just in the hope that someday I'd have a chance to work with a man like Hochberg.
Well, I couldn't go on this way. I just couldn't. I'd rather break off now and try to forget you.
Laura, don't say a thing like that.
Well, I mean it. It would kill me, but I'd rather die quickly than by slow torture.
Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson.
They're calling you.
Ferguson.
Yeah, I know.
Dr. Ferguson.
Ferguson talking. Yes. Who? South 218? We'll call Dr. Cunningham. It's his case. What? When? What's her temperature? Pulse? Did she ask for food before she became unconscious? No more insulin. Absolutely. I'll be right down. No, I have to go now, Laura. Please don't worry. Laura, I'm speaking to you. Oh, as bad as that?
Yes.
Well, things will straighten themselves out.
No, they won't.
I'll see you tomorrow night, dear. Right?
Yes, but think it over, George. We'll have to come to some decision.
Oh, Laura, will you please?
I mean it, absolutely.
All right, Laura. All right.
Spencer Tracy, Virginia Bruce, and Francis Farmer continue in a moment with Men in White. Meanwhile, we'll stroll down Sunset Boulevard. We might see a movie star or two. Oh, I say, there goes a stunning girl driving that green car. Maybe she's an actress. Oh, she passed the red light. And there goes the officer's whistle.
Sure, lady, and would you be going to a fire, perhaps? Or do you think you're one of them movie stars?
No, I'm on my way to a tea party, officer. But look, as I put my foot on the brake, I popped a run. And it upset me, so I just forgot to stop, that's all.
Oh, lady, and that's a fine story, but it's not a new one. My wife used to plague me with it. Before she got on to Lux Flakes, of course.
And did Lux cut down her runs?
Sure, lady, and doesn't everybody know Lux saves the elasticity in silk? Keeps you from getting runs? Sure eased the strain on me pocketbook, too.
Oh, thank you, officer, for telling me about it.
Well, I'll be letting you go this time, but I know you'll get a good bit of punishment going to that tea fight with a run in your stocking.
The officer is right. A girl certainly hates being seen with a run. And there's nothing a man dislikes more than having his best girl show up with one. Getting too frequent runs is something a clever girl avoids. She makes it a rule to Lux stockings after each wearing. Lux saves stocking elasticity. And with Lux, there is no injurious cake soap rubbing. Then threads can give under strain without always popping embarrassing runs. Lux Flakes have no harmful alkali, you know, to weaken fibers, rob them of elasticity. If you aren't already using Lux Flakes for stockings, better make a note to get some tomorrow. It saves you runs, saves you money. And now, here's Mr. DeMille.
We continue Men in White, starring Spencer Tracy, Virginia Bruce, and Francis Farmer. It's a few minutes later. In room 218 South, a little girl lies unconscious in her bed. Watching her with anxious eyes are Ferguson, Dr. Cunningham, and the nurse, Barbara Denon. Ferguson straightens up suddenly and turns to the older physician.
I was afraid of shock, Dr. Cunningham.
This isn't shock, young man. It's diabetic coma.
Coma? How's her temperature, nurse?
Subnormal, doctor.
There, you see, sir?
Well, what of it? Nurse, prepare some insulin. 40 units.
I beg your pardon, doctor, but isn't insulin contraindicated here?
No, it's our last chance.
Doctor, I mean no offense, but I've studied this case history. It looks like shock, not coma.
Suppose you let me handle this case, young man. Prepare that arm, nurse.
What? Yes, sir.
No. Please, doctor, call in one of the other men. Ask them, anybody.
There's no time.
That insulin's going to prove fatal.
Get out of here, will you? I don't want any interruption while I'm treating my patient. Give me that hypo.
I say no. Get away from that patient.
Here. What are you doing? Take your hands off.
Stand over there and don't bother me. Nurse, shock position, quick.
Yes, sir.
Floor nurse.
Yes, sir.
Sterile glucose, quick, and a hypo of adrenaline.
There's glucose here, sir, already.
How much?
50 grams.
Good, half it'll do. Apply a tourniquet, right arm. Nurse, some hot packs and blankets.
Yes, sir.
Quick, come on now, hurry.
What do you think you're doing? I'll have you brought up before the medical board. I'll have you thrown out of this hospital. You can't...
All right. Have me thrown out. I don't care. But you're not going to kill this baby.
I've never heard of such a thing. Why?
You ready, nurse?
You don't...
Yes, sir.
Let's have the glucose. Swab that arm. Never mind the iodine, just alcohol.
You'll pay for this, young man. That patient's life is in your hands.
Blankets and hot packs, Doctor.
Yes, cover her up. Hot packs all around her.
A hypo of adrenaline is already, Doctor.
Give it to me. All right. Now, that's about all we can do.
You report downstairs, Ferguson. At once.
I'm sorry. I've got to stay with this baby.
Did you hear what I said?
Dr. Ferguson, she's opening her eyes.
Keep those blankets on her.
Dr. George,
Yes, dear.
I'm thirsty. I want a drink.
You bet, sweetheart. Water.
Yes, sir.
Dr. George,
Here you are, darling. Drink this.
what happened?
Nothing, dear. You just fell asleep, that's all. Come on now, bottoms up. There, that girl.
Dr. George, my operation hurts me here.
Oh, now. We'll fix that up in a minute. Doctor?
Morphine, a 12th. Get it, nurse.
Yes, sir.
I'll report you, of course. You're a meddling young puppy. However, under the circumstances, I guess I can afford to be lenient. This time. But if you ever dare interfere again in any of my cases...
I wouldn't think of it, Doctor.
See that you don't.
Well, now, young lady, how about getting some sleep?
Okay, Dr. George.
Close your eyes.
All right. But don't you go away.
No. I'll be right here. Go on now. Close your eyes.
Here's the morphine, Doctor.
She won't need it.
Yes, sir. Did Dr. Cunningham say anything to you?
No. Pretty kid, isn't she?
I was scared we were going to lose her.
She has hair like Laura's.
What, Doctor?
Oh, nothing.
I think it was wonderful of you to stand up against Dr. Cunningham.
Never mind that. You better clean up that mess.
Yes, sir.
Here. What's the matter with you?
I'm sorry. I was just nervous, I guess.
Cunningham been treating you, too?
No, sir. This is my first case with a sick child, and I got to like her an awful lot.
Oh, I see. What's your name?
Barbara Denon.
You're going to be a swell nurse, Barbara.
Thanks.
Now, take my advice. I know just how you feel. Your nerves are all tied up in a knot. You want to yell. Well, I feel the same way myself. Get as far away from here as you can tonight. Have a good time. Relax. Forget the hospital. Tomorrow you'll be all right.
I can't. I have an exam in Materia Medica tomorrow.
Materia Medica? Oh. I think maybe I have some notes that might help you. I'll leave them with the orderly on the first floor. You can get them on your way down.
Thanks.
That may help you a bit. You won't have to cram all night anyway.
They're calling you, sir.
Yeah.
Dr. Ferguson.
Are you on duty here now?
For a while.
If she wakes with any pain, give her that hypo. If her temperature goes below normal, call me. I'll be in.
Dr. Ferguson.
Tonight, too?
Yes, tonight, too.
Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson.
All right.
Dr.
I'm
Ferguson.
coming. Shut up.
Dr. Ferguson.
Hello. I'm trying to get Atwater 90032. Hello. Hello, Laura. How are you, dear? Feeling better? Well, look, dear, I can make it tonight after all. What? Oh, don't be silly. But, darling, we'll work that out. Now, listen, Laura, that chance to work with Hochberg is one of the best breaks I've ever had. You don't expect me to throw it over like that at a moment's notice? No, darling. I don't want to even talk about it tonight. I'm tired, Laura. It's been a rotten day. 3 operations. I just can't think. I can't make an important decision tonight. Oh, Laura. What are you doing? Punishing me? All right, then I'll call you tomorrow. Come in.
Oh, good evening. I'm sorry if I disturbed you.
Oh, no. Come on in, Dr. Levine.
Thanks. Did you get that lab report on my wife?
I'll see if it's ready. Hello? Path lab, please. Sit down, won't you, Doctor?
Thanks.
Hello, Dr. Finn? Ferguson. What about that sputum? Oh, it's under the microscope now. All right, Dr. Finn, hurry it through, will you? Thank you. It'll just be a few minutes. I hope it's nothing.
Poor Catherine. She's had so much. Things were so different when I was here, before I married.
Yes, Professor Dury told me.
Dury. Oh, I know just what he says. Levine, the fool. Wealthy mother, a chance to work with Hochberg, to be somebody. Threw it all away for a pretty face.
Your mother? She hasn't come around to your way yet?
No. When I married Catherine, my mother disowned me. It must have broken her heart. But still, she was doing the right thing from her point of view. Poor Catherine. I didn't count on that. East Side, tenements, 50-cent patients, poverty, dirt, struggle, and human sacrifice. Medicine. Why do we kill ourselves for it?
I don't know. I often wonder myself whether it was worth the grind working my way through college and med school.
Med school, too?
Oh, yes.
I don't see how you kept up with classes.
I managed.
Terrific grind.
Well, it wasn't much fun, but still, I guess it's the only thing I really want to do. My father used to say, above all is humanity. He was a fine man, my father. A small-town physician, upstate. When I was about 13, he came to my room one night and apologized because he was going to die. His heart had gone bad on him. And he knew that if he gave up medicine and took it easy, he could live for 20 years. But he wanted to go right on, wanted to die in the harness. And he did. Above all else is humanity. That's a big thought. Yeah, it's so big that alongside of it, you and I really don't matter very much. That's why we do it, I guess.
You're right, of course. Oh, it's not good, too much suffering. It kills things in you. A doctor shouldn't have to worry about money.
He shouldn't have to worry about anything except his job. And we can't allow outside forces or things or people to interfere with us. We can't. And if they do, we've got to buy them out, even if we have to tear out our hearts to do it.
I'm afraid I don't follow you.
I'm sorry. I guess that was a little bit off the track. Just something personal.
Oh, yes.
Dr. Ferguson?
Yes?
Dr. Finn sent this report down.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Well, what does it say?
Levine, it says that you'd better read it yourself, Doctor.
Oh, God, I knew it. I knew it.
I wish I could tell you how sorry I am.
Tuberculosis. My poor Catherine. Oh, what are we going to do now?
Oh, she'll come through all right. You'll see now. Perhaps if you took her to a drier climate.
Maybe. That means giving up the little practice that I have. Means starting all over again. I don't know if we can do it. We're not young any longer. I don't know.
Is there anything I can do, Doctor?
Nope. Thanks.
Who is it?
Hello.
Oh, hello. What,
I came down for those notes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, of course. I forgot. Stupid of me. Let's see now. What was it? Materia Medica?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I had them here someplace.
Well, I hate to disturb you.
That's all right. Pathology, histology, no.
Well, there's too much trouble. I'll just...
Materia Medica, here. There you are.
Thanks.
Not at all. I hope there's some help.
Is there anything wrong?
What?
Anything wrong?
Wrong? No, of course not.
Are you sure Dr. Cunningham didn't...
No.
Because if it would mean anything, I'd go right down and tell them all, everybody, just what happened.
No, it's not Cunningham.
What is it then?
Oh, it's just... Don't mind me tonight.
You worked very hard, don't you?
Work? Why, sure I work. What else is there but work and work?
You know, Doctor, when I thought Dorothy was going to die, I got the feeling like I can't put it into words.
I know. I know that feeling.
You, too?
I've got it right now, Barbara. Now. I'm tired of work and blood and sweat and pain. The fellow in 341 is dead, and Levine's wife is going to die. You begin to wonder what it's all about and why on earth does anything make any difference.
Yes, that's the feeling. And you get so lonely. And you feel tomorrow it's me. And the only thing that matters is just being alive. Just being alive now, isn't it?
Yes. You kids have a pretty tough time of it, don't you? Grind all day and lights out at 10 o'clock, huh?
And only one night out till 12:30. I haven't taken mine in 2 months. There's just nobody. Nobody at all.
You're a sweet kid, Barbara.
Am I?
Yes. Yes. Oh, Barbara. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that.
Oh, it's all right. I wanted you to kiss me.
Please don't feel that I...
I wanted you to. I don't mind. Really, I don't. It was my fault more than yours.
You are sweet, Barbara. What are you going to do tonight?
Well, I was going to study, but it's my night off.
Then let's get out of here. Let's go someplace where we can forget we ever saw the inside of a hospital. I want to hear some music. I want to laugh for a change. I want to forget that there's pain and suffering and... Will you come with me?
Oh, yes.
All right, meet me outside the north entrance. I'll have a car, and make it as fast as you can. I want to get out of here.
What are you thinking about?
What? Oh, nothing much.
You're so quiet. You're not having a very good time, are you?
Sure. Aren't you?
Grand.
I'm not very talkative.
Oh, I don't mind. Just being here with you, I guess I'm too talkative.
You could do a lot better than me. There must be plenty of fellows at the hospital.
No. At least I haven't met them. But I've seen you so often, worked right next to you. You didn't even know I existed, did you?
Sure I did.
I'm glad you found out, though.
You're a funny kid.
I guess you think I'm pretty fresh telling you this, but I don't care. It's the truth.
Let's have another, shall we?
Oh, I don't think I should.
Oh, sure. Hey, waiter.
Yes, sir.
How about a couple more here?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Dr. Ferguson isn't here tonight. St. George's Hospital. One moment, please.
That's why I came back here tonight, to see you and to see George.
He isn't in.
I know, but I'm going to wait for him.
And just what you want me to do, Laura? Advise him not to study? Not to spend a few years making himself...
A few years. You say it so casually, as if it were nothing.
It is nothing. A lifetime is nothing in the study of medicine. A good doctor must know how to...
A good doctor must know how to cure people of disease and sickness. If he can do that, that's all he needs.
Laura, you love George, don't you?
Yes.
And you want him to be happy?
Well, of course I do. Why do you suppose I'm here now? Because I couldn't bear to think that I'd hurt him. But I know where his happiness lies, perhaps even better than he does.
He wants to be a doctor, Laura.
And he wants me. Oh, Hockey, I can make him happy. I know I can. If he goes into practice, we'll have some time to ourselves, time to...
Time to do nothing. Laura, you don't know what that boy's work means to him.
But I do.
No, you don't. You don't.
What time is it?
I don't know. Why?
Don't you think we'd better go now, George?
What for? We're not in a hurry.
You came here to forget something. But you haven't forgotten it, have you?
Oh, what's the difference?
Oh, I'm sorry. You look so low and discouraged tonight. I thought if I went with you, I could help somehow.
You really want to help me, don't you, Barbara?
Oh, of course I do. If you'll only tell me how.
Just sit tight, that's all, and don't pay too much attention to me. Let me pity myself a little. I like it.
Oh, don't talk like that. Please don't.
Hey, waiter.
No, George, we're going back.
No, don't be silly. The evening's just started.
But it hasn't. It's over. You'll get in trouble if you stay. Please, darling,
What?
Please come, George.
All right, sure.
I think that was a policeman back there on that side street.
What of it?
You're going awfully fast. We're in the city now, George.
It's all right. Let him stop me. I'm a doctor. I'm hurrying back to the hospital to watch people die.
Slow down, please.
There's a man in the public ward screaming in pain. A little boy who'll never walk. He hasn't any legs.
George, stop it. Stop
They're
it.
waiting for me. I've got to help them. I've got to sit by their beds and hold them down while they writhe and torment. I've got to... Barbara. Barbara,
You okay, mister?
don't mind me. Watch out for her. Get her out of here. Easy. Easy, you fool. Barbara. Are you all right? Look at me. Look at me, Barbara. Oh, God.
Excuse me, Laura.
Of course.
Dr. Hochberg.
Hello? Yes? Yes. Who? Miss Denin? Well, how did it happen? Well, never mind. Get the operating room ready at once. It's an emergency case, one of our own girls.
A nurse?
Yes. Hello? This is Dr. Hochberg. When Dr. Ferguson comes in, tell him... Oh, he is? Well, send him to the operating room right away. Emergency. George has just come in.
You're putting him to work quickly enough.
He'd want to do it. I said before that you didn't know what it meant to him. But perhaps you'd like to see for yourself. If you can stand it.
What do you mean?
Come to the operating room. Watch him work. Watch him take a bruised and broken body and make it human again. Well?
All right. Why not?
I'll get you a sterile cap and gown. Hello? Hochberg talking. I want a sterile cap and gown for Miss Hudson. Take it to the operating room.
Towel.
Yes, sir.
Nurse, where is she? Why don't they bring her in?
They will in a minute.
Did you see her yet?
Yes, sir. A few minutes after you brought her in.
How was she?
Well, she's regained consciousness. She asked for you.
She... All right, lay out the instruments. We mustn't lose any time.
Come in. Evening, George.
Good evening, Doctor. Laura,
George, dear.
what are you doing here?
Well, Dr. Hochberg said I might... George, what's happened to your face? It's all cut.
It's nothing. On an automobile. We had an accident.
Who, George?
It's all right. Dr. Hochberg, the girl, she's pretty badly hurt.
Concussion?
Possible fracture.
Laceration?
Head, neck, and arms. It's pretty bad.
The patient's here, Dr. Hochberg.
Bring her in.
Carefully, Miss Simpson.
It's all right, Barbara. You'll be all right, dear.
Over here. How is she?
George.
Yes, Barbara.
Oh, what's happened to me?
It's nothing.
I feel so funny. I hurt George. And I can't... I can't...
Now, we're going to fix you up, Barbara. You'll be all right.
You won't let them hurt me anymore?
Of course not.
Will you be there? George, darling, please be there.
I'll be there.
Don't feel bad. It wasn't your fault. I wanted you to kiss me.
Come on. Put her on the table.
Yes, sir. George, what did that girl mean?
Laura, I'm awfully sorry.
What did she mean?
Don't touch me. You want to unsterilize my gown?
Ferguson, we are waiting.
We're ready, sir.
Yeah, I'm coming.
If you want to watch Miss Hudson, you'd better...
No, thanks. I've had enough.
Laura. Ferguson, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Men in White, starring Spencer Tracy, Virginia Bruce, and Francis Farmer, continues shortly. 12 years ago, a young lady whom I recognized as a teacher at the Hollywood School for Girls, where my two daughters were students, walked on my set at Paramount. I ventured to ask what new mischief those two DeMille kids had been up to. Oh, the girls are fine, I was told. I'm here to go to work. You see, Mr. DeMille, I've just been hired as your new wardrobe designer. So a school mom turned into one of Paramount's cleverest creators of costumes. Her name is one you've seen many times on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Edith Head.
Thank you. You've been listening to a play about men in white, ladies and gentlemen. Here's something that may interest you about women in white.
Women in white are very rarely seen in films because pure white is one of the most difficult colors to photograph. But in Jack Benny's new picture, College Holiday, you'll see a big dance number in which pure white is successfully screened. It's a dance that starts off as a Grecian ballet. That called for a background of white Grecian temples, white statues, warriors in white armor, and 60 girls in white wigs and immaculate white dresses. That we succeeded in filming this all-white sequence is due in no small measure to Lux Flakes. Every night, the costumes worn by Gracie Allen, Martha Ray, Mary Boland, along with those of the chorus, were laundered in Lux. Each morning, they appeared as immaculately white as the snow which we never see in Hollywood. And though they were washed at least a dozen times before the scene was finished, you can see them now in our wardrobe, looking just as lovely and new as the day the dressmakers finished them. We'll be using lots of Lux Flakes, too, in making our new film, Waikiki Wedding, in which Bing Crosby and Bob Burns are starred. Since it's late in Hawaii, white summery costumes will predominate. And incidentally, in this picture, for the first time in my life, I had to design a costume for a pig. I mean, a real pig. Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Back to Men in White, starring Spencer Tracy, Virginia Bruce, and Francis Farmer. It's early the following morning. George Ferguson, his face drawn with care, is just entering Dr. Hochberg's office.
Oh, come in, George. How's Miss Denin?
Her fever's down a little.
Good. I hear you watched the case all night.
Well, that was the least I could do. What a mess I've got her into, the poor kid.
Here, now, don't take it like that.
She was such a pretty little thing. Now, what's going to become of her? She'll never see again, I know it.
Don't worry. We'll take care of her. We'll find something...
I wasn't thinking of money. That's not going to help her much. What about her life? It's shot to bits. There's only one decent thing to do. I'm going to marry her if she'll have me.
George, stop talking like an idiot. What about Laura?
I'm going to marry that girl.
What for?
I have to take care of her, don't I?
Oh, I see. So you saved some money then, huh?
Out of what?
Then how are you going to help her? How are you going to take care of her?
I'm going into practice.
If you think you can provide for both of you by first starting practice, then you just don't know.
I'll manage somehow. I'm not afraid of that.
George, you saw Levine yesterday. You know he's practically starving. He asked me to lend him $20.
I don't see what that has to do with me.
You didn't know him 6 years ago. You wouldn't let me help him then. He was so sure, so confident, and better equipped for practice than you are.
Possibly.
But at least he loved Catherine. But you don't love this girl. It was an accident. For that, you want to ruin yourself.
Dr. Hochberg, please, it's no use. I've thought of all that. It doesn't make any difference. There's only one decent thing to do, and I'm going to do it. And I'm going into practice.
If you do that, George, you're through. You're finished.
All right, then I am. Why not? What good's a profession that can't give you bread and butter after you've sweated out 10 years of your life on it? And if I can't make a go of practice, I'll find a job at something else. I won't starve. I'll always make a living.
Dr. Hochberg?
George,
Dr. Hochberg.
You're going to be sorry for this.
Dr.
Maybe.
Hochberg? Dr.
Hello, Dr. Hochberg, yes? Yes? What? When? Prepare a hypo of caffeine. Adrenaline, long needle, at once.
Who is it? You want me?
No. You stay here. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Hockey, wait.
I can't stop now, Laura. Go to my office. George is there.
But I don't want to see him now. I came to see you.
You'd better speak to him. He's going to marry that girl.
Oh.
I'll be down as soon as I can, Laura.
Dr. Ramsey. Dr. Ramsey. Dr. Ramsey.
George.
Oh, come in, Laura.
I just saw Hockey.
He told you?
Yes, but I don't believe it. It's not true.
It is true, Laura. I'm going to marry her, and I'm going into practice.
Funny, isn't it? Only yesterday I asked you to do that, and you refused.
Cases are different. I've got to do it now.
How long have you known this girl?
Does that matter? I've ruined her life.
You love her, don't you?
I love you, Laura.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
I don't care whether you believe it or not. It just happens that I do.
Let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
I'm sorry.
I don't understand this, George. What's it all about? It doesn't make sense. Where did you go last night? What did you do?
We went to a roadhouse. I asked her to go. I'd had a rotten day yesterday. Things kept piling up until I thought I'd bust. This kid came to my room for some notes. She was sympathetic, and she was lonely herself.
She's in love with you?
She thinks she is. It's just a kid affair, that's all. But she understood, and I needed that last night. You and I quarreled, and I didn't want to give up working with Hochberg. I didn't want to give you up. I didn't know which way to turn.
And she was there.
Yes.
Still, you say you love me.
If I hadn't, I'd have called quits yesterday. Told you I was going to work with Hochberg, whether you liked it or not, gone to Vienna alone.
Well, why don't you go then? Go on and do it now if it's so important to you. I won't be around to distract you. Go on. But you won't. You're going to marry a girl you say you don't care for. All right, make your beautiful gestures. Marry her.
I'm going to.
You think you're being brave and strong, I suppose. But you're not. You're a coward. You're doing it because it's the easiest way out. Because you're afraid people will say things about you. Because you've no backbone.
Yes, Laura, you're right. I have no backbone when I almost let myself be talked out of a chance to work with Hockey. And maybe to do something fine someday. But right now, I have no choice. I'm not doing this because I give a rap what anybody says or thinks. I'm doing it because that girl's life is smashed, and I'm responsible. And I want to try and help pick up the pieces and put them together. Oh, Laura, don't.
I knew how you felt about Hockey, and I shouldn't have insisted. I've been selfish, but it was only because I loved you so much. And I still do. That's the way I am, George. I can't help it.
George?
Yes, Doctor.
Miss Denin, she wants to see you.
Is there anything wrong?
I'm afraid so. That adrenaline I ordered was for her, George.
You mean
She's asking for you. You'd better go to her.
Yes. Yes.
Hockey, what's happened?
Embolism. She's gone into a collapse.
Does it mean...
There's nothing we can do, Laura. Nothing.
Oh, God.
George,
Yes.
I asked them to send you to me.
I didn't know.
I wanted you to be near me. Just for a little while. You don't mind?
Mind?
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid, George. But if I could just hold your hand.
Barbara. Oh, Barbara.
Don't talk, darling. I can call you that now, can't I? There's so little time left, and I've loved you for so long. You didn't know. But I have, George. That's why you mustn't feel bad about anything.
Barbara, is there something I could do?
Stay here with me. A little while. Just a little while. Darling.
George, dear.
How is she, George?
She's dead.
Oh, darling.
Only a few hours ago, she was pleading with me for a chance to live. She was so young, she didn't want to die.
Stop it, George. Stop torturing yourself, please. These things happen. It might have happened to anybody.
Couldn't we have done something, Dr. Hochberg?
I tried everything. Caffeine intravenously, adrenaline directly into the heart. Useless. That little blood clot in the lung, and we're helpless. 40 years I've spent in medicine, and I couldn't help it.
Then what's the use? What good is it all? Why go on? It takes everything from you, and when you need it most, it leaves you helpless. We don't know anything. We're only guessing, George.
There isn't a man in medicine who hasn't said that and meant it for a minute. All of us, George. And you're right. We are groping. We are guessing. But at least our guesses today are closer than they were 20 years ago. And 20 years from now, they'll be still closer. That's what we're here for. There's so much to be done and so little time in which to do it. One life is never long enough. It isn't easy for any of us. But in the end, our reward is something richer than simply living. Maybe it's the kind of success that the world out there can't measure. Maybe it's a kind of glory, George. Yeah. Question as much as we will. When the test comes, we know. Don't we, George?
Yes.
Well, but I'll reduce that fracture at 10. Schedule the appendix at 3.
Yes, sir.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. George, let's get away from here. Let's go someplace where we can talk this thing over quietly and sanely.
No, Laura. This is where I belong.
Yes. You're right.
I've got to stay.
I understand. Well, when you come back from Vienna, if Hockey will let you off for a night, give me a ring. I'll be around. And maybe someday we'll get together anyway. We will. Won't we, George?
Yes, of course.
I'll be waiting for you, George. I don't care how long it takes. I'll be here waiting.
Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson.
They're calling you.
Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson.
Yes.
Work hard.
I will.
Goodbye, my darling.
Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson.
Hello. Ferguson talking. Yes.
What's her temperature? Respiration. All right, keep your eye on her. Have an oxygen tank prepared and tell McDonald to stand by. I'll be there right away.
The curtain falls on Men in White. But Spencer Tracy, Virginia Bruce, and Francis Farmer will be with us again shortly. The Lux Radio Theater now presents a physician whose practice encompasses the world, Dr. Victor G. Heiser, world-famous hygienist. Dr. Heiser is president of the International Leprosy Association, author of important medical books, and of the national bestseller, An American Doctor's Odyssey. Once again, our stage extends across the continent. We take you now to New York City to introduce a great humanitarian. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Victor G. Heiser.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I congratulate you and the Lux Radio Theater on your splendid productions and the great enjoyment they provide to so many. Man's lifespan has been doubled in the last half-century. We have knowledge available to make an equally great gain in the future. Radio is one of the great hopes of science for speeding up the general use of its knowledge. The Men in White, as in your play tonight, are engaged in repairing the damage disease causes. My efforts have been mainly directed at the prevention of disease. This mission has carried me 16 times around the globe and into more than 40 countries. Our greatest obstacles were ancient superstitions. For instance, in the Philippines, we found the natives believed boiled water was poisonous. When we finally drilled an artesian well, they wouldn't go near it. If God had intended us to drink water out of a hole drilled into the earth, they said, he would have put it there. Some of our work resembles a detective story. In Palestine, they were trying to stamp out plague. Dead rats have always been associated with plague, but they could find none. Finally, I suggested tearing down a wall near one deathbed. Well, there was a rat. We snooped around some more, and a neighboring blacksmith admitted seeing the most extraordinarily strange rats. We finally traced them to a refuse heap in a vacant lot. Underneath it were hundreds of rodents dead from plague. Searching further, we found a store with rice from Rangoon, the world's most notorious plague center. Well, there was the source of the plague. We quit being detectives then and set about being scientists to eradicate it. On Wednesday, I shall sail for Africa on another long expedition. There's no telling what we'll find this time. I hope that something of what I've said will help you realize the tremendous needs of man and the great satisfaction there is in fulfilling them. Also, you may understand more clearly why a doctor, in devoting himself to his career, is not losing his life, but gaining it 1,000-fold.
From Hollywood, Dr. Heiser, we send our thanks to you in New York. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our stars in alphabetical order. Miss Bruce, Miss Farmer, and Mr. Tracy.
I've just two things on my mind, Mr. DeMille. First, I want to wish everyone a very happy new year. And second, I want to say this. Every Monday night, I've heard the stars get up here and say how much they enjoyed being on the Lux program. Well, now I know they weren't just being polite. It's been a grand experience, and many thanks. I surrender the microphone to my alphabetical neighbor, Miss Frances Farmer.
As a comparative newcomer to Hollywood, Mr. DeMille, I'm afraid I am not any source of news. I've worked rather hard these past months, but nothing could have pleased me more. It's meant the fulfillment of my earliest ambitions, a chance to act. To pictures, to the people who attend them, and to the Lux Radio Theater, my sincere thanks.
And now, our man in white, Spencer Tracy.
Thank you. I owe a lot to Hollywood, Mr. DeMille. But having spent so many years on the stage, I admit I've been lonesome more than once for the legitimate theater. Tonight, you've given me the opportunity to get back again behind the footlights, and I'm very grateful. But Men in White does a great deal more than satisfy an actor's ego. It's an enduring tribute to what I feel is the finest profession in the world. You hear a lot these days about commercialism. People wonder what's happened to the humanity and the sacrifice that glorified the past. It's still around us, in the men in white of your hometown and mine. Men whose sole objective in life is that we might be well. And I hope that tonight we have succeeded in reflecting upon the family physician a little of the honor which, along with our bills, we may have forgotten to pay him. Good night.
Good night, Spencer. Good night, Virginia and Francis.
Mr. Tracy, Miss Bruce, and Miss Farmer, our thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Before Mr. DeMille returns with the announcement of next week's stars in play, may I say that Mr. Tracy and Miss Bruce appeared through courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer Studios, Miss Farmer and Mr. DeMille, Paramount, Mr. Guilfoyle, RKO, and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film, 1 in a Million. Miss Bruce will soon be seen in Universal's picture, Class Prophecy. And here's Mr. DeMille.
My enthusiasm in looking forward to next week's program is one, ladies and gentlemen, I think you will share. For next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater presents two of the finest performers in the film capital, Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray. For each, it is a return engagement to our stage, and you will hear them in the same story in which they scored such a great success together on the screen, The Gilded Lily. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray in The Gilded Lily. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to KMX Los Angeles.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A man crouches on the window ledge of a downtown building 13 stories above the street. He threatens to leap to his death within the hour. Your job, stop him. You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes. You'll find they now cost the same. But in Fatima, the difference is quality. You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. So compare Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima for a new year of greater smoking enjoyment. the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, September 6th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Steed. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from communications, and it was 1:28 p.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
You ready, Skipper?
Yeah, coming.
Ben, what's up?
Just got the call, 3rd and Temple.
Yeah?
Fitzroy building, 13th floor. They got a jumper.
Friday, Ben? Let's hustle it.
Right. What's the story?
Skipper took the call.
Not much to tell. Guy's perched out on a window ledge 13 floors up, threatening to jump.
Yeah?
What time you got, Romero?
1:33.
Not much time.
What?
The guy on the ledge, he served notice.
Well, how do you mean?
Says he's going to jump at 2 o'clock.
1:36 p.m. Ben pulled the car to a stop at 3rd and Temple. We double parked near the intersection and started across the street to the building on the northeast corner. It was a steel frame structure with a block granite facing. The stone lettering over the main entrance read, R.H. Fitzroy Building, 1927. The immediate area had been blocked off in all directions. The sidewalks directly adjacent to the building on 3rd Street and on Temple Street had also been cleared of all pedestrian traffic. Hundreds of curious onlookers jammed against police lines at the far side of the intersection. Reaching back for a full block in either direction, hundreds more had packed in behind them. 13 stories above the pavement was the center of attraction, the figure of a man standing upright on a narrow ledge, looking down at the crowd. On the street directly below him, men from the fire department's rescue squad were hurriedly stretching out nets. We entered the building, took the elevator to the 13th floor.
Who was standing by up here, Skipper?
Bechtel and Wiseman. I saw the crowd gathering in the street on the way back from lunch. Looked up and saw a guy on the ledge. Came right up.
How long has the guy been standing out there?
About 15 minutes.
Sure drawing a crowd. Must be a couple of thousand people down there.
What was that room number, Friday?
1305. Yeah, down this way. There's Bechtel.
Beck? Hi. Been watching for you. The office is down here.
Okay. How's it stand now?
He's still out there ready to jump. We got 22 minutes to figure out how to stop him. What's the story, anyway? I'll let the doctor tell you. Go ahead. Through here. Nurse, where'd Dr. Turner go?
He went down to meet Dr. Rice. He's bringing him right up.
This is Captain Steed, Homicide, and Flanagan.
How do you do?
Sergeant Friday Romero.
How do you do?
Nurse, how are you?
Here's how he climbed outside, this window here.
Yeah.
Right now, he's standing on the ledge about 12 feet to the right of the window. The ledge is about 14 inches wide.
No other windows closer to him?
No, this is it.
Did you try to talk him out of it, get him back inside?
We took a turn at it, yeah. Wiseman crawled out on the ledge, talked to him. So did I. It's one of the queerest jumpers I've come across.
What do you mean?
He's got a hammer with him, carpenter's hammer. Whenever you get close to him, he takes a cut at you. Wiseman wasn't looking for it, had to duck fast. He almost went over.
Was there any other way to reach him?
Double-checked the whole layout. This window's the closest.
What about lowering a man from the roof?
Wide piece of cornice up there, big overhang. Put a man down on a rope, and he'd be hanging 3 feet from the side of the building. Wouldn't come close to the guy.
How about this doctor you mentioned, Beck? You figure he can help?
It's worth a try. Miss Lenahan?
Yes, Sergeant.
You saw it happen. You know better than I do what Dr. Turner's idea is. Would you fill these men in, please? Make it brief.
Surely.
Now, this man on the ledge, who is he, do you know?
Walter Harrison's his name. He's one of the doctor's patients. His sister brought him in for a routine checkup. That was about 1 o'clock.
How old's the man?
41. His sister told us he's been complaining of a backache lately. While the doctor was examining him, and Mr. Harrison flew up all of a sudden. He yelled out we were trying to cripple him, that we wanted to kill him. Oh, excuse me, please.
Sure.
Dr. Turner's office. No, I'm sorry. Not this afternoon. We have an awful lot of trouble. Yes, all right, thank you.
Well, what happened after Harrison started to act up, Miss Lenahan?
Dr. Turner and I tried to hold him. He shoved us both out of the way. He hit the doctor in the face, then he ran to the window, got out on that ledge, and crawled along the side of the building. He's been there ever since.
Miss Harrison is a mental case?
Yes, he's been for 10 years. Been in and out of the state hospital at Camarillo a couple of times. His sister Ruth's been taking care of him. She was here when it happened.
Where is she now?
Next door, the treatment room. Thelma, that's the other nurse. She's looking after Miss Harrison. She's pretty close to hysterics.
Tried to talk to her, Skipper. Not much help so far.
Mm-hmm.
You say the doctor's been treating this, Mr. Harrison?
No, he just came in for a physical checkup. Dr. Reich's been handling his mental condition. That's where Dr. Turner is now, getting Reich. He has his office in the next building.
What time you got, Ben?
It's getting short, 19 minutes to 2. How about a time element, Beck? If he's going to kill himself, why is he waiting for 2 o'clock to do it?
It's got me. He scribbled a note out there, threw it down to the street. One of the men in the rescue squad grabbed it and brought it up. I got it right here.
Here, let me see.
Now, look at that, Dad.
They want my life. They want... What's this next one?
Dead. Dead. They want me dead.
Yeah. I'd like to pray first. I'll jump at 2 o'clock. What's this last thing, Ben? I can't read this.
Let me see. At 2 o'clock, don't touch my body. That's it. Don't touch my body. You saw the guy at close range, Beck. What do you think? He's serious?
I don't know. I'm not even going to guess.
How about me going out and talking to him, Skipper? It might work. It won't do any harm. That ledge is 14 inches wide, Romero. If you slip, I don't want to explain it to your wife and kid.
Well, how about me giving it a try? That jumper case last October, I was on that one.
It's volunteer duty, Joe. I'm not going to order you. You know the risk.
Yeah, I'll watch you. You want to stand by here at the window, Ben?
Yeah, okay.
Let's get that window off, huh?
Those blinds.
Yeah.
Those blinds, huh?
Okay. Give you a hand with the window.
All right. Come on. Up she goes.
I'm stuck.
Yeah, I did.
All the way up, huh?
There it goes.
Okay.
Be careful now, huh?
Yeah, I will.
Joe?
Yeah, Beck.
Don't forget about that hammer the guy's got. It's just my guess.
Yeah, what's that?
The guy might want to die. I don't think he wants to do it alone.
1:43 p.m. If we could take Walter Harrison's word for it, we had exactly 17 minutes to talk him into a change of mind before he plunged to his death on the pavement 13 stories below. I crawled out of the window and started inching my way along the narrow ledge. Went slow. I kept my eyes on Harrison. He stood about 10 feet away from me, looking down at the crowds jamming the streets below. I edged along to within 8 feet of him. He didn't seem to notice me. He was a fairly tall man, about 5'10", medium build, dark hair. He was wearing gray pinstripe trousers, a white shirt, no coat, no necktie. I got to within 6 feet of him. He raised one arm and made a motion with his fist at the crowd below.
Animal! You dirty bag of animal! You won't touch me! I'll jump right through you! You won't even touch me!
I kept edging toward him. He still didn't seem to notice me. Turned his body a little. Kept pounding the side of the building with a hammer. I got a look at his right hand. In it, he held the carpenter's hammer. I got to within 5 feet of him. An airliner passed overhead. Harrison looked up. He muttered something, then he turned. He saw me.
I'm going to kill you.
It's all right with me, Walter. Why do you want to kill yourself? You're only going to hurt people.
You don't care about people. You don't care about me.
What am I doing out here? Well, you got it wrong, Walter. A lot of people care about you. They want you back inside. They want you where it's safe.
You're another one of those. You want to get your hands on me. You want to grab me. Well, you're not. I'm going to kill you.
It's all right, Walter. You can kill me. I want to help you first.
You stay back. Don't you move anymore. I got this hammer, and I'll smash your face with it. I'll smash it.
I only want to talk to you. I know we can straighten this out.
I'll do it my way. You understand? My way. I know who you are. You've been after me before. I know what it's all about.
Yeah, I know you do, Walter, but you got it wrong. Now, look, you're going to jump off this building at 2 o'clock. That's in 15 minutes.
That's right. You bet I am.
All right, now, let's talk it over for 5 of those minutes, huh? Can't do any harm. I'm not going to hurt you. How about it, okay?
Why should I talk to you?
Because I care about what happens to you. So does your sister. So do a lot of people.
Well, then you're like a lot of people. You want to get your hands on me. Like those animals down there, the whole dirty pack of them. They want to grab on me, get all around close and put their hands on me. Well, they're not going to do it.
Of course they're not. Nobody's going to hurt you. You know that, don't you?
You bet your life they're not. You see that dirty pack down there? Well, they don't know it, but I'm going to jump right through them. I'm going to jump right through all of them. They won't even touch me, and I can do it right now.
Wait a minute, Walter. Don't forget your promise.
What are you talking about? What promise?
2 o'clock. You wrote that down yourself. You said you wouldn't jump until it was 2 o'clock, didn't you?
That was no promise. I just wrote it down, that's all. Just 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, your sister believed it. We gave her the note. She says that you promised. Now, you going to make a liar out of yourself?
You're the liar. Ruth didn't say that. She didn't say it was a promise.
You got to take my word for that. All right, let's go in and ask her. How about it?
See Ruth inside?
Sure. Come on. Come on, take my hand, Walter.
All right. All right, I'll take your hand.
Watch your step. Look out, will you?
You get back there. Get back. Now, next time I won't miss. I'll smash your whole arm. You think you're pretty smart, don't you? You're trying to trick me. Well, I told you before, I know who you are. You're trying to get your hands on me.
You promised your sister 2 o'clock. You're still going to break that promise?
I'm not like you and that fact down there. I don't break promise.
Everybody knows that, Walter. They trust you. Now, come on. How about talking this thing out?
What time?
1:46. 14 minutes to go.
You're lying. How do I know that's the time?
Well, you can look at my watch. Here, right here.
Now, you stand back. I told you before. You stay away from me.
I just wanted to show you the time, that's all. All right, you can look at that big clock up the street, see? The one on the side of the Hobart building up there?
14 minutes. How do I know that's right? How do I know they're not in with you, too?
You already said it. Big company. They don't care about you or me. They got a business to run. Their clock, they don't care what happens.
No, of course not. They don't care. All right, well, I'll just keep an eye on that clock.
All right. You don't mind if I talk while you wait, do you?
What's that plane? What's it doing up there?
Well, it's just an airliner. Probably on its way into Burbank.
You're not fooling me. That plane's been by before. It's flying low, too.
Yeah, I guess I didn't notice it. Well, what difference does it make?
Probably watching. Flying back and forth. Maybe they're the police. They're trying to do something. They're trying to get their hands on me.
Well, let's see. Yeah. Might be their plane. It's a big one.
Sure, they're trying to do something. Coming right by here, flying low. It's the same one. I can see. Look, do you see there on the wing?
Yeah, what's that?
The number right there on the wing. It's the same one that passed over a few minutes ago. Hey, you get away from me!
All right, Walter, give me that.
I'm going to kill you.
Give it to me.
That's
it, Walter.
You thought you tricked me. You didn't know I had my pocket knife. Well, I can kill you with it now. I can kill you right now.
Yeah. I told you before, it's all right with me. Look out there. Watch your step on the ledge, will you?
I should have cut your hand off. I should have cut your whole arm off and thrown it to those animals down there. Look at that blood all over your hand.
Well, I'm sorry, Walter. It's not your fault. I just want to talk the whole thing over to tell you how your sister feels about it.
You're a liar. I knew it when I looked at you. Now you get away. You get away before I kill you.
Look, there's only one thing I can tell you. Your sister Ruth's sitting inside there, and she's worried sick. She's waiting for you. She wants to take you home. Now, how about it? There's no reason for all this. You know that, don't you?
Do I?
Sure you do. Your sister and your family, they care about you. They want you home again. They want you with them. There's no reason to be standing out here now, is there?
You wait till 2 o'clock, mister.
Yeah?
I'll show you the reason.
1:48 p.m. 12 minutes left. I made my way along the ledge, through the window, back into the office. Dr. Wright, a man who'd been treating Walter Harrison for his mental sickness, was already there with Dr. Turner. While the nurse bandaged up my hand, Captain Steve, Ben, and I talked with him.
I've treated Harrison for 10 years, on and off, I guess. He showed some improvement, not much. Definite paranoid tendencies.
Did he ever try this before, Dr. Wright?
Not to my knowledge. His sister might tell you more. I really don't know what to advise you to do. He's never been this violent before, using a hammer, a knife.
There you are, Sergeant. I feel all right?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. There's only one thing I've got to know, Doctor. Is it worth letting another one of my men go out there on that ledge?
I'm afraid that's your decision, Captain. It may help, it may not. I know the patient, but I can't read his mind.
I was just thinking. We might bring Harrison's sister to the window and have her talk to him. Think that might help, Doctor?
Very possible it might. In a spot like this, I'm in the same boat you are. It's all guesswork.
You think Harrison's really going to be ready to jump at 2 o'clock, Doctor?
From what Sergeant Friday tells me, yes, I think he'll jump.
We got to come up with something. We can't just stand around and watch a guy take a dive down 13 story.
I wish I knew the answer.
There's got to be one someplace. There's got to be an answer.
Well, let's check your watch. We got 10 minutes to find it.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. And now, here's an authentic report from Fatima Cigarettes.
1949. Fatima more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. 1950. Another record-breaking year, with more long cigarette smokers insisting on Fatima quality than ever before.
In 1951, enjoy Fatima quality yourself.
Yes, friends, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality of tobaccos, the finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended, to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, plump cigarettes rolled in the finest paper money can buy.
Quality, even to the appearance of the bright, clean, golden yellow package, carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
Compare Fatima yourself. Fatima's now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Start enjoying Fatima for a new year of greater smoking enjoyment. Insist on Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes.
It's the sworn duty of the peace officer to protect the lives of the citizens of the community in which he serves. That isn't always limited to protecting the citizens from criminals and lawbreakers. Oftentimes, the citizen has to be protected from himself. The drunken driver can do as much harm to his own person as he can to others. The same for the narcotic addict. The same for mental incompetence, such as Walter Harrison. If he was being assaulted, robbed, or shot at by a gunman, it would have been no more serious. Harrison's life was in jeopardy. Trying to save him had to be the first consideration. 1:50 p.m. Sergeant Jack Wiseman inched his way out on the ledge of the 13th story and kept Walter Harrison busy talking. Anything to keep his mind off the jump. Captain Steed got on the phone and talked to the manager of the Hobart building, a 12-story structure 3 blocks away with a large clock set into either side of it. The same clock Harrison was keeping time by.
Yeah, that's right, just so you don't make it look too obvious. Okay, Mr. Walsh, thank you. They're going to do all they can. Let's hope it works.
Yeah, what'd he say?
They're going to start slowing down the clock on the building right away. If Harrison goes by that time, it's going to be a long 10 minutes.
Well, how much they figure they can stretch it?
About 5 or 6 minutes without making it look too obvious.
We can sure use it. Let's hope Harrison doesn't catch on.
Manager said they'll stop the clock when it's a minute to go. It'll never reach 2 o'clock. Skipper. Yeah, Romero. I just checked with the rescue squad down the street. They're stringing out more nets.
Yeah?
They're not guaranteeing anything.
How do you mean?
They're worried about those ledges jutting up from the building every other floor. They say if Harrison jumps close enough, he's bound to hit one of them. If he does, he'll be dead before he reaches street level. Nets down there won't do him any good. Well, nothing we can do about it. Something else we'll have to hand over to luck.
Have they come up with any ideas, Ben?
Just one. Sounds like it could work.
What's that?
They figured like we did. The overhang on the roof is too wide to lower a man directly down on top of Harrison to grab him.
Yeah?
They think it might work if they try this. Put a man in a rope sling just over the edge of the roof. Lower him down toward Harrison as close as possible without tipping him. Give him a good line. Let him try to rope Harrison.
I don't know. They got any candidates to try it?
Yeah, one. The guy's been on the rescue squad for years. Supposed to be an expert with a lasso.
Captain?
No, might do it. I don't know.
Yeah. What happens if he misses Harrison?
Who knows? What happens if Harrison jumps?
Captain? I just got off that ledge in a hurry. He came at me with that knife.
Is he any closer to the window?
He backed off again. Something else, that clock in the Hobart building.
Yeah?
Pretty sure he's wise to that gimmick. He's given it up.
What do you mean?
The 2 o'clock deadline. He's not going to wait for it.
1:55 p.m. A specially equipped police car with loudspeakers mounted on the roof was rushed to the intersection of 3rd and Temple Streets opposite the Fitzroy building. Sergeant Jack Wiseman took Walter Harrison's sister, Ruth, down in the elevator to the street. She got on the police car microphone and started talking to her brother over the loudspeakers. Word was passed to the special detail of men from the fire department's rescue squad standing by on the roof of the building. They went to work. Captain Steed went up to the roof to see if he could assist them. Ben and I waited in the office on the 13th floor. The nurse, Miss Lenahan, and Jean Bechtel were with us. 1:57 p.m. The men on the roof started to lower the man from the rescue squad in a rope sling. He held a double-strength lasso in his hand. The end of it was wrapped around his body and tied securely. Ben and I watched from the window. We looked along the narrow ledge. Walter Harrison stood erect and motionless, an open pocket knife in one hand, his feet poised on the brink of a 13-story jump. The voice of Harrison's sister drifted up from the loudspeakers down on the street.
Walter? This is Ruth, Walter. Can you hear me? This is Ruth. I want you to come home with me, Walter. Please. You've got to understand.
Sister's doing all right. Finish it for sure if he looks up. Yeah, sure will.
There's nothing wrong. No one's going to hurt you. We want to help you, Walter. Please.
I can't see, Joe. They're letting the man down?
Yeah, coming slow.
There's
Wait a minute.
nothing to be afraid of. You know that, don't you? Come home with me, please. I'll take care of you. I'll see that you're safe. That you're all right.
Joe, how's Harrison doing? Can you see? Yeah, he's looking down. Not moving at all.
Nobody's going to hurt you, believe me. These people are your friends. They want to help you. Can you hear me, Walter? They want to help you.
That's it. What? Man coming down on the rope. He's just above Harrison now.
They're your friends. You can trust me, your sister Ruth. You've got to trust me, Walter. I want to take care of you. I want to take you home.
Yeah, I see the man now. He's right above me. Got the lasso ready.
Keep your fingers crossed. What is it? What's happening?
The lasso. He's throwing it.
Get away from me!
Miss, Joey, miss.
Walter, wait a minute. Harrison!
No, I'm alive. Just get him away from me. Get him away!
Pull that man up. Pull him out of the way.
That doesn't.
Oh, he's still on the ledge. I'm going out.
Joe, wait a minute.
Yeah?
It's only a chance.
Yeah?
Why don't you get him mad at you? Say anything, insult him.
Well, I'll try.
Anything to make him go for you. If you can get him down to this window, I can grab him.
If I get him by the window, I'll hold on to him, huh?
Yeah. When you grab him, try to lean as close to the building as you can.
Not much to lean on the other way. 1:59 p.m. I got through the window and out onto the ledge. The crowds jamming the streets below had swollen to almost twice their size. A few blocks away, the big clock on the side of the Hobart building read 5 minutes to 2, but Harrison wasn't looking at it. He still had his eyes fixed on the pavement 13 stories beneath us. He'd torn off his collar and his shirt was ripped open at the neck. He waved his arms and shouted at the crowd below as he tottered along the ledge toward the corner of the building, away from the window that I was supposed to lure him into. In his right hand, he still held onto the open pocket knife.
You're not going to get your hands on me. You're not even going to get close.
Wait a minute, Harrison. Watch it.
You watch me, mister. I'm going to jump right through them down there. Those dirty animals. You just watch.
All right, wait a minute. I got a message for you from your sister Ruth. Now, do you want to hear it?
You won't get your hands on me. None of you. I'll see you later, mister.
You're a phony, Harrison. You're a phony liar.
I'm a liar.
You heard me. You're not kidding anybody.
You don't think I can jump, huh? Well, you just watch.
Anybody can jump. Any phony can do that.
What?
It doesn't take anything. Those animals down there in the street, any one of them could do that. You're just like one of them.
I've still got this knife. I've used it before. I can kill you.
You couldn't kill anything. You haven't got the guts. You're a phony.
You're a liar. You're a rotten liar. I can cut you to pieces.
Oh, you talk big, Harrison, but you're all talk.
I can cut you to pieces.
You haven't got me fooled, mister. Not for a minute.
I'll cut you to pieces.
You haven't got half the nerve. You're a phony and you know it.
You're a rotten liar. You stand still. Go on. You stand still and I'll show you.
Oh, you talk a real good game, but that's about all. You're all talk.
I'll show you. I still have my knife and I'll kill you right now.
Yeah, sure you will.
You're backing away. You're afraid.
You're a phony, Harrison. Nobody's afraid of a phony.
Cut you up good.
I'm waiting for you. Come on. What's the matter, Harrison?
You're not waiting. Stay still and stop backing away. Now stop.
I'll
tell you, you come and get me, huh? Haven't you got enough nerve? Or you're just talking again? All talk, huh?
That window. You've got to stop by the window, and then I'll cut you to pieces.
All right, Harrison. Here, now you go ahead. Prove you're a phony.
All right. I'll show you. You rotten liar.
All right, Walter, now drop it, drop it.
I can't kill you. You rotten liar. I'll cut you to pieces.
Drop it, drop it. Joe, look out. Grab them. They're going to fall.
Well, how close can it get?
Here. Nurse?
That was just wonderful, Sergeant, both of you. Are you all right?
Yeah, fine. Would you mind getting Captain Steve for us, please? You know who he is.
Oh, surely, right away.
Well,
yeah, it was a rough one.
Yeah, Dad, looked like you were both going over the side.
Yeah.
Thought I'd lost you, Joe.
Oh, you didn't have to worry.
No?
No. You told me which way to lean.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On September 10th, a sanity hearing was held at the County Hospital Psychopathic Ward, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that hearing.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, there's one big difference in long cigarettes, and here's the one sentence that tells the full story. In Fatima, the difference is quality. That's why this headline is being featured in leading national magazines. Yes, these new Fatima full-page color ads are another proof of Fatima's fast-growing popularity. More long cigarette smokers are insisting on Fatima quality than ever before. Now, if you're a long cigarette smoker like I am, buy a pack of extra mild Fatimas. You'll find, as I have, that Fatimas now cost the same, but in Fatima, the difference is quality.
After being examined by 6 psychiatrists, Walter John Harrison was judged mentally incompetent. On his sister's request, he was committed to a private sanitarium. 7 months later, Harrison took his own life by hanging. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portions transcribed from Los Angeles. We the People is next with Stories of Today on NBC.
Calling All Cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 75. Regarding a body found buried in the cellar of a house on South Catalina Street. The corpse was wearing a gold ring with the initials RB on it, and a silver belt buckle with the initial B. That's all. Rolls and quits.
When you see the name Rio Grande Cracked Gasoline, perhaps you wonder what cracked means. But oil and gasoline experts know that cracked describes the most costly and most efficient process yet devised to produce gasoline. Millions of dollars and years of research have been spent in the development of cracked gasoline by engineers of the worldwide Sinclair Oil Organization, who recently completed construction of the finest and most modern cracking plant for the Rio Grande Oil Company. In this new plant, Rio Grande gasoline undergoes a treatment which cannot be duplicated by any other gasoline sold in the far west. Ordinary refining methods fail to break up the particles of gasoline so that much of the potential power of uncracked gasoline is wasted. But Rio Grande gasoline is made under terrific heat and pressure so that these particles are cracked up into tiny atoms. When cracked gasoline reaches your engine, there is no waste, as with straight-run gasoline. It burns evenly, smoothly. It revolutionizes your car's performance. That's why Rio Grande cracked gasoline has been chosen by the leading cities of California and Arizona for their most exacting task of powering police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment. If these exacting buyers find Rio Grande cracked gasoline such an outstandingly better buy, don't you think that you, too, should enjoy the extra benefits that cracked gasoline gives you at no extra cost? And now it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. There is an old saying, murder will out, and like most time-worn adages, has more than a grain of truth to it. No matter how carefully a criminal plans his crime, our experience is that he never thinks of everything. Always he leaves a loose end. It may take months or even years before his mistake is discovered. But when it is, inevitably the criminal is called to answer for his act. The murder we are dramatizing for you tonight was a cold-blooded, premeditated crime committed for material gain. Although it was never proved in court, the murderess must have been slightly insane, for she made little effort to cover up her tracks permanently. When we found her and brought her back to Los Angeles for questioning, her cold refusal to talk earned her the title of Enigma Woman and forced us to go to court with a circumstantial evidence case, which was so well constructed by our investigation officers that the jury was never in doubt as to its opinion. But that's getting ahead of the story.
Our story tonight opens in Denver, Colorado, some 15 years ago. Mr. Spaulding, a prominent merchant, is seated in his study at his desk. Mrs. Spaulding has just entered the room.
Did you want to see me, Herbert?
Yes, I want to ask you about these.
What?
These bills.
What about them?
What about them? Good Lord, woman, what about them? Look, LSA Millinery Shop, $97. Pierre's for dresses, $523, and $75 for shoes. All in 1 month. And there are more, too.
I needed those things.
Needed them. The tungsten closets you have filled with clothes?
Oh, Herbert, let's not go through all this again. You weren't able to support me, you had no right marrying me.
Oh, Mildred, you're unreasonable. You know that I've never stinted you. I've always tried to give you everything you wanted. But this is too much. It's got to stop.
Why has it got to stop, may I ask?
Because I have no more money.
You have no more money?
Nothing but my regular salary. I had $25,000 in the bank when we were married. We've gone through that in 3 years. Now, we've got to cut down.
Cut down? I can't possibly cut down. I haven't nearly enough now to live decently. You'll have to make more money.
And isn't as easy as it sounds.
Well, it's your problem.
No, it isn't. You've got to help.
Well, I won't help. I have a perfect right to the things I like.
But, Mildred...
If you can't give them to me, I'll find some man who can. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
So it is that shortly afterwards, Mrs. Spaulding travels to Los Angeles. Calculatingly, she looks the territory over for a source of finances which will meet the expenses of her standard of living. One morning, an advertisement in the newspaper catches her eye.
Widower, breaking up housekeeping, wishes to lease his lovely home on South Catalina Street to responsible parties for indefinite period. Phone Robert Bernard, Drexel 372. South Catalina Street, right in the Wilshire district. That sounds promising. It's a charming place, Mr. Bernard. I'm simply in love with it. Oh, I know I shall be happy here.
I hope you will, Mrs. Spaulding. It isn't just like any house you might find for rent.
Of course it isn't. There's something intimate and lovely about it.
There should be. I built it as a wedding present for my second wife.
I thought you were a widower.
I am. She died a month after we were married.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So you see, the place has too many uncomfortable memories for me. I go crazy living here by myself.
I understand exactly.
However, there is one stipulation I want to place in the lease.
What is that?
I want the right to reserve one room here as my own, to leave my things there and to return to it if I feel I want to be close for a while to my wife's spirit.
Well, I can't see any objection to that.
It's a silly thing, I suppose, and I probably never will come back to the room. But I want to feel that it's here for me.
Of course you do.
When do you think you'll want to take possession?
Well, as soon as convenient to you.
Well, I'm planning to go east on the 1st of June. I'm going to buy a car in Detroit and drive back to Texas and Arizona to inspect some of my oil leases and mining properties. Suppose you come in on June 1st.
That'll be fine.
I'll draw up the lease on those conditions and have the place ready for you on the 1st. That'll be next Tuesday.
Very well. I'll be here Tuesday afternoon. It's been very nice to have met you, Mr. Bernard. And you can be sure I'll take the best of care of your dream house.
I know you will, Mrs. Spaulding. Good day.
Good day, Mr. Bernard. Oil wells in Texas, mines in Arizona, and a $20,000 house in Los Angeles. I wonder if Mr. Bernard will catch his train Tuesday. I wonder.
On Tuesday afternoon, Mrs. Spaulding arrives at the Bernard mansion with her luggage.
Well, Mr. Bernard, here I am, bag and baggage.
So I see. Can I help you with the bag?
Thank you. We'll just leave them here in the hall. There's plenty of time to get settled. You have the lease?
Yes, here it is. It's very simple. It just contains a proviso about my room.
May I see it, please?
Oh, of course.
What's that tingling noise?
Oh, I beg your pardon. A habit of mine, pacing the floor and jingling my keys. Does it annoy you?
Oh, no. I just thought for a minute there were ghosts in the house.
Sometimes I think there are. The ghost of my dead wife.
You poor man. I shouldn't have said that.
Oh, that's all right. I'm just in a mood today, leaving this place in the hands of a stranger.
But don't consider me a stranger, Mr. Bernard. Please think of me as a friend.
Thank you, Mrs. Spaulding. I'll try to. Well, does the lease look all right?
Yes, it seems to be in order. Here's my check for $250, first and last month's rent.
Thank you.
Oh, and another thing.
Well, what's that?
Well, I'll be living here all alone. It's a big house, and I'm just a woman. I wondered if you had a gun you could leave me.
A gun? Why, yes, but I scarcely think you'll need it. The house is guarded by a private patrol service.
I know, but I'd feel safer.
Oh, very well. My gun's right there in the desk drawer. I was going to take it with me, but if you really feel you need it,
I do.
All right. Here you are.
Oh, my. It's a dangerous-looking thing. How does it work?
Watch out, it's loaded.
Oh.
But the safety catch is on. When you want to fire it, you throw this catch, like this. See?
Oh, I see. That's very simple, isn't it?
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. I'll feel much safer now.
Well, I'd better be getting on.
Oh, before you go, Mr. Bernard, let me make you a cup of tea. I'd like you to be the first guest in my new home.
Very well. A cup of tea wouldn't go badly.
And anyway, you can show me where the things are in the kitchen.
Right. Come along this way. Here we are. Right to the butler's pantry here. You'll find some tea on that third shelf, I think. There's tea kettles on the stove. By the way, Mrs. Spaulding, you still have got that gun in your hand.
Oh, how silly of me. I forgot about it. I'll leave it here on the pantry shelf. There. Now, in just a minute, we'll have a nice hot cup of tea. Have you a match, Mr. Bernard?
Here you are.
Always pacing and jingling those keys. Are you that nervous?
I am sorry.
You act like a man whose hours are numbered.
Oh, no, not that bad, I hope. I'm good for a pretty long time yet. Here, I'll give you the keys, and I won't be tempted to jingle them. This one's for the house. This one opens the garage. And this Yale lock key fits the liquor closet in the cellar.
Is there any liquor in it?
Unfortunately, it's quite empty.
Oh, and this one is for the kitchen door here.
Well, I think that's about all I need to know, isn't it?
Yes, I think so.
The water's boiling. Tea is about to be served. The cups are in the pantry, I presume.
That's right.
You're not gaining fuse or drumming your fingers. My, you're nervous.
Yes, I am. I don't know why it is, but I feel as though something were about to happen.
Maybe you're right, Mr. Bernard. Maybe you're right. I'm afraid, Mr. Bernard, you're quite dead. Oh, Gardner! Gardner!
You wanting me, please?
Yes. Did you hear a strange noise a few minutes ago?
Noise?
Yes, like a shot.
No. I was in back sprinkling.
Oh, I suppose it was an automobile backfiring.
Backfire? Yes.
I suppose Mr. Bernard told you about me.
No? You not tell?
I have leased his house. He's gone out of town so far.
Yes.
Whatever arrangement you have with him will continue, just the same.
Yes, please.
Oh, and, by the way...
Yes?
Could you get me a load of dirt?
Dirt? What kind of dirt?
I want to cultivate some bulbs in the cellar. Dirt for bulbs?
Yes. How much dirt you wanting, please?
Oh, I don't know. Enough to cover Enough for bulbs. You ought to know.
1 yard.
Yes, that'll do, I suppose.
Shall I dumping dirt in cellar?
No, of course not. Leave it right here by the cellar door.
Yes. I'll bring it tomorrow.
Not tomorrow. Bring it this afternoon, right now.
But you want to
Don't
go...
argue with me. Bring it here this minute. As soon as you've delivered it, you can go.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Sonny, I can't sleep. Wind, rain. It would have to rain tonight. Wind, rain, and the corpse sitting in the cellar. All the setting for a ghost story.
Sometimes I think
Who spoke?
the house, the ghost of my dead wife.
Good Lord, I've got to get hold of myself. Now, look here, Mildred Spaulding. You sit down and light a cigarette. Got to stop these nerves of yours. There. Nothing like a cigarette. Quiet. Oh, what's that? Good Lord, I'm crazy. There are ghosts in this house.
Ghost of my wife.
Who's there?
Ghost in the house.
No. You can't come in here. Stay out. You can't come in. I'll shoot. I'll shoot you again.
Ghost of my wife.
My reflection in the mirror. I shot at my reflection. Can't let it get me. I've got to get hold of myself. Thunder, but it never thunders in California. I've got to get out of here. Like it here, Mrs. Sterner. It's a lovely place. Yes, it's just what I'm looking for. Now, as I explained, the house is completely yours with the exception of the room at the head of the stairs. It has some of my husband's personal effects in it. I'll just leave it locked. Yes, quite all right. My husband's out of town. Probably won't return for some time, and I may be east indefinitely. But you can pay your rent regularly to my agent. Very well. And I'll take care of your house as ever my very own. I'm sure you will. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Months passed. And then Bernard's first wife, failing to receive an allowance check for her daughter, requests the Los Angeles attorney to investigate the oil man's disappearance. Accompanied by a private detective, the attorney calls at the Bernard house in an attempt to locate either Bernard or Mrs. Spaulding.
I'm sorry, but I can't tell you where Mrs. Spaulding is now. I sent her my rent check to a real estate agent.
I see. Well, Mrs. Turner, would you mind if we look over the house? It seems that Mr. Bernard is missing, and they want to locate him if possible.
Who's Mr. Bernard?
He's the owner of the house.
Why, I thought Mrs. Spaulding owned the house.
She doesn't.
Well, she told me she did.
Well, she did, eh?
Yes, I rented the place in good faith.
Well, don't worry about that. If you'll only be so good as to cooperate with us,
Certainly, you may take any place you like.
thank you. Come on, Sam. We'll start with the garret. Well, looks like a wild goose chase. Nothing on the garret, second or first floors.
Maybe we'll find something down here in the cellar. That's where they bury bodies, you know.
You're going melodramatic on me, eh? No, I don't think we'll find him here. He's probably gotten an accident someplace in the east and is lying on a slab in some morgue. Unidentified all this time.
Nothing suspicious around here.
No.
Laundry tubs, furnace, packing boxes.
Yeah, well, here, let's take a look at this cupboard.
It's locked.
Now, let me have those keys Mrs. Sterling gave us.
There you are.
Yeah. Well, this wouldn't work. No, this one. Well, he's a likely candidate. Nope.
How about that one there?
No, Sam. There isn't a key here to fit this lock.
That's funny. Here, wait till I try some of my masters.
Yeah.
There we are. Nothing here but a mound of dirt.
Wait a minute. Look at the shape of that mound.
What do you mean?
Well, if it's what I think it is, I want the police here when we move it.
The attorney hastily called Central Police, and Detectives Hitchcock and Cancel hurried to the house on South Catalina Street.
Yeah, it's right here in this closet, Kendall. I see. I thought you'd better be here before we went ahead. Looks suspicious to me. Right. Got a shovel?
Here you are.
Well, we'll find out quick enough. Hey, Kendall, stop. What's the matter? You've uncovered a man's foot. Well, there's the end of your mystery and the beginning of ours. Yeah.
After a day of intensive investigation and examination of physical evidence, the two detectives report to their chief.
Well, boys, what have you got to report? What? The thief is Robert Bernard. Wore a wedding ring with the initials GB on it and a silver belt buckle with the initial B. But have an identification from Bridgeworks has got it. Good. You boys haven't been wasting any time. I suppose you've been too busy identifying the body to find out who did it. Pretty strong suspicions about that, too. While I was checking identity, the cop went over the place for physical evidence. A pretty good reconstruction. Go ahead, sir. Tell it, Chief. Well, Bernard rented his house to Mrs. Spaulding from Denver. He was last seen on June 1st by some business associates when he was winding up some last-minute business before leaving for Detroit. I see. Mrs. Spaulding took possession of the house the same day, according to these men, who say that Bernard cut his interview short in order to meet Mrs. Spaulding at the house. Well, for some reason or other, Mrs. Spaulding and Bernard went into the kitchen, where while Mr. Bernard was sitting at the kitchen table with his back to Mrs. Spaulding, he shot and killed him with a .32-20, his own gun. Oh, you're so sure of that? Well, he was shot through the neck from behind with a .32-20 slug. We found his gun in a room he retained in the house. The fatal bullet was fired from that gun, according to our ballistics man. Well, the crime occurred in the kitchen, and after she disposed of the body, Mrs. Spaulding washed up the blood. But she didn't do a completely thorough job because we found watered blood stains under the linoleum by the kitchen table. These stains tally and count with Bernard's blood. Oh, yeah? Well, after she shot him, she dragged the body downstairs and placed it in the closet. No, when was it done? Yes, sir, about 5:30. How do you know that? She asked the gardener about that time whether he'd heard a sound like a shot. And then she told him to bring her some dirt because she wanted to plant bulbs in the cellar. Well, the gardener brought the dirt, which I'm convinced is the same dirt she covered the body with. Apparently her nerves went back on her, for on June 5th, she rented the house to Mrs. Sterner, the present occupant, and left for the east, so she said. I'd suggest that you have Denver police look her up and arrest her on murder charge. Wait a minute. Not so fast. We've got a pretty neat case here, but it's all circumstantial. Any fingerprints on the gun? No, it was wiped off. But there's not even a reasonable doubt that she's innocent. I'm convinced of her guilt. Yes, but you wouldn't convince a jury on that evidence. Why, she gave Mrs. Sterner to understand that the house on Catalina Street was her own. She never even mentioned Bernard when she rented it. Still, she might have a convincing answer for that. What are you going to do? Let her get away? No, but I'm not going to arrest her until you boys have built up a stronger case. Go out and find out something about her. Trace her whereabouts before and after the crime. In the meantime, I'll bring her here from Denver. How can you bring her unless you arrest her? Ask her assistant. From what you say, she sounds like a cold, hard customer to me. She'll probably fall for the ruse because she's convinced that she can talk her way out of this. In the meantime, you boys find me a motive. Well, your house in her own name was a motive. She wanted his house. Insufficient. She didn't try to sell it, did she? She merely sublet it on her lease. That's legal. Find something else. Okay, Chief, we will.
A detective is sent to Denver to bring Mrs. Spaulding back for questioning in connection with the disappearance of Mr. Bernard. Expressing a willingness to assist in any way she can, Mrs. Spaulding returns to Los Angeles and faces Chief of Detectives.
Mrs. Spaulding, we want you to know that we appreciate your kindness in coming all the way to Los Angeles.
Not at all, Chief. Naturally, I'm willing to assist you in any way I can.
Do you know where Mr. Bernard is?
No, I don't.
You were a good friend of his, weren't you?
Hardly. I rented his house from him, that's all. I certainly knew the man.
I see. He left town shortly after you moved into his house, didn't he?
Yes, he went to San Francisco the day I moved in.
Did you see him after that?
Yes, as a matter of fact, he had some trouble and came back to Los Angeles.
Trouble? What kind of trouble?
Well, he got into a fight with a Mexican woman. She shot him in the arm, and he had to have his arm amputated.
I see. And then where did he go?
Why, he left for the east, I believe. Of course, I didn't talk to him very much.
Very interesting, Mrs. Spaulding. Very interesting. This has been a great help to us.
Is that all you required of me?
For the moment, yes. But I'd appreciate it if you'd remain in town for a few days. I may want to question you further.
Very well. I'll keep in touch with you. Good day.
Good day, Mrs. Spaulding. Send Matthews in here. Yes, Chief. Matt, Mrs. Spaulding just left this office. I want you to shadow her. Don't let her out of your sight. Yes, sir. Of all the cock and bull stories I ever heard, shot in the arm by a Mexican woman, had his arm amputated. I don't understand what the devil is driving at. Yeah? Fine, send them right in. No, boys. And what have you got? Plenty. On June 2nd, the day after Bernard was murdered, Mrs. Spaulding bought $375 worth of clothes at Bullitt's and charged him to Bernard's account, explaining that she was his wife. Yes, and on the succeeding 3 days, she presented checks totaling $1,200 to Bernard's bank and had them honored. Or open. My hunch is that she did. When the bank teller questioned the signature, she explained that she was Mrs. Bernard, and that her husband had had an accident to his right arm, and that this was his signature written with his left hand. So that accounts for the story about the amputation. What else? On June 6th, she cashed in Bernard's railroad ticket for Detroit and bought a ticket to Denver. She lifted that ticket off his body. She presumably stole the $500, which were also in his wallet. What makes you think that? His business associates told us that he had $500 and ticket to Detroit in his wallet. They saw him last on June 1st. We found that wallet empty in his room in the house at Catalina Street. Well, she certainly was out to take him, wasn't she? Yes, sir. You going to arrest her now, Chief? Not yet. I'm having her shadowed, but I want a foolproof case from you boys first. She's a clever woman, and I don't want to give her a single loophole.
For 3 weeks, the officers build up their case, while Mrs. Spaulding, under constant surveillance of the police, continues at large. Then, when their case is complete, they present it to the grand jury, which promptly returns a true bill of murder. Then Mrs. Spaulding is summoned into the chief's office, where the investigating officers await her.
Good afternoon, Chief.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Spaulding. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
May I present Detectives Cantor and Hickok, Mrs. Spaulding?
How do you do?
How do you do? These are the gentlemen who've been investigating the murder of Mr. Bernard.
Murder?
Certainly, Mrs. Spaulding. Mr. Bernard was shot and killed in the kitchen of this house on Catalina Street, June 1st. I hereby arrest you for that murder.
What? You arrest me?
Precisely.
That's rather amusing, Chief. On what grounds do you arrest me?
Frankly, on the grounds of circumstantial evidence. Our investigation shows that you're the only person who could have killed it.
You'll have a nice time trying to prove that in court.
That's precisely what we will do, however.
What? Accusing me of the murder of a man I only saw twice in my life?
Let's save time for all of us, Mrs. Spaulding. It'll be easier on you and us than if you make a voluntary confession right now.
A confession? A confession? Do you think I'm crazy? Look here, my good man. I'm as innocent as you are.
Oh, come on, Mrs. Spaulding. When did you see Mr. Bernard last?
When he left his house today, he went east after he came back from San Francisco.
That was when he came back to have his arm amputated?
Yes.
Mr. Bernard's body had 2 arms firmly attached when it was found.
Then it wasn't Mr. Bernard's body.
The witnesses are positive it was. What did you do with that dirt you told the gardener to bring you?
What dirt?
The dirt you ordered from the gardener.
I never ordered any dirt from the gardener.
Yes, well, he says you did.
Then he lies.
Why did you tell the present occupant of the house on Catalina Street that you owned it?
I never did.
You said you did.
Then he lied.
Your picture has been identified as that of the woman who passed as Mrs. Bernard with bullets into the downtown bank. How do you explain that?
It isn't so.
Why, Mrs. Spaulding, failing to convict you for murder, we can send you up for grand larceny and forgery.
That'll be some job.
Why did you kill Robert Bernard?
I didn't.
Then who killed him?
I don't know.
You want to hang for this?
I'll never hang.
You killed Robert Bernard, and you know you did.
I'm sorry, you're mistaken.
Now, look here, Mrs.
You
Spaulding.
look here. I've had about enough of this browbeating. You can address any further questions to me through my attorneys, and until you permit me to have one, I'll not open my mouth. Only let me warn you. You men are doing the most dangerous thing you ever did in your life in making this false accusation. I'm going to break every one of you as though you were toothpicks between my fingers.
Who killed Bernard? Why did you kill him? You are the murderers of Robert Bernard. Knock her up, Sergeant. Mrs. Spaulding maintained her cold silence throughout her trial. Never would she make the slightest confession of her guilt. Always she believed her refusal to talk would save her. But the police had a foolproof case against her. A case of circumstantial evidence so complete that the jury on the first ballot found her guilty of first-degree murder. And nearly 15 years ago, one of the nation's most bizarre cases came to a close when Mrs. Spaulding entered the state penitentiary to serve a term of life imprisonment, from which, by recommendation of judge and jury, she can never be paroled or pardoned.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution of this case is another tribute to the efficiency of the Los Angeles Police Department. When Los Angeles citizens call the police, a radio patrol car is on the scene within an average of 2.5 minutes. To make this possible, the department has tested every gasoline available, but they have used only Rio Grande cracked gasoline for the past several years. Other cities, Oakland, Berkeley, Merced, Fresno, also specify Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively for city emergency engines. And out in the wide-open spaces of Arizona, many sheriff's officers have proved that Rio Grande cracked gasoline is best for emergency use over large areas. These law enforcement agencies use the same Rio Grande cracked gasoline that your neighborhood independent dealer sells, so that you, too, can enjoy police car performance in your own car.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 75 regarding a dead body. The victim has been identified and the murderer is now in custody. And that's all. Roll, please.
Calling all cars is written and directed by William M. Robeson. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
With the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Through the generations, the citizens of the western United States have kept alive the memory of the mysterious phantom figure of the plains. They tell of his great white horse Silver, and of his faithful friend, the Indian Tonto. They still speak with gratitude of the courageous fight waged against crime by the famous masked rider of justice. And now, as the hoofs of Silver thunder down the trail, let us recapture those days of thrilling adventure once more. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy. Bolivar and Hacksaw have gotten into trouble again. We must help them. Hi-yo, Silver!
As the Lone Ranger rode by on Silver, he said that two old friends of his needed help. Bolivar Bates and Hacksaw Hastings, two cheerful but irresponsible veterans of the Civil War, had collected the taxes in Las Palmas County with the aid of the Lone Ranger. Then, with their commission in their pockets, they rode westward to the Catamount Hills, where they decided to make their home in an abandoned cabin until another profitable enterprise came their way. As our story opens, we see Hacksaw in the Acme restaurant, Bensonville's leading eating place. He is seated at a table in conversation with Aggie McGuire, a waitress, and Bart Sidney, a friend of the proprietor, Pete Greer. Hacksaw, as usual, is boasting of his adventures.
I'm telling you, folks, me and Bolivar had them fellas in Las Palmas Fair Buffalo. At first, they didn't hanker to pay their taxes. But when we'd ventilated a dozen of them, they changed their minds right smart.
You mean you shot and killed them?
No, it weren't our shooting that done for 'em. It was just that we left 'em so drafty from bullet holes, they catch cold and died.
Oh, my.
Did you get much cash out of it for yourselves?
Oh, offhand, I'd say we'd made us $11,000 or $10,000 in silver. 'Tain't much, but still it'll do for a grub steak, Bart.
You got all that cash just from collecting taxes?
Well, any darn fool knows it's more profitable collecting taxes than paying them.
I heard such a lot about how mean they are down in Las Palmas. You must have been awful brave, Hacksaw, to take a job like that.
Brave? Say, I'm so plumb full of courage, sometimes I scare myself.
Did you say you still got that cash?
Sure we have. We're hanging on to it till we find a good use for it.
$10,000 or $11,000, you say, huh?
Oh, maybe it'll run a mite over that. What's $1,000 one way or the other?
I suppose you put all that cash in the bank, didn't you?
No, sirree. Me and Bolivar are a sight too smart for that. We ain't letting no strangers have the use of our cash.
You see, Bart, that's what I always said. I told you plain that Hacksaw weren't only the bravest fellow I ever met up with, but one of the smartest, too.
Shucks, I was smart enough to be Jeb Stuart's right-hand man. Bolivar was his left. Or was it the other way round? Drat it, I never can recollect which is my left hand, which is my right.
I always remember but thinking of which hand to write with.
That'd do for some, but I can't write. Never figured it'd be good for me.
I think you're just grand, Hacksaw.
What's that?
You're brave and you're smart and you're just the kind of a gentleman a woman would like.
Oh, I don't know.
Yes, you're Hacksaw. And I'll bet you would never do harm to a lady or let anybody else do harm to her either.
Gee, is there anybody been doing you any harm, Miss Aggie?
No. That is, it's nothing I'd like. Oh, there's Peter. I'd better be seeing to my work.
There goes a mighty fine little lady, Bart.
I ain't never heard nothing again her. Say, Hacksaw, being as I'm a friend of yours, I hope you got all that cash hid in a safe place.
Sure have. It's in the cabin, but there ain't nobody'd ever find it.
Well, I'm right relieved to hear it.
You'll never catch two old hands like me and Bolivar getting callous.
I reckon not.
Like I was saying,
By golly, Pete slapped Aggie.
Yes, that'll teach you to mind your business. Next time I step out, don't you be sitting down to gab with a customer.
Hey there! What's the idea of hitting Aggie?
Stay out of this, Gold Goat. Ain't none of your business.
Oh, Hacksaw, he hit me just because he saw me talking to you.
If you don't shut your mouth, I'll give you another slap.
Right fun you will.
I won't. You get out of here before I throw you out.
My thunderation, that's just about enough.
Why, you...
Take that. And here's another. Hit a lady, will you?
Oh, Hacksaw, watch out. He's got a chair.
You blasted maverick. I'll fix you.
No, you don't. You missed me. I won't give
Sport's coming after you.
I'll show you, Gaffer, my partner. I'm giving you a hand,
Come
Pete.
on,
You-
Doc. He's trying to wreck the place.
I'll
lick the both of you. Shoot him, Bud. Shoot him.
I can't. Aggie's got a hold of my arm.
Oh, you beast, you brute. You ain't gonna harm Hacksaw.
Here's one for you, boss, for mixing in. Now! Yowie! If Bolivar was here, we'd take on the whole town. Come on, you fellas. I'm a-waiting for you. Then take this!
Oh, land's sake. Look off.
Close, Silver, old boy.
Hey, what in blazes let go my arm?
You've caused enough damage, Hacksaw. You're coming with me.
Take him away from here.
It's a masked man.
On your way, Hacksaw. Out of here.
Say, you're the masked fella me and Bolivar met up with before.
Yes, and I thought you'd learned enough to stay out of trouble. Now come.
I ain't going without Aggie. Come on, Miss Aggie. Let's clear out of here.
I'm going with you,
I
Hacksaw.
saw your horse outside, Hacksaw. I want you to ride out of town as fast as you can.
Sure I will. Hurry, Aggie. We're leaving right now.
And don't come back here. Come on, Silver.
Blast you, Hacksaw. You wrecked my place. I'm sure going to see you pay for the damages. Hey, come back here.
Just try and collect. You started this fracas, and by golly, you can blame well pay for it yourself.
Bolivar Bates, suspecting nothing of what had happened in town, had just stepped outside his cabin when he saw Pete Greer, owner of the restaurant that Hacksaw had wrecked, riding swiftly toward him. Bolivar greeted Pete with a shout.
Hi there, Pete. What you doing up this way?
Hold on. Hold there. Hold there.
I'm right surprised to see you.
You're the partner of Hacksaw Hastings, ain't you?
Sure, but...
And I want my cash.
Cash? What are you talking about?
I'll tell you what I'm talking about. That blame fool sidekick of yours come in my place today and smashed it to pieces.
He did? The selfish old coyote. Fine places, couldn't he let me take a hand?
He lit out without paying for the damages. So as he's your partner, I reckon it's up to you to pay.
Me?
You got cash here, ain't you?
What if I have? I ain't paying none of it out to you. That eating place of yours ought to be smashed up. I had a slice of apple pie in there once, and I ain't never felt right since.
Hacksaw done $100 worth of damage, and by golly, somebody's got to pay me for it.
Maybe you did something to make Hacksaw mad. You ought to be careful. Him and me are fighting terrors. You didn't give him a piece of that same pie I had, did you? Now, don't make faces at me, or I'll go to town and finish where Hacksaw left off.
Reckon my place ain't all that old Maverick done.
Yeah?
He run off with Aggie, too.
That's an out-and-out lie.
Well, Aggie wasn't so much as a waitress, but she brought customers into my place. There ain't many women a fella can hire out in this country.
Hacksaw wouldn't run off with no female.
I'm telling you, he did. Don't take my say-so for it. You can find out in town easy enough.
Well, he's done some darn funny things, but I never knew him to do something like this before.
From what I've seen him, I'd say he's likely to do most anything.
If he's run off with Aggie, where'd they go?
Aggie's ma's got a place at the edge of town. I reckon that's the place to look for him.
Hi there, General Sherman. Quit stuffing yourself with that glass and come over here.
Well, what are you aiming to do?
I'm going to town, that's what. And if I find you've been stretching the truth about my partner, I'll attend to you personal.
How about them damages?
Send the bill to Aggie's ma. Maybe she'll pay for them. But if you think you're going to get any cash from me, you're plumb mistaken. Get up, General Sherman. Get along with you.
Bolivar urged his horse along the trail to Bensonville, determined to learn the truth of the story told him by Pete. In the meantime, the Lone Ranger had returned to the small, well-hidden camp he shared with his faithful Indian companion, Tonto. The masked man told his friend of Hacksaw's fight, and then proceeded on to town. In the meantime, Hacksaw accompanied Aggie to the home of her mother. There, the waitress cleverly appealed to Hacksaw's sympathy.
Golly, Miss Aggie, you sure put me in mind of my sister back home.
No, Hacksaw, you're just saying that. Land's sake, I don't know why I should.
Honest, Miss Aggie, I ain't just saying that to make you feel good. It's the truth. I ain't seen Cynthia for a long time, but I bet you and she look a heap alike.
Well, if that's so, I hope she's happier than I am.
Huh? You ain't worrying about Pete, are you?
No, that ain't it.
I sure wish you'd feel free to tell me about it.
I'd rather not, Hacksaw. You wouldn't believe me anyhow.
Oh, no, Miss Aggie.
And besides, it's something I've got to face all alone, I reckon.
Now, you look here. I ain't the fella to let a real nice girl like you worry none when I might maybe be of help.
I don't know whether I ought to say anything or not after
After what Bolivar told me.
You mean my partner, Bolivar Bates?
Please, Hacksaw, don't you pay any attention. I didn't mean to let it slip out.
I'm going to get to the bottom of this. What about Bolivar?
Please don't make me tell.
Come on, speak up.
Well, when I asked him for the loan of some money for my mother...
Go on, don't stop now.
Oh, it was just that I didn't know where to turn for help. Ma needs doctoring so bad, and I don't make enough money to help her. And
Yeah?
And I heard Bolivar say something about how you both had plenty of cash. So I figured maybe you'd be willing to loan me some. I'd have paid it back. Honest I would.
Well, if that's all that's bothering you, Miss Aggie, I reckon it can be fixed up all right. How much cash do you need?
But Bolivar said you wouldn't let him loan it.
Huh? What's that?
That's the reason I didn't want to tell you about it.
You mean to sit there and tell me Bolivar claimed I wouldn't help you out?
There. I knew all the time you wouldn't believe me.
But...
I should have just kept still.
Now, don't get mad, Miss Aggie. I ain't saying you're fibbing.
Just forget about it, Hacksaw. That's all I ask.
I won't either. I ain't said I didn't believe you, have I? I want to know some more about what Bolivar said.
Oh, it was just that the cash belonged to both of you, and you wouldn't let him loan any of it to help me out.
Why, that concerned old skinflint. Using me to cover up his own orneriness.
I don't want to cause trouble between you.
I'll get the cash for you, Miss Aggie. And I'll tell Bolivar a thing or two.
No, don't do that.
Huh?
I wouldn't want Bolivar to know I said anything to you. You got to promise me you won't tell him.
Yeah, but...
Promise.
Well, if you says I has to...
Don't you see, it just makes things worse.
Well, It might at that. How much cash do you need, Miss Aggie?
I think maybe $75 or $100 would be enough.
Then, by golly, you're going to get it.
You're awful nice. But you won't let Bolivar know you're bringing it to me, will you?
Not if you don't want me to.
I was thinking maybe you might get it without his knowing and bring it to me tonight.
Sure, I will.
You could meet me outside by that big oak sometime after dark tonight. You see, Ma's got a heap of pride, and I wouldn't want her to find out I was borrowing money to help her.
Sure, I savvy how you feel. I'll wait till Bolivar's got to sleep tonight, then I'll ride back here.
Oh.
Huh? What's ailing you?
I just seen Ma coming down the path. You'd better go, Hacksaw. You can get out the back way, and then you won't meet her.
Anything you say.
And tonight I'll be waiting for you by the oak.
You got my word, Miss Aggie. I won't fail you. But by golly, I wish I could tell Bolivar what I think of his meanness.
Hurry, Hacksaw.
I'm a hurrying. So long.
Why won't Pete laugh when I tell him about this? Bolivar Bates coming to the front door while Hacksaw goes out the back.
Howdy, Miss Aggie. Can I come in?
Why, of course, Bolivar. Come right inside. I've been wanting to speak to you.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Hacksaw Hastings became involved in a fight in the Acme restaurant when Pete Greer, the proprietor, slapped the face of Aggie McGuire, a waitress. The Lone Ranger stopped the fight, and Hacksaw accompanied Aggie to the home of her mother. In the meantime, Pete informed Bolivar Bates of what had happened, and Bolivar rode hurriedly to town in search of his partner. He rapped on the front door of Aggie's home just as Hacksaw went out the back. We see Bolivar now, a few minutes after Aggie admitted him.
Where in tarnation's Hacksaw? He's here, ain't he?
He was here, but I wish I'd never seen him.
Because he lost you your job? Oh, shucks. He had to fight, didn't he? Any fellow that wasn't a Yellow Coyote would have done the same.
Oh, it wasn't that I was thinking of.
Say, you've been crying.
I didn't mean to show it.
Was it that blamed Hacksaw that made you cry?
Yes.
Gosh, ain't he done enough already for one day? He smashes up the eating place in town, gets Pete Greer raving mad at him, and now he's got you crying. Why, he must have gone clean loco.
It'll be all right.
Just what's he been up to, anyhow?
I don't suppose I ought to tell you, but I was so hoping you and him could help me out.
Help you out?
Uh-huh. It's Ma. She needs a doctor so bad. We ain't got no money, and I thought you seemed so nice and kind that maybe...
That maybe what?
Well, that maybe you wouldn't mind the loan of enough money so that Ma wouldn't have to die.
Is your Ma that bad sick?
If I don't get that cash, she'll die for sure.
Why, shucks, miss. There ain't never been a time I wouldn't help out where I could.
You mean you'd loan me that money?
Of course I would.
But Hacksaw said you wouldn't. He said he'd be glad to, but you wouldn't let him.
Hacksaw said that?
I didn't think you was like that, but that's what he said.
Well, I'll be altogether mendaciously hog-tied if that don't beat all. How long's Hacksaw been gone? I want to get hold of him.
What are you aiming to do?
What am I going to do? I'm going to make him eat them words or choke on them. It don't matter much which. I don't savvy where he got the idea that...
But, Mr. Bates,
huh?
I wish you wouldn't do that. He'll know I told you, and there'll just be a lot of trouble about it. Please don't say nothing to him.
Well, by gosh,
You wouldn't want to make things worse for me than they are already, would you?
Hey, don't you go crying again. Gosh, I just can't stand the sight of a woman crying. I'll promise you. Stop them sniffles, and I'll promise anything.
You won't say nothing to Hacksaw.
No, siree. And I'll see that you get your money, too.
You're such a gentleman, Mr. Bates.
When do you want it?
Could you meet me tonight?
You just bet I could.
I'll slip out of the house after dark tonight, and you'll be here. I'll be waiting for you by that big oak out in the yard.
All right. You just tell me how much you need, and I'll sure be there.
Aggie did not know that while she told her story, first to Hacksaw and then to Bolivar, the masked man was listening, just beyond the half-open window. When Bolivar left the house, the Lone Ranger rode swiftly to his camp where he met Tonto.
Tonto, I've learned more than I had expected.
What you hear?
Aggie is scheming something. Maybe that she only wants the money she asked them for. But she could have got that without making Hacksaw and Bolivar enemies.
Maybe her want all their cash, huh?
That might be her purpose. She believes, of course, that they have several $1,000s. This may be part of her scheme to get all of it.
Tonto been to town. Seen Pete. Him plenty mad.
What did he do, Kemosabe?
Him talk with fella named Bart. Them talk quiet.
Yes?
Pete, husband the girl.
He is?
Tonto learn.
If Pete Greer is Aggie's husband, it makes the whole thing look more suspicious than ever. It would be a terrible thing if Hacksaw and Bolivar became enemies after the years of friendship.
That's right.
Pete is Aggie's husband. He started that fight in his restaurant, let Hacksaw believe he had won. Then Aggie lied to Hacksaw about Bolivar and to Bolivar about Hacksaw. The plan might be... Tonto, did you say that Pete seemed to be scheming with Bart?
Well, Tonto not hear what them say.
But I believe I can guess. We're going to have some action tonight, Tonto. Aggie has made appointments with 2 men for this evening. But she's going to find 2 more men than she expected.
That night, Bolivar was the first to creep silently from the cabin he shared with Hacksaw. Outside, he hastily rode toward Aggie's home. But the Lone Ranger and Tonto were watching the trail to town.
There's our man, Tonto.
Come on, Silver. Up, white fella. Hurry, old fellow.
A rope for that rider, Tonto.
Here, rope.
I'll throw it over his shoulders. There they are.
Hey, what are you doing? Let me loose.
Oh, Silver.
What is this? What? By gosh, you're the fellows we met before.
So you remember us, do you?
And I figured you was my friend.
We are your friends, Bolivar.
Then why'd you rope me? Why don't you let me loose?
Not just now. I have other plans.
But I got to get someplace. There's someone waiting for me.
You know what to do with them, don't you, Tonto?
Me know.
Then I'll leave Bolivar with you.
But blast it, you can't do this. You...
Hi-yo, Silver!
Wait! I want to talk with you.
Leaving Tonto to guard Bolivar, the masked man raced away. In the meantime, Hacksaw hurried to keep his appointment. He dismounted a safe distance from Aggie's home, then proceeded cautiously on foot toward the tree where he was to meet the girl. Through the gloom of the night, he made out a figure which he assumed to be Aggie.
Aggie, is that you?
No.
What?
Careful. Don't make any noise.
My gosh,
I've got a gun on you. Don't move or shout.
You're the masked man.
I am. And I'm here to help you.
You put down that gun. I don't need any help. I don't savvy what you're interfering for.
Quiet.
Say, who's that coming there?
It's Tonto and your partner, Bolivar.
Bolivar? Now, what in tarnation's he doing here?
You'll learn soon enough.
Tonto, bring Heller here. All right.
Good.
What in blazes? You got Bolivar all tied up and gagged.
It was necessary, Hacksaw.
Me take rope off now?
Yes, Kimosabe. Bolivar, we're going to untie you. But if you make a noise, that gag goes right back on. Remember that.
Well, I'd sure give a heap to savvy what's going on.
Have you got Bolivar untied yet, Kimosabe?
Me got rope off.
Now look here.
There's no time for arguing. Just obey my instructions.
Say,
ain't that Hacksaw there?
It's me, all right, you ornery coyote.
I told you not to argue. Tonto, is everything ready?
Me stop in town on way here.
Now then, you two. You're mad at each other. So let me see you fight it out.
Huh? What was that you said?
If you're enemies, fight. Unless you're afraid of each other.
Me afeard? Say, I ain't afeard of any fellow that ever walked.
Yeah? Well, I've just been aching to get my hands on you. I'm going to punch some of that meanness out of you.
You ain't got the nerve.
I ain't, huh? I'll teach you to tell things about me that ain't true.
Right, drat your head, I'll show you. Take this.
Ow.
And here's another for you. There.
You can't do that to me. I'm going to give you the licking of your life. And here's one for a starter.
I'll tear you apart.
You ain't man enough.
By your blame storytelling old goat, I'll shoot.
Hey, what's that shooting?
Quick, ground.
Gotcha, you knocked me down.
Both of you stay down. Make believe you've been shot.
I don't savvy this.
Do as I tell you. Those men couldn't see Tonto and me where we stood. Those shots were meant for you two.
Huh? What's that?
Quiet, let me talk. The shots came from the house. The men who fired them will be here in a moment to make sure they got you.
Maybe I'm just plain dumb, but I don't get this at all.
Don't move. Remain as you are.
Gosh, mister, they'd have drilled us if you hadn't pushed us down.
Yes. There come the men from the house. See them?
Pete and Bart.
Aggie told both of you the same story. Listen, I must speak fast.
Both of us?
It was arranged for Pete to slap Aggie's face so that Hacksaw would fight. Aggie knew that Hacksaw would sympathize with her and that you, Bolivar, would come looking for Hacksaw.
Is that a fact? Did you come looking for me, Bolivar?
Mm-hmm. He did. And Aggie made him think you'd refused her money, Hacksaw, just as she made you think the same about Bolivar. She knew both of you were generous and that nothing would rile you more than to be accused of being selfish.
Well, I'd be hog-tied. Say, them fellas are creeping closer.
Let me unload my shooting iron at them.
Wait, let me finish. You two were to meet here and fight. Then you were to be shot.
By God.
It would appear that you had killed each other.
But what for? Why'd they want to do that?
It was your own fault. You boasted all about the money you claimed to have. With you both out of the way, they planned to steal it.
But what did the woman have to do with it?
The scheme was Pete's. He's Aggie's husband.
Was you telling them we had a lot of cash, Hacksaw?
Well, maybe I did stretch it a little.
Not a word more. They're coming close.
I reckon we got him all right, Bart. But we won't take no chances. We'll keep our guns handy. They ain't dead yet. We'll finish them all.
You will you?
What the heck for them?
Shoot them! Shoot them! I can't. They give me a chance. We'll on you, you blasted demon fool.
Let me at him.
There ain't nobody can lick us back to back, Bolivar.
I sure ain't. Yahweh! We're the fightingest wildcats that ever born.
Come on, you skunks. Take what you got coming, Johnny.
Let me get in a few punches, Hacksaw. You're hogging all the fun.
Pete's down. He's out of the fight.
Just a second. There! And now so's Bart.
And serves him right.
All right, Sheriff. You can arrest these men now.
What's that? The sheriff.
So that's what you stopped in town for, Tonto.
Me tell sheriff, watch this house.
That's what the redskin told me, sure enough. And I seen plenty and heard a lot more. Now I got the evidence to arrest these fellas like I've always wanted to.
Oh.
Get up there, Pete. You too, Bart. Come on there.
Stand up, blast you. So we can knock you down again.
That'll be enough, Hacksaw. You've got all the revenge you need.
When I think of them fellas trying to make me and Hacksaw enemies,
I'd get to seeing red.
Perhaps this will teach you both a lesson, then. It wouldn't have happened if you had told the truth.
Well, shucks. I didn't figure they'd really believe me when I said we had all that cash.
What's that?
Pete, you planned this to get the money Hacksaw claimed they'd collected in Los Palmas, didn't you?
What if we did?
But you didn't know that instead of $10,000 or so, they had only $200 or $300.
You don't mean it.
It's the truth.
Well, of all... Pete, you and me got us in this trouble for nothing at all.
Bless them.
But it's the last scheme either of you will try. I'll see to that.
We'll leave these men in your charge, Sheriff.
All right.
Come, Tonto.
Thanks for what you both done. And believe me, there ain't going to be nothing that can get me and Bolivar mad at each other again.
See that you don't forget that.
Them think them beat schemer.
Yes. But I'm afraid if we hadn't been there, Pete and Bart would have had things their own way.
That's right.
But we won't let either Hacksaw or Bolivar know that they didn't beat those men by themselves. The belief that they're still rough fighting men will save their pride.
Steady, Silver. Maybe them tell truth now.
Well, we'll hope that the lesson will stay with them, Kimosabe.
Hi-yo, Silver!
Come on, Silver, old fellow. Tonto's waiting for us on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Names, dates, and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. In 2 days, a new year will be upon us, and with it come top New Year's Day football games on this NBC station. Both the Cotton Bowl and the Rose Bowl games will be broadcast by NBC this New Year's Day. First, from Dallas, Texas, you'll hear the wide-open passing game of the Kentucky Wildcats and the Texas Christian Horned Frogs. Then, later in the day, the West will meet the East when the Indians from Stanford meet the Fighting Illini of Illinois in the world-famous Rose Bowl. Tuesday's broadcast from the Rose Bowl in Pasadena will mark the 26th year this football classic has been aired coast to coast. As usual on NBC, you'll hear every thrilling play expertly called as the Stanford Indians, led by their Coach of the Year, Chuck Taylor, clash with Ray Elliott's men from Illinois. Make your New Year's Day more enjoyable by listening to both the Cotton Bowl and the Rose Bowl football games on this station of the NBC Radio Network. And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called Killer's Crop.
It is 10:35 p.m., April 16th, 1947. A black coupe is driving west on a deserted highway 20 miles from San Antonio, Texas. Inside the coupe, the girl glances nervously at the driver.
Meeker,
Yeah?
what's this all about?
What do you mean, Kitty?
You know what I mean. Why couldn't you just pay me back there in front of my rooming house like usual? Why bring me way out here in the sticks?
Like I told you, Kitty, the boss says we gotta be real careful these days. This is far enough. Come on, let's walk a little.
I'd rather go back home.
Now, Kitty, don't tell me you're not interested in the money anymore. What's the matter, Kitty?
Well, nothing. I'm just tired.
Sure, that's all it is. Wouldn't be you've gotten cold feet or anything like that, would it?
Cold feet? Why, of course not. It's just that I...
That may be why you went to see that doctor the other day?
Doctor?
Oh, you didn't think the boss and I knew about that, huh?
Listen, Meeker.
The doctor gonna take care of your cold feet, is he? Or maybe the police are.
But I haven't been to the police.
No, not yet. Where were you fixing to go when I came by this evening?
Why, just to a movie.
Sure. That's why you had all those crop dusting auto blanks we told you to burn.
I just forgot to burn them.
Yeah? You weren't by any chance figuring on turning them over to the police for evidence, were you?
No.
Too bad, Kitty. Too bad. You used to be a good mule.
Meeker, you got it wrong.
Have I? So all of a sudden you're too good for the outfit, huh? You want out, maybe?
All right. I'm sick of the whole rotten, filthy mess. Look at me. Look at the wreck that stuff's made out of me, and I've been helping make wrecks out of other people. Well, I'm through. I'm getting out.
My, isn't she an angel all of a sudden?
No, not by a long shot. But maybe someday with help I can get over it.
You want to tell that to the boss?
You think I'm afraid to say it to him, huh? Okay, take me to him.
You know something? I already did.
What?
Standing right there in the bushes behind you.
Oh!
2 days later, a young boy accidentally discovered the girl's body in the bottom of a dry wash near the highway. The sheriff was notified and requested help from the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned.
Nothing's been moved, Jace.
Good.
Here we are.
Yeah. Shot from close range, looks like.
Uh-huh.
Pretty young, isn't she?
Sure is.
Any identification on her?
Purse had been emptied. But see the ring on her finger?
Yeah.
Class ring. According to it, she graduated from Ransford High School 4 years ago.
Well, we should be able to get an identification from the school records then.
What is it, Jace?
Sheriff. Take a look here. On her left forearm, near the crook of the elbow.
Tiny scars. Quite a few of them, Jace.
What does that spell to you, Sheriff?
Narcotics addict?
Things like this make me sick at my stomach.
So young.
21, 22. Look at her. Look where it led her.
Same place it leads all of them sooner or later.
Yeah. Only with her, it came a little faster.
Somebody was supplying her with the stuff, Jace.
I know. That's why I'm taking a special interest in this case, Sheriff. Somewhere along the line, we gotta dig that rat, whoever he is, out of his hole. From the Ransford High School records, we identified the dead girl as Kitty Barrows, 22 years old. She had listed as her next of kin an uncle, S.B. Cullen, who owned a ranch near Ransford. Cullen was sent for. In the meantime, we learned that Kitty had lived at a rooming house in San Antone. We called on her landlady there, Mrs. Wormser.
Kitty dead. Ranger, I just had a fear it might be something like that. She'd been gone overnight before, but this time when it got to be 2 days, I just began to get a fear.
Yeah. Mrs. Wormser, where did Kitty work?
Work? Well, I'm not sure she did.
Oh?
At least I don't know what kind of a job you could hold down, being out all hours and sleeping all morning like she used to.
I see.
Always was a mystery to me where she got her money. But I'm one that believes in minding my own business.
But she did seem to have quite a little money.
Sheriff, these days, to dress the way she did and drive that flashy yellow convertible around, you don't do that on nothing.
Yellow convertible?
Yes. Still parked out back.
Well, we want to take a look at that.
You say she went out at night frequently, Mrs. Wormser?
Well, there were several boys I had dates with her. Never saw any of them more than once. And then there was one that was with her several times.
You know his name?
No.
Can you describe him?
Well, I'd say he was in his late 20s, maybe 30. About your height, Sheriff.
Anything else?
No. Except he always wore a leather jacket.
I'm afraid that's not very much to go on, ma'am.
Well, it's about the best I can do. I always believe in minding
Yeah, I know.
Say,
Well,
come to think of it, there was something else. Something about his face.
What do you mean?
Well, his skin seemed like it was stretched kind of tight across his cheeks, so when he smiled, it stretched even tighter. Made the smile look kind of painful, like it hurt him, too.
I see. Well, thank you very much, Miss Wormser. If there's anything else, we'll contact you again.
Sure, Ranger. Sure hope you catch whoever did it.
So do we, ma'am.
Apparently, Kitty was a little on the wild side. Had quite a few casual dates. A thing like that could be tough to run down.
At least we've got a lead on one of her dates.
Fellow in the leather jacket who looks like it hurts him to smile?
Uh-huh. Pronounced facial characteristic like that can be a big help in making identification.
Yeah, but even so, it's not too much to go on.
I know. Sheriff, one of two things. Either Kitty was killed by one of those casual dates, in which case it will be tough, or else her killing stems from something else.
The narcotics angle?
Yeah, she was an addict. She didn't have a job, yet she wore flashy clothes and drove a convertible. Where was she getting her money?
I can think of one place. From peddling narcotics or running them.
I'll have the lab give her car a good going over. If she was using it to transport narcotics, they'll be able to tell us. When the sheriff and I returned to his office, S.B. Cullen, the man whom Kitty had listed in high school as our next of kin, was waiting for us.
I got over here from the ranch as soon as I could, Ranger.
Thanks, Mr. Cullen.
Sure, too bad.
Yeah. According to the registration blank Kitty made out her last year at Ransford High School, you're her next of kin. Uncle, she put down.
Well, matter of fact, that's not true.
What do you mean?
Well, I wasn't really any kin to a sheriff. She used to call me Uncle Stan, but that was just sort of a nickname.
Nickname?
Yeah. You see, her mother died when she was just a baby. Dad brought her up. He worked for me on my ranch, and the two of them lived there in one of the houses. Well, he died summer before her last year in high school.
Her father?
Yeah. She didn't have nobody to turn to, so I took her in the big house with me and kind of looked after her all that year. And I don't mind telling you, I had a time, too.
I'll get it, Jace.
What do you mean about having a time, Mr. Cullen?
Well, I don't like to say this, but Kitty was a little bit wild. As soon as she turned 21, she moved out on me. Said she was her own boss.
Where'd she go?
I heard she was working as a car hop in Lubbock for a while. She showed up at the ranch once or twice, hit me for a little money, and then I sort of lost track of her.
Mr. Cullen, did you know that Kitty was addicted to narcotics?
What?
That's right.
Well, no, I sure didn't. Why, that's terrible.
It sure is. You know, one contributing cause for young people drifting into that is lack of supervision at home.
Ranger, maybe I wasn't taking the place of her parents very good, but I was sure trying. It just seemed like she wouldn't let me. And then when she turned 21, what could I do?
Yeah.
Jace?
Yes, Sheriff. That'll be all, Mr. Cullen.
All right. Oh, Sir Ranger.
Huh?
I was just wondering, I'd like to arrange for Kitty to have a decent burial. I know it's not much. But...
Yeah, it can be arranged.
Thanks, Ranger, thanks.
What is it, Sheriff?
Your boss just telephoned.
Captain Stinson?
Yeah, said the lab reports had been sent to his office.
Good. I'll get up there right away and see if they've turned up any leads for us.
Here are the reports, Jace. Looks like your hunch the girl was transporting narcotics in her car was a good one.
Yeah, microscopic particles found in the trunk.
That's right. I found something else, too. In the tread of the tires. Quite a bit of insecticide.
Insecticide?
The kind they use for spraying crops.
I wonder where... Hey, wait. What's this?
Little scrap of Mexican newspaper. They found it in one corner of the auto trunk. It's got a lot of the powder on it.
Could have been used to wrap the stuff.
Mm-hmm. As you can see, there's a little of the paper's name shown at the top.
And just 4 letters. E-N-D-O. Either part of the paper's name or the town where it's published. Mexico. I wonder if that's where the stuff came from.
It's a chance, although you know how thorough the Border Patrol has been.
Yeah. You got anything else, Captain?
One thing more. Something that hits me kind of hard.
What is it?
We located a doctor who told us Kitty had planned to enter a sanatorium for treatment.
What? Say, that could peg the reason for her murder. If she was running this stuff and decided to take treatments for her own addiction, that means she was probably trying to pull herself out of the mess.
Whoever she was working for could have found out about it. Could have been afraid she'd turn them in.
So they killed her to shut her mouth.
It's a rotten business, Jace. And as far as I'm concerned, this is the most important case we've got.
I feel the same way, Captain. we find who Kitty was working for, and we've got her killer. And right now, looks like the trail leads into Mexico.
In a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Our National Safety Council reports that last year more than 35,000 persons were killed in traffic accidents, with more than 1 million injured. Almost without exception, these fatalities and injuries were the result of carelessness, violation of traffic rules, or that drinking took away the driver's skill and judgment. Of those who lost their lives, 9,000 were pedestrians. The Safety Council is waging a constant campaign to develop in every driver and pedestrian the personal responsibility of knowing and obeying all traffic laws. Remember, traffic accidents don't always happen to someone else. They can happen to us, to you, or to me. Every driver is urged to obey all traffic signs and signals, never to drive after drinking, and never to drive on the wrong side of the road, to be always alert at grade crossings. The slogan of the Safety Council is, drive safely for life. The life you save may be your own. We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, Killer's Crop.
Captain Stinson contacted the Mexican police. They assigned one of their agents to work with us, Ernesto Gomez, an old friend of mine. We met in the captain's office.
It would seem as though a new channel for smuggling narcotics is in existence, Jason.
That's the way it looks to us, Ernesto. The Border Patrol's got a pretty tight clamp on all the old ones. Here's a case of it reaching as far north as San Antonio.
You fellows have any recent leads on operations in Mexico?
Si, Captain Stinson. We make it a point to keep track of recognized traffickers in narcotics down there. Which of them are in jail, which have served their sentences, and where they are. You'll probably do the same thing.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
A year ago, one of them completed his prison sentence. Chuy Flores. He had been convicted as a grower.
Grower?
Si. He raised poppies and extracted the raw powder. After he was released from prison, he dropped out of sight. Only yesterday, I received a report that he had been seen recently in a town 100 miles or so below the border. That's Mendota, at the foot of the San Jacinto Range. He was buying provisions and claimed to be mining in the mountains.
Wait a minute. What's the name of that town again?
Mendota.
That's it.
What do you mean?
In the trunk of the dead girl's car, we found a scrap of newspaper which apparently had been used to wrap the stuff in. We could only make out 4 letters of the name, E-N-D-O. That's part of Mendota. There's our tie-in, Captain.
Sure looks like it, Jace.
It would then appear that Flores is up to his old tricks, Jace.
Yeah. Ernesto, I think we better take a little trip in the Ranger plane over the San Jacinto Range. See if we can find out where those tricks of his are. Some rugged country down there, Ernesto.
Si. Those mountains are quite wild. You know, once I trailed a fugitive through them for 4 days on foot without a sign of another human being.
Well, we've crisscrossed this range pretty thoroughly. I'll have our pilot alter course and...
Jace.
Yeah?
Look.
Yeah. A little pocket down there just below the ridge.
See. Pale patch of orange. That's poppies.
Keep her flying straight ahead, Buck. I don't want anyone down there to know we're interested. I reckon that could be your Chuy Flores, Ernesto?
Yeah, there's a real good chance of it, Jason.
You got the spot fixed in your mind?
See, got it.
Okay, that's all we need to see from here. Now we'll go back and pack in for a closer look. The Ranger plane landed at Mendota. There we outfitted and started back into the San Jacinto Range on horseback. Portable radio transmitter was included in our equipment. Several hours' ride up through the bleak foothills brought us close to the area we'd spotted from the plane.
Hey, the pocket should be just over that ridge ahead of us, Jason.
Yeah. Well, we better leave the horses here. Woo, Charlie.
Oh.
We can tie them in this clump of scrub.
See? They should be sufficiently hidden here, I think.
Okay, let's go. We'll work our way up the top of the ridge here.
Bueno. There's plenty of cover along the top.
Yeah. Okay, we better keep down and take advantage of this brush.
See? Is this good, Jace?
Yeah. Well, there it is, all right.
See, right below us. The patch of poppies.
A little hut there at the edge of the clearing. Look, a man near the door.
Just let me get my binoculars on him. Chewy Flores.
Your hunch about him was right, looks like. Well, Chewy Flores at this end and maybe the dead girl at the other.
See, the question is, who is the tie-up between them?
We're going to roost right here until somebody shows up to pick up some of that stuff. You know, lying here among these rocks in the sun, I'm beginning to feel slightly like a lizard.
Yeah, good eye. 2 days and no sign of anybody down there below except Chewy Flores. Jace, this could go on for a long time.
Yeah, I know, but it's a cinch Flores isn't growing those poppies down there for his own amusement.
Even so, it may be that the...
Hold it. Ernesto, listen.
It's an airplane, eh? See, there it is.
Yeah, it's heading this way.
It's starting to circle now. Well, Jace, we already seen that there's not enough room down there for a plane to land.
I don't think it has to land, Ernesto. Look down there in the clearing. Flores has hoisted a couple of poles out of the brush.
Yeah, and a rope stretched between them.
And a package dangling from the center of the rope.
It's a flying pickup.
Yeah, he's starting his dive.
He'd have to fly very close to the ground.
Now he's flattening out, see? There's a hook dangling from the plane.
He's making a pass at it now.
Hooked it.
He's a very skillful pilot, huh?
Get down. He's climbing out this way. Hey, could you make out that number on the underside of his wing?
I could get only the first part of it. NC45 something, huh?
Yeah. With what I noticed, I think that's enough.
What'd you notice, Jess?
It looks like a crop dusting plane to me, Ernesto.
You mean the kind which sprays the crops in the fields?
Yeah, that explains why he's so good at low flying. It also could explain the insecticide in the tire tread of Kitty's convertible.
See. Yeah. Flores here, the pilot in the middle, the dead girl at the other end. You think that the pilot is the boss of the operation?
I don't know. To get an answer to that, first, we gotta find the pilot. On our portable radio transmitter, we requested the Ranger plane to attempt to intercept and follow the crop duster. Then we moved in, and Ernesto placed Flores under arrest. By the time I reached the border and called Captain Stinson, he had some information for me.
Our plane intercepted the crop dusting plane, all right, Jace. Stayed far enough away so as not to arouse suspicion.
Tag him all the way to his airport?
Lost him for a few minutes, and then spotted him again landing at the Tri-City Airport. We checked and learned it's a one-man outfit called the Meeker Crop Dusting Service.
Is the plane at the airport now?
Yeah. Sheriff Phillips is over there keeping an eye on it.
Thanks a lot, Captain. I'll get over there right now.
Jace, over here.
Yeah, Sheriff.
I've been setting up headquarters here behind this shed for the time being. See that little hangar off there by itself?
Yeah, Meeker Crop Dusting Service. Captain Stinson said it was a one-man outfit.
Meeker's a pilot.
Is he in that hangar now?
Yeah, working on his plane. Boys in the control tower told me he mentioned a faulty fuel pump to them when he came in.
You mean he's been right there with his plane ever since he landed?
According to them, he has. That puts us in luck, Jace. If he's the boy that picked up that package below the border, then it should be somewhere in that plane or hangar.
Yeah, Hey.
Man coming out of the hangar. Must be Meeker.
Heading for the coffee shop, looks like. Sheriff, you get a good look at him?
I sure did, Jace. Skin stretched tight across his face.
You can't miss it. That's the guy Kitty's landlady told us about. The one she saw Kitty with several times.
Yeah. Well, it's all beginning to slide into place, Jace.
It sure looks that way. Come on, we need that package for evidence. And now's a good time to get it. While Meeker was in the coffee shop, the sheriff and I searched the plane in the small office in the corner of the hangar. We were unable to find the package.
I don't get it, Jace. We know Meeker picked it up below the border on the fly.
Maybe that's just the way he unloaded, Sheriff. On the fly.
What do you mean?
Look, Meeker'd be taking a big chance coming in to land with that package aboard, always facing the chance there'd be a tip on him in a search.
Yeah, but wait. You figure he dropped it somewhere before it landed.
Could be.
But where? It seems to me it'd be just as risky dropping it in the same place each time as it would landing here with it.
But suppose it's a different place each time.
Different place? I don't... Hey, wait a minute. Meeker's a crop duster.
Sure. And what'd we see in his office there?
Crop dusting orders.
Right. Let's take a look at those orders again. On the top of the spindle was an order for that day to dust a cotton field 20 miles east. We rushed to that cotton field, hoping to find the package before it was picked up.
Some more walking than I've done for quite a spell.
Yeah, well, we've already walked our way around 2/3 of the field.
But we've been sticking to the edges, Jace. For all we know, that package you picked up in Mexico could have been dropped plumb in the middle of the field.
Maybe, but I doubt it, Sheriff. I think they'd want to keep it as close to the roads as possible so the runner could drive up close and pick it up instead of walking right through the field.
Well, sounds logical, but I don't...
Sheriff, look over there.
A package.
The package. Just about 20 feet in from the road. Sure. That accounts for the insecticide in the tread of Kitty's tires. She'd drive up alongside whichever field Meeker had sprayed that day and hunt around till she found the package. Just in from the edge.
Well, what now, Jace?
Now we wait around and find out who's taking Kitty's place. We concealed the car behind a pump house at one corner of the field and staked out in a clump of bushes nearby. Shortly after dark, a car came down the road.
Stopping, Jace?
Yeah. I figured they wouldn't let that package sit in the field very long.
Somebody getting out. Crossing in front of the headlights.
It's Meeker.
Sure is. Jace, why would Meeker drop the package from his plane and come back in a car to pick it up? I don't get it.
Neither do I.
He's got the package, all right. Getting back in the car.
Okay, we'll give him a lead, then tail him with our lights low. See where he takes that package.
Look, Jace. He swung off the road. Turned off his lights.
Yeah, must have turned in up there past those trees. Okay, we'll leave the car here.
Looks like a ranch where he turned in.
Yeah. Drove back there beside the house and parked.
Here's the turn-in.
Now, wait a minute. The mailbox here.
Enough moonlight to make out the name?
Yeah. S.B. Cullen.
What? Why, that's the fellow we had in for questioning. The one that had been looking after Kitty.
Yeah. And he was so anxious to give Kitty a decent burial.
Give you one instead, Ranger. I thought I saw you driving up. Just hold it, both of you.
You got the drop on us, Sheriff.
I sure have, Ranger. Meeker!
What? Cullen, what are you... Hey, the Ranger and the Sheriff.
Sure. You were real smart, Meeker. You let him straight here.
Well, it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't called me and told me to pick the stuff up.
I told you I didn't have any choice. Couldn't line up a runner I could trust.
Yeah. You killed the one you had, didn't you? Kitty.
Shut up.
What's the matter? She wanted out and you wouldn't let her. Maybe.
I said shut up.
So you're the boss of the operation, Cullen. You're the rat who first dragged Kitty down into the dirt and then killed her when she tried to pull herself out of it.
That's one too many, Ranger. Now you try to pull yourself out of this. Ow! You okay, Jace?
Yeah. As for you, Meeker, just stand there, real still.
Well, I had the drop on you. Yet you...
Yeah, I guess you've never seen a spring holster before. You don't have to draw.
Spring holster?
Yeah. But you'll never have one, Cullen. That's where you're going. They're going to have the drop on you from now on.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard. Here's another last-minute reminder to make your plans now to enjoy both the Cotton Bowl and Rose Bowl football games Tuesday on this station. In Dallas, Texas, at the famed Cotton Bowl, the Wildcats of Kentucky, led by their All-American quarterback, Vito Perillo, will meet the wide-open passing attack of Dutch Meyer's Texas Christian Horned Frogs. And, as usual, NBC will switch to Pasadena, California, at the conclusion of the Kentucky-Texas Christian Grid Battle to bring you the color of the Tournament of Roses and the exciting Stanford-Illinois football game. The Rose Bowl will be playing host to Coach of the Year Chuck Taylor's Stanford Indians and Ray Elliott's Fighting Illini from Champaign, Illinois. Arrange a football party at your home and enjoy a full day of the country's finest grid clashes. Broadcast direct to you by NBC from both the Cotton Bowl and the Rose Bowl Tuesday, New Year's Day, on this station of the NBC Radio Network. here are the results of the case you have just heard.
William Meeker and S.B. Cullen were indicted and tried for the brutal murder of Kitty Barrows. For his part in the crime, Meeker was given a life sentence. On the morning of November 3rd, 1948, at Huntsville Penitentiary, Cullen was put to death in the electric chair.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. The cast included Tony Barrett, Virginia Gregg, Herb Ellis, Ken Christie, Bill Johnstone, and Byron Kane. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Bob Reif, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Next, it's The Big Show. All this and Tallulah, too, on NBC.
Listen to Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there's mystery, intrigue, romance in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. Of all the weapons of modern warfare, those that have gained the greatest notoriety are the guided missiles, the death-dealing germs, the terrifying atomic and H-bombs. But perhaps the deadliest, the most vicious weapon of all is one that we cannot see nor feel, but the impact of which can be 1,000-fold more destructive. The weapon, the big lie. A widow in a modest New York apartment receives a mysterious telephone call.
I got it from a guy who was drafted at the same time. Just thought you ought to know. They're sending his son overseas right away. And he hasn't even learned how to fire a rifle. Just thought you ought to know.
A rumor spreads throughout a minority community in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, they're really getting a raw deal. All of your guys in Korea are being used as assault troops. They get themselves bumped off, knocking out enemy positions, and the other boys move up without even getting their hair mussed. Talk about a raw deal.
In a small town just outside an army camp in Tennessee.
The way I heard it, they don't know how good these new atom rockets will work against troops. So they shipped A and B companies out to the proving grounds last week to use them as human guinea pigs. They say the hospital's already full of guys dying from atom burns.
So it looks like we're faced with another Operation Big Lie, Chief.
If you don't think so, Ken, look at these reports. Dallas, New York, Kansas City, San Francisco. The same thing everywhere. Rumors.
Yeah, the old story. Play race against race and religion against religion. Throw suspicion on our whole defense program. What's been done about it, Chief?
I've got men assigned to every principal city. So far, they've turned up nothing. Not one lead as to where those rumors are coming from. I tell you, Ken, this thing has got me so upset that I... excuse me. Yes, Miss Brooks?
A collect call for you, sir, from Chicago. Agent Jack Doyle.
Oh, good. Put him on, please, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Jack. What's going on there in Chicago? What have you got for me?
Hello, Mr. Chief. This is Egon Zellschmidt speaking.
Egon? What the devil are you doing on that phone? Miss Brooks said Jack Doyle was calling me.
Sure, he is.
What?
Well, that is, I'm making the call for him, you understand. Only now I don't know if he meant you or maybe the Bureau of Missing People.
Bureau of Missing People?
Sure. Who else do you call when somebody's missing for a couple of days or two?
Who's been missing for a couple of days?
That's right.
What's right?
He's been missing for a couple of days.
Who, you idiot? Jack Doyle?
No, this is Egon Zellschmidt. What's the matter? Don't you hear so good or something?
Zellschmidt, so help me if you don't start making sense and fast.
But I'm making sense, Mr. Chief. That's why I'm calling you. Jack Doyle's missing, and he told me if it happened to him, I should call you. So here I am.
What happened to him? Where? How?
I'm glad you asked me that, Mr. Chief. And I can give you the answer right out of my cuff. What happened was...
Zellschmidt. Zellschmidt, what happened there? Can you hear me?
What's up, Chief?
There were some shots, Ken.
Yes, sir.
Get that Chicago operator. See if she can trace that call. Fast.
Yes, sir.
What was Egon telling you about Jack Doyle?
From what I could make out of his double talk, Jack's been missing for a couple of days.
Was he the man you had assigned to Chicago, tracing down those rumors?
Yes, and I haven't had a report from him for a week. And then that call from Zellschmidt.
I'll get it. Hello.
I have that information on the phone call from... Oh, it's you, Mr. Thurston.
That's right, Miss Brooks. Did you trace that call?
Yes, Mr. Thurston. It came from a public phone booth in a nightclub, the Cafe Arcady.
Cafe Arcady. Thanks, Miss Brooks.
Oh, you're welcome.
Now, I've got one more favor to ask.
Yes, sir. Your ticket's waiting at the airport. Flight 211 for Chicago.
Good evening, sir. Welcome to the Cafe Arcady.
Thanks. May I have a table, please?
You have a reservation, sir?
No, I didn't make one.
Well, then I'm sorry. We won't be able to accommodate you tonight.
Pretty crowded, are you?
Very, sir.
Well, I'm glad to hear the shooting didn't keep the customers away.
What shooting?
I heard a rumor that a few shots were fired around here early today.
The rumor was wrong.
Yeah, so many of them are. You sure there's no table for me, not even for old time's sake?
Old time's sake? We've never met before.
Oh, sure we have, Becker. Back in 1940, we had a little run-in concerning subversive propaganda in the German-American Bund, remember?
My name's DeCosta, not Becker. I never had anything to do with the Bund. You got me mixed up with somebody else. Phone for a reservation the next time, mister. We'll be glad to accommodate you.
Thanks. I may take you up on that. Good night, DeCosta.
Good night, sir. Hey, Joe. Joe, take over, will you? I've got business in the office.
Come in.
Good evening, Edward. What brings you into my office so early?
Trouble, Mr. Arcady.
Trouble?
Just had a visitor by the name of Thurston.
Ah, yes. Thurston. The one we were told was a friend of Jack Doyle's. Mm-hmm. And did he remember also he was an old friend of yours?
He did.
Is that what brought him here?
Well, he said he'd heard a rumor about a shooting here.
I see. Edward, I dislike rumors intensely when they might interfere with my business. I think maybe we shall have to do something about Mr. Thurston.
Come into Papa's arms, baby. The drinks are all ready and... Oh, it's you.
Expecting someone, Egon?
Come right in, Mr. X.
All right. Now, what are you doing in Jack Doyle's hotel room? What's happened to him? Come on, out with it.
Well, the way it happened, Mr. X, I was stuck here in Chicago, temporarily embarrassed without funds, you understand, when I ran into him. Naturally, he was so happy to see me, he insisted I shouldn't get out of his sight.
Oh, sure. Then what?
He said I could use his room for a couple of days. He was going to be out on some job or something, and if he didn't come back, I was to call the chief and tell him. He didn't, so I called.
You called from the Club Arcady?
Sure, I was looking for him. He was always hanging around there.
What were those shots the chief heard?
Oh, so somebody got trigger happy in Mr. Arcady's office. Naturally, I ran to the rescue, and you know what happened?
You got lost in a saloon across the street.
How did you know?
Never mind. Did Doyle tell you what he was working on? Mention anything about rumors?
Rumors? I'm the only rumor he's got. He wasn't working on anything, or why should he go looking for a job?
For a job?
Sure. I found the want ad he clipped out of the paper. I got it right here somewhere. Sure, here it is.
Now, let me see that. How to be successful through talk. Learn how to sway people with words.
See?
The art of verbal mass communication. Lectures and study groups at moderate cost. See Dr. Ralph Townsend, Suite 11B, 161 North Clark Street. Dr. Ralph Townsend.
See what I mean, Mr. X? He was looking for a job.
He was looking for something at Townsend's place. Wasn't for a job. Get down.
What was going on, Mr. X?
Somebody's shooting at us, Agar. From the other wing of the hotel.
But I didn't hear no shots.
Did you ever hear of a silencer?
Oh, but why would anyone want to kill us?
I'll see if I can get an answer across the court.
Shooting? In this hotel? Surely you must be mistaken, Mr. Thurston.
No, I'm afraid not, Miss Rogers. 2 shots were fired from this wing of the hotel into that room directly across from yours.
But I didn't hear any... Did you say into the room directly across the court from this one?
That's right.
But that's Mr. Doyle's room.
Is it?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Doyle is a customer of mine. I operate the lending library in the hotel. I've memorized the room numbers of all my regular customers, and I... But wait a minute. Why didn't he come to my room?
Jack Doyle has disappeared, Miss Rogers.
Disappeared?
Been missing for 2 days.
But why would anyone want to kill Mr. Doyle? Or you?
I was hoping that you might be able to tell me.
I? But I only know Mr. Doyle as a customer of my library. Why would you think I could possibly know anything about this shooting unless you believe that the shots came from this room? Do you?
Miss Rogers, I'm merely trying to get the answers to a few questions.
You've got all the answers you're going to get here tonight, Mr. Thurston. Now, if you don't mind leaving.
No, of course not. Sorry if I've upset you. Oh, by the way, Miss Rogers, do you happen to be interested in rumors?
Rumors?
Yes. Or in the use of words as a method of mass conditioning? Or in a study course in how to talk your way into success?
Are you being serious?
Very much so.
But I don't even know what you're talking about.
That book on your coffee table.
Book?
Yeah. The Psychology of Lies, written by Dr. Ralph Townsend. Good night, Miss Rogers.
Look, Mr. X, I'm tired. Why don't we stop chasing wild gooses and unlux over a couple short beers?
Not until we learn what happened to Jack Doyle, Agar.
But we've been driving around all day long, all over the city of Chicago, and we haven't learned nothing.
No, I don't know. In a bowling alley, we learned that our soldiers will freeze in Korea this winter while the Army sells heavy clothing for surplus.
Huh?
And a waitress in a South Side restaurant told us that the Kremlin has a direct pipeline into the atomic labs at Los Alamos.
But those stories don't make sense.
Of course they don't. They're lies. They're so big that people believe that there must be some truth to them. We've got to stop them.
Well, that's okay with me, Mr. X. But what do we do?
Go to night school.
Night school?
Yep. To take a course from Dr. Ralph Townsend in how to talk our way into success.
Crazy, Mr. Thurston, picking locks to get in school. Who ever heard of such a thing?
You're hearing it now, Eagle. Get a move on.
Okay. So there, now what?
You go in.
At least they got a nightlight burning in that other office over there. I can see what we're looking for if I only knew what it was.
Filing cabinet's always a good bet. Let's try them.
Hey, what do you know? This one's empty. This one, too. Say, what cooks he anyway, Mr. X? Don't that Dr. Townsend even keep his lunch in these files?
Let's try this desk. Looks like we got here too late.
You mean school's out that Dr. Townsend took it on a lamb?
Doesn't make sense. Not unless Jack Doyle was able...
Mr. X, somebody's in that other office.
Yeah.
Let's give this joint a brush out before he gets mad at us and... The light. He turned out the light. Ooh.
Quiet.
Shut!
Watch it. All right, Pagon, let's go in there.
Oh.
Where's the switch?
Mr. X.
Yes. Jack Doyle.
We return to The Man Called X in just a moment. Community chests throughout the country have accepted the responsibility of raising $16.5 million extra this year for the services included in the United Defense Fund, the USO services to hard-hit defense communities, and American Relief for Korea. This means that each of us must give generously if we're to expect continued help from community chest services. In addition to this extra amount for defense-related national services, normal community demands for local Red Feather services, such as daycare, nursing, family counseling, and recreation, are rising as the population increases and the draft and stepped-up defense production make themselves felt across the country. By eliminating many separate appeals, which would be more costly in money, time, and effort, Red Feather Campaign's joint planning and budgeting benefit the contributors, the volunteer workers, and the community, as well as those who benefit directly from those services. So remember, when you make your gift to the United Red Feather Campaigns, you are giving to 15,000 local services. Now, Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Ken Thurston believes a rumor factory is operating somewhere in Chicago, organized to disrupt civilian and military morale and to hamper our defense program. In the offices of a Dr. Ralph Townsend, Ken exchanged shots with an unknown attacker. And now he and Aegon have entered the private office where the shots came from and find themselves looking at the body of Jack Doyle, a missing Bureau agent.
Oh, I don't get it, Mr. X. Why should Mr. Doyle go shooting at us and make you kill him?
I didn't kill him, Aegon.
But look at him. He's as stiff as a poker.
He's been dead at least 3 hours.
Then who bumped him out? And what happened to the joker who was taking those potluck shots at us?
There's a fire escape outside that window.
Oh, that's right. He must have taken a couple of powders. Well, what do we do now, Mr. Thurston?
May I offer a few suggestions, gentlemen? And my first suggestion is for you to drop that gun.
Sure.
Oh.
And my second suggestion is that you offer some words of explanation for your presence here and the rather unusual situation in which I find you.
You Dr. Townsend?
I can conceive of no reason why I should deny it. And you?
My name's Ken Thurston.
And I'm Mr. Egon Selschmidt.
Thank you. Now, shall we proceed with the explanations?
Suppose we make that mutual, Doctor. You're telling us why Jack Doyle was killed and why we found him in your private office.
Hardly a reasonable request under the circumstances, is it, Mr. Thurston? Particularly when I expect the answers to those questions to be forthcoming from you.
And if they're not?
Silence may be golden in the copybooks, but here in my offices it might well prove fatal.
Oh, he means that, Mr. Thurston.
Well, do you talk or do I resort to... Excuse me, please, gentlemen, and kindly remain quietly where you are. Townsend here. I see. Thank you very much for informing me. Goodbye. It would appear you are having good fortune tonight, gentlemen. A colleague of mine in the lobby informs me that the police are on their way up. Our respective explanations will have to be given to them.
I'd still like a chance to hear yours in private, Doctor. Do you think you can arrange that sometime?
I am positive I can, Mr. Thurston. I am positive I can.
They didn't know any more about it than I did, Chief. The tip that sent them to Townsend's office was anonymous.
Anonymous tips, murder, filthy, lying
Yeah.
rumors.
What have you got for me?
Okay. First, the Cafe Arcady, owned by Leo Arcady, ex-Russian. Came here in 39, suspected of being in the rackets. No convictions.
What about his right-hand man, Ed DaCosta?
George Becker, all right. Former German-American board member. Served 5 years, less 10 months. No file record since he was released and changed his name. No file record on Ann Rogers either. But her family was checked and cleared for top-secret defense work during the war. The Quarto Manufacturing Company.
And Dr. Townsend?
Former psychology professor with the OWI during the war. A big wheel in psychological warfare. His record's been checked a half dozen times, and it's clean as a whistle.
Ah.
Well, does it help any, Ken?
It might, Chief. If I could tie any of it in with engines.
Huh?
Yeah.
Engines?
Jack Doyle had a smear of diesel oil in his shoes and trousers.
Don't be bashful with that caviar, baby. There's plenty more fish in the ocean where that came from. And have a couple more glasses of champagne, huh? One to drink and one to watch the bubbles in.
As long as you're beating that expense account to death, you might pour one for me, too, Ego.
Sure, be glad to. Nothing too good for any friend. Oh, hello, Mr. Thurston.
Do you mind if I join you, Miss Rogers?
Of course not. Please sit down.
Thanks. How'd you two get together? Just a mutual attraction?
I came here because of Jack Doyle, Mr. Thurston.
Oh?
I kept thinking of what you told me, and I remembered that I'd heard him mention the Cafe Arcady several times. It was a foolish impulse, I suppose, but, well, I just had to come down here to see if I could learn anything about him.
And did you, Miss Rogers?
I'm afraid not. Then I saw Mr. Zellschmidt, the man who'd been sharing Mr. Doyle's room. So when he asked me to join him, I did.
It was strictly business with me, Mr. Thurston. I got a hunch his cookie knows plenty, so I've been pouring on the champagne until she gives in. Excuse me. Talks, you understand?
No sacrifice too great, eh, Edgar?
You said it, excuse me.
Mr. Thurston, do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
No, go right ahead.
You asked me earlier if I were interested in rumors.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, suppose I said that I've heard the Russians are sneaking A-bomb components into every major city in the United States to be set off simultaneously on D-Day. Is that the kind of a rumor you mean?
Did you hear that, Miss Rogers?
Here, tonight.
You remember who said it?
The man at the third table to the left.
Mr. Thurston, that's Dr. Townsend.
Yeah. Why do you want to be so helpful, Miss Rogers?
Do I need a stronger reason than a man's murder, Mr. Thurston?
No, I guess not.
Hey, look. That Townsend joker's going into that back room. Do you think he's got business with the boss of this joint?
Might be interesting to find out, Ego. Suppose the two of you wait here for me, and I'll let you know.
That's far enough. Listen.
I am quite regretful of the manner in which Edward DaCosta invited you to my apartment, Mr. Thurston. Violence was not intended to be employed. Will you accept my apologies before we begin our little talk?
You're in the driver's seat, Arcady.
Very well. Mr. Thurston, I am an honest citizen. You represent my want of government. That is why I wish to speak with you. To set my record straight with the government. Both you and Jack Doyle have been investigating something in Chicago for some time now. Is it not true that neither of you has uncovered any criminal evidence against me?
Ever hear of the big lie, Arcady?
Of course.
Well, I heard a very choice one in your cafe tonight.
I am beginning to see that I have been laboring under a misapprehension, Mr. Thurston. I thought you were here to investigate me on entirely different grounds. But let me assure you that no matter what else you may believe of me, No one can question my loyalty to this country.
You know, you almost make me believe that, Arcady. Just one thing that stops me. These books and pamphlets on your desk. Looks to me like you've been taking some courses from Dr. Townsend.
I have?
Why?
For the simplest of reasons. I am a native-born Russian who has adopted this country for my own. I naturally wish to express myself in the best of English. Do I make myself clear?
I'll give you credit for a good try.
So, are there any other questions?
No? Any you'd like to ask me?
No. Good night, Mr. Thurston.
Good night, Arcady.
That's right, Mr. Thurston. That Miss Rogers took a powder, said she was tired of waiting for you.
Probably combat fatigue, Aegon. Couldn't take those popping champagne corks any longer.
Huh? What champagne? Corks?
Oh, skip it. Come on, we've got work to do.
Work?
Yeah. We're going to visit a factory where they manufacture rumors. There it is, Aegon.
That? That's no factory. It's nothing but an old, worn-out yacht tied to the dock.
Is it? Let's get aboard and see.
I don't get it, Mr. X. Why are we climbing down into the middle of this old ship anyway?
It was used as a proving ground for marine engines during the last war. Diesel engines made by the Quarto Manufacturing Company.
So what?
Remember the oil smears on Jack Doyle's pants and trousers?
Huh?
Those came from the engine room. Come on.
Oh. That lamp don't give much light, Mr. X. I can hardly see anything in... Mr. X.
Yeah. Dr. Townsend.
Boy, dead like a doorknob.
Yeah. I'd say he taught somebody all they needed to know about the psychology of the big lie, Aegon. That right, Miss Rogers?
Miss Rogers?
Where else would you expect to find the boss of the outfit?
Oh, no.
How did you find out, Mr. Thurston? Clairvoyance or sheer genius?
Simple arithmetic. Diesel oil and diesel engines add up. And you helped me prove it at Arcady's Cafe.
I did?
Yeah. You said you hadn't learned anything about Doyle there. Then you tipped your hand when you said your reason for wanting to help me was Doyle's murder. What happened, Anne? Was Doyle killed here, then taken to Townsend's office?
Yes. Then Townsend was to be killed there, too. After we moved all the incriminating evidence to the ship. When you came in off schedule, it upset things.
Hey, then what are we waiting for, Mr. X? Let's take her along to the pokey.
It's not that easy, Aegon.
Sure, she hasn't got a gun.
That's right, but the guy who shot Townsend has.
The guy who... Who?
He means me, Zellschmidt.
No!
Still up to your old tricks, DaCosta? First for the Bund, now for Anne Rogers and her bosses?
Why not?
I've got lots of answers for that one, DaCosta. Meanwhile, I'd better smash that lamp.
Wait, hold it.
Shoot him, DaCosta. Don't let him get away. Shoot him.
Where are you, Thurston? You can't get away? Thurston!
Over here, DaCosta. He's over here.
Thurston.
Right here, DaCosta.
Oh, you...
Aegon, you all right?
How can I tell in all this dark? How can I? Oh, that flashlight helps it. Mr. X, that cute cookie, what happened to her?
One of DaCosta's shots got her by mistake.
Oh.
Well, the rumor factory is finished.
But I don't get it. If her family's got factories and yachts and stuff, what was she doing mixed up in a racket like this?
That's the puzzling thing about people like her. Frightening. With everything this country has given to them, they still sell themselves on the idea that other country is better. Why can't they realize that that's the biggest lie of all?
Now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And my thanks to Shirley Mitchell, Fritz Feld, Ted Von Els, Sheldon Leonard, Dan O'Herlihy, and Stan Waxman. Next week, a malicious job of sabotage in Ankara, Turkey. Sabotage that might well be a threat to the whole free world. Of course, in that category, we ought to include Leon Belasco, who will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as The Man Called X. Good night.
The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music by Milton Charles. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. This program is directed by Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. And so until next week, and please consult your local papers for time and station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Subscribe for more videos.
Roma Wines presents Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud. Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of suspense. Tonight in Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you a distinguished all-feminine cast of stars headed by Margot, Miss Elsa Lanchester, and Miss Janet Beecher. The suspense play which stars these ladies, and which is produced and directed by William Spear, is called Finishing School. Despite the absence of male participants in Ethel Lena White's story, we can promise you there is nothing dainty about the proceedings. And so, with Finishing School, and with the performances, in the order of their appearance, of Margot as Caroline Watts, of Janet Beecher as Melody, and of Elsa Lanchester as Dean Sterling, Roma Wines again hope to keep you in suspense.
I can see them so vividly now, just as I saw them the very first time. Those high stone ivy-draped walls of Miss Nash's School for Girls. And the first person who greeted me, that amiable soul, Miss Melody. I can see her, too. It was she, in fact, who showed me into my new room and who stood there watching me a moment, smiling.
This is your first teaching job, isn't it?
How did you know?
Well, if you've been around nothing but teachers for 30 years, you'd know, too. Let me guess now. Your subject is either French or... No, it's sport.
On the nose. What's your subject, Miss Melody?
Mine.
Come in.
Caroline Watts?
Yes?
I'm Miss Sterling, the dean. Welcome to the Nash School.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Sterling? I've been looking forward to meeting you.
Thank you. I wanted you to know about the general faculty meeting in my office at 3 this afternoon. I'll see you then.
At 3 o'clock?
Oh,
yes.
Melody?
Yes, Sterling?
Miss Nash is a little concerned about the new students. You might just check up on supplies for the 3rd floor.
It's already taken care of.
Oh, very well.
I should answer your question, Miss Watts. You see, my subject is housekeeping.
Oh, I didn't know. I just supposed that you were one of the teachers.
I was, up until a year ago, when Miss Penelope passed away.
Oh, yes, that was Miss Nash's sister.
Oh, changes like that are inevitable, I suppose. As inevitable as, well, that ugly rumor.
Ugly rumor?
About Miss Penelope's death.
But I hadn't heard any rumor or anything about her death.
Oh, then I'm sorry, Miss Watts. I assumed you were that familiar with the school.
What was the rumor, Miss Melody?
Oh, it was nothing really, not even worth repeating. But I imagine
Wait, Miss Melody. Look, I'll hear about it sooner or later.
Well, it was just a silly, stupid tale. But somehow it got around that Miss Nash's sister had been frightened to death.
This, then, was Caroline Watts' introduction to the Nash Institution, a place which future events proved to be, with a vengeance, a finishing school. Thus, the prologue for tonight's tale of suspense. The narrative will be resumed in a moment. But first, let's take a little journey.
We'll journey to a capital in Latin America. Here at a gay legation party on a lantern-hung terrace beside a garden pool. Listen.
Everything is perfect at your wonderful party, including this exquisite wine. It is a wine that helps to bring back pleasant memories.
I, of course, agree. It helps good friends such as us to appreciate good food, too. And this sherry has come far to add enjoyment to our legation party. It is of the famous vineyards of California in the faraway United States. See? It is the celebrated Roma wine.
Yes, Roma wines are prized in other countries for the great enjoyment their superb quality affords. They are esteemed as something rare, a luxury. But you in America may enjoy Roma fine wines in all the variety of types as an inexpensive everyday delight. So trifling in cost are these fine Roma wines here in America that you can be a most generous host, offering to each of your guests his or her favorite. A delicious, tangy California sherry, a fine California claret or burgundy, or a heavier, sweeter California port. You'll be delighted to learn from your dealer at what small cost you can get an assortment of several types, permitting you now to boast of your private wine cellar. Ask for Roma, R-O-M-A, America's largest selling wine. Roma wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that Roma Wines bring back to our soundstage Margot, Elsa Lanchester, and Janet Beecher in Finishing School, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Frightened to death. Miss Nash's sister. Well, if I had known then what I know now, I would have been able to judge with real accuracy the importance of Miss Melody's remark. But the excitement of my first classes left little room for other thoughts. A week or so later, out on the athletic field, one of my students, Flora Nash, the niece of the owner, became quite ill. I sent her to the infirmary, but within 10 minutes she had returned. Miss Sterling, she said, had ordered her back. I was furious and, well, I told her I was going to have it out with that woman.
Miss Watts, wait. I know it isn't my place to say this, but please, for your own sake, don't antagonize Sterling.
Oh, now, really?
I tell you, I know what I'm talking about. Listen, you know Miss Melody, don't you?
Of course.
Miss Watts, she practically started this school with my two aunts. When Miss Penelope died, everybody thought she'd move up to take her place. But she didn't. Somehow or other, Sterling saw to it she was left with the job of housekeeper. Miss Watts, don't have any trouble with that woman. Please.
Oh, all right, Flora. I'll go see Miss Nash.
Oh, no.
Why, Flora, Miss Nash is your own aunt.
But Sterling would find out. Please, you mustn't.
Oh, I never heard such nonsense in all my life. Hurry straight to bed. I went to the top floor of my building and entered the small waiting room of Miss Nash's quarters. It was empty, but just opposite was the door to the private apartment, almost halfway open, and I walked over to it, ready to announce myself. Then I stopped, dead still.
Penelope.
For it was then that I heard...
Are you there, Miss
Sterling's
Penelope?
voice.
We're almost in touch. Yes, I hear her now. Very faint, but nearer. Nearer.
It was an incredible sight.
Penelope.
Seated at a table wholly unlike the elderly but austere white-haired lady I'd seen before was Miss Nash. Her eyes were closed, and swaying gently, she seemed utterly transfixed as she listened to Dean Sterling's low murmur.
We're here, Miss Penelope. We're waiting. Yes. Speak to her, Miss Nash. Speak to her now.
Oh, all right. Can you hear us, Penelope? Miss Sterling says you have predicted some tragic accident for another of our loved ones.
And then Sterling turned toward me.
What are you doing here?
I'm sorry. I wanted to speak
This
with
is not
Miss
the
Nash.
time or the place for that.
What is it? Miss what?
Miss Nash, it's about your niece.
I'm familiar with this matter about Flora, Miss Nash, and at the moment I don't want you to be disturbed by anything so trivial.
Trivial? But well,
I don't
what's
see how you
happened to
can call it
Flora?
trivial, Miss Sterling. Flora was ill today. Why did you send her back to the field?
Because she was no more ill than you are. She was simply up to her old trick, playing on the sympathy of a new teacher. Come, we'll talk about this outside.
No, Miss Nash, your niece really...
Miss Sterling, she'll handle it. Miss Sterling knows best.
Yes, Miss Nash. Good night.
Good night. If you'll just step out here. Now.
Miss Sterling, you evidently don't realize that Flora Nash suffers from a slight heart condition. It's entered on her card.
I'm sure it is, because I entered it. I'm a fairly competent judge of her state of health, Miss Watts, for the simple reason that I happen to be a registered nurse. Can you say the same?
Well, no,
After this, please be assured that I don't make a practice of deliberately murdering my students, especially the niece of my employer.
I'm very sorry, Miss Sterling.
Very well, Miss Watts. That will be all.
But it wasn't all. I was bewildered, even alarmed, I suppose, at the recollection of that voice calling out, Miss Penelope. And I went to the one person that I felt must be told. For quite a while, the housekeeper said nothing, then she motioned me to a chair.
You might as well know this, Miss Watts. Sterling, you see, has deluded Miss Nash into believing she can actually hear Miss Nash's sister. She then relays messages which are supposed to come from Miss Penelope.
But, Melody, I'm afraid I don't understand.
My dear, these messages direct Miss Nash to delegate more and more power to Sterling. That's her grip on Miss Nash. That's the instrument she's using to get the whole school away from her.
I can't understand. Miss Melody, how could she ever delude Miss Nash that way? The head of a school and intelligent...
Also an old, grief-stricken woman, Miss Watts. More important, she's a woman who's been thoroughly sold on Sterling's clairvoyant power. You see, Sterling's made quite a number of predictions, and always they've come true.
They've come true?
Because she makes them come true. Miss Watts, there's a reason why I've told you this. I have the feeling that rather soon there'll be another prediction, and somehow, some way, it mustn't be allowed to come true. I want your help.
Miss Melody, what could we do? Yes?
Sterling.
What? I'm perfectly aware that you regard me as a very ominous creature, a sort of Lady Macbeth. No doubt your special charge, Flora Nash, shares the same view. So, bring her along when you come to my cottage tonight.
Your cottage?
Yes, there'll be some other girls. I'm having a little party.
Well, I hadn't...
What's the matter? Don't you want to?
What? Oh, yes. Yes, of course I do, Miss Sterling. I'd love to come, thank you.
Good. And you can come too, Melody. 8 o'clock sharp.
We were prompt, Flora and I, and the sharp tenseness and alertness we carried with us into that cottage vanished almost at once. To my surprise, I discovered that when Sterling chose to be, she was one of the most compellingly charming women in the world. And that night, she chose to be.
Flora, since you're the one student in the whole pack of teachers, we'll make you the guest of honor. Now, what would you like to do?
Gee, I don't know, Miss Sterling. Anything, I guess. Have you any ideas, Miss Watts?
Well, we can always play cards.
That, of course, is exactly why we shouldn't.
Sterling, I've got it.
What?
Remember last spring, that seance you gave us?
Oh, no.
Oh, swell.
No, I don't think so, Helen. In the first place, I haven't picked up a single new trick.
Oh, that's all right. It'll all be new to Watts and Flora. Come on, give them a chance to see you demonstrate your real powers.
Yeah. All right, then.
Oh, no, I'd rather not. Flora, you're not scared, are you?
A little, maybe.
Now, don't be. It's all in fun, like watching card tricks. Need any help in here?
Oh, thank you. Yes, we'll use this large table.
Come on, Flora, you stick with me.
All right, Miss Watts.
So presently, in a room quite dark, we ranged ourselves about a large bare table, at the very head of which sat the dean. And then, for several long moments, there was quiet, broken at last
Yes.
by the low drone of Sterling's voice.
Yes. I hear you. Yes. Yes. But you must announce your presence. Let us know you're here. Speak louder. Louder. Your name is Coleman.
Miss Watts.
Coleman Nash.
That's my great uncle.
And you're trying to warn? To warn?
She's faded. Turn on the lights quickly. It's her heart. Get the doctor quick.
Call him somebody. The phone's in the bedroom. And Helen. Yes? I want some digitalis. You'll find it in the medicine chest in the infirmary. Here are the keys and hurry. I'll be right back, Sterling. Here, Watts. Here, let's pick her up. We'll put her on the sofa. That's it. Must have been frightened.
Yes. Frightened nearly to death. There. Miss Sterling, you did this deliberately.
Deliberately?
You knew that girl's heart condition.
Why, Watts? You can't anticipate a thing like that. I was simply going to tease her, warn her not to fake any more illnesses.
Yes, well, you see how she's faking this one. You planned this, Miss Sterling. The party, having her here, finding out her uncle's name.
I happen to know her uncle's name. It was a joke, a game. Everybody knows that.
A game?
She's coming to.
You tell these women it was a game, but will you tell that to Miss Nash?
You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, she does. You'll show Miss Nash the proof of another successful prediction.
Melody.
You'll have her completely at your mercy. Flora's the only remaining heir to the school. The only person who stands in your way.
Caroline, don't leave.
Oh, it's all right, Flora. I'm only going to get my coat. We'll be right back. Please, don't worry about a thing. Come along, Miss Melody. It was 5 minutes later that Melody and I crossed the campus to Sterling's cottage and found it empty. We learned that the doctor had arrived, had prescribed for Flora, and ordered her to the infirmary. Sterling alone was left in charge of the girl. That's where Melody and I found her, directly before Flora's room at the infirmary. We wasted no time. Literally, we pushed her aside and hurried into Flora.
Can't you see she's asleep? The doctor gave her something to make her sleep.
Is that what this is?
What?
This bottle on the nightstand.
You can see from the label what it is. Digitalis.
A heart stimulant, Miss Melody.
And not, oddly enough, a deadly poison. The doctor left it here, and it's been given to Flora every 2 hours. Now, will you please be good enough to leave?
Yes, I'll leave, but I shan't go far. I expect to stay very close to this girl until she's safely under someone else's care.
You're completely mad, aren't you?
That's an odd remark, Sterling, coming from you.
We maintained a watching post not far from the room. And from there, first Melody, then I made regular trips to the bedside. Flora was better, there was no doubt of that. And so at last I dropped off to sleep. A sleep that lasted for an hour or more. For dawn was filtering into the long infirmary corridor when I awoke. Suddenly, Melody was shaking me.
Caroline, it's happened.
What are you saying?
Caroline, it's happened.
What are you saying?
She's dead. Flora's dead.
Oh, Sterling, just tell us what happened.
It was only a few minutes ago. It was time for her medicine, and I went over to wake her up for it. Her heart, it had just stopped beating.
The medicine? The digitalis, you mean?
That's right, Melody.
Where is it?
What?
Where is it? Where's the bottle of medicine?
Why,
It used to be on that nightstand there. But it isn't now. Where is it, Sterling? What have you done with it?
I don't know. Let's see. Under the bed. It might have rolled under...
But it didn't. Nor under the chest of drawers either.
Perhaps we should look out of the window. Maybe Sterling decided not to give her any medicine at all.
Miss Melody, this medicine chest, it's locked.
Locked?
Yes, do you happen to know where the key is?
One of our housekeeper's major duties. See if this will work, Caroline. Being keeper of the keys.
It works. Melody! Miss Nash, look!
What is it?
It's Sterling's bottle of medicine. Unopened.
Unopened and unused. I was right, Sterling. You just sat there and watched her die.
That's not true. Helen, you saw me give Flora some medicine early tonight, right after the doctor left. Helen, You remember that, don't you?
Well, it looked like a different bottle, Sterling. A different bottle, yes. And I can guess what was in it. A sleeping draught. That's what you gave us, Sterling. You knew that even a slight overdose would stop a weakened heart.
All right, Sterling. We found one bottle. The one that would have saved Flora's life. Where's the one that took it?
You should know that, Melody.
What?
You should know where that bottle is because you took it out of this room just a little while ago when I was calling Miss Nash.
You are insane.
What's more, you brought it into this room tonight in one of your countless visits. You brought in a bottle of heavy sleeping draught and exchanged it for digitalis. You were hoping I couldn't tell the difference and that I'd give that to Flora instead of the heart stimulant. And that's what I did.
You did it all right, but without any help.
Sterling, just how, for example, could I produce a bottle of sleeping draught so exactly like the digitalis that you couldn't tell the difference?
You had a whole medicine chest to work with. That's how you did it, and that's how I knew you did it. Helen?
Yes, Sterling. I know what you're thinking. It just came to me.
Go on.
When we were at the cottage, when you sent me over here for the bottle of digitalis.
That's it.
And there wasn't any. There wasn't any in that chest.
Of course not. Sterling didn't put it there until tonight.
Well, that's not the point, Melody. She couldn't have put it there at all because she had no way to get into the chest. You see, when Sterling sent me over here, she gave me her keys. Well, I forgot to give them back to her. Here they are. I still have them.
In other words, Melody, you were the only one who could have put the digitalis bottle there in the chest. It's very true what you said before. One of a housekeeper's major duties is being keeper of the keys.
Miss Melody, that isn't true, is it? Miss Melody, it isn't true.
Oh, no, of course it isn't. Don't listen to them, Caroline.
No, Caroline, don't listen to us. Listen to Melody. Let her keep drugging you with lies until you see everything she wants you to see and hear everything she wants you to hear. That's what she did to Flora, you know. She flooded that poor girl's imagination with absolute terror. And then she killed her.
I didn't kill her. Why should I? Why would I want to?
Why? So you could get Flora out of your way. So you could accuse me of killing her and get me out of your way, too. So you could have a clear path to Miss Nash. Well, Melody, your plan backfired.
But you're not getting me out of the school.
Helen, Watts, go phone the police.
I'll never leave. Do you hear that? I'll never leave. Never.
Oh, yes, you will, Melody. Yes, you will.
And Sterling was right, too. For within the month, Melody was an inmate of a quite different kind of institution than the Nash School. Life settled down then into a state of normalcy that lasted through the rest of the year. Lasted, in fact, up to just 4 hours ago, when I was crossing the grounds toward the main gate. All of the teachers had gone into town, and I was on my way to join them. When I saw it there on the grass, a tiny object, glistening dully in the late afternoon sun. What made me pick it up, I don't know. But when I did, it was as though a rocket exploded in my brain. It was a small empty bottle, and its label bore the slightly faded letters of the word digitalis. Then in the next instant...
Find something?
Sterling! Yes, I found something, Sterling. This bottle labeled digitalis. You know, I bet anything in the world a good chemist can find traces of a sleeping drug in it.
You mean? Then you found it. Melody's bottle.
Melody's bottle? My guess is that Melody's bottle, as you put it, never will be found because it never existed except in your mind.
What?
I picked this bottle up right here, Sterling, right where I'm standing, just 3 feet from the trash bin behind your cottage.
That was careless of me, wasn't it?
You used this bottle. You used it to get Flora Nash out of your way, to kill her and make good on your warning.
You're taking it to the police, I suppose?
I want to see if they can find your fingerprints on it, Sterling. Yes, I'm going to take it to the police as fast as I can get there.
Certainly, Watts. And the best of luck.
She went on inside her cottage, and I struck out across the grounds for the main gate and the road into town. I reached the gate just in time to hear the school caretaker prying it shut. Miss Sterling, he explained, had just telephoned the order. An early closing hour. I remembered the service driveway then. the other passageway through those high stone walls which encompass the grounds, and I found that it, too, was locked. I was a prisoner. And then, it was right then that the solution came to me. I should have thought of it before. Miss Nash herself was in those grounds, right on the top floor of my own building. I would take the bottle to her. I would show her the proof. I flew up the stairs, down the corridor, entered her small waiting room, and then stopped. Just beyond me, through the open doorway of the darkened suite, was Sterling and Miss Nash.
Another tragedy before this school year ends. That's the warning I hear.
A warning? From Flora, did you say? From my niece?
From your niece.
Oh.
She says there will be more tragedy.
Oh, no.
Before this school year ends. Tragedy.
Oh.
For one more woman here.
My strength left me completely then. I don't know whether I fainted or not, or how I got back to my room. But I'm here in it now. And it is just 10 minutes before midnight. 10 minutes before this school year ends. My door is locked. She has locked it from the outside. But now that door is going to open. And she's coming in. What are you going to do with it?
This revolver. I'm going to use it to fulfill a prediction.
Oh, please, don't, please.
Laura made a prediction to Miss Nash tonight. No. Laura made it through me. Do you understand that? Laura made it. I heard her. I really heard her. Saying that there would be one more death before the school year ends.
Please!
And that prediction is going to come true. Now!
Hello, the police station. You'd better send someone over to the Nash school right away. There's been somebody's shot herself dead. And please tell Miss Melody that she'll be out soon. Tell her that Lady Macbeth is gone.
And so closes Finishing School, starring Margot, Elsa Lanchester, and Janet Beecher. Tonight's tale of suspense.
Before we tell you about our star and story for next week, a word about an American anniversary of 173 years this week. Still standing in California is a little winery founded in 1771. Settlers from foreign countries discovered early that California vineyards were among the world's finest. That in the rare combination of climate and soil which produces perfect wine grapes, California surpasses some of the most famous Old World vineyards. Take Roma California Sherry or Port. They are magnificent wines, truly delightful. Yet, like all Roma wines, priced astonishingly low, because you pay no duty, no costly shipping charges. Toast the new year with Roma wines, America's largest selling wines. And let us hope that next New Year's we'll all be together, our sons and daughters, our husbands and fathers, in a world at peace. We help make this more certain with the war bonds and stamps we buy. So for 1944, increase your purchases of United States war bonds. Good luck and health to you one and all from the makers of Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Next week, Roma Wines take great pleasure in bringing to you, in his first radio appearance of the year, Mr. Alan Ladd. Mr. Ladd will be heard in a swift-moving action drama played against the colorful background of the Midway in an amusement park and called The One-Way Ride to Nowhere. Don't forget then, next Thursday, same time, for Alan Ladd in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. We are about to bring you a tale of magic. What a word, magic. What do we mean by magic? What are we thinking when we say something is magical? Why, only that we do not understand how it came to be, or even what it is that came to be, or, for that matter, if it ever really did come to be.
I was standing between the windows, those two big windows, you know, the ones with the great pier glass in between, and I was looking straight ahead, so I can't say that I saw the door open because I didn't. But all of a sudden there was this terrible confusion. Men jumping from their chairs, some looking frightened half out of their wits, others with expressions of joy and anticipation, some of them crying out. Was it horror? Was it surprise? Was it delight? I couldn't tell. It was all mixed up.
Our mystery drama, The Walls of Jericho, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Anything can have magic. A name, a poem, a face, a touch, a phrase of music, a sudden silent thought that brushes across the mind. But it won't be captured. No, not magic. For magic merely happens. Watch out. Ready or not, here it comes.
It's cold in here, don't you think, Cudworth? Well, Brindle's gone to fetch another log. We'd best hurry, or the fire will have burnt itself out completely. It's asking a bit much, isn't it? For Drendel to hurry? I suppose one shouldn't ask too much. Ah, poor old Drindle. How old is he now? What will be your guess, Ashley? I wouldn't hazard one. He's been steward at the club since before I became a member. Ah, here he comes. I don't like to see him carrying a log that size. Oh, Drindle.
You wanted something, Mr. Ashley?
Half an hour ago, Drindle, I asked for a brandy and soda.
But you have your brandy, Mr. Ashley.
Ah, but have I my soda?
Haven't you? Oh, you haven't. I'll get it for you right away, sir. Right away.
Possess your soul and patience, Ashley. The club should really start to think of retiring him, wouldn't you say? Start to think? That's all we ever do. We never actually get on with the thinking, do we?
Oh, hello. Everybody, have you seen this?
Who's making that racket? Higgins just came in. Oh, him.
Have you seen it? Have you?
Seen what, Higgins?
Well, I just took it off the bulletin board, Winthrop. Now, you're president of the club. You should be the first. Read it aloud.
At 4 o'clock in the afternoon of January 12th, the devil will come down the chimney of the fireplace in the members' lounge. Let's see that.
I just this minute took it off the bulletin board.
Now, who's playing jokes around here? Now, who wrote this? Did anyone here put this notice up on the bulletin board? Now, let me see it, Winthrop. At 4 o'clock on the afternoon of January 12th, the devil will come down the chimney of the fireplace in the members' lounge. What the...
that fireplace right there.
How very interesting. Not interesting at all.
Just a feeble attempt to be funny.
But it wasn't on the bulletin board this morning.
Well, it wasn't there an hour ago when I came in from dinner. Now, was it, Cudworth? Well, I certainly didn't see it. Well, somebody put it there.
The devil could have put it there.
Oh, rubbish.
Well, he might have. He's very ingenious, I've heard.
Let's not let ourselves be carried away, Higgins.
Mr. Ashley, sir?
What is it?
Your soda, sir.
Well, set it down. Drindle, have you seen this?
Oh, what is it, sir?
Mr. Higgins found it pinned to the bulletin board. Here, read it.
At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, January 12th, the devil chimney of the fireplace in the members' lounge. What does it mean?
It means that the devil will come down that chimney at 4 o'clock on January 12th. That's what it means.
Oh, surely not, Mr. Higgins.
Definitely not.
It's a joke, isn't it?
Of course it is. But, on the other hand... really, Cudworth, you and your other hand...
Let's mark it down as a joke until we know better.
At least until then.
Anyway, until the afternoon of January 12th at 4 o'clock.
Come to the table.
Boobies, every one of them.
Now, your oatmeal will get cold.
Those clods.
Don't blame me if it's spoiled.
I bamboozled them like the bunch of noodles they are.
Anytime you'd care to state what you're talking about, I'm all ears, as the saying goes. Meantime, come sit down.
Esteemed high and mighty members of the Ralph Waldo Emerson Gentlemen's Club, from the president, the exalted Mr. Amos Winthrop on down.
Oh, them.
Imbeciles.
Now, you didn't go making trouble, did you?
That remains to be seen.
Because they're just waiting for an excuse to give you the sack. You're not so young anymore.
I know that, Martha.
And not always strictly teetotal on the job, I suspect.
I'm never drunk. Well, a man needs to be a little elevated to spend 10 hours a day with those Back Bay snobs, but I flim-flammed them.
Now, look here, Timothy Drindle. Don't you go doing anything to raise the hackles on those gentlemen.
Nincompoops.
Because if they should give you the old heave-ho, you know where you'd wind up, don't you? Right here at home with me, and I won't have that.
They're not about to fire me, not right away. As a matter of fact, it's I who may have lighted a small fire under them. And they should be starting to feel the heat of it soon now. Very soon.
Timothy, what have you done?
Oh, nothing very much. I only posted a notice on the bulletin board, that's all.
What kind of a notice?
A modest little notice stating that on January 12th at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the devil would descend the chimney of the fireplace in the members' lounge.
You said the devil?
You should have seen the excitement, especially Mr. Higgins. Oh, he's such an emotional little man.
You invoked the name of the devil?
No, I did no such thing.
You summoned up the devil?
No, I played a joke on those superior snobs who've been taking me for a joke all these years. That's all I did.
Oh, once you summon up the devil, Timothy, it's not so easy to send him back where he came from.
Will you stop it, Martha? I only want to make them worry. Those fine gentlemen who've never had a care in the world since the day they were born.
Worry? How? About what?
Worry. Will he come down the chimney? Oh, they'll worry from now to the 12th of January, and I'll be there 10 hours a day to watch them worry.
And if his satanic majesty does come down the chimney, what then?
Oh, he won't. He won't. I wrote the notice myself, and old Beelzebub didn't dictate it either, if that's what you're thinking.
No, I'm thinking you've started something, Timothy, that he won't be able to stop.
Your coffee, Mr. Winthrop?
Oh, thank you, Drindle. That's quite a fire you've got going there.
I always try to keep up a good, smart blaze, sir.
Nothing special about this particular fire, Drindle?
No, sir.
It's January 12th, Drindle, and precisely 3 minutes before 4 in the afternoon.
Is it indeed, sir?
Oh, come off it, Drindle. Surely you're not indifferent to the heralded appearance of the Prince of Darkness down the chimney?
Well, it's really no concern of mine, Mr. Winthrop.
No, the membership doesn't share your aplomb, Drindle. Lounges filled to overflowing.
Oh, so it is, sir, and I'd best stir myself. Other gentlemen will be wanting coffee.
Bring me a brandy, Drindle, if you have the time.
All the time in the world, Mr. Higgins.
Old Drindle's the only cool character in the room. Even Ashley, who thinks this whole thing's nonsense. Ashley doesn't even believe the devil exists, for goodness sakes. Well, he's still been sitting on that little hassock by the fireplace since noon. I tried to get him to lunch with me, but he wouldn't budge.
Oh, suspects a trick, no doubt.
What do you?
Well, it is possible, I suppose.
But who'd want to play a trick like that? I mean, even if someone wanted to, how'd he go about it? Now suppose something, or someone, descends that chimney at 4 o'clock, as I am firmly persuaded he will. Who or what could do that? There's a great roaring fire going.
Drindle saw to that.
Well, suppose someone with a perverse sense of humor should toss a dummy down the chimney. We'd find it afterward.
Well, none of it was reduced to ashes.
But something would remain. It couldn't all burn up. Am I right?
Well, ask Cudworth. He's the brainy one.
Gentlemen, all prepared for the big moment?
Hello, Cudworth.
Only the devil himself could survive a trip down that chimney. Am I right, Cudworth?
I'd say so, yes.
It's nearly time.
Nervous? Well, I don't know what to think. I mean, I don't know what to expect.
The whole thing is nerve-wracking. Positively devastating.
It's time.
What's that? It's him. It's him. The devil himself. He's there. See him? There he is.
There is certainly something there. Someone.
Oh, it's the devil. It's old Harry, the devil.
Is it really the fiend?
Look at him, standing in the flames. He's laughing.
Is he really laughing?
Oh, that old serpent. Look at him.
He's gone.
No, he's not. He's still there, in the flames. Laughing in the flames. He's... Well, now he's gone.
Well, that was quite an experience.
Yes, it was.
Oh, it was the most wonderful thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life. Oh, really extraordinary.
Well, now, are you all satisfied?
What do you mean by that, Ashley?
His Satanic Majesty failed to put in an appearance.
Of course he put in an appearance.
You didn't see him?
Now, don't tell me you did.
Of course we did. He was all in black, head to toe.
No, he was dressed in red.
Black and red, I thought.
Well, he had red hair.
You couldn't see his hair. He wore a cap.
Saw his hair. It was sort of waving in the flames of a draft or something, but it never caught on fire. I distinctly remember noticing that.
He wore a cap. You couldn't see his hair, and his mustache was black.
No cap.
A cap and a big black cape. He kept his cape around him all the time he was standing there.
Yes, but the cape was red, a very bright red.
Now listen to yourselves. Listen, will you? You all saw him. You all say you did. But each of you saw something different. Huh? Red cape, black and red cape. Why, it's ludicrous.
It is not ludicrous at all. We were all overexcited, all worked up over this thing, and maybe our accuracy, our powers of observation were impaired. That's possible. Except I know he wore a big black cape.
Beg pardon, Mr. Higgins?
Yeah, don't bother me now, Drindle.
Your brandy, sir.
Drindle, settle this argument for us, will you? What was the devil wearing?
The devil, sir?
What was he wearing when he came down the chimney?
I wouldn't know, sir. I was not in the lounge. I was fetching Mr. Higgins' brandy. Did the devil make an appearance, sir?
How then was the devil dressed? Oh, he was in his Sunday best. His coat was red, and his breeches blue, and there was a hole where his tail came through. Those charming lines were written by Mr. Robert Southey at the turn of the century, but not our century. No, 100 years before. Clearly, the devil had time to acquire a new suit of clothes. We'll be back shortly with Act 2. the devil indeed descend the chimney of the Ralph Waldo Emerson Club in the afternoon of January 12th and stand laughing in the flames? There isn't complete agreement among the club members even now, more than a month later.
Cudworth, I have to talk to you.
Sit down, Winthrop.
Have you seen it?
I've seen it.
It wouldn't do any good to take it down from the bulletin board, I suppose.
Well, half the membership's already seen it and told the other half.
Lightning strikes again. I never dreamed it would, did you?
Well, it's a slightly different bolt of lightning this time. Not the devil. The White Goddess, I believe the notice said.
I copied it down. On February 8th, at 6 o'clock in the evening, the White Goddess will run naked through the members' lounge.
Naked, eh?
Cudworth, just who is the White Goddess?
Daughter of Astarte, I believe.
And, just who is Astarte? I'm sorry not to be up on these things, but it's not really in my area of concern.
I believe Astarte is the goddess of fertility and sexual love.
You don't say. That would account for her being naked, wouldn't it? Cudworth, do we still believe in such things? Goddesses of sexual love?
Why shouldn't there be such a goddess? And why shouldn't she have a daughter? And why shouldn't the daughter be called the White Goddess?
You don't believe she'll run naked across the members' lounge, do you?
I didn't believe the devil would come down the chimney.
But you did see him, didn't you?
Yeah? Or something that looked very like him. Assuming, of course, I know what the devil looks like.
Cudworth, I saw his horns.
Did you indeed?
Have you seen it? Have you seen the notice?
Yes, we've seen it.
Do you know that members are pouring in from all over the country?
Oh, no.
Members that haven't been inside the club in 20 years. We can't even begin to put them up. Half of them are stopping at hotels.
Oh, heaven help us.
Oh, cheer up, Winthrop. There's a chance the White Goddess won't show.
I don't know, Cudworth. I have a sinking feeling that she will.
There isn't an empty hotel room in the whole of Boston.
Why are you doing this, Timothy? What are you getting out of it?
I'm getting something off my own back, that's what.
I'll never understand you.
You haven't up to now, that's for sure.
Playing jokes on people at your age.
It's no joke.
Well, I don't know what else you could call it.
It's a plot. A plot to make them squirm, those fine gentlemen with their fancy ways. Why should they go through their entire lives without knowing a moment's uncertainty or a pang of anxiety? They're always so damn sure of themselves. Well, they're not sure any longer. They're divided amongst themselves already on the subject of the devil. I hear them jawing away about it in the lounge. Was he there or wasn't he? What did he look like? What did he wear? Mr. Higgins says red. Mr. Winthrop says red and black. Mr. Cudworth says nothing at all, just looks wise. And Mr. Ashley says the devil never came down the chimney at all, so they're every last one of them crazy. I tell you, that chatter in their argument was driving me right up the wall. But I put a stop to it, all right.
And just how did you manage to do that?
By putting up the notice about the White Goddess. That's how. Now they're all talking about her.
And when is this White Goddess making her debut?
6 o'clock tonight.
And is she coming down the chimney?
No, as the notice says, on February 8th at 6 o'clock in the evening, the White Goddess will run naked through the members' lounge.
Where will she come from?
How should I know? I only wrote the notice. But I think it would be nice if she came in through the main door and went out through a window. That would be rather nice.
The room is filling up.
It's amazing.
Oh, I don't know. It isn't often, if ever, any of us gets To see the White Goddess run naked across the lounge?
You think they really believe?
Well, who knows what they believe.
Cudworth, do you believe?
I'm here, as you see.
I suppose that's the only possible answer.
Well, it's the only one you're going to get. Do you believe, Winthrop?
Like you, I'm here.
What's the time? Time. Cudworth, you always have the right time.
Mr. Higgins, the clock on the mantel is exactly right.
2 minutes to 6. Mind if I sit down?
We've been saving this chair for you, Higgins.
Oh, that's nice of you. Well, the lounge is pretty well filled up, isn't it?
Bursting at the seams.
Oh, I've been studying all about the White Goddess.
Daughter of Astarte, who in turn is the goddess of fertility and sexual love.
Oh, you knew that.
Cudworth told me.
Cudworth, you really do know everything.
On the contrary, I know very little.
Well, you've always seemed to me to know everything.
That's because you know less.
Well, mind if I join you?
Well, there's no place to sit, actually.
Oh, what a pity.
Well, you could sit on the floor.
Now, how would I look sitting on the floor when the White Goddess comes running across the lounge? No, I think I shall join old Drendel over by the window. And perhaps he'll fetch me a brandy.
No, you haven't time. It's nearly 6.
Oh, you mean I might miss her goddessship? My, that would never do.
Oh, Jesus, that ass doesn't believe she'll appear.
Well, why did he bother to come here at all?
Because if he doesn't believe, neither does he disbelieve.
Just look at him, laughing and joking with Drindle.
Well, that's probably the first time he's ever spoken to Drindle, except to give him an order.
You could say that about most of us, myself included.
Drindle's getting old.
Poor old Drindle.
It's time. The time has come. Look at her. She's beautiful.
Sublime.
Oh, White Goddess. Oh, heavenly thing.
I never thought I should live to see anything so beautiful. The most exquisite thing I ever saw. Or ever shall see.
Where did she go? She was here such a little time.
She disappeared through the window.
The wall, I think.
No, through the window. The one back of where Ashley's standing with Drindle. I saw Ashley turn and look out the window just as she vanished.
You don't think it's possible he saw her too?
Oh, no. Not Ashley.
Well, Ashley?
What?
If you can stop staring at the stars, I'd like to ask you something.
Magnificent.
Yes, the stars are magnificent, but I have something else in my mind.
Well, what's troubling you, Cudworth?
Why, nothing very much, Ashley. Is something troubling you?
The way she disappeared. Simply melted into the astral light.
Who melted into the astral light, Ashley?
Why, the White Goddess. Well, don't tell me you didn't see her.
Oh, yes. I saw her.
Radiant in all her nakedness. Glowing like mother of pearl. Her long hair flying out behind her. Oh, but then, you saw her.
Yes.
Now, the others, did they see her?
Oh, yes.
Of course. So everyone must have seen her. Now, Drindle.
Yes, sir?
You saw her.
No, Mr. Ashley.
Oh, come now, Drindle. Of course you saw her. We were standing here together, side by side.
I didn't see anything, Mr. Ashley.
Now, don't tell me you didn't see anything, you old liar.
Well, I was busy with something.
You were not busy with something. We were standing here talking, and the clock struck 6, and the door opened, and she came in. And she ran. Her feet hardly touched the floor. Ran across the lounge to this window, this one right here. Why, her shoulder brushed mine. I felt it. My left shoulder. Now, don't tell me you didn't see her, or I'll break your back.
Now, don't excite yourself, Ashley.
The most beautiful spectacle it's ever been the good fortune of any of us to witness. And this numbskull Drindle stands there and tells me he didn't see it. He was busy with something. Oh, I won't stand for it. You listen to me, you fool. It's blasphemy. Unadulterated blasphemy for you to deny that you saw what I saw. What we all saw. Now, say it. Say you saw the White Goddess run across this lounge, didn't you? Didn't you? You say it, or I'll choke the life out of you.
Ashley, this is going too far.
He saw her. I know he saw her.
Mr. Ashley, please, you're choking me.
He saw it. He's going to admit it.
Ashley!
Oh, why couldn't you stay out of this, Cudworth?
Now, you might have killed him.
Are you all right, Drindle?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right.
Oh, Ashley, go into the bar and buy yourself a drink. You need it.
Yes, I need it. I need it, all right.
You're sure you're all right, Drindle?
Yes, quite sure, Mr. Cudworth.
Oh, by the way, Drindle, did you see the White Goddess or didn't you? You don't need to be afraid to tell me. Either way.
I didn't see anything, Mr. Cudworth. You see, I was busy with something, and No, I didn't see anything at all.
Well, I think I must be getting on home.
Yes, it's been quite an evening, isn't it? Quite an evening.
A never-to-be-forgotten evening.
Beautifully put, Ambrose. Well, come along. I'll drop you off.
Thank you. So long, everyone.
Night all. Oh, wait up, Ashley.
Yes, I'll wait for you.
Well, Cudworth, a never-to-be-forgotten evening. Well, at any rate, one I'll never forget.
I fancy none of us will ever forget.
You leaving now?
No, I'm going to stay until the room's cleared.
It's about cleared now. Nobody much left?
I want to speak to old Drindle. He doesn't look too happy.
That was quite a going over Ashley gave him, wasn't it?
Looked that way. Ashley can be a rough man.
Can't he, though? Well, I'm off for home. Night, Winthrop.
Night, Cudworth.
A never-to-be-forgotten night.
Oh, Drindle.
Yes, Mr. Winthrop.
May I speak to you for a minute?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Winthrop, of course.
You all right?
Perfectly all right.
I couldn't help noticing you and Mr. Ashley seem to be having an altercation of some sort.
Mr. Ashley was angry, sir, because I wouldn't say I saw the White Goddess.
And why wouldn't you say you saw the White Goddess?
Because I didn't see her.
But we all saw her, Drindle. Even Mr. Ashley saw her.
She wasn't there.
But, my dear man, she was there. She ran across the lounge all naked, just as the notice said she would. Now, why do you persist in denying it?
Because I wrote the notice.
Oh, now, Drindle.
And I wrote the other one, too, about the devil coming down the chimney. I wrote them both, and I made them up out of my head.
Why are you lying to me, Drindle?
I'm not lying, sir.
But of course you're lying. I don't know why you're lying. Perhaps to make yourself important in our eyes.
I am not lying.
But we all saw her, Drindle. It was the most exquisite moment of our lives. We saw her. Therefore, you're lying.
All minds are little. In this great universe of ours, man is a mere insect as compared with the boundless world about him, as measured by the intelligence capable of grasping the whole of truth and knowledge. Yes, Virginia, there is a White Goddess. We'll be back shortly with Act 3. Have you read your Shakespeare lately? If you have, you'll remember Hamlet's observation to his friend. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. If you haven't read your Shakespeare, now for the third act of The Walls of Jericho.
Come eat your breakfast, Timothy. It's on the table.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd. They're trying to ruin me.
Oh, he's off again.
I never even turned around when I heard them whispering behind my back. Drindle's getting on. Poor Drindle. Drindle's had a drop too much.
That part's true, all right.
But when they call me a liar, and to my face, I don't have to take that.
Who called you a liar?
Mr. Amos Winthrop, the president of the club. The highest mucky-muck of all the high mucky-mucks. That's who.
Well, what kind of a lie did you tell him?
No lie. I told him no lie. I told him the God's own truth. That I had written those notices and put them up on the bulletin board. The one about the devil coming down the chimney and the one about the white goddess running naked across the lounge as well.
Why wouldn't he believe you?
Because he's a fool. The biggest fool in a pack of fools.
I said, why wouldn't he believe you?
He says he saw the devil, saw him come down the chimney and stand in the flames, and that most of the others saw him too. All but Mr. Ashley and a few other disbelievers.
Oh, you should never have invoked the devil. I told you that at the time.
But even Mr. Ashley is saying that he saw the white goddess run across the lounge. Radiant in her nakedness, he says, glowing like mother of pearl. Imagine Mr. Ashley talking like that. He says she brushed up against him, against his shoulder, and then went out through the window and melted into the astral light. Mr. Ashley, of all people.
Maybe it happened.
How could it have happened when I made it all up?
Well, come eat your breakfast.
No, well, I can't. I'm too upset.
You're more upset than they are. Those fine gentlemen you were going to teach a lesson.
Oh, don't you worry. I'll fix them. I'll put up another notice.
Oh, now, Timothy, don't start up again.
Only this time I'll make it so crazy, so outlandish, they'll see that it's only a joke. They won't be able to help themselves. Yeah, now, let's see. Where's a pen? And a piece of paper. Now, what shall I... I need to get them excited, all worked up, waiting for something, and then they're let down when it doesn't happen. That's what I'm after. Yes, I've got it. On March the 2nd at 5 o'clock... You see, they'll all be having drinks in the lounge about that time. At 5 o'clock, a leopard will enter... No, not a leopard. A tiger will enter the members' lounge. How's that?
As long as you don't make it the devil.
No, better yet. 3 tigers will enter the members' lounge. No, I don't like enter. It's too sedate sounding, too tame. I will come through the windows. We'll crash through the windows. That's good. We'll crash through the windows of the members' lounge. There. That should put Mr. Winthrop in his place.
Somehow, Timothy, I don't think you were born to put Mr. Winthrop in his place.
That's where you're wrong, Martha. It's precisely what I was born for, and this'll do it. Wait a minute. I thought of something else.
What now?
Listen to this. On March the 2nd at 5 o'clock, 3 tigers will crash through the windows of the members' lounge, one of them carrying a chicken in his mouth.
Oh.
Yeah. How's that, Martha? Huh? How's that? Oh, that's perfect.
Brindle.
Mr. Winthrop, yes, sir?
Stir up that fire, will you?
Yes, sir.
That's fine.
Would you like another log, sir?
No, that'll do it, I think. Weather's letting up a bit.
Yes, it seems to be. You're in the club a bit early today, sir?
Yes, a bit. Why, yes, it's only a little after 4.
Are you waiting for the tigers, sir?
How's that?
I just thought perhaps you might have wanted to be the first one on hand when the tigers crashed through, that's all.
You're being impertinent, Dwindle. That's very unlike you, Dwindle.
Is it, sir?
Same as you're lying. It was unlike you to lie to me.
Yeah, I suppose it was.
You know it was. Now, you're not going to tell me the latest notice on the bulletin board was also your invention, are you?
I'm not going to tell you anything, Mr. Winthrop.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
I'm sure you'll agree that it's not my place to tell you anything.
I most certainly and emphatically do agree.
I thought you would.
Not that I'm certain that the 3 tigers will crash through the windows. No, I'm not certain at all. It's absurd on the face of it, isn't it?
Most absurd.
3 tigers. Well, now.
Perfectly ridiculous.
And one with a chicken in his mouth.
It's laughable.
Well, don't laugh, because it just may happen, precisely as the notice predicts. We simply do not know.
I promise not to laugh.
Nervous, Cudworth?
A few flutters. It's the uncertainty, of course.
I've been here since 4 o'clock. Can you imagine that?
I had a hard time staying away myself.
I had a few sharp words earlier with Drindle. Sorry to say. The old man's getting very independent, very opinionated.
Where is he? He's usually around taking drink orders by now.
And he's standing over there by the main door looking very superior. We really have to retire that fellow, Cudworth.
Winthrop! Cudworth, do you realize people are standing outside on the sidewalk? This isn't a club matter anymore. It's spread all over the city.
Oh, I can't say I care for that.
It looks like hundreds of people. I tried to get Ashley to be with us for the great event, but he insists on his post by the window.
Ashley by the window, old Drindle by the main door. Well, we're well covered.
We should be quiet. It's time.
I don't think our conversation will either deter or encourage the tigers.
Yes, but all the same, you quiet. Lord Davis! Look, there they are! Three of them! 3 tigers! And one has a chicken in his mouth. They're making for the door. Out of the way, Drindle! Out of the way! Drindle! Out! He doesn't see them! Cudworth, did they... Is he...
Don't look, Winthrop. Better not look.
Is Drindle... Did the tigers get him?
I don't know. Well, here's Ashley. Maybe he knows something. Ashley, what happened?
Old Drindle's dead.
Oh, no.
How did it happen?
Heart attack, apparently.
Not the tigers?
There isn't a scratch on him. They simply jumped over him, knocked down the big door, and disappeared.
Old Drindle never believed in the tigers. Oh, is it conceivable he didn't see them?
Oh, he saw them all right.
Well, how can you be sure?
Well, don't you remember, just before the tigers reached the door, he called for help.
He saw them. He called for help. And he dies.
Of fright, do you think?
Can you think of anything more frightening than the sight of something you never believed in coming to get you?
Let's step in here for a few minutes, gentlemen. We won't be disturbing you, Katie, if we use part of the lounge, will we?
What happened in here, Mr. Winthrop? Who upset all the furniture?
A little fracas, Katie, with some unexpected visitors. Let's set our drinks down here. Pull up chairs, everybody. There's a few that weren't overturned.
Well, we'll have a new steward tomorrow. They're promoting someone from the dining room.
You'll never hold a candle to Drindle, no matter who he is.
Drindle was a good man.
If you gentlemen are going to be using this room, I can clear out and come back later.
Now, you go right ahead with your cleaning, Katie, if you don't mind sweeping around us.
That's all right with me. There certainly isn't that.
Gentlemen, I asked you to meet with me here because I have a confession to make. And I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, but, well, I didn't. But now I must. After the incident of the White Goddess, gentlemen, Drindle told me that he himself had posted those notices on the bulletin board.
Drindle?
The one about the devil?
And the White Goddess, that one too?
I didn't believe him. After all, we saw the devil, most of us, and we all saw the White Goddess. And to believe Drindle would be to admit that he had the power to summon them up.
What about the 3 tigers?
One with a chicken in his mouth?
We saw them too.
And in all probability, so did Drindle. And the sight killed him.
Is it possible that a man like Drindle had the power to invoke such things?
Well, I must now concede that he did.
There I must take issue with you, Winthrop. Drindle only put up the notices. The power lay within us, the membership.
I, for one, claim no such power.
You, for one, have no such power, Ashley. Nor have I. Nor has Winthrop or Higgins or any member of the club separately or consciously. But unconsciously and collectively, the power is ours.
Together and without knowing it, we can do such astounding things.
Together and without knowing it, we are constantly doing astounding things, are we not? And always have. Both for good and for evil. I call your attention to the biblical story of the Battle of Jericho. We all know that stone walls cannot be shattered by a band of men marching round them, a final blast of trumpets and a great shout. We know that. And yet it happened. The walls of Jericho fell.
Why did they?
Consider the circumstances. The Israelites outside the fortress city, the eagerness, the expectancy, and above all, the desire and the belief. Consider the steady tramp of marching feet. Consider the narrowed concentration of the marchers. No man divided in his mind, and no mind divided from the mind of any other man. Consider the psychic pressure created by such a congregation.
Mass hallucination?
It was no hallucination that Jericho fell to Joshua. No. I should call it mass projection.
And that's what happened here? To us?
We, all of us, acting in concert, projected these apparitions by the sheer force of our unconscious minds.
Then we weren't wrong. We really saw them. The devil,
the white goddess,
the 3 tigers,
one with a chicken in his mouth.
We really saw them, even as the walls of Jericho really fell.
Beg your pardon, sir.
What is it, Katie?
Look what I swept up over by the main door, sir. If I'm not mistaken, they're chicken feathers. What's been going on here, sir?
And so ends our tale of magic. A magician performs his tricks. We are delighted and applaud because we cannot comprehend how he did them. But what if the magician himself cannot comprehend? I'll be back shortly. Seek to know the truth, for the truth shall make you free. I believe that, but it's a long search and a weary one. And let's be glad that a lot of mystery remains, and there's a little magic here and there along the way. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Mary Jane Higby, Ian Martin, Ralph Bell, Guy Sorrell, and Sidney Walker. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Mystery Theater was brought to you by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. By Suburban Savings, with offices throughout North Jersey, and by your New Jersey Dodge dealers.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you another modern story of today. Here is K7.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I repeat a statement I have made many times. Today, spies and information peddlers are a great menace to the peace of the world. It is the story of an information peddler I bring to you now. This man, whom I have called only by his first name, was doubly despicable, since he posed as a servant of his country and a patriot. My friend John Holbrook will introduce the story.
Thank you, K7. Recently, K7 told the story of how Secret Agent M first encountered Yvonne, the girl who became his assistant. Now we bring you the story of the second time M and Yvonne worked together. M was investigating a case which involved the leakage of diplomatic secrets. His findings took him to a continental city. He'd been there but a few hours when he was approached in his hotel lobby.
Monsieur the agent, you remember me?
Yes, of course I do. You are...
Please, it is enough that you know me. Do not call me by my name here in this place.
As you wish.
We can talk better over there across the room. You will listen to me?
Of course I will.
Then follow. You see, it is better here. I am glad that you do not hold old scores against me, monsieur. I am in trouble. I need your help.
I'll be glad to give it if I can.
During the war, I was a
politician.
That is a kind way to put it, but it is true. Now I serve my country here. I am in the diplomatic service.
So I understand.
Certain code books were placed in my keeping. They have disappeared.
I see.
Unless I get them back, I will be ruined, monsieur.
How long have these code books been missing?
How long? That is hard to say. You see, I did not have to use them often. Only today I noticed they were gone.
And I arrived only today.
What do you mean, monsieur?
Nothing. It's a coincidence, that's all. Sander, I may be busy for a few days. However, I'll keep your code books in mind, and if I hear anything,
Thank you, monsieur. I knew you would help me. I cannot afford another scandal, monsieur. Thank you.
Later that evening, M telegraphed Yvonne. He wrote the message out, then studied it.
You asked to assist me. Have case on which you can help. Come here at once. Register at hotel and wait for message from me. Expenses enclosed. Yes, that should bring him. Send this immediately. Also this money.
At once, monsieur.
Thank you. Now, let's see. The cable office is to my right. Yes, there it is. I must contact Case 7 at once.
Two days later, Yvonne arrived. She registered at the hotel, went to her rooms, and waited. A few hours later, M knocked on her door.
Who is it?
Let me in, Yvonne.
M, I wondered when you would come.
Quick, close the door.
I'm so glad to see you. Thank you for calling me.
I promised I would. Yvonne, I need your assistance. You will be especially valuable to me here because you're unknown. Now, I can't remain with you long, so I'll outline our case at once.
Sit down, then. Now, I'm ready.
Briefly, here are the facts. Diplomatic and military information has been leaking out. The results of certain tests valuable information has been decoded from wireless messages and sold.
How could that be, Em? Unless the spies possess the code books.
They do possess them, Ivan. The books have been reported stolen. They were in the hands of a minor diplomatic representative.
Then why have the codes not been changed?
That has also been done. The information continues to leak out.
Then it is not going to be easy, is it, Em?
Oh, I'm afraid not. Unless you are successful.
Tell me what I am to do.
I was coming to that. On my first day here, the man who has reported the loss of the code book said to me, "Do not call me by name here in this place." We were downstairs in the hotel lobby at the time. What do you make of that, Ivan?
That someone here might recognize you?
Exactly. You'll do, Ivan. He was afraid that either he or I or both of us would be seen. Evidently, this hotel is the headquarters. Now, of course, it may be some of those involved lived here.
What is your plan, Em?
It may not sound like much of one, but all I want you to do is have dinner alone each evening in the dining room.
Is that all?
That is all. I want you to always sit alone and at the same table. Oh, yes, there's one thing more. I have arranged that you will receive some mail. It will come to you from another country. You are never to stop at the desk for that mail, Ivan. When you're in the dining room, ask the head waiter to bring it to you.
That is all I am to do?
Nearly all. After opening your mail, burn it at your table. And if anyone should ask who you are, merely say that you're a patriot. Tell them that you think only of your country's welfare.
Em, I am to be a sort of trap, is that it?
Yes, Ivan, you are right. You will be a trap. A very beautiful trap.
Oh, thank you.
Now, I must leave you. Good luck, Ivan. And watch the blind man who stands in the street outside the hotel door. The one to whom you gave a coin this morning. Goodbye. I may contact you later.
Yvonne followed M's simple instructions. Each night she dined alone, and each night she received a letter which bore an important seal. M seemed to have disappeared completely.
Good evening, mademoiselle. You will want your same table?
Yes, of course.
This way. I have reserved it for you. May I take your wrap?
Thank you.
Here is your mail, mademoiselle. I took the liberty of getting.
Put it down. I will read it later.
Yes, mademoiselle. Is there anything else I can get for you?
My dinner, of course.
I was not thinking of that. Only that you are always alone. You are not expecting anyone, or perhaps a message?
No. Evidently, there was no one here who was interested in me. You see, I am a patriot. I am interested in nothing but the welfare of my country.
You serve your country, mademoiselle?
In a small way. Sometimes I hear useful information.
Your country? Is it interested in air defense?
Of course.
Then perhaps I can help you. If you would receive a message in your room.
I shall look forward to its coming. You will accept this? It is a 100-franc note.
Oh, mademoiselle is generous.
When I am given information that interests me, I pay well for it. Now, my dinner.
At once, mademoiselle.
Was the trap working? Yvonne finished her dinner and decided to take a short walk. The head waiter escorted her to the hotel's door.
There is a wind, mademoiselle. Now, let me hold your wrap.
I'm not going far. Wait, my bag. I can see the blind man through the window. I must get a coin for him.
I have not seen him there before.
I'm ready. Good night.
Good night, mademoiselle. Tomorrow you will receive a note. Follow its instructions carefully.
I will. It is cold for you to be standing in the street, monsieur. I will put a coin in your cup. Perhaps you can go home now.
The next day, Yvonne received a note. She was instructed to telephone to a certain number. She made the call immediately.
Hello? Hello?
You are interested in my offer, mademoiselle?
Yes, I'm very much interested. Who are you?
That does not matter. Tonight I will send a car for you.
At what time?
9 o'clock. Be ready.
I'll wait in front of the hotel.
Until tonight, mademoiselle.
That evening, the car arrived, and Yvonne was driven away. Outside the city, it stopped for another passenger. Then it drove into the night.
Tests are being conducted at sea, mademoiselle. A robot plane controlled by radio flies over a target and drops bombs. It could fly over a city.
You have complete information as to how it operates?
The tests have been going on for a week. Every message between the technical staff conducting the tests and the military officers ashore has been decoded. The information is here in this envelope.
Then I will buy it. How much do you want?
200,000 francs, mademoiselle.
Oh, it is a lot of money. I have not that much with me. You will have to drive me back to my hotel.
To the hotel? Very well. But I must warn you, mademoiselle. If you try anything... Go back to the hotel, driver.
Oui, monsieur.
It is not far. The officers of your army will gain much information from these notes, mademoiselle. If war should come...
Do you think there will be war?
Someday. Who knows when?
You have not told me your name.
Does it matter? I have the information you need. I will let you inspect it before you pay me.
But what if I should want to contact you again?
You need only contact the head waiter.
That is useful information, monsieur.
It is a simple method. But here's the hotel. Remember my warning.
I'll be gone only a few moments.
I will wait here, mademoiselle. You will be watched.
Oh, monsieur, have you a coin? It is for the blind man.
Of course, mademoiselle. Here is one.
Thank you. Good evening, monsieur. Here is your coin. Plus the papers written in the column.
Ivan, wait for me inside.
Ah, mademoiselle, you have returned.
Yes, your dining room is deserted.
Yes, it is past the dinner hour.
Then step inside. I want to talk to you.
Here will be all right. Yeah. You wanted to say something?
Wait.
Mademoiselle, is this a trick? I have a pistol.
Look before you attempt anything.
The blind man.
And Sandor is with him.
Stand over there, Sandor. Take my gun, Ivan. Keep them both covered. I want to have a look at these papers.
You cannot do this. I have a perfect right to those papers. They tell about tests conducted by my government.
Is everything there, Em?
Everything. Sandor, you're under arrest.
You cannot prove anything. I have a right to the papers.
Perhaps you would have had a right to them if they dealt with real tests, Sandor. As it is, they trap you. Your government is not testing a robot aeroplane.
Huh. What do you mean?
An old friend of yours, K7, arranged these messages. They were part of a trap. This information is all false. Sent out to prove that you are a spy.
I had nothing to do with it.
He lies, Em. Sandor told me that they work together.
We'll have no trouble proving that, Ivan. These two have sold out their country for the last time. The authorities will be here for them in a minute.
Then will you put away your dark glasses and your tin cup? I want to have dinner, and with you. I'm tired of dining alone.
Such men as Sandor are dangerous to their own countries and to the peace of the world. Special agents hate them, for we know their menace. We have seen the horror of one war, and if it is within our power, we will help prevent another. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
In Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
It was over 100 miles back to Dodge, but I figured I could make it easy in a day and a half. I'd been in Hays City as a government witness in a murder trial, and I was anxious to get back. So I rode out of Hays one morning a couple of hours before light. The ground was clear as snow, but it was midwinter, and it was sharp cold. When the day came, there was no sun, only dark gray sky drilled by a high, cold, searching wind. The air was as thin as I could ever remember it being. And behind me in the north lay a great slab of blackness. When I saw that, I should have turned back, for the wind stood out of the north, too, and sooner or later it would drive that black slab right down on top of me. This was blizzard weather, the kind of weather that kills the land and everything on it. I don't know why I went on, maybe because of the wind. You know, a high wind will distemper a man. Make him drunk like. Anyway, I didn't turn back. And about noon, the sky began to turn white with snow, and I could smell a touch of moisture in the air. And finally it came. The sleet, shrilling in on the wind like small buckshot as the blizzard howled down the prairie. I couldn't look right or left without being stung blind, but as long as I kept the wind on my back, I knew I was headed south. 2 hours of this, and I could feel my horse slowing down and weakening under me. My own body stiffened with the cold. Men died when they got caught in a thing like this. They died easy. Another hour passed, and my horse was carrying his head close to the ground. I figured he'd stumble soon, so I kicked my feet out of the stirrups and braced myself against the horn. By now, the wind had really gotten into me. And when I saw the blur of a ranch house up ahead, I thought maybe it was a trick. But a few minutes later, we rounded a corner of the place and stood at last in the lee of the storm. I slid down and got up to the door and pounded on it. And I waited. Then I pounded again. Then the door came open, and the figure stood in the light.
Who are you? Bring him in, Alvy. Any man out in that weather's been made harmless. Get inside.
Out of the way, Alvy, you fool. All right, stranger. Hands in the air. High. That's better. Unload him, Alvy.
Nice gun, Hank. Real nice gun.
Shut up. Now, take him down, stranger. You can come up to the stove now, but don't try nothing. I'll cut you in half with buckshot.
He was a burly man with flushed cheeks and a wild red beard and a great shock of red hair. Even his hands and fingers bristled with it. He sat on a stool by the stove, a shotgun across his knees. And his eyes never left me. The other one, Alvy, had a body of an underfed boy, but he was completely bald, and his skin was tight and dry. He looked like a naked skull. And his eyes, well, something had touched Alvy.
You look half froze, stranger. You must have wanted something real bad to go out in weather like this.
I never saw him around here before, Hack.
He's a stranger, Alvy. He don't belong around here.
Of course, we don't know anybody, but I seen a few, and I never seen him before.
Maybe he's seen you, Alvy, somewhere.
Not me. He never saw me nowhere.
How do you know that?
Maybe he was just looking for some cows and got lost in the storm.
You're just a kid, Alvy. I always said you don't know much. Belle! Belle, get on out here.
She was a pretty girl, but with a dark, half-wild look that I'd never seen before in a woman. Her eyes jumped from man to man and then came to rest on me, fixed and curious. And then after a moment, she looked away and moved into a chair across the room.
Supper ready, Belle? It's awful cold out.
You recognize him, Belle? You ever see him before?
No.
You're sure now? Maybe Hayes City. Maybe you saw him up there sometime.
I don't know him.
You sure?
Yes.
If you're lying to me, you know what I'll do to you.
I never saw him before.
He come in here half froze, right out of the blizzard. Must have been looking for some cows and got lost.
Shut up, Alby. We don't know what he's doing here, Belle.
Why shouldn't a man get out of the storm? Even in here.
That's enough. All right, stranger, we never saw you before. We don't know who you are. And as soon as I think you're lying, I'm going to blow a big hole in you.
What about my horse? I'd like to put him in the barn if you've got one.
Alvy?
Oh, now, Hack, I ain't going out there. I'd freeze.
And the horse will freeze if you don't.
It's his horse.
We might need it. Go on, Alvy, before I get cross.
All right, I'll go. I don't know why that horse is so important.
Alvy's a good boy. He'll put your horse up.
Thank you.
Supper's about ready.
Leave it. I want to talk to our friend here first. Maybe we won't have to feed him.
Potatoes will get mealy.
They better not, that's all. I'm right curious about you, mister.
I've noticed that.
I'll blow your guts all over the wall. You make fun of me. Don't get me mad, mister. I got the shotgun.
The meat'll be boiled to shreds if we don't eat soon.
You just won't understand any other way, will you, Belle?
What is it you want to know about me?
I can tell, mister, I can handle you easy now.
What do you mean?
All I got to do is wallop the girl and you'll talk. I don't have to do nothing to you.
All right, if I take my jacket off? I've warmed up now.
I mind. You might have a gun hid out in there.
He can raise his hands. I'll unbutton it.
Well, now, that's right smart of you, Belle.
Oh, I'll hide it.
No, leave it be.
Belle, come over here, Belle. Drop the jacket, Belle. Now hold out your other hand. Open it, Belle. Open your hand. That's real bad what you did, Belle. Real bad. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put you outside for a spell out in the weather. After supper, after you've cleaned up supper, you can be thinking about it till then. United States Marshal. You're in bad company, Marshal. You shouldn't have come here.
Oh? It looks to me like I sort of struck gold coming here.
Now, why do you talk like that, Marshal? I still got the shotgun.
Let me get that stove. Seems like it's getting colder and colder.
You didn't see any sign of nobody outside, did you, Alvy?
What? Who?
Somebody might have come along to cover the marshal here, it's all.
Marshal? What marshal?
Me. I'm a marshal, Alvy.
Shoot him, Hack. Shoot him.
Shut up and answer me. Was there sign of another horse footprints, anything like that?
Oh, I didn't see nothing.
Maybe you didn't look.
Would I have walked in here the way I did if I'd been after you people?
Maybe your head got muddled with the cold. Where'd you ride from, Marshal?
Hayes City. Left there this morning.
It was a fool thing to do with a blizzard coming up.
Maybe.
Did you think you could get the jump on us easier in a storm? Was that it, Marshal?
Yeah. You knew we'd be trying to keep cozy in here.
I'm curious, Hack. What are you and Alvy on the run for?
Don't you tell him, Hack. I don't trust him at all.
Alvy, it'd be mighty dull without you, boy.
Don't laugh at me, Hack. Now stop it.
I don't like laughing. You know that, Hack. And don't you do it no more. I got ways.
Yeah, I seen you and your ways. But don't try 'em on me, Alvy.
Maybe I won't.
Look, Alvy, now you don't understand. It's all right to tell the marshal about us. He ain't going nowhere.
No?
No, of course not. We'll kill him, Alvy. We'll kill him and bury him somewhere.
Oh, sure. Now, why didn't I think of that?
Because I do the thinking for us, Alvy, that's why. Now, what was it you like to know, Marshal?
Stop playing games, Hack.
Me and Alvy are wanted for murder.
Up in Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Seems a mite unfair, though. We didn't aim to kill nobody. It just happened that way.
We was robbing a bank.
Yeah, and a couple of the people there wouldn't do what we told them, so Alvy used his knife on one, but it just made the man holler.
You could hear him all over town.
And we had to shoot our way out after that. Must have killed 3 or 4 people.
I know I killed 2.
Worst of it was, Marshal, all we wanted just then was some money. We didn't care about killing anybody. But you know how it is, Marshal, when you're robbing a bank and all.
Yeah, sure.
No, I don't suppose you do it that. Anyway, we're wanted for murder, and we didn't even get any money.
Nary a dollar.
So we rode out here and lighted for a spell.
I see. What about Belle? And whose place is this, anyway?
It's my place, now that Pa's gone.
You mean you were living here alone?
No.
They killed your pa, is that it?
Yes.
How long ago?
I don't know. Maybe a month.
Yeah, it's been about a month, hasn't it, Alvy?
35 days.
There, you see. Alvy always knows just how long everything's been.
No, that's fine. Tell me what you do with him.
Who?
The old man.
Oh, we buried him out back. Couldn't afford a funeral. Could we, Alvy?
Hack, we told him that. Now let's shoot him.
No, I've been thinking it over. People in Hays City know he started for Dodge, and when he don't show up, they might come looking for him.
But you said we'd bury him, Hack. That's what you said.
Yeah, that's right, but we can't bury his horse, too. Not in this ground. It's froze solid. And if we turn the horse loose and they find it and can't find the marshal's body, then they'll suspect something.
You're pretty smart, Hack. Too bad you don't know enough to stop killing people.
Too bad for you, anyway.
Well, what are we going to do, Hack? I'm getting hungry.
That supper won't be fit to eat.
Shut up! One more word out of you, Bella, and I'll whoop you good.
Come on, Hack. I'm really hungry.
No, listen to me, Alvy. Now, my idea is to knock the marshal on the head and throw him outside to freeze. Now, he'll keep real good that way. And when the storm breaks, we can carry him off 20 miles or so and dump him on the ground. Look like he got throwed and hit his head and froze.
Oh, that's fine, Hack. That's just fine.
Then we'll break his horse's leg, make it easier for them to find him.
You just don't care about anything, do you, Hack?
Just me. Sometimes, Alvy.
Sure. Me and Hack are friends, ain't we, Hack?
Of course, if it don't go on snowing, we'll have to think of something else. Can't leave tracks for them to follow back there.
Oh, Hack, ain't we going to kill him now?
Well, sure we are, Alvy. I didn't mean that.
Let me hit him, huh? You keep the gun on him, and I'll get up behind and hit him. There was a branding iron around here somewhere. I'll hit him with that.
Hack, you've sunk pretty far, but I'm sort of wondering just how far.
What do you mean?
I'm wondering if you're low enough to kill a man before he's been fed.
Here it is, Hack. Here, see? I found it.
Leave it be, Alvy. We're going to eat first.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this Sunday night, Lionel Barrymore is your host and Joseph Cotton the star on Sunday Night Playhouse's gripping historic drama based on the life of Peter Marshall. Hear how a Scottish immigrant lad rose to the position of chaplain of the United States Senate. A story you'll agree is far more fascinating than fiction. Remember, it's tomorrow night when Lionel Barrymore introduces another Sunday night playhouse on most of these same CBS radio stations. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
It was only 5 in the afternoon, but the blizzard had darkened the land, and its blackness showed in at the windows. Here and there along the walls of the ranch house, tricklets of snow blew in through the warped timber. In the kitchen, Hank sat directly behind me while I ate. Later changed places with Alvy and fed himself heartily, as though he had nothing at all on his mind. Hank was just a nerveless brute, born with no conscience at all. His intelligence was the instinct of an animal that snapped at or killed whatever got in its way of survival. Every living thing was his enemy. And Alvy? Well, there was no way to figure Alvy. Too much of him was missing. My only chance lay in the girl, Belle, even though Hack had pretty well beaten all resistance out of her. Supper was over soon enough, but Hack seemed in no particular hurry to get on with his plans.
You've eaten better food on the trail than that.
Can't blame me for it.
Get it cleaned up, Belle. You can talk your head off when you're outside alone, and you're going outside. I'll learn you to heal if I have to break your neck.
No, don't do that, Hack. Not till we're ready to pull out, anyway.
Why?
Well, I ain't gonna do the cooking.
Well, I hope not. I've eaten your cooking.
My sister was a good cook.
Yeah, we should have brought her along, Alvy.
No, I don't like her.
Where are you from, anyway?
Which, me or Alvy?
Well, you to start with.
Wyoming, place called Crowheart. I didn't stay there long, though.
What about you, Alvy?
Now, where were you born, Alvy? I never did know.
Republican River.
That's not a place, you fool.
Well, that's what they told me. Republican River. They always lived in a wagon, my ma and pa. Had a lot of kids, too. Of course, most of them died. I'm about the only one that made out any good at all.
And you did fine, Alvy, fine. Give me the shotgun. Here. All right, Marshal, let's get back by the stove while Belle cleans this mess up.
Shall we hit him and throw him out to freeze up now, Hack?
Not yet. I want to punish Belle first.
You know, someday you're going to get caught without that shotgun, Hack. Somebody's going to tear you apart.
That's fair enough, Marshal.
Give me a fair chance at you then, huh? Barehanded?
No.
Oh, you're bigger than I am, Hack. Might be fun for you.
I don't know nothing about fun. I ain't gonna kill you because it's fun.
Oh, come on, Hack. I want to go to bed.
Belle, come out here. Get outside like I told you. And don't open that door so wide you'll blow the lamp out.
Belle had walked through the room and out the door without a glance at any of us. I figured she'd go down to the barn where she'd be all right for a little while anyway. But I knew I'd have to make a move soon. I sure wasn't going to sit there like a fall hog and let Alvy knock me in the head whenever he got ready. But it didn't take much more sense to try to jump Hack in that shotgun and let him blow me all over the place. It was a beggar's choice, and the more I thought about it, the madder I got.
Hack, I'm sleepy. I'm going to hit him and go to bed. You can do what you want after, but I ain't staying up all night.
Alvy's got his mind made up, Marshal, I can tell.
Just what do you call his mind, Hack?
I got ways to fix you, Marshal.
Never mind, Alvy. Wrap something around that iron, otherwise it won't look like he hit his head on a rock.
What difference it makes?
Do what I say, Alfie.
All right, Hack. Here, I'll use this curtain.
Now, keep your eyes on me, Marshal.
Alvy moved around behind me and was getting a good grip on his branding iron. I leaned slightly forward in the chair and was tensed and waiting for the split second when my instinct had told me to jump. And then suddenly the door was flung wide open and the wind roared in, almost lifting the room as it came. The lamp flared and then went out as I plunged sideways from the chair.
Did you hit him, Alvy? Did you hit him? You bloody fool. Don't you try nothing, Marshal. I got some more shells right here. Don't you move now.
I crawled across the room and was off the door before Hack could reload. In the snow outside, I stood up and turned to find Belle waiting by the side of the door, a pitchfork in her hand. I couldn't see her face very well in the dark, but I could tell she was shaking with cold. I reached out and took the fork from her and then flattened myself against the wall and waited.
I was afraid it was you he shot.
That was a smart trick, Belle, throwing the door open that way.
He shot Alvy, didn't he?
Yeah.
Good.
I think he's found out I'm not in there.
What are you going to do?
Wait.
Marshal! Marshal! I'm going to kill you and the girl both now.
I waited, praying he'd come through the door before my hands got too cold to hold the pitchfork. And finally, the barrel of the shotgun appeared, waist high, and began to poke its way around in our direction. It was stupid of him, but a man behind a gun often gets a false sense of power. I let him shove it out 3 or 4 inches, and then I slammed down on it. Then I jumped into the room. Hack tried to club me with a gun, but he missed. And I got in under him with a fork and lifted him off his feet. And he struggled for a moment like a speared fish and then went limp. And I let him fall. One of the prongs had reached his heart.
Did you get him, Marshal? Is he dead?
Yeah. Light the lamp.
I can't do it, Marshal. My fingers are too stiff.
Here, I'll do it. There. Quite a mess in here. Why don't you wait in the kitchen, Belle?
I'm all right, Marshal. But I can't help you much till I get warmed up some.
Well, then, you stay by the stove, huh? I'll lug these people outside.
Thank you, Marshal. Marshal? Marshal Dillon.
What? Oh. Morning, Belle.
Come on out in the kitchen, Marshal. It's warm there, and I got some hot coffee waiting.
That sounds good. Say, it looks like the storm's lifted.
It has. The wind's gone, but it's mighty cold out.
I don't mind the cold. It's that wind that breaks a man down.
There. Get some of that in you.
Oh, you make mighty good coffee, Belle.
Tell me something, Marshal. Tell me the truth now.
Oh, sure, Belle. What is it?
Are you married?
I'd make a poor husband, Belle, for any woman.
Why?
Well, in my profession, it's too chancy.
Thank you, Marshal. Thanks for putting it that way.
Now, Belle, I didn't mean...
Forget it. I'm leaving this place, Marshal.
What?
As soon as you go, I've packed what I need and I'm clearing off.
Where'll you go?
I got 3 horses. I'll ride up to Hayes City and sell them.
Then what?
I'll buy some pretty clothes, and I'll find a place. Won't be hard after this.
I wish I could help you, Belle.
You have.
Oh, but I mean...
I can take care of myself, Marshal. I just want to get away from here, that's all.
Sure. I'll stop at the nearest ranch and tell the men to come over here and take care of Hack and Alvy as soon as it warms up.
Whatever you like, Marshal.
Well, goodbye, Belle.
Goodbye, Marshal. Look me up in Hayes City next time you're there.
Sure. Sure I will. But, Belle, don't let all this make you bitter. There are a lot of good men in the world.
So they say. So long, Marshal.
So long, Belle. A few minutes later, I'd saddled up and was on the trail to Dodge. The sky was low and a slate gray all over, but there was no wind. The blizzard had gone, leaving the land still and white and bitter cold. There wasn't a sign of life anywhere. It was like riding through a vast tomb. I found myself feeling like a trespasser, as though something had gone wrong, and I wasn't supposed to be there at all. Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner as Hack, Harry Bartell as Alvy, and Vivi Janis as Belle. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Starts this Monday, a new run for Road of Life, returning to CBS Radio to join the rest of your daytime listening favorites at the Star's address. Road of Life, telling the day-to-day story of surgeon-scientist Dr. Jim Brent, will keep your interest at a high point every Monday through Friday on most of these same stations. Remember, starting this coming Monday, Road of Life in its 16th year will be heard again on CBS Radio. Roy Rowan speaking. America now listens to 105 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. All right, Shamus, hand it over. Let's have it.
Have what?
I ain't got time to play games. This time you gotta believe me. This time I'm unhappy, so hand it over.
You're not making it very easy.
I'm gonna make it a lot tougher.
How much tougher can things get?
You'd be surprised. I've waited a long time for this.
Well, I guess everything comes to he who waits.
You won't have to wait anymore. You know something? I don't mind killing you at all. Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, homicide made easy. With us, it's the corpse that counts.
Oh, I just don't think I'll ever get used to it.
Hi, Helen.
Hi. What are you doing?
Right now, nothing. But I've been considering a few push-ups or something just to keep my heart going. I've been sitting behind this desk so long my blood doesn't circulate anymore. It just lies around in puddles.
Oh, Rick.
Morning, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, hold it a second, honey. Morning, Phil.
Who's Phil?
The postman.
Oh.
Special delivery for you. Return receipt on it. Here, sign right here.
Sure. Okay, there you are, Phil.
Okay. See you later, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah.
Rick?
Yeah, yes, dear?
Well, what is it?
Hmm?
Well, what does the postman want?
Well, wanted to give me a letter.
Oh?
Special delivery. From the City Hall.
Oh, must be important. What does it say?
Let's see. It says, Mr. Richard Diamond, address, so on and so forth. Oh, here. Dear sir, you are hereby notified that under the laws of this state, you can be called... Oh, for Pete's sake.
Well, what's the matter?
Of all the rotten...
Oh, stop making noises and tell me what's wrong.
You know what this stupid letter is about?
I've been trying to find out.
I, honey, have got to report to the police commission and get examined.
Oh, Rick, have you caught something?
Dear, in this state, the commission can call in any private detective and give him a test to find out whether or not he can still qualify to keep on operating.
You mean they give you a test like in school?
You're darn right. Oh, and it says here I've got to appear today.
Well, what if you don't?
Well, I lose the bond I had to post when I took out my license.
Oh, Rick, you better get right down there.
Oh, and here's something else that's real cute. Guess where I have to take the test?
Walt's precinct. Has to be.
Yeah, aren't they the little devils? Report to Lieutenant Walter Levinson, 5th Precinct, homicide.
What time, Rick?
Time? 10 minutes ago.
Oh, bye, Rick.
It was 10 after 11 when I hung up on Helen. It was 12 after when I hit the street. The 5th Precinct was a good 10 blocks away, and I was bounding into the squad room by 11:18. Needless to say, it put a horrible strain on several unused ligaments. 4 or 5 boys in my charming profession were there ahead of me.
Well, boys, it looks like the commission's serious this time. When they start dragging in their pets, namely one Richard Diamond, you can bet the heads are going to start rolling.
What if the heads do start rolling, Romero? You got a spare?
That's very...
Hey, Shamus, you're late.
Well, Sergeant Otis, do you need a shave, or you been sleeping with your head on a porcupine?
I ain't got no time for your crummy jokes, Diamond. Take a seat and wait your turn.
Thank you, Otis.
By the by, you're the last on the list.
That figured.
Yeah, take a seat, Diamond. Last on the list, huh? Looks like you don't swing as much weight as you thought you did.
At least now I can understand the reason for this examination.
Oh, you can, huh?
Sure. Guys like you, Romero, would make it necessary to clean up any organization.
Oh, I take it you don't think I'm a credit to the profession, huh, Diamond?
Take it any way you like, but stick with the first guess.
Oh, what's the matter, Rick? Maybe I'm taking some of your business away, huh?
Look, Romero, the kind of business you handle would keep me buying too much disinfectant. And as long as you're asking what's wrong, I'll tell you. 2 things.
Yeah?
You're a lousy detective, and you'd burn your grandmother if there was enough money in it.
Oh, okay. What's the second beef, Ricky?
You just said it. You want to talk to me, it's Mr. Diamond. You slip again, and I'll put your jaw in a position so you won't forget.
Is that right?
Oh, get out of my way, Romero.
Oh, sure, Mr. Diamond.
Hey, Rick, can I see you a minute?
Yeah, by all means, see your friends and have a good talk about me.
Oh, that's... What is it, Alan?
I just thought you might be more comfortable over here. I would have called you sooner. I was kind of hoping you might lay one on Romero.
Oh, I'd love to bust his face up. There's just no excuse for him.
Okay, so we all got our bonds to worry about. Relax. You got a long wait.
Okay, Diamond, it's your turn now.
Not really.
Go on in. Sorry you had to wait so long.
Thank you, Sergeant Otis. You're very kind. If I'd waited any longer, I'd have been numb. And don't ask me where.
Now, come in, Reg. Bring your slate pencil.
Yeah.
Sit down, Mr. Diamond.
In a nice, soft chair? Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't do that, Lieutenant. I've gotten so used to that bench outside, sort of grown to fit it, you might say.
Oh, now, Rick, I'm sorry, but there was nothing I could do about it.
Mr. Diamond, Lieutenant.
Huh? Oh, yeah. I hear you've been giving that to a lot of people lately. Otis tells me you and Pat Romero had some kind of discussion along those lines.
Why doesn't the government stick Otis out on the beach somewhere and use him for radar? Let him look for flying saucers.
Rick, there's no sense in acting like a child.
The name is Diamond.
Since when?
Since 2 hours of solid sitting, Lieutenant.
Okay, Mr. Diamond. Unfortunately, the commission set this thing up, Mr. Diamond. I had nothing to do with it, Mr. Diamond. As for your waiting, there's enough hard feelings about your relations with this department. If I put you at the head of the list, Mr. Diamond...
shut up.
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant. Mr. Diamond.
Mr. Diamond.
That's better.
It certainly is. Here's the first half of the examination paper. You'll get the second half later. Write the answers to these questions.
How long have I got?
Take your time. Still mad?
Yeah.
Oh.
So for the next 30 minutes, I wrote. I wrote, and Walt stewed. It was something I could always count on with Walt, and being my best friend, he never had been able to get used to it. I looked up and caught him a couple of times, looking out of the corner of his eye to make sure I was getting them right. Don't misunderstand, Walt would never give me the answers. He'd just cough or blow his nose or something to show me I wasn't on the right track. Oh. Oh? Huh. There you are, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Mr. Diamond.
Am I finished?
You most certainly are not. Like the others before you, Mr. Diamond, you will have to solve, to my complete satisfaction, a hypothetical case of homicide. And then come back here and fill in the second half of the examination.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Walt. I did that in police school.
It's for Pete's sake, Lieutenant.
Oh, all right.
One moment, Mr. Diamond. I'll get the man who's going to give you the test. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Oh, no.
Would you mind coming in here and taking Mr. Diamond down to the basement?
He's ready for the test, huh?
Yes, Sergeant. He's ready.
Now, there's a dummy in that room there, Diamond.
You sure leave yourself wide open, Otis.
Thanks. Now the dummy, or in this case, the victim, has been murdered. You will go in and try to solve the murder to the best of your ability. If you are intelligent and observing, you will locate the necessary clues which have been placed about the room. Go on in.
How long have I got, Sergeant?
30 minutes, starting now. Go ahead in.
Otis! Otis!
Oh, now come on, Shamus. You ain't gonna tell me you solved it already.
No, Otis, I ain't. But there's something I think you should know.
Yeah, what?
There are 2 victims in this room. And I hate to be the one to tell you, but I'm afraid one of them isn't really a dummy.
What do you mean?
One of them is a body, and it's very dead. Get the lieutenant. Well, there you are, Walt. Pat Romero, shot through the head.
Oh, no. Shut the door, Otis.
Yeah.
And lock it. Stand in front of it. Don't let anybody in. How did this happen? How did Romero get shot in my department? Oh, what'll the commissioners say?
Lieutenant...
You shut up.
Walt, relax. Will you take it easy now?
Oh, sure. Relax. Take it easy. When the commissioner hears about this, I'll have a lot of time to relax on a beat in Flatbush.
Look, Walt...
And the newspapers. What's going to happen when they get wind of this?
Listen, Walt...
Private detective shot in lab room of 5th Precinct. Homicide. Relax. Take it easy. Sure.
Well, at least shut up long enough to hear what I've got to say.
Rick, what am I going to do?
Well, now listen to me. If we can solve this thing before anyone gets wind of it, maybe it won't be so bad.
You're right. Maybe it won't.
And we'll keep this room closed up as long as possible.
Otis, if you let anyone in here, I'll personally see that you never... Where are you going, Diamond?
I'm going to Romero's office. I'll call you from there. Make a check on his body and have all the dope ready for me.
Oh, don't you worry about the dope, Rick. I've got more dope in this department than any other in the whole world. I've got the biggest. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Walt chased Otis up the wall, and I headed for Pat Romero's office. Everything was happening so fast, I didn't take time to think much past the fact that the private detective profession had taken a step in the right direction when someone retired Romero. But Walt was in a spot, and someone had broken the law, so it looked like it was up to me to try and tie things together. I got to Romero's building, went up to the 8th floor, tripped over a couple of rats having a nervous breakdown because they couldn't find their way out, found his office, opened the door, and started feeling sorry for myself right away. Oh! I never saw him. All I remember is something black and shiny in front of my face just as I hit the floor. When I tried to take a better look, the bright, shiny something kissed me right in the mouth, and I went to sleep the hard way. When I finally came around, it was like trying to tiptoe through an acre of beach balls. I stumbled a couple of times, spit out a little blood. Very little, because the way I felt, there couldn't have been too much left. When I finally got around to a normal way of thinking, I perceived two things. It was still daytime, and the office of one Mr. Pat Romero, deceased, was a wreck.
Fifth Precinct homicide.
Well?
Who is this first?
Oh, now, come on. This is Diamond.
Well, I thought so, but I'm not going to admit anything for a while, even my name.
Anyone find out about...
Shh, no. What did you find out?
Well, I walked into his office and got my brains scattered.
By whom?
By whom? I don't know. I wish I did. I have a very sore head.
Well, Romero was shot, all right, but we can't find the bullet.
Well, it's not a very big room.
We'll find it, but in the meantime, here's something else. Romero had $10,000 in cash on him. New bills.
Go ahead.
That's all we've come up with so far. We'll have more to go on when we find that bullet.
Well, maybe it's still in him.
Went clean through. Messed up his pretty patent leather haircut.
What?
What do you mean, what? I said the bullet...
Oh, never mind, Walt. Bless your little pointed head. You just gave me an idea.
About what?
About the guy who worked me over a little while ago.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah. Hurry up and find that missing bullet. Walt had said something about patent leather when he referred to Romero's greasy hairdo. That was all I needed. It opened a door someplace, and there, sitting with its legs crossed, was the biggest hunch I've ever seen. And it was wearing patent leather shoes. The only guy I could think of who would know a man like Romero and still wear patent leather shoes in the afternoon was a local gambler with a reputation as a fashion plate, monocle, striped trousers, and always the patent leather shoes. In fact, that's where he got his nickname, the Patent Leather Kid. This was a small clue, and I knew it, but one thing was in my favor. Anyone who would tear up Romero's office and kick me in the face had to be a bad little boy, and the Patent Leather Kid was typecasting. The kid's real name was Amos Fletcher, and he ran a small club over on 14th Street.
Oh, I'm sorry, my friend, but the... Well...
Hello, Fletcher.
I was going to say I'm sorry, my friend, but the place isn't open until 6.
I got a few questions.
Come back at 6.
Fletcher, I'm a little unhappy right about now. You answer the questions like a good boy, or I'll kick you all over the place.
You mind if I call a few of my boys to watch?
If you like. Tell them I got a .38 under my arm that goes off when I get excited. Got a few questions.
Come back at 6.
Fletcher, I'm a little unhappy right about now. You answer the questions like a good boy, or I'll kick you all over the place.
You mind if I call a few of my boys to watch?
If you like. Tell them I got a .38 under my arm that goes off when I get excited. Tell them I sort of lose my head when I get kicked in the mouth and don't get the answers I want. I think you better believe me.
So you got kicked in the mouth?
Yeah, by a pair of patent leather shoes, just like yours.
I had nothing to do with it.
You know a guy named Romero?
Romero? No, I don't know a guy by that name.
Where were you an hour ago?
Right here. I have a couple of friends to prove it. We were playing cards, canasta.
Okay.
I'm glad you're satisfied, Mr. Diamond.
Who said I was satisfied?
No?
Not a bit.
Well, what about this Romero?
He got himself shot.
Badly?
As bad as you can get shot.
Well, Shamus, that's a chance you boys take. Maybe Romero would have lived longer in another racket. Think about it, Shamus.
I'll think about it, Fletcher. I'll think about it a long time.
Good. Let me know what you decide.
You'll hear about it.
at 5th Precinct.
Walt, check and find out where Amos Fletcher does his banking. See if he's made any big withdrawals lately.
The patent leather kid? What's he got to do with it?
Just check.
Okay.
Now, what about the bullet? Have you found that yet?
No.
Oh, swell. Did you find anything else?
A bunch of stuff in Romero's wallet.
What?
Oh, driver's license, social security number, some business cards. Card from a real estate office that might be important.
Why should it be?
A notation on the back. Says, call Miss Crockett about new lease. Date after that. Yesterday.
New lease? Romero has an office. Wonder what this new lease is.
Why don't you check? Crockett Real Estate, Lexington Avenue.
Bye.
Au revoir.
What?
Something I could... Well.
Good afternoon.
Ain't it though? Dull as can be before you rolled them gorgeous shoulders through that door. Sit down, Sonny. Relax. Have yourself a drink.
No thanks. A little early in the day for me.
A little earlier. Well, you'll excuse me, won't you, Sonny? If it gets any later, my stomach's liable to rust. Get it?
Yeah, all over me.
What's your name, Sonny?
Uh,
Gotta know, if I'm going to sell you some real estate. Play football in school, Sonny? Figures. Oh, look at them shoulders.
Look, sweetheart.
Huh? What did you say?
I said, look, sweetheart.
Oh.
Why?
No sense in raising all these goosebumps for nothing. Sweetheart, huh? Well, what can I do for you, Sonny? You want Madison Avenue at 50 cents a front foot?
Hey, that's pretty good.
Sure you won't have a drink, Sonny?
No, thanks. I'd just like to ask you one question.
Go right ahead, Sonny. I may not look it, but I'm considered one of the best real estate agents in this state.
Do you know a man named Romero?
Sure, I know him.
Did you just rent him some offices?
Yep. Signed the lease yesterday. A whole new suit of offices over on 46th Street.
46th Street? Where on 46?
Oh, right there. Say, are you a cop?
What makes you think that?
Oh, I don't know. Romero's offices are right across from the police station.
The 5th Precinct.
Sonny, you bother me. You're too nervous. Now, why don't you just sit down and get comfortable and we'll
What
talk...
building are the offices in?
Carson Building on the 4th floor. But why don't you just take it easy, Sonny?
Thanks, sweetheart.
Oh, you devil, you.
Now, look, Rick, we know Romero was shot in this room while he was either sitting or kneeling.
Because a bullet entered his head at a high angle.
Yeah.
I think he was shot with a rifle, Walt.
A rifle?
Yeah, from across the street. Romero rented some new offices in the Carson Building, directly opposite this building. I just saw them. Somebody tore those apart, too.
Well, I checked on Amos Fletcher. Does his banking at the National. Made a withdrawal this morning, $10,000 in new bills. Who is it?
Otis.
Come on in.
Has the Shamus solved it yet, Lieutenant?
Walt, come here.
Yeah?
Now, look, 4th floor. Carson Building, right over there. See the open window?
Yeah?
Now, if someone in one of those offices fired a rifle, and there's no bullet hole in the lower portion of the window in this room, that means it went through the open part. So Romero would have to be standing, let's say about right here.
Well, that would make the slug somewhere out in the hall.
Right.
But it would have to pass through the door. There's no hole in the door.
Hey, the door was open when me and the Shamus came down here.
That's right, Walt. Let's see if we can find that bullet.
What was Romero doing down here?
Oh, he was just finishing this part of the test when I went up to get Diamond.
Hey, Walt.
Huh?
I think I got the bullet. Yeah.
Under the rug?
Yeah, you'll have to pry it out. It's in the floor pretty deep.
Okay. Who did he go after? Amos Fletcher?
That's right.
What's your proof?
Not much. It's all a guess. You know what kind of a guy Romero was.
Yeah, the worst.
Well, let's see. Romero had $10,000 in his pocket. Fletcher took out $10,000 this morning.
Sounds like blackmail.
Could be. Somebody was tearing Romero's old office apart looking for something when I broke in on him. And got a patent leather shoe in the face for my trouble.
That isn't very much to go on.
Well, how about this? I asked Fletcher if he knew Romero. He said no. But as I left, he mentioned that Romero probably got killed because, like myself, he was in the wrong racket. How did he know that?
Well, still not enough to convict him.
Would a confession do it, Grouchy?
You know darn good and well a confession is the only thing that would do it. That or find the murder weapon and prove it belongs to Fletcher.
No, you're so technical. Okay, I'm going back to the office. Give me about 10 minutes and have Otis call Fletcher.
Oh? Have Otis call Fletcher?
Oh, not as Sergeant Otis. Just have him call and give Fletcher a friendly tip. From the way those two offices were torn up, it's my guess that Fletcher hasn't found what he's looking for yet. Just tell him I found it.
Found what?
Found anything. You don't have to be specific.
Who said I was going to be?
Going to be what, you mallet head?
Specific.
You don't even know what it means.
It means precisely formulated or restricted.
Huh?
Oh, here, I got the bullet out of the floor, Lieutenant.
Bye, Walt. I left the precinct and headed back for Broadway in my office on the corner of 53rd. I knew that Amos Fletcher, the patent leather kid, was the boy we wanted. But whether or not he'd fall for the gag was a matter of luck. Luck is a big part of my business. So I went to my office and sat on behind my desk to wait. In case Amos Fletcher showed up, I wanted to be sure to be able to hold up my end of the conversation. So I took out my .38 and put it across my knees. Diamond Detective Agency. If you've slaughtered a dozen, no difference to me. 1 or 50, it's the same old fee.
What kind of a remark is that, Shamus?
What kind of remark did it sound like, Sergeant?
I ain't got time to answer that. I called Fletcher.
Good. What did you tell him?
Well, I was pretty good, as a matter of fact. I disguised my voice like this, and I says, Amos Fletcher, and he says, yeah. So I says, just a little tip I thought you might want to know about. Richard Diamond has got that which you has been looking for. He found it in Romero's new offices. How was that, Shamus?
Brilliant change of voice.
You think it'll work?
Put down the phone.
You hear me, Shamus? You think it'll work?
Hang it up.
Hey, Diamond!
Oh, that's better. All right, Shamus, let's have it.
Have what?
I haven't got time to play games. This time, you've got to believe me. This time, I'm unhappy, so hand it over.
You're making it pretty tough, Fletcher.
I'm going to make it a lot tougher.
Oh. Oh, now, isn't that a pretty big gun to be carrying around?
It's a little big, sure, but it does everything I want it to.
Mm-hmm. A German Schmeischer, isn't it?
That's right.
Put a stock on it, and you could shoot it like a rifle.
I'm going to count 3, and then I'm just going to shoot it. Now, why don't you be smart and give me the stuff? Let it ring.
Well, it might be a paying client.
It might. Let it ring.
You shot Pat Romero from his new offices across the street from the 5th Precinct, didn't you, Fletcher?
Is that what you say?
Yeah. What was he doing, blackmailing you? You gave him $10,000 sometime today.
You know, you're talking yourself right into a long box.
Why did you shoot him in a police station?
I paid him the $10,000, and he handed me the stuff, and I thought it was a McCoy. I went back to my office and started checking through this stuff. That phone's gonna bother me!
There. You checked the stuff back in your office, and you found out it was phony. You got worried, went back to Romero's offices. He wasn't there. He was across the street in the 5th Precinct. You spotted him through the window and shot him.
That's right, Shamus. I saw him talking to a cop and figured he might be spilling his guts. I waited until the cop left, and I nailed him. Now, give me the stuff.
You'll have to believe me, Fletcher. I haven't got it.
Don't give me that. I got a tip.
Sure you did. That was Sergeant Otis from Homicide.
You're crazy.
Am I? He said,
Just a little tip I thought maybe you might want to know about. Richard Diamond has got that which you has been looking for.
What did Romero have on you?
Some records. You know something, Diamond? I don't mind killing you at all.
Drop it, Fletcher.
What? I got Walt.
Fletcher.
How is he, Walt?
Pretty bad. I didn't know you had a gun, Rick.
Neither did Fletcher.
Diamond!
Yeah?
Phone for a doctor. Hurry!
I'll do it, Rick. Hey, who tore this phone out of the wall?
Fletcher got tired of hearing it ring.
What's that you're playing, Rick?
Oh, it's an old thing.
Oh. Yes.
Hello, Helen. This is Walt.
Yes, Walt, he's right here.
Thanks, Dan. Hello, Walt.
Rick, we found the stuff Romero was blackmailing Fletcher with in a safety deposit box. A bunch of books that exposed one of Fletcher's old rackets, enough to send him away for life.
Well, bully for you.
Oh, and something else. You better get down here right away.
What for?
You didn't finish your test. You don't want to flunk it, do you?
What?
You got the first part all right. The hypothetical part I can cover for you. But you didn't do anything on the last part of the written examination.
Now, you listen to me, Fatty.
Fatty?
The fattest. I've chased my head off solving a case and getting your big feet...
Big feet?
Big feet out of trouble. I've gotten shot at, insulted, kicked in the face.
Well, those things...
I don't want to hear any more of your lame-brained excuses. You just fix it up for me, and I'm going to go in and drop a few subtle hints to the commissioner about his nasty old lieutenant.
You wouldn't.
Oh, but I would. What did you say?
Oh, what am I going to do? What am I going to do?
Take the test for me. Fill out the answers yourself. Cheat.
Cheat?
Cheat!
But...
Oh, that's what you always say.
Now, what were we talking about?
Oh, honey, you were asking me about this little old song.
Pretty. What is it?
Oh, well, give a listen. Oh, how I miss you tonight. Miss you when lights are low. Oh, how I need you tonight. More than you'll ever know. Each moment though we're apart, you're never out of my heart. But I'd rather be lonely and wait for you only. Oh, pal, how I miss you tonight. Okay?
Oh, it's very pretty. Shall I?
Might as well.
Yes.
May I please speak to Mr. Diamond?
Oh, my goodness, Rick.
No, Walt?
Yes, but look out.
Oh, all right. Hello.
You passed, Mr. Diamond, 99 out of 100.
99 out of 100, Which one did I miss?
The last one. I knew you wouldn't care, so I let Otis fill it in for you.
No.
Yes, the commissioner wants to see you tomorrow morning.
Why? What was the question?
To what department does the cleanup squad belong?
Well, what did Otis write for an answer?
The Department of Sanitation. Tomorrow at 11, Rick. Au revoir.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Don Diamond, Ann Morrison, and Paul Dubov. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC today? One of the finest programs in NBC's Sunday lineup of stellar entertainment is Theater Guild on the Air. Later today, be sure to hear Richard Widmark and Teresa Wright in the romantic comedy There's Always Juliet. That's Richard Widmark and Teresa Wright on Theater Guild on the Air today on this NBC station. Next, hear James Melton and Harvest of Stars on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start trailing the Shadow on his newest adventure, let me remind you that if you haven't yet replaced worn, smooth tires with new, safe Goodrich Silvertowns, do it now. And the sooner, the safer. For remember, Silvertowns are the only tires that give you the skid protection of the Lifesaver tread. The amazing new Goodrich development that will stop you quicker, safer on a wet pavement than you've ever stopped before. And motorists, you don't have to take my word for it. The nation's largest independent testing laboratory, tested the Silvertown stopping ability. They tested it against both regular and premium-priced tires of 5 other leading tire manufacturers. and their engineers found that no tire tested, regardless of price, came up to this new Silvertown in skid resistance. Motorists, that can mean only one thing. Your car and everyone in it will be safer if you ride on Goodrich, Safety Silvertown. A Silvertown stop may save your life. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, his true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, he died at 12.
What's the matter, Commissioner Weston? Nervous? Can't you stand the sight of the scaffold?
Oh, listen, Cranston. I've been attending executions in the line of duty for more years than I'd like to remember. I tell you, hangings still do things to my insides.
It'll all be over in a minute.
Well, at least I'm not the only one in this room who's nervous. About half the wise newspaper guys here look as if they were ready to pass out.
You must have started the death march.
What time is it?
2 minutes to 12.
There's a headline for you. He died at 12.
If ever a man deserved to die, it's this Nick Barati.
Yeah. He sure got it coming to him.
It's like something out of a jungle. Killing for the sake of killing.
Yes. My department's going to feel mighty relieved when that rope tightens around his neck.
Here they come.
Huh. That's queer.
What?
Barati. He doesn't seem very frightened.
No, he doesn't.
Yet up to now, he's always shown a real fear of him.
Up here, Barati.
Build this scaffold up high, huh, Warden?
It's the law, Barati.
Law.
Stand here.
Okay.
All set, Mac?
All set, Warden.
Barati, is there anything you want to say before you are hanged by the neck until you are dead?
No. Maybe I... no. No, I ain't got nothing to say.
All right, Mac. Put the hood over his head.
Yes, Warden.
Barati. Yeah. Don't worry, Barati. Everything's going to be all right.
That's fine.
Everything's going to be all right.
Put the rope around his neck.
Okay, Warden.
Release the trap door.
Commissioner Weston, notice what happened before the trapdoor opened?
What?
The executioner whispered something into Barati's ear. He was adjusting the hood over his head.
Well, what difference does that make? Barati's dead. He's hanged now.
Yes. Yes, that's the end of Nick Barati. I wonder why he wasn't frightened.
Warden.
Yes, what is
Barati's relatives are here to claim the body.
All right. Give it to him.
Here's the first one, boss.
Okay. Put him against the wall.
Oh, no. No, what is this? What are you doing to me? Where are you taking me?
Stand there, Mug.
Kidnapping me? Well, I haven't any money. I'm just a working man.
Shut your face. Take the blindfold off his eyes, Joe.
Okay, boy.
Well, what is this? I haven't done anything.
Now you look straight ahead, mister.
Well, you... Oh, no, don't shoot. Please, don't shoot.
Here's the second one, boss.
Okay. Take the blindfold off.
Okay, fella, you can look now.
Where am I? What have I done?
You look straight ahead, rat.
Oh.
Afraid, eh?
You're dead. You can't be alive. No, don't shoot. I haven't done anything. Help!
Okay, Joe. Now you give me the rest of them.
I read all about it. Fifth mysterious murder in 5 days. Another man found murdered. Murder mystery. Read all
All right, Margot, shut the window.
All right. Lamont, aren't you going to do anything about them?
About what?
You heard the news, boy.
You've got to make a living.
Lamont Cranston, you know perfectly well what I'm talking about. 5 murders in 5 days. Isn't there some way to stop them? You just going to sit
On the
by
contrary,
and...
my dear Margot, I'm not going to sit. I'm going to ride, and you're riding with me.
What are you talking about? When are we riding?
To the place where the dead, even those who are hanged by the neck, should be. The cemetery.
Yes, sir. That's the grave, mister. That's the one over there.
Come on, Margot.
But please, Lamont, please tell me why you brought me out to this cemetery.
You'll understand why in a few minutes. Are you sure this is the grave, caretaker?
Oh, yes, indeed, sir. Yes, indeed. I've been in charge of the graves here for 30 years. Know every single one of them. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You see the headstone?
To the memory of Nicholas Barati.
Yeah, you see, I told you I'd take you to the right one.
Thank you very much. The lady and I will stay out here a few moments if you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all, not at all. Are you relatives of this man?
No, not exactly. Here. Some of your trouble.
Eh? Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you very much indeed.
No, wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
Did you see them bury Barati?
Oh, indeed I did, sir. Yes, sir, indeed I did. I make it my business to be present at every one of the burials. Quite late in the day it was when they buried him. Yes, remember. And a bad day, too. Thunder rumbling in the sky.
So you saw them bury him?
Oh, yes, indeed I did. Yeah. Will that be all, sir?
Yes, that's all, thank you.
Well, see you on your way out.
Lamont, why does the burial place of this murderer concern you?
I wanted to make sure of something.
That he was buried here?
Yes. You know that the shadow doesn't always work on facts, Margot. Sometimes he's able to accomplish a great deal more by basing his actions on, well, call it intuition, hunch, anything you will.
I know that, but what has Nick Barati's grave got to do with the shadow?
I'm very concerned with those 5 murders which have taken place during the last 5 days. Well, so have I. That's why we're here.
But what could a man who's been dead for weeks have to do with those killings?
Just it. I wanted to make sure he was dead and buried.
But you yourself saw Barati hanged.
I know, but somehow during all those weeks since, I've never been able to forget the confident look on the man's face as he climbed the steps to the scaffold.
Well, now you're sure he's dead and buried. Oh, come on. It's so dark. Let's get out of here.
All right.
I never did like graveyards, particularly at twilight.
Strange.
What's strange?
I saw the man hang by the neck until dead, and yet there's a feeling in me that all isn't what it seems to be. Wait.
What is it now?
At the caretaker's house. I want to ask him another question.
All right, Lamont, but please make it fast. The longer I stay here, the less I care for this place.
Oh, well, it's you, sir. You leaving so soon?
Yes, and before we go, there's another question I'd like to ask you.
Well, you just go right ahead. Anything you want, sir.
The coffin opened before Barati's body was finally lowered into the grave?
Oh, yes, indeed, sir. I remember that. Yes, I do. Opened it right up. The relatives did. Weeping and wailing, the lot of them.
And there was a body in the coffin?
A body in the coffin? But of course there was. What else would they want to be burying it for?
Thanks. Thanks very much.
Oh, not at all, not at all. And there'll be plenty more burials, too, if these killings go on.
What do you mean?
Well, I was just reading this here Evening Paper. Another one was murdered back in town.
Another one?
Yeah, 6 in 6 days.
Oh, Lamont.
This is that paper.
Yes, indeed. Here you are, sir. Sure, sure.
Another victim of mysterious murder wave. Charles Harrison was found shot to death. Charles Harrison.
Why, did you know him, Lamont?
I was right. Right. Come on to the car, Margot.
But, Lamont,
Come along. Charles Harrison, I knew my hunch was right. Get in the car, quickly.
All right, but please tell me what this is all about.
My hunch. It was right. The murder of Charles Harrison definitely proves it.
What was your hunch, and what does the murder of this Charles Harrison prove?
6 men have been murdered in the last 6 days. No witnesses. Each of the victims shot through the head.
Well?
Each and every one of those murdered men spent a week together in a jury box as jurymen at the murder trial of Nick Barati.
You mean someone's been avenging the death of Barati?
Yes, exactly. But Nick Barati was a rat. All the members of his own gang hated him. I know that for a fact. They wouldn't revenge him.
Then who is committing the murders? Lamont, you don't think that Nick Barati...
He's dead. Dead and buried, they tell me. The dead don't come back, but if they do... The Shadow is going to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a moment, we'll again pick up the trail of the Shadow. But meanwhile, let me say this. You're reading a lot these days in the newspapers about the hazard zone of motoring. What is this hazard zone?
The Shadow knows. It's that slippery film of water on the road that may make complete command of your car almost impossible, causing your car to skid, spin, swerve.
Remember, motorists, the tire that will give you the quickest, safest, non-skid stops in this hazard zone is the new Goodrich Silvertown with Lifesaver tread. Every inch of this wider, flatter tread is specially designed to dry the road. In fact, the never-ending spiral bars of this Lifesaver tread act like a whole battery of windshield wipers. They sweep the water right and left, force it out through the deep drainage groove, make a dry track for the rubber to grip. That's why you'll stop quicker, safer on a wet pavement than you've ever stopped before. And don't forget, adding one safety feature to another, Silvertowns also give you the famous golden ply protection against high-speed blowout. Thus, the lives of yourself and family are protected two important ways, against both skids and blowouts. And motorists, don't forget that you get this double protection in Silvertowns at no extra cost. Don't cheat yourself out of this new kind of tire safety. Stay on the sunny side of motoring. Make your next tires Goodrich Safety Silvertown.
Now, Judge, there's no reason to get so excited.
Commissioner Weston, I have plenty of reason to get excited. You realize what the death of these men will mean to the future administration of justice in our courts?
But we're doing everything in our power to protect...
Yes, to protect the survivors. But what about the 6 who were murdered?
But, Judge, we had no idea there was a plot to exterminate those jurymen. If we had, we'd have taken measures immediately.
That's the point. You didn't know. The entire police department didn't know, and you should have known. You should have known at once.
How could we? Men are found murdered on lonely roads. I tell you, there wasn't the slightest reason to connect them with the Beretti murder trial.
It was a matter of deduction. And certainly the ability to reason things out is one of the things we should be able to expect from our police department.
Now, Judge, be fair. There was no reason to tie up the murders with the Beretti trial. How you ever discovered that all 6 men were on the jury is more than I can figure. Why, there's been hundreds of trials since then. How did you do it, Judge?
I didn't do it.
But you were the one who discovered that the victims had been jurymen.
I repeat, I didn't discover that fact. It was revealed to me by an anonymous letter I received in the mail.
Anonymous letter?
Yes, here. Here it is. Look at the signature.
The Shadow.
Yes. Rather a peculiar signature, isn't it?
Peculiar? Judge, why in heaven's name didn't you tell me this before? The Shadow.
Now, Commissioner, surely you don't believe the nonsense I've been reading about this super being of criminal investigation.
So the Shadow was the one who worked out the fact that the murdered men were Beretti jurymen. I might have guessed it.
Commissioner Weston, stop wasting my time talking about someone who doesn't exist. Your duty is to trace down the murders of those jurymen. If you don't, the entire law enforcement organization of the city may be irreparably damaged. What citizen will want to act on the jury if he thinks that the assassin's gun waits for him as soon as he leaves the courtroom? I tell you, forget about this so-called Shadow. Get those murderers.
With the Shadow on my side, I'm sure I will. Good night, Judge.
Good night. Imagine Commissioner Weston believing in such rot as a Shadow. Nonsense.
No, not nonsense, Judge.
Who speaks?
The Shadow. I am the Shadow.
The Shadow? I hear the voice, yet I see no one.
It is my will that men should never see me.
It can't be.
And yet your senses tell you that it is so. You hear my every word.
Yes, I hear.
I have come to ask you a favor.
Favor? Of me?
Yes.
What can I do for you?
6 men still live. The rest of the men who served on the jury that convicted Nick Beretti.
Well?
You can save the lives of those 6.
I? How can I save their lives?
By doing as I say. Will you help me?
What do you want me to do?
There are detectives guarding this house.
Well?
I want you to send them away.
Send them away? But if I do that...
Yes, your life will be in danger. Are you afraid?
But How would sending the detectives away help save the lives of those 6 jurymen?
The one who caused the murder of the 6 who died will want to kill you above all men, because you were the judge who pronounced the sentence.
Well?
When he is certain your house is unguarded, he will come here after you, and when he comes, I'll be waiting for him. Are you willing to risk your life to save 6 men?
Yes. Yes. It's getting late. Shadow, are you still here in my room?
Yes. Still here, Judge.
Seems strange, this talking to empty air.
A murderer's feet danced on empty air.
What did you say?
I was thinking aloud.
Oh. Are you sure someone will come here after me?
For days, while the commissioner's men have been guarding this place, there's been someone else watching, and I'm positive that person will soon be here.
We've been waiting so long.
Believe me, it'll be worth the wait.
Yes, if you were sure. But how can you be sure that...
Quiet. Don't speak. Don't speak. Pick up your pen and start writing. There's someone at the French windows trying to get in.
Someone trying to...
Write.
Keep your hands on the table, Judge.
What?
Now, don't make no noise, or I'll let you have it.
Who? Who are you?
Don't make no difference who I am.
What do you want? Money?
Sure I want money, but not from you, Judge. Keep your hands on the table.
What do you want of me?
Me, I don't want a thing. It's a friend. He wants to see you.
Friend? Who?
Now, don't ask questions like that, Judge.
Why doesn't he come here?
I tell you, don't ask questions like that. It ain't smart. It ain't healthy. Now, come on. Get to your feet.
I want to know.
Get to your feet, I tell you. Now, keep your hands up where I can see them. Come on. You and me, we're going places.
My hat.
Where you going, you will need a hat. Come on. We'll go out the same way I came in. Get a move on.
All right.
Willing, ain't you? And here I thought maybe I'd have to slug you. That's too bad. I never got a chance to slug a judge before.
Shadow, are you still here?
What'd you say?
I was talking to myself.
Yeah, well, keep your trap shut. Come on. Through this window, the way I came in.
Shadow.
Shut up, I said. Come on now. I got a car parked around the side. Now keep your trap buttoned up or I'll fill you full of slugs right now. And would that disappoint a certain party? It's a windy night, ain't it? And dark. Get in the car, Judge. Where you're going pretty soon, believe me, it's a lot darker.
Come in.
Okay, Judge, get in. Go on, get in there. The boss, he's real anxious to meet you.
The feeling is mutual.
Yeah? Okay, boss. Here's the big shot.
Bring him closer.
Okay, Judge, you heard what he said.
Okay. Far enough. You go sit down, Joe.
Sure, boss.
How are you, Judge?
Who are you?
Oh, now, don't tell me you forget me, my friend.
I know you.
Don't you?
So dark in here. That mask over your face. Who are you?
Kind of worry, eh, Judge? Stand back by the wall a little bit. That's it. I take off my mask now. I show you.
That gun. What are you going to...
Look at me.
Barati. Nick Barati.
You don't forget.
But you're dead. You're dead.
You're gonna be dead, Judge. I count 3.
And you're gonna be dead the way you think I am. 1.
No! Don't shoot.
2.
Shadow! What are you?
Shadow, why you call that a name Shadow? It's no Shadow, it's me, Nick Barati, and I'm gonna...
Oh, no. No, you're not, Barati.
The Shadow. You are here.
Yes, I am here.
Who say that? Joe, you say that?
No, boss, I don't say nothing.
I spoke.
Hey, boss. Somebody's talking. I don't see him.
There's nobody here. It's a judge. He make a trick with a voice. But I kill him. I kill him like I kill them all. Yeah.
Boss, you shoot me. You shoot me.
I shoot Joe. My hand. Some seems to knock up in my hand while I shoot. Who do it? Who?
I did it.
Who?
They call me the Shadow.
Shadow?
Are you afraid now, Nick Barati?
No. No, I ain't afraid of nothing. No, not of me.
Shadow. How can he be alive? They hanged him, buried him.
Yes, tell us, Barati. Why didn't you die?
Sure, I tell you. You don't get out of here anyway. Sure, I tell you. The guy would have put a rope around my neck. I pay him off for plenty.
But you did hang.
Oh, sure, but he fixed the rope short so I don't drop far. 10 grand it's cost.
But you hanged.
Yes, sure, but only a few minutes. I used to be a wrestler in the old country. Neck muscles are strong like iron. I make 'em stiff when the trapdoor is open. My neck's no break.
And then they cut you down quickly.
You bet your life quick. That's a cost of plenty, too.
The hearse they took you away in?
That's no hearse. Ambulance, that's what it was. The doc, he got to work right away. Injection to my heart, the pulmotor. 50 grand everything cost to me, but I don't die. I live to take care of everybody who think they can make a Nick Barati hang.
Then whose body was in the coffin that was buried in the cemetery?
It's easy to get a body. The doc make up the face to look like mine.
What's the matter with your voice?
The rope, she's a strain something inside of my throat. The doc, he don't do a 100% a job. But I do a 100% a job on the doc. I kill him.
And you killed 6 men since then?
And I kill 2 more. You and not a Shadow. And then I kill 6 more. And more. All of them is a die. But not a Nick Barati.
Your voice is getting weaker.
I told you, Doc, he don't do a 100% job. But I fix that. This air's fixing me up.
That mask, what?
Oxygen tank. Oxygen so he can breathe without choking.
That's right. Oxygen. Fix me up good. Good, so I kill you, too. First to you, Judge. I'm going to put a slugger right in the middle of your fat head.
No. Don't shoot.
I
Don't.
press the trigger.
Nick, wait.
Wait for what? I don't got time.
You had 7 bullets in your gun. You fired 6. There's just 1 left. If you use that last one on the judge, what will be left for you?
Left for me?
Yes, for you.
What will be left for me?
What is left for all criminals and murderers like you? The scaffold with a noose. Hanging.
No. I don't die by the rope, not me.
Oh, yes, you, Nick Barati. This time you won't be able to escape it. You won't be able to fix the hangman. There'll be no doctor to save you.
Nick Barati should never die by the rope. I'm going to shoot the judge.
You will never kill the judge. I'll knock your arm up again. The bullet will go wild. Remember, you cannot see me. You cannot prevent me doing it. And then the noose will get you. The way it gets all men who live by murder.
No, I get away.
How? The first step to that door and I stop you.
You can't stop me. Look, see, I go. I can...
You see? A chair suddenly bars your way.
I kill you then.
How? You cannot see me.
And I kill the judge anyway.
If you waste that 1 bullet, remember what will be left for you. The hangman's rope.
No, I know hang.
The police will come, the trial, and a jury of 12 men will say, guilty as charged.
No.
And another judge will say, to be hanged by the neck until dead.
No, I know hang.
Another warden will take you by the arm.
No.
The walk to the scaffold.
No, stop. Stop, none of me. I don't hang, I tell you.
The walk up to the scaffold.
No.
This time the rope, a long one.
Stop saying that.
The trap will spring. The rope will tighten.
No.
Tighten.
No.
Tighten.
No.
Tighten.
No. I don't hang. None of me. I kill myself first.
I killed myself.
He shot himself.
Never had Nick Barati.
Is he dead, Shadow?
Yes, Judge. He's dead. There'll be no need to try Nick Barati again. He cheated the law on the noose. Just once with bribery. But all the money in the world cannot cheat justice of the reward it finally metes out to crime and criminals. You can't bribe justice, nor death.
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Alice. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm busy on a case. Some boy I know is coming over from Sing Sing, and I wish he wouldn't. To me, it sounds like a bad break.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the vanishing varmint.
Miracle Whip has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Now, the case of the vanishing varmint. It's Wednesday evening in Manhattan. And upstate, a gentleman named Paul Mackenzie is taking life easy. Not that Mr. Mackenzie is lazy. He's not working because he had an argument with the state of New York, and unfortunately, he came out second best.
All right, Mackenzie, inside.
Oh, hiya, Mac.
Drop dead with you.
I don't know what's the matter with you.
Is that the New York paper?
Yeah,
Let's see it, Wayne.
I'm doing a crossword puzzle. You know a 5-letter word for burglar?
You trying to be funny?
No, see, 17 across.
Ah, give me that.
What'd you do that for? You broke the point on my pencil.
Well, that's just 2. Hey, what are you doing now?
I'm sharpening the point on the windowsill.
Let's see that.
Ah, cut it out, Mac. I ain't hurting nothing.
Let me see that point. Hey, that's not bad.
You can get it real sharp like that. I always say concrete is as good as sandpaper.
Is that what you always say?
Yeah. When I was a kid...
Shut up. When do you draw kitchen duty again?
Tomorrow.
Swell. Why don't you rob me a spoon?
A spoon?
That's right.
Why should I?
Now, look, Wayne, we're friends, aren't we?
No.
What's the matter? Can't you take a joke? All I want's a crummy spoon. Who's going to miss it?
I'm not going to do it, man.
It's not like I was asking for a knife.
I said I'm not...
I said you... Well?
Why do you want it for?
You got to have a reason for everything. Just give me a spoon. That's all I ask. Hey, Wayne. Wayne, wake up.
Well, let me alone, Mac.
Come on, dopey. Wake up. Keep your voice down. You understand?
Where'd you get that knife?
Remember the spoon you got me last week?
Yeah?
Just shows what a little homework will do. I filed it down.
How?
The same way you sharpen your pencil. Turned out real keen. Don't you think?
Cut it out.
Well, pay attention.
You gonna bust out?
What do you think?
You're crazy.
Like a fox. And you're coming with me.
Oh, no.
Don't get me wrong, Wayne. I'm not that fond of your company, but I need another guy to work this. Now get back in your cot and keep mum. Don't you open your yap for anything.
What are you gonna do?
The less you know, the less you'll have to worry about. Hey, Daniels! Daniels! All right, what's the trouble, Mackenzie? There's something the matter with Wayne. Huh? Wayne? Wayne? I don't think he's breathing. What happened? I don't know. I saw him swallow a pill. What? Yeah, about 20 minutes ago. All right, stand back. I'm coming in. You think maybe it was poison?
What's the matter with you, Wayne? Can I help you turn him over, Mac?
Don't bother, Daniels. He'll be okay.
Huh?
Too bad I can't say the same for you.
No,
You killed him.
Well, what are you waiting for? Applause? Let's go.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mike Waring, please.
Isn't this Sergeant Corbett?
Mike?
Who else? How are you, Bright Eyes?
Busy. But I thought you might be interested in this flash that just came over the teletype. Here, I'll read it to you. Paul Mackenzie and Wayne Thompson broke out of jail tonight at 9:30, may be headed for New York. These men are dangerous. Use caution in apprehending.
So?
Well, doesn't it mean anything to you?
Should it?
I think so. Remember the Weber hold-up a few years back? You represented the insurance company.
Oh, yeah. Mackenzie was the boy we grabbed.
As I recall, he was kind of peeved at you. Didn't he make a couple of threats?
I was just blowing off steam.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. Frankly, I don't. Well, it's been nice talking to you, Mike. Hope I get to do it again sometime.
Just a second. Just a second.
Yes? Hello, Harris.
Mackenzie.
Shut the door.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
What's the matter, Harris? You act like you're seeing a ghost. It's your old boss, remember?
Yeah, but I heard on the radio that...
What?
That a car with you and what's his name?
Wayne?
Yeah, went off a drawbridge near Sing Sing.
Well, I wasn't in it. We separated as soon as we got over the walls. Was there anything else?
No.
What about the guard I knifed?
They say he's going to pull through.
I guess this is my lucky day.
How did you get to town?
What do you think?
Well, you certainly didn't come by the super, Chief.
I rode the rods. Give me some soap. I want to wash up.
Yeah, sure, man.
What do you hear from Ruth?
Ruth?
Ruth Nelson, stupid.
I haven't seen her in months, Mac.
I told you to keep an eye on her. Hand me that towel.
Yeah.
Well?
Well, what?
What do you got to say for yourself?
Oh, be reasonable, Mac. I couldn't follow Ruth around.
Why not?
Well, let's skip that for now. There's lots more important things to do.
Such as?
Such as getting you out of the country.
Now, don't be a chump, Harris. I'm staying right here.
What? You're out of your mind.
That's the trouble with people who don't spend any time in jail. You don't appreciate your own hometown. You forget the attractions. Now, I got a beautiful girl in New York and about $250,000 in bonds.
Yes, I know, Mac, but...
Good, because I want them both here by 5 o'clock tonight. Let me look at you, Ruth.
Have I changed much, honey?
Nah. You look better than ever. Okay, Harris, beat it.
But I thought you wanted...
What's the matter? Don't you understand English? Go on, blow. Find yourself somewhere else to flop tonight.
All right, Mac. But be careful, will you?
Stop being such a worrywart. I'll be okay. Come here, baby.
Gosh, Mac. Wonderful to have you back.
You miss Papa, huh?
Yes.
Why don't you keep in touch with Harris?
You know how I always felt about him?
Oh, he's okay. Oh, hey, that reminds me. I was so tickled to see him, I forgot to ask. Where are the bonds?
Bonds?
Yeah, before I went up...
Oh, those. Well, I didn't bring them along.
Why not?
Well, when Harris first told me you were here, I thought he was kidding.
Well, you can see he wasn't. I want you to pick him up the second thing in the morning.
What do you mean, second thing?
Mike Waring's still around?
Who?
The private deck they call a Falcon.
I don't know.
Well, first thing tomorrow, Ruth, you find out and make an appointment for me.
What for?
You'll find out when I talk to Waring. You know how I hate to repeat myself. That's funny he doesn't answer.
Maybe he's gone out for a while.
Yeah.
What are you going to do, Mac?
Make myself comfortable while I wait. I think this one ought to do the trick. Oh, what do you know? Guess the old man hasn't lost his touch, eh, Ruthie?
Oh, Mac. Now, listen to me.
Inside.
But, honey...
I said inside. Now, what were you going to say?
Mike Waring's not going to like this.
That'll teach him not to break dates with yours truly.
I guess you're right.
What do you mean, you guess? Aren't you sure?
I only meant...
Wait a minute. Did you make an appointment with Waring for me?
Well, of course I did.
Then how come he isn't here?
I don't know.
You're lying.
All right, so I am. I never called Waring.
No?
Honest, Mac, I was only thinking of your welfare.
I'll bet you would. Next time I tell you to do something, you do it. I don't need any masterminding.
So that's the thanks I get.
You kidding? I got news for you, sweetheart. Even at Sing Sing, I heard a couple of stories about you.
They're about me and Arnold Lucas. They were lies.
What was that name again, Lucas? Come on, answer me.
Let me alone.
Talk up, Ruthie. I'm going to know the score if I have to break every bone in your lovely body.
I'm warning you, Mac. Stay away from me.
You're warning me.
Go on, laugh, you big ape. But you put a finger on me and I'll put a finger on you, and we'll see who yells louder.
Mr. Waring?
Yes, that's right.
I've been waiting for you out here since 10:30.
Well, that's a switch. They generally wait inside.
Pardon?
Skip it. You're,
Susan Andrews.
Well, what's on your mind, Miss Andrews?
It's Mrs. Andrews. I'm staying at the Renard Apartments.
Well, you've still got something on your mind.
Well, couldn't we talk inside?
Sure. Come right in, Mrs. Andrews. Oh, on second thought, stay right where you are.
Why? What?
Now, stop it.
Is he dead?
Well, if he isn't, he's as reasonable a facsimile as you can get with 2 slugs in the brain.
That's Paul Mackenzie, isn't it?
Who?
Paul Mackenzie, one of the men who broke out of jail yesterday.
How would you know?
I recognized him from his pictures.
Funny. I never would have.
Who are you calling?
The police, do you mind?
What's the matter?
The line has been cut. All right, Mrs. Andrews, you stay right here till I get back.
Yes, but what about Mackenzie?
I wouldn't worry. In his condition, I think we can prevail upon him to hang around, too.
Oh, you're out of your mind, Mike. Mackenzie was in the car with Wayne when it went off that drawbridge near Sing Sing.
Mm-hmm. And have they discovered the bodies yet, Sergeant?
Well, no.
I tell you, they never will. At least not Mackenzie's, because he's right here in my place.
Oh.
Mrs. Andrews? Mrs. Andrews?
Looks like nobody's home.
I don't get it, Corbett. I left her standing right by... Holy smoke, what happened to the body?
What body?
I told you, Mackenzie's. It was lying right there near the sofa.
Look, Mike, if you got nothing better to do...
You've got to believe me, Corbett. Why would I make up a yarn like that?
That's what I'm wondering. But whatever your reason is, it better be funny.
I tell you, the line was cut.
Seems to be all right now.
Well, they must have patched it.
Oh, sure. Where was this Mrs. Andrews living?
At the Reynard Apartments.
That's Fleming 1222, isn't it?
Now, go ahead, but you're wasting your time, Sergeant. Whoever removed Mackenzie must have taken her along for the ride. She won't be in.
I know. There's only one question in my mind. Whether she ever was.
Look, are you calling me...
Now, keep quiet. Reynard Apartments? You got a Mrs. Susan Andrews registered there?
Hello?
Mrs. Susan Andrews?
Yes, that's right.
Hey, there is such a person.
She's there now.
Hello?
Let me talk to her.
Wait your turn.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Andrews. This is Sergeant Corbett of the police. Did you ever hear of a private detective named Mike Waring?
Waring? No, I don't believe I have.
Oh, then you weren't at his place this morning?
Well, I don't see how I could be. Your call just woke me.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Andrews. You know any more funny stories, Mike? I'm just dying to hear them. Well, I'm still waiting, Mike. What was the idea of the gag?
I tell you, it was no gag, Sergeant.
Well, then how do you explain it?
I can't. I just don't get it, that's all.
Oh, if you're referring to your sandwich, Mike, it's coming right up.
Oh, Ed.
And just wait till you see what else Ed's luncheonette has for you. Can you guess what it is?
Oh, please, Eddie, I'm in no mood to play guessing games. I'm not able to think on an empty stomach.
Well, what puzzles me is how you're able to think on an empty head.
But, Mike, look, just try to guess. Think of cool, shimmering beauty. A real attractive dish.
A beautiful tomato? Where is she?
No, Mike, not a girl. It's a real tomato filled with cream cheese. A nice, cool salad for summer.
All right, fine. Bring it on. I'm hungry.
But guess what else I'd do with this salad? To pep it up.
You probably use a salad dressing.
Mike, you're psychic.
Yeah, he can figure out everything but the case he's working on.
Oh, but he's right, Sergeant. This salad needs a dressing to pep it up. So I add a swell, peppy flavor by using... Guess what?
Look, if I say the right thing, will you make me queen for a day?
Well, I can't do that, but you know the answer. It's Miracle Whip, Mike. Boy, that stuff is wonderful. It's just right. You know, not too sharp or too mild. Just right.
Mm-hmm.
What more could you ask for?
Guess.
Huh?
Guess what more I could ask for.
Oh, gosh, I don't know. Here's a delicious tomato salad filled with cream cheese and topped with America's favorite salad dressing, Miracle Whip. A salad dressing that tastes so different, folks call it the one and only. Now, what more could you possibly ask for?
Just one thing, Eddie. Can't you guess?
No, Mike, I give up. What is it?
Will you please bring the salad and sandwich? What are you waiting for? Get on the ball.
Oh, sure, Mike. Why didn't you say so?
Hey, you better get on the ball yourself, Mike. You claim Mackenzie was in your place this morning?
I tell you he was.
Yeah, that's what you've been telling me all day. Don't you think it's time now that you furnished a little proof?
Yes?
Hello, Mrs. Andrews. Remember me?
Mr. Waring.
Yes, Angel, Mr. Waring.
Won't you come in?
Try and keep me out. All right, now what's this all about?
What's what all about?
Listen, Susie, I'm in no mood for evasions. You saw me find Mackenzie's body this morning.
I?
Yes, you. I want to know why you lied about it on the phone.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, I don't often strike a woman, but in your case...
No, wait a minute, wait.
Oh, it's coming back to you now, huh?
Mr. Waring, why don't you forget about it? Make believe it never happened.
And have the cops think I'm crazy for the rest of my life? Oh, no. Now, what went on in that apartment after I left?
Please.
Look, I'll make it easy for you. You had a visitor, didn't you?
Yes.
Who was he?
He didn't tell me his name.
Well, what did he tell you?
Just to keep my mouth shut. Otherwise...
Well, never mind. I can imagine what that otherwise was. Then what happened?
He picked up Mackenzie's body and disappeared.
No, it wasn't as simple as that, Susie. You don't walk around the streets of New York with a dead body on your hands. It might cause talk. How did he get rid of it?
He had a car waiting near the service entrance.
And you followed him?
Well,
Now, don't lie, Susie. You must have. What was the license number?
I didn't think to copy it down.
Look, I'm warning you,
No,
Angel.
wait a minute. Let me get my purse. It was 8L463.
All right. Thank you, Susie. You've been a great help. I think I can take it from here.
Well?
I'm looking for a gentleman named Larry Harris.
What do you want?
My name is Mike Waring.
That still leaves me in the dark.
I don't see why, Harris. You were up to my place this morning, weren't you?
Where'd you get that screwy idea?
You own a 51 Nash, license number 8L463, don't you?
No.
Well, you better inform the License Bureau. According to their records, the car belongs to you.
What if it does?
It was parked near the service entrance to my building today.
Oh.
What did you do with Mackenzie's body?
Well, strictly between us, Waring, I don't see how that's any of your business.
Now, that's where you're wrong, Harris. When someone uses my place for a slaughterhouse, it concerns me vitally.
Yeah, I suppose when you look at it that way, you've got a beef. Would, $500 take care of it?
Only if I can take it out in information.
Now, look, fella, let me give you a little tip. Nobody's been hurt.
Except Mackenzie.
It's no skin off your nose, forget it.
And if I don't?
Someone's liable to get sore at you.
Who might that be?
I don't like to mention names, but it might be me.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, my arm.
What's the matter, Harris? Can't you stand a little pressure?
Cut it. I'm wearing you. You're breaking it.
Well, that ought to convince you that I mean business. Now, what was your tie-up with Mackenzie?
You can go. Oh!
Come on, spill it.
We were friends. He was holed up here last night.
Why did he want to see me?
I don't know.
You sure?
I tell you, I don't know.
Well, would you know what happened to all that money he had stashed away?
What money?
Mackenzie was serving time for payroll robbery. I was the one who sent him up, but we never recovered the loot.
I never saw a penny of it.
Then who did?
He spent it all on his girlfriend before they caught him.
That sounds like a physical impossibility. It was close to $250,000.
You don't know this girl.
No, but I'd like to. What's her name?
Ruth Nelson.
All right, just one more thing. Did you kill Mackenzie?
And then go back to your place and remove his body? What do you think?
I don't know. Maybe Ruth Nelson can help me arrive at some satisfactory answer.
Waiter. Waiter.
May I help you, madam?
Yeah, I'd like a... wait a minute. You're no waiter.
I still wouldn't mind serving you. Can I buy you a drink?
Aren't you afraid I might have a jealous boyfriend?
If you have, you probably know the best way to handle him.
Sit down.
Thanks. Oh, waiter, 2 scotch and sodas here.
Right away, Mr. Waring.
What did he call you?
Why, did it sound insulting?
Is your name Waring?
Well, I was keeping it for surprise, Ruth.
Beat it.
Now, what kind of hospitality do you call that? I didn't turn you out when you dropped in at my place.
What do you mean?
Weren't you there this morning with Mackenzie?
No.
You'll have to do better than that, Ruth. I couldn't forget that perfume. Voodoo, isn't it?
Did Max send you over to apologize?
Why should he?
Didn't he tell you he slapped me around?
What did you do, walk out?
Wouldn't you?
Well, I wasn't going steady with him, so it's hard to say.
Well, where does he get off accusing me of two-timing him with Arnold Lucas?
Weren't you?
No. Mac doesn't believe me. He can check it with Arnold. You'll find him at the Granger Hotel.
I kind of doubt that. Incidentally, Ruth, you wouldn't happen to know why Mackenzie wanted to see me in the first place.
Didn't he tell you?
He couldn't very well, Angel. When I first saw him, he was dead.
Dead?
Murdered, to be exact.
Is this a gag?
Hardly.
Listen, Waring, Arnold had nothing to do with this.
Who said he did?
Well, I thought...
If you did, Ruth, that's good enough for me. I'll be seeing you, Angel.
Who is it?
Telegram for Arnold Lucas.
Would you be kind enough to slip it under the door?
Sorry, mister. You got to sign for it.
Just a moment.
Hello?
You are not from the Western Union?
Well, I tried to enlist, but they wouldn't have me.
Who are you?
Waring is the name, Mike Waring.
What can I do for you, Mr. Waring?
Well, it's a long story, Lucas. You mind if I make myself comfortable while I tell it?
Please do.
Thanks.
May I offer you something?
Just a couple of answers. You see, I'm a private detective.
How interesting.
Yes, you get to meet a lot of dull people that way. I'll never guess how I got in touch with you.
Perhaps not.
Ever hear of a man named Paul Mackenzie?
Once or twice?
Well, he's dead.
How sad.
Yes, very. But you can dry those tears, fella. I think I know where to locate his murderer.
How did you accomplish that?
Well, I had several fine leads. An automobile license plate led me to Larry Harris.
Harris? I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
No, but you do have a mutual friend, Ruth Nelson.
Oh?
Yes, she's a wonderful gal, Lucas.
Glad you appreciate her fine qualities.
I'd be an ingrate if I didn't. After all, she gave me you.
But not for keeps.
Oh, hello, Ruth. What are you doing here?
You're the boy who knows all the answers.
Judging from that gun in your hand, there could only be one.
Never let it be said that you can't put two and two together. Hello, Arnold.
Darling, it was so nice of you to drop in.
It was a pleasure.
Yes. Well, if I'm in your way, folks.
Come back here, Waring.
I just thought you two might like to be alone.
We have plenty of opportunity for that later.
Well, I don't know, Lucas. You better act fast before the police grab you.
I don't think there's any danger of that.
You're wrong, Ruth. I've got your boyfriend dead to rights.
And that's where you're wrong, Waring, because in a couple of minutes he'll have you dead. Period.
Well, Ruth pointing a gun at him really poses a question as to Mike's future. Let's hope he has the right answer. But I don't need anybody to point a gun at me to give you the one right answer to the question of what to use as a dressing for salad. The answer? Miracle Whip.
Miracle Whip. Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret Kraft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Only a minute has passed since Ruth Nelson made her dramatic entrance into Arnold Lucas's apartment with a gun and promptly aimed it at Mike Waring's head. And now, as we find the gay trio, Ruth seems determined to get down to business.
All right, Waring. If you've got any final requests, now's the time to make them.
Now, Ruth, you know you're not serious about this.
What'll you bet?
Well, I've got nothing against you.
No, but you got plenty against Arnold. Who told you he was wanted in Los Angeles?
No one.
So you figured it out all by yourself, Mr. Waring.
Oh, he's a smart one, Arnold. Wouldn't take him long to guess. Mac went to his office. It could only be for one reason. He wanted Waring to make a deal for him with the police.
He was wasting his time, Ruth. They never would have accepted it.
Why not?
Mackenzie owed the police plenty for the payroll robbery and a little extra something for that jailbreak. Lucas would really have to be wanted pretty badly for the cops to forgive and forget.
No, you never can tell.
Oh, no, that's true enough.
Well, now that you know it all, what do you intend to do about it?
Well, it's up to you.
How right you are. And since it's my move...
I better move faster. Come on, drop it.
Let go! Arnold! Arnold!
Get out of the way.
I didn't mean it.
Let me take a look at him.
What's going on here?
Come in, Harris. You're just in time.
I heard a shot. What happened?
Can't you see?
I didn't mean to kill him.
Well, cheer up, Ruth. You didn't.
What?
No, it's just a flesh wound. But you're a very careless girl.
Well, anyone would have done the same in my place. I had to protect him.
Yes, I guess you can't blame her, Waring. When a gal goes for a guy, there's nothing she won't do. Even try to cover him when she's seen him commit murder.
Well, who should know that better than you, Harris?
Meaning what?
Meaning you're the guy she's in love with. You're the one she's shielding.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry if I let the cat out of the bag, Ruth, but when it comes to murder, I'm just a great big blabbermouth. Hello, Susie. Remember me?
Mike.
I hope it's not too late, but I came over to regale you with the saga of my triumph.
Oh, I heard all about it on the radio, but come in anyway.
Oh, thanks.
I heard on the radio Harris killed Mackenzie.
You heard right.
But why? I thought they were friends.
To the end. Only Harris saw to it that Mackenzie's end came a lot sooner than it normally would.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when Mackenzie went to jail, he left $250,000 worth of loot with his girlfriend, Ruth Nelson.
Oh, and she and Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Well, where does this Arnold Lucas fit in?
Oh, he was the patsy in this little affair. Ruth led Mackenzie to believe it was Lucas who was his rival.
When all along it was his boy Harris.
That's it.
Well, what put you on the right track?
Ruth. She was the one who sicked me onto Lucas originally, and then she volunteered the information that he was wanted in Los Angeles. And on top of that, She tried to kill Lucas in front of me.
I thought that was an accident.
Don't be silly. That gal knew what she was doing. Why do you think I had such an easy time disarming her? Does that answer all your questions?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. Now we can start on mine. I didn't have time to ask you before, but what were you doing in front of my apartment so early in the morning?
Well, as I told you, I wanted to see you.
What about?
Getting the evidence for a divorce?
Oh, well, I don't generally handle that kind of work, Susie, but for you, I might make an exception. Suppose you tell me about your husband.
Oh, he's handsome,
Mm-hmm.
charming, and cultured.
Hmm?
Everything a woman could want.
Well, now, wait a minute. You sound like you're still in love with the guy.
I am.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. After I saw you this afternoon, I thought it over and called him. He should be here any minute.
Well, that's nice.
Oh, Mike, it was all my fault. I made a mistake. I was just counting on him to call me first.
Well, don't feel too badly, Susie. We all make mistakes. I was counting on something, too.
Mike, where are you going?
Home. Good night, Mrs. Andrews.
Rich, delicious, chocolate-flavored malted milk. Sounds mighty good, doesn't it? And it is, too. But listen to this. You make it in your own kitchen. That's right. Make it yourself with Kraft's wonderful chocolate-flavored malted milk. Here's how simple and easy it is to do. Make a tasty paste of some Kraft malted milk and a little milk in the bottom of a tall glass. Fill that glass with chilled milk. Stir it again, and there you have it, a delicious Kraft malted. And because it's full of all the food values in milk, it's nourishing as well. So why not enjoy a Kraft malted often? Just get a jar of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk from your grocer tomorrow. The Case of the Cautious Cousin. The Case of the Cautious Cousin. That's the title of next week's Adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that when a family fortune is in the balance, the scales can be tipped toward murder. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting Adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on a famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written tonight by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Chuck Webster as Sergeant Corbett. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Hear It Pays to Be Ignorant tonight on NBC.
Best of Groucho. Yes, friends, it's a Groucho summertime. By popular demand from your letters, rating histories, and the acclaim of critics, the DeSoto Plymouth dealers bring you selected shows from You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. Groucho Marx is on vacation, friends, and will return in the fall. Until then, it's fun and laughs each week this summer as we proudly present some of the best of Groucho's past shows. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. Now, Mr. Fenneman, who's first to try for the $1,000?
Well, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a student nurse, Gwen Lonsum, and a college gymnast, Aura Herabedian. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, kids, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Gwen Lomson, huh? Is that right?
Lomason.
Oh, well, you won't be Lomason very often. And you're a student, nice? Very pretty one, huh? Where are you from, New Bedford?
No, I'm from Minnesota, born in Rochester, but I lived all over the state.
Oh. You must have been fairly active, then. And, Ara Harabedian? You just made that up, didn't you?
I carried it with me now for a few years.
You're a college gymnast?
Yes.
Where are you from?
The University of Southern California.
Oh. How old are you, Herabedian?
I'm 23.
Are you very Herabedian in school? You're 23?
Yes.
And you, Gwen?
I'm 20.
20, huh? What a lovely age. Are you married?
No.
How about, have you been trapped?
No, I'm single.
Single. Neither one married, huh? Well, the program isn't over yet, you know. Let's see what we can do here. You're a gymnast?
Yes.
Do you think you could fall for Gwen here?
That would be easy.
Well, don't fall too hard. She'll put you in splints. Of course, you're a gymnast. You'll probably marry a dumbbell. That's known as the easy joke department. Are you a registered nurse, Gwen?
No, I'm still a student.
I see. Well, I'd say you've registered with Arrow over here. Do you nurse anybody besides students, Gwen?
We nurse anyone.
You don't care whether they're sick or not, huh? You nurse them anyway?
We prefer that they're sick.
That's nice. She goes around hoping people are sick, huh? You must have Frankenstein blood in you, or Charles Adams. Just what is a student nurse?
Well, it's someone who's studying to become a graduate registered nurse.
Mm-hmm. Well, where are you doing this?
Well, I'm studying at the Bishop Johnson's College of Nursing at the Hospital of the Good Samaritan.
Oh. You have to say that whole thing every time anybody asks you? Can't you just say you're studying Bishop Johnson and let it go at that? What are your school's requirements? Could I become a student nurse?
Well, first you have to be between the ages of 18 and 35.
Well, I can pass that, and I will without another word. Well, what are the various ways to crack your skull in a gym? Do you fly around in a trapeze?
Well, we have the horizontal bar, parallel bars, side horse, long horse.
I've heard about bars like that. You go in parallel and you come out horizontal. Let's have the 3 side horses and 1 long horse. Would you mind describing one of these gym cracks?
Well, let's take the long horse. It's piece of apparatus stands about 4 feet high and it's about 5.5 feet long. So when you run the length of the gym and hit a takeoff board and vault over the horse, either hitting the near end or the far end of the horse.
Mm-hmm. That's all you do in school is just try to hit the far end of a horse? Well, I suppose that's cheaper than betting on him. Well, you're a charming couple, and I expect you to get married as soon as you leave here. That'll be $2, please. Now, let's see how well you work together as a team. In just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. But first, here's something of importance.
Imagine being able to turn the steering wheel of your car with 1 finger, even when your car is at an absolute standstill. You can with famous DeSoto full power steering. Why not try it? Go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealer and take the 5-mile trial. Take the 5-mile trial. Drive 5 miles behind the wheel of a new DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or a DeSoto Power Master 6 and discover the amazing ease and convenience of DeSoto full power steering. Going around sharp curves and over bumpy roads, you'll have firmer control than you've ever known before. DeSoto full power steering makes driving safer and easier and far less tiring. In traffic conditions or when you're parking, you'll marvel at the effortless ease of turning the wheel. It's as easy as dialing a phone. You see, DeSoto full power steering works for you not some of the time, but all of the time. Tomorrow, visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealers and ask to take the 5-mile trial in either the mighty DeSoto Fire Dome 8 with the new 160 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine or the handsome DeSoto Power Master 6. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars.
All right, now let's see if you'll get a chance at the $1,000. Mr. Fenneman.
Yes, sir.
Would you mind explaining the rules to these kids?
All right. You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected popular singers, past and present. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
15.
15. What was the name of the vagabond lover of the 20s who sang his songs through a megaphone?
Rudy,
Talk it over now. One answer.
Rudy Valley.
No. Rudy Valley is right. One answer between.
Well, you're on your way. You have $35.
Now, remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the 35 you going to risk?
30.
30. What is the name of the versatile vocalist on the Jack Benny Show?
Dennis Day.
Dennis Day is right.
You're really climbing now. You have $65.
65. How much of the 65 you're going to bet on your third question?
60.
$60. What is the name of Tommy Dorsey's former vocalist who swept the nation's Bobby Soxers off their feet?
Frank Sinatra.
Frank Sinatra.
Now you've climbed up to $125.
And how much of this 125 are you going to risk?
It works.
Okay, that works.
125. After trying for years, one song, That's My Desire, made an overnight sensation of this singer. What's his name?
Frankie Lane.
Frankie Lane is right.
And you wind up with a grand total of $250.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, we invited some private detectives to the program tonight.
Oh, a private detective is a light-hearted loon if you listen to popular rumor. No, you wouldn't understand that.
These detectives. I'd like to introduce the next couple. Really, I would.
Maybe they know each other.
The studio audience selected one of those that we invited, and his name is Mr. Alan Rice. His partner is a spinster, Miss Etta Rue, and here they are. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Right up there, Etta. Say the secret word, and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Now, let's see. A spinster and a private eye, huh? Well, this ought to be interesting. If he can't find her a man, nobody can. Where are you from, Etta?
Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Oh, how do you feel about St. Paul?
Oh, well, St. Paul's all right, too.
A hollow laugh, if I ever heard one. How is it you're a spinster, a charming girl like you, Etta?
Well, I've had a great number of gentlemen friends, but somehow or other I didn't quite make the grade.
Now, if you found the right man now, would you marry him?
Oh, yes, indeed. I'd think it over, of course, a while, and if it came up to my expectations, I think I would.
You feel the same way about him as you do about St. Paul, I think. How about Alan Rice, huh?
Yes, sir.
Are you married?
No, I'm not, Mr. Mark.
Pretty good detective. He keeps himself out of trouble. Etta, are you casting sheep's eyes over there?
Oh, no, I was kind of looking at you.
Well, I'm spoken for, Etta. Unfortunately, there's a girl in St. Paul who is infatuated with me. You say you're a private eye, huh? Where do you do your gumshoeing?
Well, I have my own agency here in Hollywood.
What do you do, spy on yourself? Huh?
Secret Service.
Oh, Secret Service, huh? I better be careful what I say here. You work for the government?
No, we call it Secret Service because all of our investigations are strictly confidential.
Etta, I think he's your man. Or aren't you interested in a confidence man?
Oh, I'm interested in most any kind of man at this age.
Etta, you're really on the prowl, aren't you, huh? Etta, a gentleman never asks a woman her age, so tell me, how many years ago were you born?
Oh, well, 66 and maybe a little bit more.
66 years ago. Let's see, that makes you about 47, huh? Perhaps you could explain something to me. Exactly what age does a woman become a spinster?
Oh, a woman never becomes a spinster if she keeps young and keeps a young mind and goes around with the fellas and all this and that. She never becomes a spinster.
Just what do you mean by all this and that?
Well, tries to act young and look young and keep up appearances and go dancing, the square dancing and rumba and all this and that, you know.
Etta, I think you've evaded that very well. Hey, Eagle Eye, wake up. This guy's in a transom over here. I'm only kidding, Alan. Actually, you're wide awake, alert, and every inch the private detective. Now stay awake. Now, what's the most common kind of a job you fellows get?
Well, the most common jobs we get is department store work for mysterious disappearance of merchandise.
Suppose somebody's trying to steal a thimble. Could you detect that instantly?
Well, if he was a professional thimble thief, yes.
Are there people who would just go around and steal nothing but thimbles?
Yes.
Now, how can you spot a shoplifter? Do they look like crooks?
They look just like you and me.
Can't you just make it you? Why do you have to drag me in? Etta.
Yes?
You still here?
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Has anything embarrassing ever happened to you, Etta?
Oh, yes, not long ago.
Could you relate it to us?
I was singing in church. I was singing one of the hymns that they, when we were all singing there. Not in the choir, but this was just in the congregation.
What were you singing?
We were singing Near My God to Thee.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, I opened my mouth pretty wide. I guess wider than I should have. And lo and behold, my upper plate fell right down on the floor.
Etta, just a moment, Etta. Don't they always pass the plate around in church?
Yes, but the plate had already passed.
I must say you two have been unusual. I must say that because you really are. However, a few days in bed and I'll be as good as new. You're going to make a very interesting wife for some fellow, and I'm going to try to find you a husband if it's the last thing I do. And I wouldn't be surprised if it is the last thing I do. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much the first couple won, but George Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The student nurse and the college gymnast won $250.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected state landmarks. Here's your first question. How much would you bet?
$15.
$15. In what state is Pikes Peak?
Colorado.
Colorado is right.
Well, you're on your way. You have $35.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of your $35 are you going to bet?
$30.
In what state do you find the Everglades?
Oh, Florida.
Florida is right.
You now have $65.
Oh.
She's just crazy about herself, this girl.
All right.
She's pretty cute at that. Now, here's your third question. You're going to bet how much?
$60.
$60. In what state do you find the Crater Lake National Park?
In Oregon.
Oregon is right.
Now you've climbed to $125.
I wouldn't be surprised if Etta winds up marrying herself if she wins this money. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $125 are you going to risk?
All of it. We'll shoot the works.
The works. In what state do you find the General Sherman sequoia tree?
In California.
California is right.
$250.
Oh.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Well, Groucho, we invited some high school students to our program tonight. Yes. I suppose we all realize it so far.
No, I didn't. What is it?
We have a tie in our score here, I suppose you know. I can't tell you how much because the other couple's probably waiting out here by now, huh?
And in addition to that, he doesn't know.
Yes, I do, but I won't say it because the high school students that we invited to the program are here. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected two of them to be on the show. And here they come, Miss Lou Ann Williams and Howard Stearns. Meet Groucho Marx, kids.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. High school youngsters, huh? It's always nice to meet young people. Lou Ann Williams, huh? How old are you, Lou?
16.
16. And you,
A little over 16.
Where are you from, Howard?
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
What is your hometown, Lou?
Tucson, Arizona.
Mm-hmm. What school do you attend?
Eagle Rock High School.
Eagle Rock?
Mm-hmm.
And at what school do you practice your somnambulism, Howard?
Well, I go to Fairfax High School.
Oh, do you know what somnambulism is?
That means you walk in your sleep.
That's not true. I always trap myself in it. What are you learning in school, Howard?
Well, I take chemistry, algebra.
You do anything else in school, like playing with the girls' basketball team?
Oh, no, I play with a band.
Oh, a musician, eh? Yeah. What instrument do you massacre?
I play trombone.
Are you interested in the band, too, Lou?
No.
No, you just don't give a toot, eh? Do you belong to any school organizations?
Yes, the GAA.
GAA, what's that? GA? Is that like the AAA?
No, that's the Girls Athletic Association.
Girls Athletic Association. Well, count me out. I'll have no association with any girl who's athletic. But before I break off the association, what is the purpose of it, Lou?
To make sports more popular with girls.
I'm back in the association. I'm one sport who's just dying to be popular with girls. Now, which team are you on, Lou?
I'm not on any team. I'm a cheerleader.
A cheerleader?
Yes.
Oh, glad you're here. I need something to cheer me up. Can you give us a cheer? Go ahead, something that'll rouse the rooters.
You mean right now?
Yeah, give us a cheer.
Okay. Snickerty, rickerty, rickety, rack. We're the GA that never falls back. We're the people, we're the stuff. We're from Eagle Rock. That's enough.
I didn't know that Shakespeare wrote poems about sports. He'll be singing that in 100 years from now. I only hope I'm not around to hear it. Howard, is that it, Howard?
Yeah.
Let's find out something about your band. Is it a dance band or is it just for football games?
Well, we play for football games and also other school activities that need the band to play.
Like
well,
Secret word? Well, you and your partner split $100 between you. Here's 50 for you, and here's 50 for you.
Thank you.
Didn't say? You say you just play for football games?
Well, we play for school assemblies and rallies.
Uh-huh. Do you march in the parades?
Yes.
Well, when you're marching along in a parade, how do you know what the fellow in back of you is doing?
Well, I don't, but it doesn't make any difference.
Suppose he happens to be playing a slide trombone and he's reaching for a low note. Now, Lou, when your band is playing, your school band is playing at a football game, do you wave pom-poms like I've seen on television?
Yes.
Well, let's recreate a big game. Howard, you play your school song, and Lou Ann, you wave your school colors, okay? Okay, 1, 2, 3, go.
I don't have an instrument.
That's right. It's hard to play a slide trombone unless you have a... Well, we could borrow one. Hey, trombonist out there, could we have the trombone for a minute? Are you sure you know how to blow this thing, Howard? They can be pretty dangerous, those slide trombones. And I want you to play exactly as you do when you're sitting at a football game. Pretend the rest of your band is here, too, and you're all blowing up some school spirit. Now, go ahead, get hot, and Lou Ann, you wave your school colors,
okay.
Huh? Okay, let's go. Let's be sensible about this. You mean that's your school song? You mean you win football games with that?
I don't play the melody.
You don't what?
I don't play the melody.
You say? Howard, when you say you don't play the melody, that's the understatement of the year. Are you sure you can play that bugle? Let's try it again. Only this time, forget what you play and give us the old fight song now. Go ahead. Come on. Howard, that was magnificent. And I'm sure if you continue practicing like that, you can make a fortune going around breaking leases. All right, now let's see how much you've learned in school. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. You run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The first and second couples are tied with $250 each.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can bet your $20. You selected famous inventors. Here's your first question. How much of the $20 you're going to bet?
15.
15. Who invented the telegraph?
Morse.
Samuel Morse is right.
Well, you're off to a good start. You have $35.
Remember, you're going for $1,000. And now, how much of the 35 are you going to bet?
25. 30. Oh, 25.
24. 25?
Oh, 30.
I think we should make it 25.
What? Make it $27.50, eh?
Let's make it 25. Saving a little bit for dinner.
We're going to find out now who's the boss of this team. All right, what is it, kids?
25.
Okay.
Who invented the cotton gin? Eli Whitney is right.
And now you have $60.
Here's your third question. How much of the 60 are you going to bet?
55.
55.
55. Who invented the lightning rod?
Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin. $115. Now, how much is your last chance to beat the other couples? How much are you going to bet?
Bet it all.
Bet it all?
Yes.
Who invented the incandescent lamp like you use at home?
Thomas Edison.
Thomas Edison is right. All right, you came through. Huh?
And you two kids wind up with $230, and that means that our first two couples, who both won $250, get a chance at the big question together.
I'll ask the big question in just 1 minute, but first, here's an important message.
Friends, if you're looking for a used car, remember you can't go by price or appearance alone. You also have to go by the reputation of the dealer. And that's why so many people like to buy not only new cars, but also used cars from a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. He's a good man to do business with. When you buy from a DeSoto Plymouth dealer, you know you'll get satisfaction. You'll get a used car that's a real value, whether you're buying the latest model or just dependable transportation. Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer has many different makes and models of good used cars on his lot. Some of them are DeSotos and Plymouths he sold when they were brand new and has serviced in his shop ever since. So before you decide on any used car, drop around and see what your DeSoto Plymouth dealer has to offer. You'll find he has the best used car values in town. All right, Groucho, here we go with two couples tied for the big question and the chance at the $1,000. Each couple will decide on a single answer between them. Now, write it down on one of these cards that I'm going to hand you. Now, if both couples get the right answer, they will split the money between them.
All right, you all ready? Put on your thinking caps. Here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully. Please, no help from the audience. Here it is. For $1,000, tell me, who was our youngest president at the time of his inauguration? Let me see the card. No, I'm sorry. This couple wins with Theodore Roosevelt. He was just 43 at the time he...
The spinster in the private eye had the right answer, Theodore Roosevelt.
The other couple had guessed Franklin D. Roosevelt. They both had Roosevelts, but unfortunately they had the wrong one. Well, that's right. You win $1,000, and how much did they win?
$250.
That's $1,250. So you win $1,200. What are you going to do with all that money, Etta?
Well,
It's out of the question with me, Etta, so let's...
I'll tell you, I have a friend, an old maid like myself, that's been ill for several years. And she's, it's been 7 years now that she's been ill. And I said if I want any money tonight, I'd help her out. Because she's gone to the end of a rope financially. So I'm going to help her out.
Well, that's a wonderful way to spend the money. I'll put it there. Well, you really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life. Go to bed.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Best of Groucho from the You Bet Your Life series. Don't miss the Best of Groucho on television, too. Also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see the DeSoto Fire Dome 8 tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. The 3 R's of safe driving are ready, reasonable, and right. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin', tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. When one of the calico belles of the Old West decided to marry the man of her choice, it was an occasion which involved the whole countryside. The wedding called friends and relatives from miles around. They came by wagon and horseback from the hills and the valleys and stayed to celebrate for days. Cindy Lou Carlton's wedding was one of these occasions. And among those who rode into Sunshine Valley to celebrate were Wild Bill Hickok, United States Marshal, and his fun-loving deputy, Jingles.
Hey, Bill, this Carlton Ranch is quite a spread.
Yeah. Next to the Silver Jim Dalton spread, it's the biggest in Sunshine Valley.
Where's the Dalton layout?
Right next door.
Oh, they're neighbors, huh?
That's what Cindy Lou said in her letter.
You mean you don't know this Dalton feller she's marrying?
Nope, never met him.
How you reckon he's going to feel about having the best man he never met?
I don't know. Pull up here, Jingles.
Oh.
Wouldn't go around the corner of the house to the front door.
Yeah, I hope we're not too late for the refreshments.
That comes later. Wait a minute, Jingles.
What?
Listen.
I said sign that paper, Carlton. That was our agreement, and I'm ready to go through with my end of the bargain.
I don't know what else I can do.
There's nothing else you can do, and you know it.
All right. There it is.
Come on, Jingles.
Who's that? Oh, Bill Hickok. Welcome to the wedding, Bill.
Howdy, Mr. Carlton. This is my partner, Jingles.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Carlton, and thanks for inviting me to the shindig.
Glad to have you, Jingles. Jim, this is your best man, Bill Hickok and Jingles. Shake hands with Jim Dalton, gents.
Hickok, Cindy Lou didn't tell me the name of the Jasper she wrote was going to be the best man.
Well, then you're the luckiest bridegroom in these parts, Mr. Dalton. You know, it ain't everybody who gets Wild Bill Hickok to stand up with him when he's getting hitched.
You figure I'm lucky, do you?
I sure do.
Well, I don't.
Oh.
I reckon it's bad luck having a lawman at a wedding at all, and this one in particular. And when it comes to who's going to have the bad luck, we'll just wait and see.
Hey, what's going on here?
Those are Dalton boys coming to the wedding?
Dalton's cowhands, huh?
Yeah. You know, every one of them loudmouth sidewinders is toting 2 6-guns slung low and tied down. That's a passel of mean gun slicks, or you can have my new $20 war bonnet.
Hi there, cowpunchers. Here's your old pal, Panhandle Jim. You know, every good-sized ranch always has a cookie. He's the feller that fixes the food for the outfit. Yes, sir, and every cookie gets food that's not only good for you, but good tasting, too. Well, you can be your own ranch cook. You go on out and get some of those good Kellogg's Corn Pops. Corn Pops are golden hearts of corn, all popped up big and sassy. They're crisp and crunchy. And listen to this. Kellogg's Corn Pops are already sweetened for you. Eat 'em right out of the box or for some real chow at breakfast in a bowl with milk. No sugar needed, mind you. The sweetening's already there. Believe me, men, when you light into a package of Kellogg's Corn Pops, I'm willing to stake my best Palomino pony you'll say you never enjoyed better eating. Now, tomorrow, sure, you'll want to saddle up and ride for the store. Load up on Kellogg's Corn Pops so you'll have plenty around for breakfast and snacks. Now, listen to this little saying I always use. I'm going to ask you to say it with me in a little while. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Now, let's get back to Wild Bill and Jingles.
Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles have been invited to the wedding of Cindy Lou Carlton. But on arriving at the Carlton Ranch, they see some disturbing things, one of which is a bunch of Dalton's cowhands wearing tied-down 6-guns, a sure sign of a gun slick. As they are starting for the altar, Bill mentions it to Silver Jim Dalton.
Dalton, this is the first time I ever saw men packing 6-guns to a wedding.
Make you nervous, Marshal?
No, but I don't think it's the right thing to do.
What you think don't make no difference here, Hickok. This is my wedding. Get that straight and keep it that way.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered together here in the sight of God and in the face of this company to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony. Come now to be joined. If any man can show just cause why they may not lawfully be joined together, let him now speak, or else hereafter forever hold his peace. Were you about to speak, Mr. Carlton? No, I'm sorry. I just coughed.
He's got nothing to say. Get on with it, Parson.
I require and charge you both as ye will answer at the dreadful day of judgment. I now pronounce you man and wife.
All right, man, all right. Now you can get out and tear down them fences separating my ranch from Carlton's. It's all one now. Drive them scrawny steers of mine down on that good feed in Carlton's South 40.
Well, what do you mean? Dad? Dad, what's he saying?
Go on, Dad. Tell her. I'm going into town to celebrate with the boys. And when I come back to get you tonight, Cindy Lou, see that you're ready.
Well, now, that's the lowest, meanest trick I ever saw pulled on a brand new bride.
Come on, Jingles. I want to talk to him. Wait a minute, Dalton. I want to talk to you.
Hickok, you've been on the prod for me long enough. Now I'm going to prove I don't like it.
Billy's coming for you.
Let him come, Jingles.
You've been asking for this.
I don't remember asking for anything, Dalton.
No?
No, but now that you are, I'm willing to oblige.
Why, I'll kill you for that.
That's it, Bill. Let him have it. Get up, Bill. Get up.
How do you like it, you two-bit saddle tramp?
Fine, but I'm coming back for more.
That's it, Bill. A 1, a 2. Now in the breadbasket, Bill. Now 1 for me.
Okay, Jingles. This one's for you.
Now, you blue-gilled catfish, that'll teach you to mix with Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles.
Yeah, thanks, Jingles.
Well, I was backing you up all the time.
Pick Dalton up and put him in the buggy before Cindy Lou comes out.
Let go of me, you big ape.
Ape? Why, you can't call me an ape. I'll pick you up where Bill left off and sit on you.
No, I'll get up. But I'm not forgetting this, Hickok.
Dalton, I didn't ask for any of this. I came out here at Cindy Lou's invitation to be best man at her wedding.
Yeah, and he didn't know what kind of a snake she was marrying either.
Who she marries is her business, Dalton. But I'm going to say this. You'd better treat that little gal right and stay on a fair trail from here on out. Or I'll take off this star on my vest and come after you on my own. That clear?
Yeah, and I'll be right with him. Wild Bill Hickok never had to hide behind a star in his life.
Let it go, Jingles. I think Dalton heard me.
Yeah, but with that puffed-up jaw, he don't feel like talking much. Oh, excuse me, Cindy Lou.
What's going on here?
Oh, nothing much.
Jingles?
Jim, what happened to your face?
Get in the buggy. We're leaving.
All right, Jim. Goodbye, Dad. I'll drop over every day to see how you're getting on.
Bye, baby. Take care of yourself.
And, Bill, I'm so glad you and Jingles could come.
So am I, Cindy Lou, and if you ever need any more help, just let us know.
You come on and quit that palavering.
No, put the bags and bundles in the back, Cindy Lou.
Hurry up.
Easy, you, and you remember what Bill told you.
Get up. Higher. Go horse.
Well, there goes my little girl.
No, don't you feel bad, Mr. Carlton. Things are going to be all right.
You know, Mr. Carlton, you ought to cinch up that long frown you're wearing and look on the bright side.
Bill, you and Jingles come on back in the parlor to my desk. I've got a long, unpleasant story to tell you.
Oh, Bill, what'd you hustle me out so early in the morning for? You know, this is the first time I had a chance to sleep on a feather tick in months.
Well, after what Mr. Carlton told us last night, I figured it couldn't do any harm to look around a little.
Man, I wanted to sleep all day. You know, I was dreaming about the wedding yesterday and how pretty Cindy Lou looked all dressed up in her veil and things. Huh? She sure looked just like an angel sent down to... Say, Bill, can you explain something to me?
I'll try, partner, if I know what it is.
Well, I still don't understand some of that business Carlton told us last night. I get the part about he was broke and he was borrowing heavy from Dalton to keep his ranch going until he was gun belt deep in debt.
That's right. So then Dalton came to make a deal.
Because Dalton was sweet on Cindy Lou, although he didn't act like it last night. But the paper he made Carlton sign.
The paper stated that Carlton would let Dalton take down the fences between their property and gave Dalton grazing rights.
Yeah, and Dalton would run both ranches. But then why did Carlton let Cindy Lou marry him?
Because he thinks he's going to die soon, and he wants her taken care of.
Oh, I see.
Jingles. Hey, pull up. Woo, 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 Buckshot. Woo. Here comes a bunch of riders.
Hey, look, Bill, that's Dalton leading a pack of his gunslings.
Now, you let me do the talking, Jingles.
Hey, what's the idea of being out on my land, Hickok?
I thought this was Carlton's land, Dalton.
It was. It's mine now, all of it.
All yours, except the silver mine rights.
How'd you know that?
Carlton told me that last night. The silver mine rights are his until he dies. Then they go to Cindy Lou.
Hell, he's kind of old. He's not going to live long, and Cindy Lou's my wife now. Figure it out for yourself, Hickok.
I already have.
There's nothing you can do. All right, Joe, hold a muzzle to each of their backs. Watch, Hickok.
Bill, some coyote sneaked up behind us.
Yeah, looks like they got the drop on us, partner.
That's right, Hickok. And are you going to be sorry you were so careless? Joe, flip those irons out of their holsters and kick them away from Hickok. That Jasper's full of tricks.
Bill, what's this hyena up to anyway?
I don't know, Jingles.
All right, boys, we pulled their fangs. Get down and get them now.
Bill, I don't like this.
That's it. Tie him to that tree.
I reckon you're going to be sorry for this one day, Dalton.
Well, the pleasure I'll get today will make up for it.
Let go of me, you sneaking
Won't do no good to squirm. That's it, boys. Tie him up tight.
You wait till I get loose, you varmints. I'll run you to the ground and then stomp you right into it.
Shut up!
Ow!
Cut that out, Dalton. Your fight's with me, not with Jingles.
All right, Hickok, here's what I figure you got coming from me. And I mean to pay my debts real big and generous.
Bill.
Yeah, partner.
Bill, are you all right?
Sure, I'll be fine. How about you?
Oh, I'm fine.
Sorry I got you into this, partner.
Oh, now, what are you saying? Quit talking like that. Oh, I just wished I could have got my hands free while he was beating you. I'd have pulled that coyote off of you, and I'd have sat on him till there wasn't nothing but a grease spot left.
I know you would, Jingles.
Bill, how are we going to get out of this fix?
I don't know. My hands are tied plenty tight.
Yeah, mine too, and the sun's climbing. We've been here a long time. Bill, you reckon the wolves will get around here tonight?
I don't know, partner.
Mr. Hickok! Wild Bill Hickok!
Hey, Bill, did you hear that?
It's Cindy Lou.
Wild Bill Hickok!
Yeah, it is. Bill, we're saved. Here we are, Cindy Lou. Over here.
Where?
Here, under this big oak tree. Come on over. Bill, she's coming.
Good.
She's saving us. Aren't you happy, Bill?
Sure. Only I was the one that was going to protect her, remember?
We'll get our chance, partner. All I want to do is to get out of here and after that Dalton.
Bill? Jingles? What happened? Oh, Bill, look at your face. Who did this, Bill? Who did it?
Never mind that, Cindy Lou.
Silver Jim Dalton, that husband you got, did it. Cindy Lou, and if Bill won't tell you, well, I will.
Oh, I knew it. There, your hands are untied, Bill. Now, Jingles.
Yeah, untie mine. I'm going after that polecat.
Simmer down now, Jingles. I reckon Cindy Lou's got some troubles of her own, or she wouldn't have come looking for us.
Yes, Bill. I'm worried, sick. I went back over to our house, Dad's house, to see how he was a few minutes ago. And I can't find him. Dad's completely disappeared.
Say, you buckaroos ever think you'd like to ride with Wild Bill? That sure would be fun, wouldn't it? Well, I can tell you right now, if you ever want to be hard-riding cowboys, you got to eat what's good for you. And what could be better than those crisp, crunchy Kellogg's Corn Pops? I mean, better tasting as well as better for you. And I want to tell you something else. Corn Pops make for mighty easy eating. That's because Kellogg's Corn Pops are the two-way cereal. You eat them out of the box or out of the bowl. Sure, and they're already sweetened for you. Just dig in and enjoy them right out of the box. But come breakfast time, you eat them in a bowl with a little milk. Now, no sugar, mind you. The sweetening's already on Corn Pops, and plenty of it. And that silvery bag inside keeps Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. It's really nice for storing foods in the refrigerator, too. Doggone, you better be sure your mom's got a stock of Corn Pops around your ranch. Now, let's say our little saying all together. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Good for you. Right now, I'm almost busting to get back to the show. Let's listen.
Cindy Lou Carlton has come searching for Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles to help her, and finds them tied up and badly beaten at the hands of her new husband, Silver Jim Dalton. When she unties them, she says her father, Mr. Carlton, has disappeared.
No, I'll bet Dalton's got him.
That's possible, but why would he take him?
I believe now that Silver Jim Dalton could do anything mean. But, well, I'm afraid that he's going to...
Oh, now, Miss Cindy Lou, don't you go crying over something that ain't happened yet, and that ain't gonna happen if Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles have anything to say about it. Huh, Bill?
You're right, Jingles. Lucky they didn't drive off our horses. Come on, partner, let's get our guns out of the brush and ride.
I'm right with you, Bill.
Cindy Lou, you better go on back to your dad's house and wait for us.
Not on your life. If you're going hunting, Dad, then I'm going along.
All right. Let's follow the trail of that bunch of horses Dalton and his men rode. Come on, Buckshot, up. Hi.
Jump, Joker.
Right there.
Bill, the trail of them horses leads off here to the left.
Yeah, it heads up the hill, Jingles.
Why, that's up toward the entrance of Dad's mine tunnel.
Then that means real trouble. That's where we'll find them.
Looks like they found us, Bill.
All right, give it to them.
They're heading down the hill, right? Red for leather.
Yeah, there's too many of them.
Well, what are we going to do?
Cindy, you take that left trail and hide in the trees. I'll be back. Come on, Jingles. We'll lead them away from here. All right, through those trees, Jingles. Now head for the rocks up there. All right, now, partner, it's up to you. You keep ahead of them and lose them up there on the hill someplace, okay?
Don't worry, Bill. When I get through running those monkeys, they'll need an Indian guide to get them back here. See you later. Jump, Joker. There's work to do. Hi!
Good luck, partner. All right, Buckshot, back in those trees. That's up, boy. Now be quiet. Here they come. Good boy, Buckshot. Now let's go find Dalton. He didn't ride with his boys. Back on the same trail, Buckshot. We'll pick up Cindy Lou in a minute. Cindy Lou.
Bill? Is that you, Bill?
Yeah, come on out.
Where's Jingles?
Leading Dalton boys on a wild goose chase. Don't worry about Jingles. He knows more tricks than an Indian chief.
Bill, I know those gunslingers came from up at Dad's silver mine tunnel. That means that Dalton's up there breaking the contract Dad signed with him.
Then let's go get him. Come on, Buckshot. Hi.
Get up. But, Bill, I'm afraid he's got Dad up there with him.
Now, don't think anything worse than you know, Cindy. We better hurry.
Well, just one more thing, Bill. Up to now, everything Dalton's done has looked legal. But I found out something different last night.
What do you mean?
Well, he got to bragging to me last night. Figured I'd be too scared to tell anybody. The reason Dad went broke was because Dalton's been rustling Dad's cattle.
A big ranch and a silver mine wasn't enough for him, huh?
No, he bragged that he'd own the whole valley before he was through. And that if I told anyone, he'd kill Dad. You see, Bill, that's why I'm afraid.
Well, we'll soon find out. Hey, we're getting pretty close. Whoa, Buckshot. Get off your horse. We'll leave him here.
The mine tunnel's right above us.
Cindy! Go away! Go away!
That's Dad. Oh, thank goodness he's alive.
Why's he saying go away? He can't see us.
Cindy! If you don't go away, Dalton will kill me!
Can you see them, Bill?
No, but there's something wrong up there.
Bill, look!
Yeah, Cindy. I told you if you told anybody, you'd never see your old man again. Now take a good look at him.
Keep him talking, Cindy Lou. He hasn't seen me yet. I'll sneak up behind him.
All right, but hurry. Dalton, what are you going to do?
If you don't go away and keep your mouth shut, I'll throw him off this cliff.
No, don't do it.
Then go away and take Hickok with you.
All right, Dalton, put him down. I can get you before you hurt him.
All right, here, take him. I'll... Whoa!
Bill, Dad and I can't thank you and Jingles enough for what you've done for us.
Well, Cindy Lou, we're glad it turned out all right for you.
Yeah, you're a free woman again with Dalton gone, and your dad's got all his cattle back.
And the way you and Bill rounded up them gun slicks and turned them over to the sheriff was something to see.
Give Jingles the credit for that, Mr. Carlton. You know, when I told him to lead him off and lose him, I didn't figure he'd run straight into a posse.
Well, neither did I, but it seemed all right once it happened.
Well, good luck to both of you, and the latch string's always out here at my place for you both.
Thank you, Mr. Carlton. Goodbye, Cindy Lou.
Goodbye, Bill. Goodbye, Jingles. Come back and see us.
Well, ma'am, we might, providing you don't figure out some way to invite us to another wedding. You know, the way this one kept us going, I don't care if I never see another wedding the rest of my life, especially mine.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
That about does it for today, folks, but we'll be back again the same time next week.
We sure will, and with a slam-bang story of floods and fighting.
Meanwhile, Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Michael Ann Barrett, Hal Gerard, Paul McVeigh, Bob Bruce, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce. The music was by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
I'm offering you a choice, to fight with knives or guns. But just remember this, whichever way you choose, the loser will be a long time dead.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Mr. Paladin! Mr. Paladin!
Over here, hey boy.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, message.
Oh, thank you, hey boy.
Mr. Paladin.
Yes. Oh. How do you do?
Badly. In the future, when you send a note to a lady, kindly instruct the waiter not to hand the note to the lady's companion.
I apologize. Perhaps I can recompense you in some way?
Mr. Webster, one answer?
Tell him my price is $1,000, hey boy. Madam,
It has caused me the most dreadful kind of embarrassment.
Well, I am indeed sorry, madam. If you will allow
I
me
already told him $1,000.
He actually insisted that I was flirting with you across that entire dining room last night.
It was ridiculous. You were the soul of decorum. Webster said what, hey boy?
Oh, he turned red like a stove, but he said he'd pay.
Oh, good.
He forbade me to ever communicate with you again.
That's bad. The gentleman is your husband?
Certainly not.
Well, that's good. But we'll have to show him, you and I, that absolutely nothing occurred to cause him to act this way.
Of course.
What time may I pick you up for dinner?
8 o'clock.
Always a good hour.
Until then.
Oh, boy. What I tell Miss Webster?
Oh, tell him I'll find out why 3 of his riders have been waylaid on open rangeland, and I'll do what I can for him.
Oh, yes, I have gun will travel?
Exactly. The trail to the Brazos River is a long and lonely one, and it took 10 days hard riding to get there. Once I was there, it was nothing but brackish, muddy water, the product of an unfriendly nature. A mile beyond, the trail sloped up into the rocks. It was hard going.
Hold it right there. Man's on your left, man's on your right, and I'm here. Them's your rod. Unbuckle that gun belt and let her drop. Climb down. Now, don't wiggle a hair. Boys?
Yes, sir.
You stand behind him, Pete.
Yes, sir.
Mister, can you see that sign?
Yeah.
Then read it.
Closed range, keep out, O'Banion Ranch.
You crossed.
This is open range according to the map.
According to me, it's open when I say it's open. You boys can have his clothes and horse. I'll just take a gun. Hey, he's got a derringer. Get him, Pete. He don't talk so tall now, does he?
One of you ought to be able to split wood and fetch water.
We take orders from Cyrus.
Good morning. Is this the O'Banion Ranch?
Well, I declare. Look at the wind blew in.
I have some business with whoever owns this ranch.
Move on, fella. Next ranch is 20 miles. No handouts here.
I want to see the owner.
Maybe we ought to let him see the owner if he takes a bath first. Owner here's kind of persnickety about dirt. Water trough, Pete. Grab a hold.
Get out of here. You think you're pretty smart.
And you're dirtier than he is.
Get out of here. I'll turn you apart.
Well, I declare, mister, it didn't look like there was much man under them raggedy clothes and all. Here, you can't go in there.
I'm looking for O'Banion.
I'm Miss O'Banion. I own this ranch.
I told him not to come in, Miss Margaret.
Is this one of our men, Cookie?
No, ma'am, just drifted in.
I see.
That's quite a collection of guns, miss.
Collecting guns happens to be my foreman's hobby.
I know. He collected mine. I'd like to meet your foreman.
Well, then come back in a week. Cyrus and his range crew left this morning on a cattle drive.
I could use some kitchen help now, Miss Margaret. With Cyrus gone, I can't get help out of the hand.
And hire this one if you wish. But see that he takes a bath and put him into some clean clothing.
Say, let me put a question to you. How much do you appreciate the things that make life just a little easier? Like living any place you've a mind to. Now, according to our Constitution, if we don't like where we live, we can move to any other state we want to. All we have to do is hop in our car or take a train or a plane, and off we go. And when we get where we're going, there's plenty of stores and shops and tradesmen to help us in our new home. But let's go back a spell to 1790 and see what happened then when folks got the urge to move. If you were living back then, you'd maybe pick up a copy of the Providence Gazette, and you read an article called Advice to American Farmers. It tells all about moving out west, which is western Pennsylvania and Ohio in 1790. It says if you're moving, you'd better take along some apple, peach, and garden seeds, a kettle for boiling, maple sap, and, of course, a gun and plenty of ammunition. You should also have a Bible. Other folks moving west in 1790 took along maple saplings to plant, or homemade tools they could use to build boats when they got there. Boats were about as important as horses in 1790. Most of the towns were built inside a fort, since the Indians didn't especially like all this pioneering that was going on, and guns and ammunition were worked overtime. And Indians weren't the only ones who gave folks trouble. There was plenty of bear and wolves and other wild animals to keep folks on their toes. But somehow, in spite of all the fuss and bother of moving into a new community, folks in 1790 didn't complain. They just kept working and fighting, so living would be easier in the future. The future you're now protecting.
When a man is stripped of his horse, his saddle, and his guns, his problems become simple. He must have food and a place to rest. Once those things are attained, he can go about the job of retrieving his lost property, even if the job of washing dishes and serving meals comes first.
Here, you stay out of that stew.
Well, a man can get mighty hungry around this place working in the kitchen.
I've been watching you. You ain't no saddle bum. Just who are you, mister?
Would you believe me if I told you I was the oldest son of an English nobleman?
Well, not hardly. A little callus on your thumb there. Wouldn't be from a gun hammer, would it?
It might, Cookie.
You're here after someone or something?
Tell me about the foreman, Cyrus.
Hand me that other pot there.
All right.
Cyrus runs the whole ranch for Miss Margaret. Has ever since the folks died.
Why doesn't she run it?
She's a lady. You could see that. Drinks tea and reads poetry books all day.
You're still an O'Banion.
Pouring them peeled potatoes.
You know, Cookie, puzzles me. This kind of range should support thousands of head of cattle. On my way here, I didn't see 20 steers.
Well, maybe you didn't look good. Cyrus does a good job for Miss Margaret. She don't have to turn a finger.
Pretty hard thing not to turn on a ranch this size, even if you are the owner and the lady.
Would you want somebody like her out there mixing with this ranching crowd? Like Jake and them others sitting outside now waiting to pay you back for dumping them in the trough? Or is somebody like her better off inside with her tea and poetry?
Nothing wrong with tea and poetry, Cookie, but it's not a substitute for living.
You carry your tray into her now.
All right.
And you be polite, you hear?
All right. Tea?
Thank you. Will you pour, please?
1 lump or 2.
1, please. I probably should say I think that you've done very well so far.
Thank you.
But breakfast was served quite expertly. You show considerable household ability. Would you kindly stop staring at me like that?
Yes, ma'am.
A good servant tries to be as inconspicuous as possible.
Yes, ma'am.
The books on the mantel, please bring them.
Of course. Tennyson or Shelley, ma'am?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
But it does. I recommend this one. Shakespeare.
Oh, I think he's very common.
In certain passages, maybe. He deals with common ideas, but in words of uncommon beauty.
Really? And are you a poet?
No, but I've read some.
I see. You may go.
As you say. Oh, I've drawn up a list of odd jobs for the men. Hard work always improves ranch discipline.
You've drawn up a list?
Yes.
Well, I understand you're in some difficulty with the men.
Nothing that can't be straightened out.
Oh. Well, in that case, please feel free to to oversee things.
Thank you.
Paladin,
Yes, ma'am?
I hope they thrash you within an inch of your life.
We'll be back to our show in just a minute, but first, this message. You know, our servicemen overseas have a wonderful opportunity to observe new customs and traditions. They find, too, that these ideas aren't so strange after all. For instance, take this business of tattooing. On some of the islands of the Pacific, the natives adorn themselves with tattoo marks indicating the group they belong to or the gods they worship. Among the Brahmins and Mohammedans, a tattoo is used as a mark of caste, although the caste system is rapidly disappearing. In Japan, skilled artists create truly beautiful designs using the human body instead of a canvas. Well, all this might sound strange, but tattooing is not unknown in our culture. However, as some of our servicemen have observed, it's a little embarrassing when a fellow with a tattoo that reads "John loves Mary" takes as a wife a girl with the name of Josephine. Or the young man with a beautiful anchor on his chest finds himself in the Army or the Air Force. From another standpoint, the beauty marks worn by some women of Western civilization are nothing more than a form of tattoo. And the same thing is true about other customs and traditions of all countries. The way of doing things may be different, but the ideals are the same. These customs are important to the people who follow them. And our servicemen are helping to maintain goodwill by observing the customs of other people in other lands.
No. Any of you others want to take it up?
Not me.
But all of you can get to work for a change. You. Cookie needs water. Hop to it.
Yes.
You. Firewood on the double. Half cord by sundown. You. In the barn. Curry those animals. Now, the rest of you, there's enough work for all hands around here. If you can't find any, let me know. I'll find it for you. Now, hop.
What about me?
You and I are going to check the feed and water conditions, Jake. Any objections?
So long as I can't whop you, I'll ride with you. Well, that's about the size of her. What do you think?
Lots of grass. Plenty of water. Everything but cattle. Does Miss O'Banion know there's not even breeding stock left out here?
She knows what Cyrus tells her. No more.
Oh. Go on.
He even makes sure we don't get visitors through here poking around, asking the kind of questions you're asking.
I'm sure of that. Does he keep any sort of records?
Feed bills, ledger book in the barn. If you're going to buck Cyrus and his range crew, don't count on much help.
Well, I'm going to count on you for one thing, Jake. Those books. I want to look them over. Now, wait.
Miss Margaret. What's she doing out here? Ain't seen her on horseback since she went away to that fancy school.
Go on back, Jake. I'll be right along.
Yes, sure. You go.
Oh, Mr. Paladin. Oh, I'm glad you happened along. My saddle seems
I didn't happen along.
What?
You knew I was riding out here. You circled ahead to this point, then you dismounted, loosened the cinch here.
Dare you speak to me that way?
Well, it's time somebody spoke to you some way.
What are you talking about?
You. Now, this is the first time you've ridden your own ranch. I've never seen you look prettier. Even the breeches are becoming.
A gentleman would never...
You know, you ride very well. I suspect when your parents' backs were turned, you used to slide out the window and pick out a horse and ride bareback.
Well, what if I did?
And between embroidery practice and elocution lessons, you even dreamed about running your own ranch. Out here, that'd be normal for a boy or a girl.
And I could run one, too.
Then why don't you?
Anyway, I wouldn't know where to start now.
And start by being honest. With yourself first. For example, why did you ride out here? What did you want?
Honest?
Yes.
I wanted to come right up to you and say, stop calling me ma'am. I know you're not really hired help. You have a way of upsetting me every time that you walk into the room.
That might be dangerous for a lady.
You said to be honest. Well, I'm a woman, too.
In a week, I intend to be 1,000 miles from here.
Oh, Paladin.
I think we'd better ride back, Miss O'Banion. We wouldn't want to get caught out here after dark, would we?
On July 30th, 1619, the first representative assembly in America met in a log church in Jamestown, Virginia. The small group of men who comprised the House of Burgesses were America's first lawmakers. Initially, the assembly had only one chamber. Then, around 1680, an upper chamber was added, and Virginia's legislature had two houses. A century later, the concept of a two-chamber legislature was carried over to the United States Congress and resulted in the formation of the Senate and the House of Representatives. For almost 300 years, this type of legislation has been an important characteristic of American democracy. From the contributions of the past come the principles of the present.
The ranch is pretty quiet. I wonder where everyone is.
Isn't it supposed to be this way? Just you and I. We're the only ones left on Earth.
Alan,
Jake?
Cyrus is back.
Where?
Inside. What can I do?
That depends on Miss O'Banion. She's the boss here.
Oh, but...
Are those the ranch books?
Yeah.
Give them to me. Maggie, you're broke.
Broke?
Your range is stripped clean. Cyrus has the power to sign loans, and he's used it.
Oh, no. What'll I do?
You'll help yourself or you'll lose the place.
Well, well.
Cyrus.
I wondered where everybody was. I see you've been going to a lot of trouble. My books, huh?
That's right.
I wouldn't worry too much about them. See, what's to worry about are these notes I hold right here.
Notes?
That's what I was going to tell you. Cyrus obligated this ranch to several loans. Sold your cattle, pocketed the money, and used the money to buy the loan papers back.
All I have to do is demand payment. Oh, and speaking of debts, mister, don't you owe me something from our first meeting?
I was coming to that.
Now, wait a minute. I just collect guns. I don't use them. Now, it's your move. Fine. It's just what I wanted you to do.
Watch his knife, Mr. Paladin.
And now it ain't murder, is it? Just self-defense. I'm going to cut you open like a pumpkin.
Hold it. The next bullet won't be wasted on the air. Put that knife down or I'll kill you, Cyrus, right where you stand.
I'd do it if I were you, Cyrus. Maggie O'Banion's taking over.
The knife, Cyrus. Drop it. Now, those notes, please.
You can't
Yes, I can. Now, get off my property.
She means what she says.
How'd they do, Paladin?
Fine, Maggie. Fine.
What are you doing back in San Francisco?
Waiting to see you.
I think that's horrid. I just managed to get Roger straightened around to where he's decent to me again, and now you show up.
Would you rather I left again?
He's terribly difficult.
What did we do the last time he became difficult?
We went out to dinner and had a perfectly charming evening.
Then may I suggest that we do the same thing again tonight?
8 o'clock is always a good hour.
Until then, dear lady.
Until then.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman McDonnell, and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Gene Roddenberry and adapted for radio by John Dawson. Featured in the cast were Lynn Allen, Harry Bartell, Barney Phillips, and Virginia Gregg. Hugh Douglas speaking.
Have Gun Will Travel is brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.